After the disabled god of war became my concubine. Chapter 1 to Chapter 50. The curtain of night fell and the river of stars flowed. In the middle of Xianxia Square, Prince Jing's estate was hung with red silk and lanterns early in the morning. As soon as the sky darkened, the lanterns were immediately lit. Looking from afar, it was a bright golden red. The servants bustling in and out of the door and the thick layer of firecrackers in front of the steps all lit up with a layer of lively and joyous atmosphere. The soft spring breeze in Jiangnan blew and the red candles in the lanterns swayed, causing the word happiness on the lanterns to ripple. Today was the day that Prince Jing's estate had a joyous occasion. The third day of the second month was an auspicious day that the emperor had personally chosen. The emperor said that the third day of the second month was a good day for everything, especially marriage. As for whether or not this day was truly an auspicious day, it wasn't important. What was important was that the emperor insisted on having Prince Jing get married on this day. Even if Prince Jing's estate had a funeral on this day, the coffin had to be set aside and the person had to be married into the family first. The emperor's words carried the weight of 1,000 caddies. This was the case. Even if this emperor had been attacked by the rebel army 2 years ago and had fled south with hundreds of officials like a drowning dog to Yuhang. However, no matter how much the emperor looked like a stray dog, he was still the emperor. Moreover, this emperor had just won a great victory a few days ago. Now, he was flushed with success and full of pride. After all, who in the world didn't know that the emperor had captured the invincible and terrifying General Hua of northern Liang and broken his legs? This was truly a joyous occasion. The scenery was joyous and Prince Jing's estate was also joyous. However, these two joyous occasions didn't make the people of Prince Jing's estate happy. Instead, they all looked as if their parents had died. After all, it was normal for a general to capture him and kill him or cut him into pieces. However, to wrap that general in a wedding dress and marry into Prince Jing's estate as a concubine, what was this? Therefore, although Prince Jing's estate was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and just the firecrackers had been set off for most of the day, no one in the estate had a smile on their faces. Everyone came and went busily. They looked at the bustling scene, but they all tacitly lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. This kind of silence spread through the joyous atmosphere and made the atmosphere in the estate somewhat oppressive. The further in they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere. Especially Anin Hall. Anin Hall was where His Highness King Jing lived. The name Anin was given to him by a master from the mystic Dharma Lotus Sutra. This wasn't strange. After all, His Highness Prince Jing had always been sickly and weak since he was born. His body had never been healthy. To be able to live so sickly until now, it could be said that he had borrowed some of the Buddha's light. The Anin Hall was ablaze with lights and silence. The entire prince's mansion was hung with red silk, but there was not a single piece in the hidden peace hall. Under the curtain of night, the courtyard was lit by candlelight. A warm breeze blew, and the white petals of several hundred-year-old ancient pear trees were scattered all over the ground. The maids in the courtyard walked in and out. They looked down and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that the prince was in a bad mood today. His Highness was usually a man of few words and rarely smiled. He always had a gloomy look, making people feel that he was unfathomable and unable to guess what he was thinking. And today, it was even worse. Thinking about it, although the prince was homosexual, he wasn't a person who didn't abstain from meat and vegetables. How could an enemy's general be crippled and be rewarded to the prince as a concubine, regardless of how dangerous this person was? Just like a trapped beast, the emperor's imperial edict was extremely absurd. It was as if the emperor had written humiliating words into an imperial edict and slapped the prince in the face. Therefore, it was natural for the prince to be in a bad mood. As servants, they could only carefully serve him and make sure that they didn't get into trouble and lose their heads at this time. The room was completely silent. Because the person he was marrying was a concubine, the prince didn't need to personally welcome her. However, the bridal chamber was required. Therefore, His Highness Prince Jing had already tidied up early in the morning. He changed into a red and gold wedding robe and tied his black hair into a jade crown. He was sitting on the couch with a scroll in one hand. The servants quietly stood by his side. No one dared to disturb him. A young maid who was serving in the courtyard carefully walked in. She had received orders from the head waiter to come in and take away the basin of water next to the dressing table. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look around. Her hands were clasped in front of her. The atmosphere in the courtyard was already oppressive enough, but she didn't expect the prince's room to be even more oppressive. Agarwood quietly burned in the stove. The furnishings were simple and solemn, and the lamps were as bright as day. It was clearly a quiet and elegant place, but it felt like the underworld was surrounded by demons. It made her legs tremble in fear. She tried her best not to make a sound. She silently bowed to the prince on the couch and quickly went to pick up the copper basin on the ground. However, because she didn't always go into the room to serve, she wasn't very skilled. When she got up with the basin accidentally hit the ebony table and made a muffled sound. Some water splashed out. A thud broke the deathly silence. The young maid's hands trembled and her entire body tensed up. She hurriedly raised her eyes to look at the master on the couch. She saw the prince raise his eyes and calmly look at her body. That pair of eyes, just how beautiful were they? They were long and narrow, with the ends of the eyes lazily tilted upwards. With long eyelashes and a pair of slightly raised eyebrows, they were lazy and seductive. They were like the demons in the books that could steal a person's soul. At the ends of those beautiful eyes, there was a small red mole. In the flickering light, it was as if it could take away a person's soul. But the young maid's entire body was cold. Those eyes were so dark that one couldn't see the bottom. Under the beautiful eyes, they were arrogant and cold, like they were looking at a dead object. Her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. The copper basin fell to the ground with a clang and splashed water all over the floor. Xianxia stiffly waved his hand, indicating for the little girl to leave. It was like she had been pardoned. She kowtowed to him and apologized. Then she picked up the wet copper basin and stumbled out. Xianxia looked at her sorry figure running away and his heart was filled with confusion. Who am I? Why am I so scary? But he didn't dare to ask this question. Naturally, no one could explain it to him. He remembered that he had just finished replying to the students' messages and turned off his computer to rest. For him, this was an extremely ordinary day, except for the paper he received today, which was a bit too amateur. After all, he had been a lecturer at J University for several years and had also taught graduates. He had seen all kinds of strange papers and believed that he was experienced and knowledgeable. When facing students, he could always be calm and composed, and he could easily deal with them and maintain a kind expression. But this was the first time he saw a student from the history department write a paper like a storyteller based on unofficial history. It was full of ups and downs, full of emotions. He wrote that the founding general of the Liang dynasty, the Marquis of North Pacifying, Hua Wujiu, led an army to destroy Jing dynasty for a reason. The reason was that when he was a hostage in Nanjing, he had been taken in as a concubine by a sickly prince whose name was no longer known. He had endured 3 years of humiliation. Therefore, when he returned to Beiliang, he led an army to destroy Jing dynasty. The speed of his actions was also because he harbored hatred in his heart. It was also because of this that Prince Jing, who only had a few strokes in official history and died early due to illness, also died an unnatural death. He didn't die of illness. He was beheaded by Marquis North Pacifying. In order to take revenge, Marquis North Pacifying even hung his head on the city wall of linen for 3 whole years. At that time, Xianxia thought that this child might have chosen the wrong major and should have been a screenwriter. For a history department like them, this was basically the same as using Princess Pearl to study the history of the Qing dynasty. Therefore, Xianxia mercilessly criticized the paper and finally gave his own suggestions for revision, change the topic and rewrite the paper. The student was also quite stubborn. How do you know that the unofficial history is fake? You can't say that my paper is fabricated just because of this. No matter how many historical materials you have studied, you have never personally experienced or seen it with your own eyes. After receiving this reply, Xianxia sneered. I study history and have to personally experience it? If I study ancient creatures, do I have to go into the mountains and be a monkey? He coldly pushed his glasses and replied, that makes sense, but the paper has to be rewritten. After replying to this sentence, he smiled, rubbed his sore shoulders, and turned off the computer. At that moment, his surroundings suddenly darkened. A power outage, however, his surroundings were pitch black. There wasn't even a glimmer of light that usually shone through at night. Xianxia was stunned and wanted to reach out to find the power source on the table. However, before he could reach out, his surroundings suddenly lit up. It was a light, but it was jumping and swaying. The light illuminated his surroundings. He saw that he was sitting in a room under the warm yellow light. The furnishings around him were all ancient, with screens and treasure pavilions as partitions. It was a different world, elegant and dignified. Although there wasn't much light around and it looked simple, the light refracted by the objects had a restrained and dignified luxury. The room was extremely spacious. There were many maids standing around. At a glance, there were 7 or 8 of them, each standing with their eyes down. It didn't seem crowded at all. Xianxia's mind was a bit blank. An illusion? He lowered his eyes. At this time, he was wearing a bright red robe with wide sleeves. The silk had a precious feeling. The golden silk was embroidered with complicated cloud patterns, shining dimly under the light. Looking at the pattern, Jing Mo and Liang Chu. The book in his hand was printed vertically from right to left. Traditional Song characters. Looking at the ink marks, it was still in the stage of engraving printing. The low table beside him was made of yellow rosewood. The teacup on the table was something he had seen in a museum. Jing Mo Wang Ho Ling Mountain Tea patterned sweet white glazed cup. Xianxia's eyes were empty. Who am I? Where am I? How could something dug up from the graves of the ancients be on my table? It was also at this moment that the careless maidservant made a sound that attracted his attention. But as soon as his eyes swept over, before he could say anything, the young girl, who was about 10 years old, was so frightened that she fell to her knees. Water spilled all over the floor, and she kept kowtowing. On the other hand, Xianxia was scared silly. He tried to remain calm. He raised his hand, indicating for her to leave. He saw the young girl run away with the basin in her arms. But after running a few steps, she almost slipped on the water under her feet and bumped into the man coming in. What are you doing being so careless? Get out. The man reprimanded. It was the eunuch's voice. Xianxia looked up at him. He saw the man jogging over. His face was delicate and pretty, and he had a smile on his face. His smile was sincere, and there was a hint of flattery. Master. He bowed in a practiced manner in front of Xianxia. Arriving at his side, he bowed and replied. That Madame's sedan chair has arrived. Master, you must not miss the auspicious hour. Xianxia looked at him quietly. The hand hidden in his sleeve pinched himself. He didn't believe that he could suddenly transmigrate. Furthermore, before he could figure out who he was, he would have to face the wedding night. The pain traveled from his palms to his central nervous system. His mind was suddenly clear from the pain, but the scene in front of him did not change at all. In fact, his eyes seemed to turn cold for a moment because of the pain, which scared the eunuch in front of him. He seemed to have become an ancient person for some reason. That person must be a noble from the last years of the Jing dynasty. As for the rest, he did not know anything. Oh, he also knew one more thing. That person was taking in a concubine today. But because he had become him, he was also the one taking in a concubine. This was all the information he received. And the eunuch in front of him was still bowing, waiting for him to enter the bridal chamber. Xianxia's head was about to explode. What the hell was going on? His heart was in a mess, but he did not show it on his face. The eunuch seemed to be a little anxious. The smile on his face was somewhat bitter. He lowered his voice, and his tone became earnest and comforting. Master, this servant knows you are not willing, but it is the emperor's decree after all. He advised. Even if you are not happy, you can just go through the motions. That person. I heard that his martial arts were already crippled. Now that he is a cripple, he is very safe. You don't have to worry. Crippled someone's martial arts and made him a cripple? Xianxia's expression was a little strange. It was actually a show of forceful seizing. He only knew that the last years of the Jing dynasty were corrupt and the emperor was muddle-headed. Especially Emperor Jingyu, who was famous for being absurd and muddle-headed. The history books recorded that he was obsessed with beauties, treated politics as child's play, and especially favored his relatives, allowing his uncle Peng Xiao to cause trouble. The Jing dynasty did not have many children. In Emperor Jingyu's generation, most of the princes of the same generation died young. Only Prince Jing was left, and he was a sickly person who died young. Because of this, the Jing dynasty fled to the south for a few years before it was destroyed by the rising Liang dynasty. Now it seemed that he was also a part of this chaotic and dissolute court. Jiang Suizhou's mouth was bitter. What kind of evil thing did he do that made him inexplicably turn from a comfortable social animal into a nobleman of a fallen dynasty? Was it because he was a little harsh with the students just now? How was that possible? At this moment, a call came from outside. Xianxia eunuch, the bridal sedan chair has been carried into Yinshui Pavilion. The maid said. The eunuch gritted his teeth and said loudly, "What are you rushing me for?" The maid hurriedly shut her mouth. The eunuch turned his head and looked earnestly at Jiang Suizhou, his eyes full of pleading. Jiang Suizhou knew that in his current situation, he would have to face the bridal chamber. Whether he stretched his head or retracted his head, he would be stabbed. However, since the girl that he had married was not of her own free will and was even handicapped, then he could easily fool the bridal chamber today. As for the rest, let's wait for him to get through today's trial, then slowly figure out my identity and situation before making any plans. He grunted and stood up. The eunuch's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to help him. Jiang Suzhou was not used to being served like this, but he did not know if it was an illusion, but when he stood up, he felt weak and tired, and his head was a little dizzy. He could only let the eunuch support him. Walking down the platform, there was a full-length Western mirror next to him. Jiang Suizhou glanced sideways and saw himself through the mirror. He actually looked exactly like himself, but he looked 2 or 3 years younger, no more than 24 or 25 years old. Previously, his students had praised him for his good looks, and said that he was as good-looking as a villain. Jiang Suizhou did not admit it at first, but now, looking at the person in the mirror, Jiang Suizhou also felt that he really did not look like a good person. He was originally beautiful to the point of being cold, and appeared to be extremely heartless. Under his wide sleeves and long hair, he appeared even more exquisite and aloof. Especially those eyes, the pupils were a little high, and a faint glance could make people's hearts turn cold. Jiang Suizhou withdrew his gaze. In his peripheral vision, he saw a dot of vermilion on his left upper eyelid, near the end of his eye. This mole was originally not there. However, without waiting for him to take a closer look, the eunuch helped him walk past the mirror and out the door. Someone was waiting outside with a thin cloak in his hands. Seeing that Jiang Suizhou was approaching, the person skillfully wrapped the cloak around him. Jiang Suizhou was puzzled and frowned. He was already wearing thicker clothes than the people around him, so why was another layer wrapped around him? The eunuch next to him was keenly aware of his expression and hurriedly said, "The wind is strong at night. Your Highness can't stand it. It's better to wear another layer." Your Highness, without waiting for Jiang Suizhou to regain his senses, he was already taken down the steps and onto the carriage parked in front of the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he felt that the wind was supposed to be warm, but it felt cold when it blew on his body. This was different from being sick. It was more like a congenital deficiency with a weak immune system. Combined with the way the eunuch called out "Your Highness," Jiang Suizhou felt that something was wrong. At the end of the Jing dynasty, there was only one person who could be called Your Highness, a sickly person. It was His Highness Prince Jing, whose name was erased from the history books. It was said that he was congenitally deficient and died early due to illness. As the carriage was lifted, Jiang Suizhou felt a little dizzy. According to the course of history, he had at most 3 to 5 years to live before he died of illness. Even if he didn't die of illness, Bailiang would definitely not leave behind a remnant of the previous dynasty. Jiang Suizhou's gaze was empty as he slowly leaned against the back of the chair. Anyone who suddenly found out that they only had a few years left to live wouldn't be too happy. After calming himself down, he turned his head and looked at the eunuch next to the carriage. He decided to confirm with the eunuch again. What did he just hear someone call him? Xianxia, he called out. Unexpectedly, the eunuch next to him raised his head in surprise and looked at him in a daze. Jiang Suizhou's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this reaction meant that he must have called the wrong person. In ancient times, those who served the nobles were all clever and had sharp minds. He had made such a big mistake as soon as he arrived. He was afraid that. However, before he could finish worrying, the eunuch's face revealed a flattered and bewildered expression. "Your Highness, please give me your orders." His eyes lit up and he looked like a dog wagging its tail. You should just call me by my name, Meng Qianshan, Xianxia. Alright, he was worrying too much. This personal attendant of His Highness, Prince Jing, didn't seem to be very bright. He looked away and said calmly, "How long has she been in Prince Jing's estate?" Meng Qianshan didn't hear the probing in his words and only thought that the prince was worried about missing the auspicious hour. He said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Madam Hua just arrived. If you rush over now, the timing will be just right." Jiang Suizhou saw that he didn't refute the words Prince Jing's estate and was certain. He had indeed become the short-lived ghost who didn't have much to say in the history books. However, he frowned. Madam Hua, this new concubine's surname was Hua. Although he knew that the unofficial history was nonsense, he couldn't help but think of the content of that student's thesis. Her legs were broken, she was married into Prince Jing's estate, and her surname was Hua. Why did this new concubine look so similar to General Hua in history? However, Jiang Suizhou immediately erased this thought. What was he thinking? Even TV dramas didn't dare to do that. It was obvious that it was made up to be sensationalist and couldn't be true. Jiang Suizhou confirmed the guess in his heart and shut his mouth. However, Meng Qianshan, who was next to him, chattered non-stop the entire way. Jiang Suizhou gradually realized that this subordinate of his, who wasn't very bright, must have been given the cold shoulder. Today, due to a freak combination of factors, she had treated him nicely, and he had started to play around. It was good that he was a bit stupid. Jiang Suizhou's originally heavy mood was somewhat relieved after listening to his long-winded chatter. He also understood the general situation of the Prince Jing's estate by reading between the lines. Since he was already here, he might as well take one step at a time. He sighed in his heart. After traveling for about a quarter of an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a courtyard. There were red lanterns hanging in front of the courtyard. Under the light of the lanterns, the ground was covered in firecrackers. Through the courtyard door, he could faintly see a sedan parked in front of the main house. There were many servants waiting in front of the door. When they saw that Jiang Suizhou had arrived, they all knelt down to greet him. Jiang Suizhou wasn't used to the feeling of having so many people greet him. He raised his hand and had them all rise. A mama who looked like a wedding nanny came forward and smiled at Jiang Suizhou. "Your Highness, it's a joyous occasion. The madam is already waiting in the room and is only waiting for your Highness to lift the veil." Jiang Suizhou made a sound of acknowledgement. He knew the customs of the Jing dynasty. The ceremony of taking a concubine was much simpler than taking a wife. A small sedan was carried into the estate through the side door. The husband went to lift the veil and drink a cup of nuptial wine. That was it. He nodded and walked past the crowd towards the main house. His steps were steady and slow, and his clothes fluttered as he walked. He looked cold and calm, and had the demeanor of a ruler. However, only Jiang Suizhou knew how flustered he was at this moment. After all, he had somehow transmigrated to the Jing dynasty and became a sickly person who didn't have long to live. Now, he had to go to the bridal chamber and face the pitiful girl who had been forcibly married by Prince Jing. That girl was pitiful, but he wasn't any better. With that thought in mind, he walked up the stairs with seemingly steady but heavy steps and pushed open the door. Inside, the red canopy was fluttering and the wedding candles were swaying. The maids on both sides were beaming with joy and saluted him to congratulate him. Someone led him into the inner room. In the midst of the charming scene, he saw the person sitting in the middle of the hall. He was dressed in red and had a veil embroidered with a phoenix on his head. He was sitting upright in a wheelchair. His shoulders and back were straight, like a long spear that couldn't be broken. Yes, it was a spear. This person was tall and had broad shoulders. His long legs almost couldn't fit on the wheelchair. He was clearly a man. A crippled man who had married Prince Jing. The madam Hua he married couldn't be Hua Wujiu, right? Jiang Suizhou stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the man's hands on his knees. The bones of his fingers were distinct and the meridians on the back of his hands bulged. Although he only quietly rested his hands on his knees, it looked as if he could break a person's neck at any time. For some reason, Jiang Suizhou recalled a fragment from his student's thesis. After Hua Wujiu, the Marquis of North Placating, was captured, the Empress of Nanjing broke his meridians and crippled his legs in order to humiliate him. She then married him to Prince Jing, who was known as a homosexual. He endured humiliation in Prince Jing's estate for 3 years. After that, he tried to escape back to Bailiang to heal his legs. After that, in order to take revenge, he personally cut off Prince Jing's head after destroying Nanjing and hung it on the city gate for 3 years. This is also why the official history didn't mention Prince Jing at all. Even his name was erased. Jiang Suizhou's hands trembled slightly. If it was Hua Wujiu, if it really was Hua Wujiu. Then, 3 years later, the one who was beheaded by Hua Wujiu wouldn't be Prince Jing, but him, Jiang Suizhou. He stared intently at the man in the wedding dress in front of him, trying to find any trace of evidence to prove that he wasn't a man. But there was none. Jiang Suizhou's mind was a little blank. Your Highness. Your Highness. Meng Qianshan, who was following behind, saw him stop in place with a cold expression. He didn't know what he was thinking and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Jiang Suizhou turned his head. Meng Qianshan stood beside him and carefully whispered, "It's time to lift the veil." Yes, lift the veil. Who could be sure that it was Hua Wujiu without seeing his face? Jiang Suizhou walked forward. As he comforted himself in his heart, he forced himself to calmly reach out and lift the light veil. The red candles flickered. Amidst the charming red, he met a pair of dark, malicious, and cold eyes. Jiang Suizhou involuntarily took half a step back, and the red veil fluttered to the ground. He could feel his heart beating wildly in shock, and even the blood vessels in his ears were pulsating with it. It was just a glance. His eyebrows were sharp and low, making his gaze appear particularly cold and ruthless, with a bit of undisguised murderous intent and ruthlessness. In a daze, Jiang Suizhou felt like he was looking at a dying beast. Although the man was crawling in front of him, it seemed like he would pounce at any moment, bite his throat, and die together with him. The air was filled with the scent of blood mixed with the sweet fragrance of the red candles, and a bit of the cold, rotten smell of the prison cell. Now, he didn't need to ask to know who this person was. Wasn't this the war god of Daliang who had been beaten into a cripple by the Empress of Nanjing? 3 years later, his head would be cut off and hung to dry on the city walls. Jiang Suizhou pursed his lips. He suddenly wanted to apologize to his student. Let him go back. Please, he wants to go. Jiang Suizhou froze in place. Meng Qianshan, who was beside him, was about to go crazy. What was the prince doing? He lifted the veil, then threw it away. Now, he didn't say a word, only coldly staring at the man. Meng Qianshan cautiously glanced at Hua Wujiu. He had heard that Marquis Dingbei's only son was a rare young hero. Now, it seemed that it was true. After the emperor captured him, he was imprisoned in the palace's dungeon. Those who were imprisoned there would be tortured to death in less than 3 days. And this Madame Hua had been there for more than a month. His lips were abnormally pale, and there were bruises on the corners of his lips. There were also some dried bloodstains on them. Needless to say, he was really good-looking. His facial features were deep, and he had a fierce and flamboyant air about him. He looked like a strategist general. Even though he was injured, he didn't look disheveled. Instead, he gave off a sense of decadent fragility. Under the wedding dress, one could still see clear scars. The tip of the iceberg could be seen at the collar, staining the fiery red robe with an inconspicuous dark red. Even though Meng Qianshan knew that Mrs. Hua was siding with his master, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. He decided to take a risk and smooth things over. With this thought in mind, Meng Qianshan carefully bowed and brought the wedding wine for Jiang Suizhou. Your Highness. He bowed at the sight of Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou glanced sideways and saw 2 golden cups of wine on the tray in Meng Qianshan's hands. He did need to calm down. Thus, he picked up one of the cups, raised his head, and drank all the wine in the cup. Meng Qianshan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sigh. Your Highness. Wedding wine, that's wedding wine. Meng Qianshan looked at Jiang Suzhou in panic, then looked at Hu Wujiu. One of them was as indifferent as a statue, while the other was as cold and arrogant as the king of hell. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were forced back into his throat. At this moment, he saw his master turn around and put the golden cup back on the tray. "Leave," he said. Meng Qianshan was stunned. "This, master," he saw his master glance at him indifferently. The flickering candlelight shone on the small mole at the corner of his eye. "All of you, leave." After drinking a cup of wine, Jiang Suzhou finally calmed down. At this point, he was completely certain that he had transmigrated into the unofficial history described in the student's thesis and became the unlucky prince who married Hu Wujiu. After confirming this, he calmed down. After all, the person he had transmigrated into would die early no matter what. Being killed by Hu Wujiu was actually a good thing for him. After all, diseases could not be controlled, but relationships between people could be changed. Hu Wujiu's image in history could be considered to be upright and honorable. He was the one who conquered the world, but the throne was his uncle's. After his uncle died, the one who inherited the throne was his uncle's son, but he led the army back to Yangguan alone and guarded there for the rest of his life. No matter what, he was a loyal person. If he did not humiliate him and respected him, he probably would not kill him after 3 years. But, he looked at Hu Wujiu. His current identity was the Prince of Nanjing, and Hu Wujiu in front of him was an enemy and a traitor. If he were to deliberately show goodwill from the start, it would definitely arouse suspicion, and it would be counterproductive. So, Jiang Suzhou slowly took a breath and said coldly, "Your whole body reeks of blood." "It's disgusting," he said with a sneer. Although he did not have a happy family since he was young, his upbringing was quite strict. Therefore, he had been polite since he was young and had never said such words to anyone. Therefore, when he spoke, he was somewhat awkward and lacked confidence. Fortunately, his voice was cold and had a condescending arrogance, so he could barely cover it up and scare people. Hu Wujiu did not respond to his words. He lowered his eyes and glanced indifferently at the red veil on the ground. It was extremely cold and carried an innate arrogance. He clearly looked like he was waiting to be punished, but his imposing manner made people not dare to approach him. Jiang Suzhou steadied his mind and continued to speak. "You were just dragged out of prison and sent to this prince? Imperial brother, do you think this prince is unrestrained? Do you think this prince can still eat?" He tried his best to say some harsh words, but when the words came out, it was so awkward that his back trembled a little. Hu Wujiu's gaze moved away from the red veil on the ground and lightly swept across Jiang Suzhou. He saw that person standing in the light with a straight back and a cold gaze. His fox-like eyes, which were raised at the ends, were glittering under the red candlelight. His red clothes made the small red mole at the end of his eye look even more bewitching. His tone was quite fierce, but it was awkward. There was even a hint of apology and shame in his voice, as if he had never been fierce to anyone before. He had fought with Nanjing many times and had naturally heard of His Highness, Prince Jing. He was a sickly man, the son of a demoness who brought disaster to the country. He was full of evil tricks and was definitely not a good person. Prince Jing was sinister and vicious. He had long been notorious. As early as when he was 12 or 13 years old and was still a prince, there were always corpses being dragged out of his palace, and they did not look good. After he suddenly became gay, many of the male pets in his harem were played to death by him. Now, there were not many left alive. But now it seemed. It was an exaggeration. On the other side, Jiang Suzhou was only focused on considering his own words and did not notice Hu Wujiu's fleeting glance. He paused for a moment, then continued. "Find a doctor tomorrow to take a look at you. Even if you have to die, don't die in front of me." As he said this, he turned around. "From now on, behave yourself and don't make trouble for this prince." After he finished speaking, Jiang Suzhou quietly let out a sigh of relief. This should be fierce enough, right? He had to maintain his fierceness towards the enemy without actually hurting him. He also had to find a reason to treat his injuries. It was really difficult. Naturally, he wanted to treat Hu Wujiu's injuries tonight. After all, he had just been released from prison. The future emperor would definitely not give him a doctor. Although a superficial wound was not fatal, it was not easy to delay treatment. Moreover, Jiang Suzhou was a modern person who had never seen a bloody scene. Even if he smelled the blood on Hu Wuzhou's body, he was still a bit scared. But he knew that he could not. As the only prince in the imperial court, he was not clear about the kind of people in his residence. This was also the reason why he had ordered everyone to leave just now. As soon as the enemy was sent in, it was naturally unreasonable for him to rush to treat the other party's injuries. But if the two of them were alone for a night, then the reason to invite a doctor for the other party tomorrow was enough. So, Jiang Suzhou looked around without leaving a trace. This was the hall in the residence that was specially used for wedding ceremonies. Other than the red-painted bed with gold edges, there was only a small couch left to lie on. There was no other place to sleep. The couch was exquisite and unique. The four corners were carved, and the width was no more than 2 meters. Compared to furniture, it was more like an ornament. Jiang Suzhou's eyes revealed a look of resignation. He knew that he could only stay on this couch for the night. Before he left, he did not forget to turn around and look coldly at Hu Wuzhou. "Go lie on the bed by yourself. Stay away from me. Don't let the smell of your blood get to me," he said. He did not know that his arrogant and condescending look, coupled with his overly delicate face, was somewhat seductive under the flickering red candlelight. After saying this, Jiang Suzhou turned around and went straight to the couch to lie down. He was going to make do with it for the night. He faced the wall and did not notice that after he lay down, Hu Wuzhou's gaze fell on his back. The cold scrutiny was as cold as a blade buried in the ice and snow of the sun pass. After a moment, Hu Wuzhou withdrew his gaze. He lowered his eyes and slowly turned his left hand, which had been resting on his knee, over and opened his palm. That hand was stained with blood. Under the flickering red candlelight, what was held in his palm was a piece of wood as sharp as a blade. On the way here, he had forcibly broken it from the inner wall of the bridal sedan chair. Originally, this piece of wood should have been used to cut Prince Jing's throat at any opportunity. But, he glanced indifferently at Jiang Suzhou's back. Just a moment ago, when he was about to kill Prince Jing, he met his eyes. Bright and clean, but also very flustered, as if he had scared him. Hu Wuzhou closed his eyes. The piece of wood had clearly been clenched into his flesh, but at that moment, he could not bring himself to do it. He did not seem to have a hobby of bullying the weak. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His hands supported himself on both sides of the wheelchair. With a little force, he moved himself from the wheelchair to the bed. All the pain in his body was triggered, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. However, he didn't seem to notice it at all. With a slight movement of his hand, he hid the blood-stained piece of wood under the bed with the slight rustling of the cloth as he moved. His gaze swept over Jiang Suzhou and saw that he did not seem to be lying comfortably. His back was stiff, as if he was forcing himself to sleep. Hiss. Hu Wuzhou calmly withdrew his gaze. After Jiang Suzhou lay down, he closed his eyes and waited for sleep to pass through the night. It would be best if he woke up the next day in his apartment and was woken up by the alarm clock. However, even if Jiang Suzhou just wanted to sleep peacefully, he couldn't get what he wanted. In fact, this bed that was carved with flowers not only looked uncomfortable, but lying on it was even more uncomfortable. He could only lie on his side and drape a thin cloak over his body, barely enough to serve as a blanket. This sickly body was so delicate that it was beyond his expectations. The narrow bed made his waist and back ache. Even though it was spring indoors, his hands and feet were cold. He tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep. He could only watch helplessly as the red candles in the room burned out and the sky outside the window gradually brightened. When he sat up early in the morning, his whole body was in so much pain that he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. His throat was also a little itchy, making him want to cough. He held his throat and coughed twice, then rubbed his dizzy forehead. Outside the window, there were already many servant girls waiting in the corridor. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Meng Qianshan standing at the door with his hands behind his back. He was probably waiting for him to wake up so he could come in and serve him. He definitely couldn't let him in. If he came in, wouldn't the fact that he and Hu Wuzhou didn't sleep together be exposed? Jiang Suzhou immediately made a decision. He had to run. He had to run quickly. He glanced at Huowujiu. There was an empty wheelchair on the other side of the bed. Huowujiu was lying motionlessly on his side, facing him. Some light came in through the window and shone on his face. His crow feather-like eyelashes cast a shadow. He was indeed very good-looking. The contours of his face were very neat, his facial features were deep, and the bridge of his nose was high. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and his malicious and fierce black eyes were covered by his long eyelashes. He looked exceptionally handsome and flamboyant. Facing the sunlight, Xianxia saw that there was a small old scar at the end of his left eyebrow, cutting off that sharp eyebrow abruptly. It was like a scratch that landed on a divine weapon, causing it to fall into the mortal world, staining it with a bit of blood energy. He was fast asleep. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and carefully got up from the couch. It was great that Huowujiu was still unconscious. After all, he had spoken so harshly last night, yet he had hidden to sleep at the side for the entire night. Today, when the sun rose, he had to run away with his tail between his legs. No matter how he looked at it, it was a bit embarrassing. This kind of shameful thing was more suitable to be done secretly. With this thought in mind, Xianxia straightened his robe and stood up straight. He appeared to be magnanimous, but in fact, he walked out quietly. As the footsteps faded away, the door creaked open, and then it was closed again. The only slight sound in the room disappeared, leaving only an empty silence. Huowujiu opened his eyes. That pair of gloomy eyes were awake and sharp, not at all like someone who had just woken up. His gaze fell coldly on the couch under the window. Under the open window, the sunlight fell on the couch, and fine dust danced in the light. There was no one on the couch. It was even carefully tidied up. Just by looking at the clumsily flattened wrinkles, one could see that the person was trying hard to cover up the traces of sleep. Huowujiu's gaze paused. He had always been extremely vigilant, and his ears were sharp. Therefore, none of Imperial Prince Jing's movements last night escaped his eyes. He watched him squeeze himself down on the bird-sized couch, and listened to him toss and turn there all night in what he thought was a very light movement. Just now, she heard him tiptoeing out like a thief. It was unbelievable. Before coming here, Huowujiu had anticipated what he would face in Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Imperial Prince Jing was vicious, sinister, cunning, and vengeful. He didn't get along well with Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing seemed to be rewarding him, but in fact, he was using him to humiliate Imperial Prince Jing. There was no way Imperial Prince Jing wouldn't hate him. His situation would only be more difficult than when he was in the Imperial prison. However, Imperial Prince Jing didn't do anything. Instead, he avoided him, as if he was very scary. Huowujiu couldn't help but lower his eyelashes and look at his legs. The people of Nanjing were indeed afraid of him. It was because they were afraid of him that they crippled his meridians and broke his legs. Even when he was a cripple who couldn't even stand up, they were still afraid of him. Just like yesterday, half of the Imperial guards were mobilized to take him out of the prison, and all the streets were cordoned off. That sedan chair was even more secure than a prison wagon. It was as if he had the ability to grow wings and fly out. Huowujiu had long known that in the past, he had made them tremble in fear at the mention of his name. Now, their abuse of him would become even more severe. As long as he fell into the hands of the enemy's fear would turn into a knife that stabbed him. Only when he was on his last breath would they be at ease. They were right to do so. After all, he was Huowujiu. As long as he had room to move, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. But this Imperial Prince Jing, Huowujiu frowned. He had never seen someone like Imperial Prince Jing. He was obviously afraid of him and had plenty of ways to deal with him, but he didn't do anything. He didn't believe that Imperial Prince Jing was a kind person at all. However, it seemed that Imperial Prince Jing didn't need to put on an act in front of him. Huowujiu closed his eyes. He had already guessed many of Imperial Prince Jing's moves when he was in the prison. He had prepared a backup plan for himself. He knew that there would be an unforeseen event, but he didn't expect the unforeseen event he encountered was actually Imperial Prince Jing. Meng Qianshan, who was waiting at the door, was shocked when he saw Xianxia push open the door and come out. He looked at the sky and hurried forward, saying, "Master, there's still more than 2 hours before the imperial court meeting. Why don't you rest a little longer?" Jiang Suzhou closed the door. The imperial court meeting? He was aware of this. The Jing dynasty didn't have an imperial court meeting early in the morning. Instead, it was held every 5 days. It was called the imperial court meeting. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter it the second day after he transmigrated. He nodded and said faintly with a slightly hoarse voice, "I woke up early." "It's fine." Meng Qianshan hurriedly responded. He turned his head and ordered the servants to prepare a meal in the prince's courtyard. He then helped Jiang Suzhou up and led him out of the courtyard. Jiang Suzhou hadn't slept all night and was feeling dizzy. He didn't refuse and allowed Meng Qianshan to help him. Meng Qianshan cautiously glanced at him as they walked. Good fellow. There were dark circles under his eyes, his face was pale, his steps were unsteady, and there was an unconcealable tiredness in his eyes. "This, the prince, last night was quite intense, wasn't it?" Meng Qianshan glanced at him and carefully looked away. However, he couldn't control his eyes. He couldn't help but take a second and third glance. He peeked so frequently that even Jiang Suzhou noticed. Jiang Suzhou had just sat down on the carriage in front of the courtyard when he saw Meng Qianshan sneakily looking at him again. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" Meng Qianshan hurriedly looked away and said with a smile, "Nothing, nothing. I just wanted to ask the prince if there was anything he wanted to use this morning." Jiang Suzhou shook his head, "Anything is fine." Meng Qianshan hurriedly responded. He ordered the servants to lift the carriage and walked in the direction of Anin Hall. Jiang Suzhou pondered for a moment and asked, "Meng Qianshan, Huawu? Madame Hua is moving to a courtyard. Have you made the appropriate arrangements?" Although his mind was muddled, he still remembered his plans from last night. Last night, they slept in the hall used for wedding ceremonies in the prince's estate. Today, Huawujia was moving to his residence. Since he had made up his mind not to provoke him, he couldn't mistreat him in these basic necessities. Meng Qianshan was dumbfounded. "Huh? Since when did the prince ask about such trivial matters in the estate?" Jiang Suzhou didn't receive a response for a moment. He turned his head and saw Meng Qianshan standing there in a daze. "Meng Qianshan," he reminded him. Meng Qianshan hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, the prince. I've already sent the order." Jiang Suzhou paused and continued, "He seems to be badly injured. Send someone to take a look at him later." Good fellow, he actually wants to find a doctor for him. Meng Qianshan nodded repeatedly, "This servant will find a mansion doctor in a moment to take a look at Madame Hua." Jiang Suzhou grunted in acknowledgement and said, "Be careful." After he finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He rested his forehead on his hand and took a nap. However, he didn't notice that Meng Qianshan, who was standing next to him, was already dumbfounded by his instructions. He was already screaming in his heart. He had been sent to serve the prince since he was a little over 10 years old. He had been with him for many years, but he had never seen the prince care about these things. It wasn't as if there were no other madams in the estate. No matter how much the prince doted on them, he had never seen the prince take such care of them. He didn't forget that when the prince came last night, he was as cold as ice and filled with anger. Yesterday, he threw away other people's veil and drank the nuptial wine alone. Just waiting for other people's gazes made his back break out in cold sweat. It had only been one night, and he was already thinking about the madam inside. What else could change a person's attitude so quickly? Even though he was only a eunuch, he still knew a thing or two. But thinking about it, it made sense. Just by looking at the prince's excessive indulgence today, he could see a glimpse of the madam inside. Thinking of this, Meng Qianshan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that cripple to be so capable. After the people from Jiangsuizhou left, the courtyard became completely silent. Huawuzhou sat up and pulled the wheelchair closer. He used the edge of the bed to push himself onto the wheelchair. He quietly gathered his hair and neatly tied it behind his head. He raised his head and looked out the window. The sky was bright. He had always been very adaptable. When he was at Yangguan, he was able to tolerate the sand and dust in the northern lands and was able to happily ride his horse in the Gobi Desert. When his father started the war, he quickly adapted to the years of war and learned how to climb out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was able to lead his subordinates and become a qualified general. Now, in a very short period of time, he had also learned how to live with a pair of completely useless legs, and how to deal with whatever came his way when he was alone in the enemy's camp. The sun outside the window gradually rose. Light shone through the window and onto the ground. As the sun rose, it slowly moved in the direction of Huowujiu. Just as the light was about to envelop the wheelchair, there was a knock on the door. Huowujiu looked in the direction of the door. His eyes darkened. He knew that if he wanted to get an answer, now was a good opportunity. Jiang Suizhou naturally didn't know that Meng Qianshan was secretly planning something behind his back. He closed his eyes. He didn't feel sleepy, so he focused on thinking about the court meeting in a while. During the court meeting, not only did the officials have to pay their respects, but they also had to discuss official business. But, looking at the business level of the Nanjing Empress recorded in the history books, it was possible to guess that she probably couldn't discuss any serious matters in court. What Jiang Suizhou was worried about was his identity. After all, there were pitifully few records of his identity as Imperial Prince Jing. There weren't even many words about him. He was the only surviving younger brother of the late Meng Qianshan, a sickly invalid who died young. Now, there was one more thing to add: he was a homosexual. It was practically a blank page. Therefore, he didn't even know what his current position was. He also didn't know who the original Huowujiu knew, what kind of relationships they had, or how to deal with them. What was even more worrying was that he had just married the famous General Hui yesterday. Presumably, he would become the target of public criticism today. As it turned out, his worries were extremely accurate. After all, as soon as he changed into a high-ranking official's gown, Jiang Suizhou would know his official rank. Then he would wait for the Meng Qianshan to bring him a toothbrush, and he would know where he should stand when he went to court. The specialization he had learned was too suitable for him, which gave him an advantage when it came to transmigration. However, what he had learned did not teach him how to deal with the strange gazes of the civil and military officials. Ever since he got off the sedan and entered the Kaiyang Gate, the number of officials around him had increased, and they had been sizing him up continuously. It was fine if one or two people looked at him, but almost everyone looked at him a few times. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but feel uneasy. Some of those gazes were filled with schadenfreude, some were filled with disgust and disdain, and some were filled with grief and hatred. There was even a courageous official who walked over to Jiang Suizhou and nudged him with his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Your Highness Prince Jing, you must be exhausted from last night, right? You're really lucky with women, you're really lucky with women." Judging from his official robe, he was of the third rank of the secondary class. He wasn't a high-ranking official. Although his official rank wasn't high and he only had an idle job in the Ministry of Rights, he was still a first-rank imperial prince. Since he dared to be so eccentric with him, there must be someone backing him up. Wasn't the treacherous official Pang Xiao, who was famous in history books, in the current dynasty? Jiang Suizhou glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. His cold and arrogant gaze had always been very intimidating. Now that there was a hint of warning in his gaze, the official was immediately scared stiff. The vulgar smile on his face, which was filled with schadenfreude, awkwardly disappeared. Jiang Suizhou didn't look at him anymore. He quickened his pace and walked away from him. His appearance more or less intimidated some people, and it made the latter part of his journey to court much smoother. It also freed him up and allowed him to see other things. Before Jiang Suizhou fled to the south, the capital was Yi City. 3 years ago, Huowujiu led the Liang army into the capital. The previous emperor, Emperor Jingling, hurriedly fled to the south with his family and officials. He died of illness along the way. The current emperor, Jiang Xuanheng, hurriedly fled to Yuhang and changed the name to Linan. Only then did Linan become the new capital. It hadn't even been 3 years since the capital was established, but the imperial palace had already been hastily built. The construction of the imperial palace was rough and the planning was chaotic. It was obvious that it was the result of rushed work. According to history books, after Jiang Suizhou fled to Linan, he insisted that he wouldn't be the emperor without an imperial palace. This forced Jiang Suizhou to hastily build the imperial city within half a year. Although it was rough, the cost wasn't small. Along the way, the entire imperial city was dazzling and extremely extravagant. It was obvious that a large sum of money had been spent. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The history books weren't biased at all when it came to the absurd actions of Jiang Suizhou's emperor. When he walked up the long white marble steps in front of Guangyuan Hall, he saw that there were already quite a few court officials standing inside. Because they studied historical materials in school, they were all very meticulous. Therefore, Jiang Suizhou didn't have to spend too much effort to find his place and stand there. Standing diagonally in front of him was an old official who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Judging from his court robes, he was of the second rank, which was one rank higher than Jiang Suizhou. Seeing Jiang Suizhou arrive, the old official turned around and nodded at him as a greeting. "Your Highness, Prince Jing, you came early today," he said with a faint smile. As he turned around, Jiang Suizhou saw the words on his toothbrush. The Minister of Rites, Gu, was Jiang Suizhou's immediate superior. His expression was distant and friendly. It seemed that he didn't have a close relationship with Prince Jing. When Jiang Suizhou heard this, he nodded at him and said good morning. Gu looked to the side and saw that it was quiet and there wasn't anyone around. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness has suffered some grievances. Just bear with it for a while and it will pass." After he finished speaking, he nodded at Jiang Suizhou kindly and turned around to leave. Jiang Suizhou didn't quite understand the meaning behind his words. Hearing this, he responded and ended the conversation. However, he quickly understood Gu's meaning. When the time came, the bright morning sun leapt over the golden glazed roof. Outside Xingyang Hall, the sound of drums could be heard, followed by the singing of eunuchs. History's famous and capable ruler, Jiang Suizhou's emperor, Jingyu Emperor Jiang Suanheng, had arrived. In the thousands of years of history, there weren't many people who could be given the title of Yu by later generations. After all, as an emperor, most of them had merits and demerits. There were very few who could be so muddle-headed that later generations would point at their noses and use their posthumous titles to scold them. Jiang Suanheng and his father, who had the posthumous title of Ling, were two of them. Jiang Suizhou saluted along with the civil and military officials, then raised his head to look at the dragon throne. He saw that the person sitting in the dragon throne was a bloated fatty who looked to be around 30 years old. His body was wrapped in a black dragon robe with 12 patterns. He sat very crookedly, and the pendant on his head swayed back and forth, making tinkling sounds. Before Jiang Suizhou could take a closer look, he met the eyes of the empress. That fatty's small eyes scanned the court officials, then accurately found Jiang Suizhou. Immediately, a malicious but extremely joyful light appeared in his eyes. Jiang Suizhou's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, in the next moment, the empress opened her mouth. "Fifth. Brother, did you enjoy the beautiful concubine I bestowed upon you last night?" He asked the question in a sarcastic tone, causing half of the court officials to laugh along with him. The originally solemn and serene atmosphere of the court suddenly became absurd. Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth. "You didn't use the court meeting that was held once every 5 days to discuss official business. Instead, you were ruined to this extent. No wonder the history book scolded you for being a fatuous ruler, and no wonder your Jing dynasty was destroyed." However, Jiang Suizhou more or less sensed a different meaning from these words. Empress Jing came with malicious intentions, and the court officials either followed suit or remained silent with ugly expressions. It was obvious that the original owner of this body was not well liked in the court. Empress Jing's bestowment of a concubine was also killing 2 birds with 1 stone, humiliating both of them at once. Therefore, he naturally couldn't show his happiness. Thinking of this, Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth and showed a somewhat humiliated expression, as if he didn't want to mention yesterday's matter. "This subject brother thanks imperial brother for the reward." Empress Jing laughed loudly. "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." "Hey, I heard that you didn't come out of his room last night," he said. Jiang Suizhou, this fatuous ruler wasn't done yet. As he had expected, there were indeed spies in his residence. Moreover, Empress Jing didn't hide it at all and openly said it out loud. Presumably, it wasn't that he was open and aboveboard, but that this fatuous ruler was really brainless. Xianxia cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Empress Jing became even more excited when she saw his expression. You woke up early in the morning and even called for a doctor? Fifth brother, you should take care of your health. How can you withstand this kind of torment when you were in your mother's womb? As he spoke, he even greeted one of the officials in the front row. Uncle, did you see that? My fifth brother's face is deathly pale. I can see the dark circles under his eyes from afar. He must have had a lot of trouble last night, ha 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 ha. From the way he addressed him, the official he greeted must be Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao was Empress Dowager Peng's elder brother and was the Minister of Justice. According to the historical records, he was still restrained in the previous dynasty. After Jiang Xuanheng ascended to the throne, he revealed his true colors and only cared about money and power. When it came to Jiang Xuanheng, he indulged and flattered him. Therefore, Empress Jing also liked this uncle very much. Sure enough, after hearing Empress Jing's words, a few low chuckles came from the front row of officials. They didn't express any opinion and didn't have the slightest intention of restraining or persuading him. Jiang Xuezhou even heard a bit of joy in his laughter. He gradually understood. It turned out that not only did his family have an ancestor who wanted to kill him sooner or later, but his situation in the imperial court was also very bad. Jiang Xuezhou didn't want to dwell on the bitterness in his heart. He just stood there and listened indifferently to Empress Jing's wanton mockery and sarcasm, occasionally responding. The more Empress Jing spoke, the more excited he became. It was obvious at a glance that he had exhausted his pitiful little brain to come up with this wonderful marriage. He had been waiting for this day. Jiang Xuezhou couldn't be bothered to refute and let him do as he pleased. At this moment, a few faint throat-clearing sounds came from the front row of officials. Empress Jing paused and immediately looked in that direction. Then, he immediately showed an expression of understanding and laughed a few times. Fifth younger brother, I thought about it yesterday, he said. Jiang Xuezhou looked up and saw Empress Jing narrowing his small eyes and looking at him with a malicious smile. Wasn't the father of Madame Hua in your residence the Marquis Dingbei of Dying? Now, after going around in circles, they are family again. Dying can be considered Madame Hua's maiden home, he said. In that case, the rule of returning home in 3 days can't be abolished. I will make the decision. 3 days later, you can bring Madame Hua to the palace to return home. How about it? Return home, Hua. Wu Jiu had destroyed Hou Zhu's country, and Hou Zhu had killed Hua Wujiu's father. At this point, how could he still say that this was Hua Wujiu's mother's home? Although he said that he wanted to return home, his undisguised tone was clearly looking for an excuse to bring Hua Wujiu back to ridicule and humiliate him. Through thousands of years of history books, Jiang Suzhou had some understanding of this incapable ruler. He was as stupid as he could be. This despicable move to make Hua Wujiu return home was definitely not something he could come up with. Jiang Suzhou saw the exchange of glances between Hou Zhu and Peng Xiao. In all likelihood, Peng Xiao was in cahoots with Hou Zhu. Hou Zhu wanted to vent his anger on Hua Wujiu, and Peng Xiao wanted to please him. Therefore, Peng Xiao came up with this idea for him. The two of them hit it off and got what they wanted. In the end, Jiang Suzhou was the one who suffered. It didn't matter who wanted to insult Hua Wujiu. In Hua Wujiu's eyes, he, Jiang Suizhou, was on the same side as them. Hou Zhu felt good after bullying him. This debt was on Jiang Suzhou's head. If Jiang Xuanheng didn't want to live, he could do it. However, he couldn't use Jiang Suzhou's head as a bargaining chip. Jiang Suzhou gritted his teeth. He had to refuse on behalf of Hua Wujiu and come up with a reasonable reason. He paused. His exquisite and almost beautiful face showed some disgust and embarrassment. Imperial brother, there's no need for that. He lowered his eyes. His long eyelashes blocked the emotions in his eyes, and he put on a posture of refusal. A cripple is unworthy of elegance. How could he provoke Imperial brother's disgust? His tone was very slow, and his disgust was obvious. His words were beautiful, as if he was thinking for the future master. However, when the people around him heard it, they knew that he was just saying a few beautiful words because he was embarrassed. Naturally, no matter what, he was still a prince of a country. Entering the palace with a prisoner of war to return home was too comical and embarrassing. Many of the courtiers had gloating expressions on their faces. When the lord heard this, he became even more spirited. What? You don't want to bring it out? Fifth brother, you just consummated your marriage last night. Why are you so heartless today? Xianxia couldn't help but feel disgusted by his strange tone, but he had no choice but to continue the act. He paused for a moment, as if he was extremely embarrassed because he had been intimate with the other person. After a moment, he lowered his voice and said, Imperial brother, this is different. Later Lord laughed loudly, and the entire imperial court was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Pang Xiao coughed again. Later Lord looked at him and saw Pang Xiao winking at him from below. Later Lord understood. Long before the imperial court, his uncle had told him that although he proposed to let Hua Wujiu return home and humiliate Xianxia, it was just a casual remark. More importantly, he wanted to use this matter as a bargaining chip in exchange for something good in Xianxia's hands. Although he wasn't interested in what good things Xianxia had, it was still a happy thing to be able to take something away from him. Even now, he was no longer the pitiful legitimate prince who was ignored by his imperial father and could only watch as his imperial father doted on Xianxia. Even now, he was already the emperor. His hobby still hadn't changed. Later Lord cleared his throat and changed into a more comfortable sitting position. He raised his leg and stepped on the cushion of the dragon chair. Fine. Since fifth brother is unwilling and wants to keep a mistress in a golden house, I won't force you. He dragged out his tone and smiled. However, since fifth brother wants to hide the mistress, he has to give something in exchange. Don't you think so? Xianxia frowned imperceptibly. Sure enough, he guessed right. Later Lord's trick was suggested by Pang Xiao. Since he had made Later Lord happy, he naturally wouldn't leave without a reward. If Later Lord didn't want to give him this reward, then Pang Xiao would definitely take it himself. But, from the looks of it, he was just an idle prince. What was there for them to scheme against? Xianxia paused and said tentatively, Imperial brother, please speak. Later Lord cleared his throat. After thinking about it, I think that the Ministry of Works should be the one to build the ancestral hall, not the Ministry of Rights. It just so happens that Luan Zhaoi has been begging me these days to let her father share your burden. Fifth brother, no matter what, you can't let the beauty be sad, right? Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. So that was the case. During the reign of Emperor Jingyu, the corruption in the imperial court had reached its peak because of Pang Xiao's power. Since ancient times, the officials were the easiest to tamper with. Among these, the most profitable one was definitely the construction of the palace. Because of this, when Later Lord made a fuss about building a new palace, Pang Xiao allowed him to build it. Anyway, once the palace was built, the money would flow from the national treasury to Pang Xiao's pocket. Now it seemed that the palace's renovation hadn't been completed yet. That was why Pang Xiao was eyeing this cushy job covetously. But Xianxia didn't understand how such an obvious piece of fat meat fell into his hands. He didn't say anything for a while. His gaze swept around the imperial court without leaving a trace. Some were watching the show calmly, while others were keeping a cold face and not saying anything. There were even a few officials who looked nervous and kept glancing at him. Under the turbulent undercurrent, there was a clear distinction between them, as if there were two factions in the dark. A bad guess suddenly arose in Xianxia's mind. Looking at the situation, it seemed that he had some hidden forces in the imperial court. This job was given to him by those people. Pang Xiao manipulated Later Lord to say these words. It seemed that he was also competing with him. If that was the case, the situation was much more complicated. If he took a step back now, it wouldn't only hurt his own interests. But, firstly, he was in the dark now. He didn't know what was going on in the imperial court. He didn't even know who his subordinates were. Even if he took this job, there would be trouble. Secondly, he was now faced with a choice between the two. He could either give up this hard-won benefit from Prince Jing and offend his colleagues, or he could bring Hua Wujiu into the palace and humiliate Hua Wujiu and offend Hua Wujiu. Xianxia sighed. It was as if he was being roasted in a fire. But compared to the two options, his head was more important. On the dragon throne, later Lord was still urging him, fifth younger brother, why aren't you saying anything? Between a beauty and a good job, you have to choose one, right? Xianxia looked up. This time, the disgust and anger on his face were no longer feigned. Imperial brother is right. I really shouldn't have overstepped my boundaries, he said slowly. He saw that later Lord was smiling even more proudly. The sky was bright and the shadows of the trees outside the window danced. The sun shone brightly through the tender green branches and spread mottled light on the glossy dark tiles. Fine dust particles danced quietly in the light, making the light look like gauze. It was bright and quiet. Dr. Zhou knelt on the ground, paralyzed. His back was straight and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. His eyes were wide open and his neck was stiff. He didn't dare to move. In front of the throbbing blood vessels on his neck was a sharp, blood-stained piece of wood. The blood wasn't his, but he could feel how sharp this piece of wood was. It could instantly cut through his throat and take his life. Madam. General. General. General, what do you want to ask? Just ask. His voice trembled as he spoke. A low voice sounded above his head. It was Huowu in his wheelchair. He sat there and leaned over. One arm was lazily resting on his knee. The other hand was holding the piece of wood covered in blood. It was pressed firmly against Dr. Zhou's throat. What did he send you here for? He tilted his head and lowered his eyes. He looked down at the person kneeling in front of him and asked. Dr. Zhou trembled as he told the truth, I'm here to treat your injuries under the orders of eunuch Qianshan. Huowu said coldly, speak the truth. Dr. Zhou was about to cry. I'm telling you the truth. Huowu coldly looked him up and down. He didn't seem to be faking it, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that he was faking it. Huowu already had his suspicions when this person came and said that he was a doctor in the residence. Emperor Jing was an idiot, but King Jing wasn't. Emperor Jing only wanted to torture him for fun. However, King Jing's goal would not be this simple. If he didn't make a move, he would definitely be plotting something. What King Jing wanted from him was either information on the Liang army or to use him to fight against Emperor Jing. Although his performance yesterday didn't match the rumors weren't groundless. Therefore, if Imperial Prince Jing wanted to lower his guard and control him, then the best way to do so would be to drug him under the pretext of a doctor's order. Huowu looked at the doctor who was trembling like a sieve. His gaze was cold and unmoved. Then open your mouth, he ordered. The doctor trembled as he obeyed. The next moment, a pill suddenly fell into his mouth. Before he could react, someone had already grabbed his chin tightly and lifted it up abruptly. The pill fell into his stomach. The doctor's pupils trembled. He immediately felt an intense burning pain rising from his stomach. In front of him, the handsome general slowly put away the wooden piece and sat up with his hands on his knees. His eyes were as dark as a deep pool, calm and without any ripples. He looked like the impermanence of hell that took people's lives. He leaned against the back of the wheelchair. Although he was sitting on an extremely simple wooden chair, his aura made him look like he was sitting on a tiger's skin in an imperial tent. He looked down at Dr. Zhou and said, this pill will corrode the 5 internal organs in less than a minute. While I still have the antidote, tell me why they sent you here. Dr. Zhou wept bitterly. I'm not lying to you. The burning pain in his stomach made him tremble with fear. He was anxious and scared. He awkwardly grabbed the medicine box that had been thrown to the side and opened it for Huowu to see. This humble one really received orders to come and treat your injuries. These are all medicine for your injuries. If you don't believe me, just pick one. I can use it on myself and testify for you. As he spoke, he hurriedly poured out the contents of the medicine box and opened them one by one for Huowu to see. Huowu looked at him quietly. This time, he believed that this person was telling the truth. Was he really here to treat his injuries? For some reason, the scene of Jiang Suizhou under the red candlelight last night appeared in his mind. He was clearly a rabbit that was so scared that its ears had turned to the back of its head, but he still pretended to be fierce. That's right, he probably didn't have the guts to drug me. Huowu quietly looked at the doctor on the ground. After a while, he took out a small bottle and threw a dark brown pill on the ground. "One pill is worth 3 months. You're not allowed to say a word about what happened today. After 3 months, come and get the medicine from me again," Hua Wujiu said. Dr. Zhou hurriedly picked up the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. "Since you're here to treat my injuries, then get up and take a look," Hua Wujiu said indifferently and looked down at the small bottle in his hand. He only had 2 types of medicine on him. When he was imprisoned, the soldiers who escorted him were former subordinates of his father's old friend, Lu Yu. Therefore, when they searched his belongings, he was able to leave behind some life-saving items. One of them could quickly stop bleeding when severely injured, but after swallowing, it would cause severe pain in the 5 viscera. The pain would disappear after about half an hour. The other one could raise the qi and replenish the blood. It was most useful when marching in the snow. He glanced at the doctor who was stumbling to his feet while wiping away his tears. He looked away and quietly put the medicine back into his clothes. Perhaps before today, Dr. Zhou's understanding of the term fugitive had only stopped at its literal meaning. But today, he finally understood what it meant to be a fugitive. The person on the bed was clearly injured all over and had lost half of his life. His pulse and breathing were weak, but he could still turn a deaf ear to it. He calmly allowed Dr. Zhou to remove the rotten flesh and sprinkle medicinal powder on him. He even had the time to remind Dr. Zhou not to play any tricks and steal the antidote in advance. Dr. Zhou naturally did not dare to do so. He trembled as he applied the medicine. The robe on his upper body was removed. What entered Dr. Zhou's eyes were the crisscrossing whip wounds on his taut muscles. The severity of the punishment was already lacerated, and the new wounds were stacked on top of the old ones. Perhaps it was because the torture tools were dipped in salt water, but the wounds did not scab and were faintly showing signs of festering. More than a month in prison. Just from looking at him, it could be seen how long each day felt like a year. If these wounds were on someone else, even if they did not die from the pain, they would have been unable to move long ago. But when this person wore a robe, if one did not look at his face, it was as if he was not injured at all. Dr. Zhou had been a doctor for so many years, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. It was said that people who were ruthless to themselves would not be soft-hearted to others. Therefore, Dr. Zhou did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's medicine. He could only accept his fate. From now on, he would most likely have to listen to his orders. The process of applying medicine was rather long. It was only when Hua Wujiu's upper body was almost completely wrapped in gauze that it finally came to an end. "Your injuries are too severe and have already lost qi and blood. After the wounds heal, there is no guarantee that they will become inflamed and feverish. In serious cases, it could be life-threatening. I will prescribe a few more medicines for you to take orally." Hua Wujiu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. "Look at my legs," he said. Dr. Zhou was stunned by the interruption, and only then did he realize what he was talking about. However, before he could react, Hua Wujiu had already quietly bent down. He pulled up his robe with one hand and rolled up his trousers with the other. It was a pair of slender, straight legs that looked like they were filled with strength. However, under the scars and bloodstains, the shocking wounds that were deep enough to see the bones were clearly visible. That was a wound left behind when his flesh was cut and his meridians were severed. Dr. Zhou only took a glance and then looked away in panic. Although his medical skills were not bad, he was not a peerless divine doctor. With just a glance, he knew that there was no medicine that could cure such injuries. He looked at Hua Wujiu. She saw that pair of deep, black eyes quietly looking at the wound where the flesh had been flipped open. He was so calm that even Dr. Zhou was scared. "Can you still stand up?" he heard Hua Wujiu ask. Dr. Zhou hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "I'd better bandage your leg as well. If the wound festers, it will be difficult to treat." He carefully avoided Hua Wujiu's question, which could be considered as telling him that there was no hope. Hua Wujiu said nothing. A moment later, he grunted and let go of the cloth in his hand. He sat up and leaned back against the wheelchair. He was very quiet. Dr. Zhou did not dare to look at his face again. However, when he bent forward and applied medicine on his leg, he saw his hand on his knee. The meridians on the back of his hand bulged. His 5 fingers clenched tightly and broke the old wound in his palm. After Jiang Suzhou said that, he clearly felt that the successor was satisfied. In other words, the successor was not satisfied with what he said, but with the unhappiness on his face when he said it. The successor seemed to be especially malicious towards him. He especially liked to build his happiness on his pain. After Jiang Suzhou agreed, the matter naturally came to an end. The successor seemed to have lost interest in the imperial court. Several officials had a report to submit, but he listened to it with disinterest. He waved his hand and said that he would let the prime minister make the decision. The imperial court had become Pang Xiao's territory. Therefore, the morning court did not last long. It ended with a yawn from the successor. Jiang Suzhou followed the officials out of Guangyuan Palace Hall and pursed his lips. He really did not expect that the successor's purpose in coming to the imperial court was to ridicule him. However, it seemed that the successor hated Hua Wujiu. At the same time, his attitude towards him was not much better. Now, Jiang Suzhou and Hua Wujiu were tied together. It would be much easier for the successor to vent his anger. Jiang Suzhou lowered his eyes and walked down the stairs step by step. He originally thought that he was already at death's door. He did not expect that he could still walk to this point with difficulty. At this moment, someone passed by him. "Your Highness's actions are really disappointing." The voice was old and gloomy. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw an old official with white hair and beard walking 2 to 3 feet away. When he turned around, Jiang Suzhou was stunned. The portrait in the historical records was so similar to the person in person. That person was none other than Jing Mo's only remaining good minister, Taichung Ling Chi Min. This person was an old official of the 3rd generation of the Jing dynasty. He was honest and upright. He was one of the few officials who dared to stand up against Pang Xiao in the imperial court. Jiang Suzhou looked at him in a daze. He did not speak for a while. Chi Min did not give him any face. He glanced at him and waved his sleeve, saying, "Your Highness, how can you give up the painstaking efforts of your colleagues in the Ministry of Rights for the sake of your reputation?" After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Jiang Suzhou came back to his senses. He did not expect that his guess in the imperial court was actually true. Although he appeared to be an idle prince, the silent officials in the court seemed to have subconsciously treated him as their backbone. Now, Chi Min's words completely confirmed his guess. Seeing that Chi Min was about to leave, Jiang Suzhou caught up with him and hurriedly spoke. "Does the prefect think that this prince is only doing this for my own reputation?" he asked in a low voice. After confirming this, Jiang Suzhou knew that he could not say or do nothing at this time. The officials all had their own motives for forming cliques. They secretly gathered under his command. Even Chi Min was involved in this mess. Their motive was most likely to be to fight against Pang Xiao. He still had 3 years to spend with these people. If he did not appease them well, he would probably die in the imperial court before Hua Wujiu beheaded him. So, what he had to do now was to fool them. For example, Chi Min in front of him. Although he had been an official for 3 dynasties and was the prefect of the prefect, in the end, he was just an official in charge of the ancestral temple etiquette. This kind of high-ranking official, although his position was high, did not have any real power. Presumably, he was a righteous person and would not curry favor or fight for power. This kind of person was easier to scare. Sure enough, when he heard Jiang Suzhou's words, Chi Min paused and slowed down his footsteps. When Jiang Suzhou saw this, he quickly sneered and said in an unfathomable tone, "The Prime Minister can openly manipulate His Majesty to fight with me in the imperial court today. Don't tell me that he can't do other things in the future?" he said. "The construction of the ancestral temple is related to our ancestors. If something happens here, prefect of the prefect, this is not something that you and I can bear." Sure enough, Chi Min did not say anything else. Jiang Suzhou smiled faintly, quickened his pace, and brushed past him. "Prefect of the prefect, what I want is not to save my own reputation," he said. "I want to save your lives." After leaving such a meaningful sentence, he swaggered off without looking back. After all, the best effect was to leave things unsaid and let the other party ponder and speculate. Moreover, the other party was an old-fashioned and conservative old man. After getting on the carriage waiting outside Kaiyang Gate, Jiang Suzhou secretly turned his head and saw Qi Min standing in front of Xingyang Gate with a solemn expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. He was really fooled by him. Jiang Suzhou could not help but smile a little. Although he was now in a hopeless situation with wolves in front and tigers behind, and all of them could kill him, it seemed quite interesting to find joy in suffering. For example, he could scare the great loyal minister whose name would go down in history. After that old man returned home, he would not be able to eat for a few days because of his ambiguous words. This feeling was quite strange. Although he originally chose to stay in school because he wanted to be a salted fish pretending to be a high-level intellectual, studying history was his hobby. After all, his family was chaotic since he was a child. His father relied on the fact that he had some money and changed wives more frequently than he changed carriages. Not only did he have many children, but each of them had their own mother. Those children knew how to group up from a young age. Jiang Suzhou was more miserable. His mother only gave birth to him, and he was too quiet and did not like to talk. His father and the other children played tricks at home, while Jiang Suzhou hid in his room to read books. However, books were books after all. They were just words. Now, he could actually watch those people from 1,000 years ago in the history books come and go in front of him. It seemed quite interesting. Jiang Suzhou had always been good at finding joy in suffering. Therefore, he put down the curtain in a good mood and sat back down. The carriage set off. While looking at the scenery outside through the fluttering curtain, he made plans in his heart. The court officials could not be neglected, but the most important thing was still the Huowujiu and his residence. He came from the future, so he had seen the spoilers. He knew that no matter how they fought, the dynasty would be destroyed in 3 years. Since that was the case, there was no point in fighting Peng Xiao to death. Therefore, he only needed to appease them and fool them for the next 3 years. That would be enough. The carriage swayed as it passed through the wide streets of linen. It turned into Qinghe district and stopped in front of Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Jiang Suzhou got off the carriage and went to Anin Hall, where he lived. His official position was leisurely, so he did not have to go to the Yamen for morning court. He wanted to rush to Imperial Prince Jing's study and flip through the letters and memorials in his room to understand more. However, at the entrance of Anin Hall, a maid who was about to cry blocked his way. "Your Highness." The maid was dressed exquisitely. She must be someone's personal maid. Madame Gu was wrong this morning and is crying right now. "Your Highness, please help her." Jiang Suzhou was stunned. "What, Madame Gu?" He frowned and said in a low voice. "What's the matter?" The maid hurriedly said, "This morning, Madame Hua, who just entered the residence, happened to bump into my master when she was moving out. My master just chatted with her for a while, and she attacked him." "You've injured master." Jiang Suzhou's originally much more relaxed expression stiffened bit by bit at the maidservant's words. He did not expect that the original owner of the body not only married Huowujiu, but also had other concubines in his backyard. He also did not expect that there would be a fight between men. The servants who came to help Huowujiu move the courtyard came when Dr. Zhou was applying medicine to Huowujiu's wound. When Huowujiu came, he was alone and didn't have any dowry or luggage to move. Therefore, only 2 maids and a tall and burly manservant came. These 2 maids were probably assigned to Huowujiu's residence to serve him. When they came in, they didn't look too good. Their eyes were downcast and they looked like they didn't want to talk to him. Seeing that Dr. Zhou was applying medicine to Huowujiu, one of the maids asked, "Dr. Zhou, how much longer will it take?" They didn't even pay any attention to Huowujiu. They didn't even salute him, as if they didn't see him at all. As Dr. Zhou bandaged Huowujiu's wound, he said, "Ladies, please wait for a moment. I'll be done in half an hour." The maid said, "Oh." She turned around and said, "Then hurry up. We'll wait outside." After she finished speaking, they turned around and left. They walked out of the room, but the door was left ajar. The maid who didn't speak just now said, "How annoying. It'll be noon soon. We'll have to bask in the sun again on the way." The other maid said, "That's right. It's so unlucky." When she heard this, the female attendant chuckled and said, "Bad luck? Basking in the sun isn't unlucky. We're the ones who are really unlucky. Isn't that so? Who would want to serve a cripple from an enemy nation? We're the ones who are unlucky." The two of them didn't lower their voices at all, as if they weren't afraid that the people in the room would hear them. The clear and melodious voice of a young girl clearly reached Dr. Zhou's ears. Dr. Zhou's legs began to tremble. Others didn't know, but he knew that the person sitting in the wheelchair in front of him was the king of hell who killed without batting an eyelid. Dr. Zhou was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked up at Huowujiu. He saw that he was sitting in the same place. He didn't even look up and didn't react at all. It was as if he didn't hear anything. The sunlight fell on the side of his face. Perhaps the sun was too bright, but it made people feel that the motionless cripple in front of them should be an extremely proud person. Dr. Zhou didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and bandaged his legs properly. From now on, the wound cannot come into contact with water. You need to change the medicine every 3 days. I will report this to the prince, Dr. Zhou said. Huowujiu said nothing. Dr. Zhou packed up his medicine box and left the room. Not long after, the 2 servant girls entered the room. They directed the servant boy to push the wheelchair up, which could be considered as taking Huowujiu away and sending him to his future residence. The wheelchair was not easy to push. The wheelchair was large and heavy to begin with. Since it was meant for Huowujiu, it was only a tool used to transport prisoners. The wheelchair was extremely crude. The 2 wheels on the chair had been removed from the prisoner's carriage and were barely attached to it. If one wanted to take a shortcut from here to the rear courtyard where his wife and concubine lived, they would have to pass through the prince's estate's garden. Jiangnan's gardens were always filled with beautiful scenery. There were streams and ponds everywhere. The paths for people to walk on were either small bridges or gravel paths. However, these 2 servant girls were lazy and didn't want to bask in the sun, so they insisted on walking through the garden. Even though the servant boy was strong, it was extremely strenuous for him to push the wheelchair. After walking for a while, he couldn't keep up with the 2. The 2 servant girls only cared about moving forward. After a while, they turned around and realized that Huowujiu had fallen behind. They were already resentful because they were assigned to serve Huowujiu. When they saw that their master didn't say a word from beginning to end, not only was he a cripple, but he was also a pushover, they became even more unbridled. One of them turned around and scolded, "Why are you walking so slowly? Could it be that you're a lady from a noble family and are afraid of dirtying your embroidered shoes?" The servant boy pushing the wheelchair was simple and honest. When he heard this, he was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly explained, "Sister, don't blame me. It's just that the road is difficult to walk on." The other one said coldly, "Who's talking about you? Why aren't you following?" If she wasn't talking about him, then there was no one else present. The servant boy didn't dare to say anything and could only push the wheelchair with his head lowered. The wheels weren't very sturdy, so it was extremely unstable. He panicked and didn't have enough strength. The wheelchair suddenly tilted and was about to flip over. However, he saw the person on the wheelchair, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, lightly raise his hand and press on the armrest. The wheelchair stabilized. The servant boy hurriedly bowed and was about to apologize and thank the master when he suddenly heard a lazy voice in front of him. "What's all this noise about?" The servant boy raised his head and saw 2 people standing under the weeping willow beside the pond. A group of servants followed behind them. One of them was dressed in green. His facial features were light and delicate, and he was as gentle as jade. The other was extremely beautiful. He was obviously a man, but he swayed his body and the robe on his body was actually red. They were the 2 madams of the Fu's Central Plains. The servant boy hurriedly followed the 2 maids and bowed, "Greetings, Madame Gu, Madame Su." The red-clothed Madame Gu waved her hand and had them all rise. She walked forward and said lazily, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Madame Hua, who just came in yesterday." As he spoke, he walked in front of Huowujiu and stopped in his tracks. Huowujiu acted as if he didn't see this person. "How old is Madame Hua this year?" "You should be 23, right?" he asked. Younger than me by a few years. In the future, just call me brother. As he spoke, he stood in front of Huowujiu with a smile, as if he was going to stop Huowujiu from leaving if Huowujiu ignored him. Huowujiu didn't even lift his eyelids. The atmosphere was quite awkward. The green-cloaked Madame Su next to him paused and walked forward. "Changyun, let's go." Gu Changyun didn't appreciate it. He smiled slowly and said, "Su-du, don't give in to him. This newcomer doesn't even greet us brothers. What's wrong with him?" Su-du glanced at Gu Changyun and frowned. He saw Gu Changyun reach out and lift Huowujiu's chin. "You're quite handsome. Raise your head and let me have a look." His voice stopped abruptly. Huowujiu, who was looking down, seemed to have eyes on his forehead. He suddenly raised his hand and pinched Gu Changyun's wrist precisely, stopping him from moving. In the next moment, he exerted force and twisted. The bones made a brittle sound. Jiang Suizhou naturally didn't want to interfere. He could guarantee with his head that General Hu wasn't the jealous person in the back residence. He must have provoked him first. If that was the case, why should he offend Huowujiu because of this person's flirting? What's the use of crying if he hit her? Women still know how to pull each other's hair when fighting in the inner courtyard. He was hit, so if he had the ability, he should hit back. Jiang Suizhou glanced at the servant girl indifferently and said coldly, "This prince still has important matters to attend to." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk around the servant girl and enter the courtyard. However, he didn't expect that the maid would actually take 2 steps forward and stop him. "Your Highness, the master's injuries are serious. The estate doctor said that person almost broke Madame's wrist." "Wasn't that close?" Jiang Suizhou looked up impatiently and was about to speak when he saw Meng Qianshan's expression. This little eunuch was foolish and naive. His emotions were written all over his face. At this moment, Meng Qianshan stared at him blankly. His expression was astonished, as if he had done something unreasonable. In front of him, the servant girl was still blocking him. Her eyes were brimming with tears, as if she wasn't afraid of his anger at all. Jiang Suizhou remembered that when he transmigrated here last night, there was a servant girl who was scared to death just by bumping into a basin of water. The servant girl in front of him dared to do this only because she was spoiled. Presumably, the Madame Gu they were talking about was one of the original host's favored concubines. Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth. He couldn't control himself and cursed the original host in his heart. "It's fine if you want to spoil a man, but can't you find someone less worrisome?" He took a deep breath and tried to persuade himself. He was already here. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to stay here for a few more years. Then, even if he hid, he would have to meet the original host's people sooner or later. Including his messy concubines. Jiang Suizhou comforted himself in his heart as he turned his head and said to the servant girl, "I'll go take a look during dinner." The servant girl immediately stopped crying and smiled through her tears. She bowed and thanked him. Meng Qianshan, who was beside her, also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Everyone was happy, except for Jiang Suizhou, who felt bitter in his mouth. He turned around, quickened his pace, and plunged into the original host's study. As soon as he entered the study, he locked everyone outside and didn't let anyone in. That afternoon, he used his academic skills to investigate and analyze historical materials. He searched through all the memorials and letters in the original host's study. Sure enough, although the original host pretended to be an idle prince, he had private dealings with many officials in the imperial court. However, because Peng Xiao was now able to cover the sky with one hand in the imperial court and had many henchmen, even if one could see the painstaking efforts of the original owner in the imperial court, the results were still not satisfactory. He only managed to rope in a few stragglers. To Peng Xiao, they were not a threat at all. This was probably why Peng Xiao had always disdained to deal with him. In addition, Jiang Suizhou also found the 2 madams in his backyard from the account books. One was called Su-du, whom Jiang Suizhou met when he went south to Linen. The other was called Gu Changyun, whom he bought from a brothel 2 years ago. Su-du was not favored, but she had a good relationship with Gu Changyun. The original host doted on Gu Changyun very much. Every few days, he would go to his room to rest. Every time he went in, he would not allow anyone to follow him. In addition, there were many madams and concubines in his residence. Some were brought home by him, and some were sent by his colleagues. However, in just a few years, some died of illness, and some were punished. In the end, only the two of them were left. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect the original host to be such a cruel person. There must be a reason why the servants in the residence were afraid of him. The sun slowly moved to the middle of the sky, and then set inch by inch. The setting sun shone through the paper window and warmly illuminated the room. Meng Qianshan knocked on the door and told Jiang Suizhou that it was time for dinner. Jiang Suizhou put away the letter in his room and left the study. He sat in the carriage prepared by Meng Qianshan. On the way to Madame Gu's courtyard, he had already thought of how to deal with her. The original host was a homosexual, but he was not. He would not do anything to another person's concubine, although this other person was now himself. This concubine surnamed Gu came from a brothel, so she probably did not have much power. Thus, he planned to let the other party cry and complain. He only needed to put on a cold face and put on an annoyed appearance. He would reprimand him a few words and then leave in a huff. After that, he would use this as an excuse to pretend that he did not like fighting in the harem and give the other party the cold shoulder. That would be the end of this matter. He had already planned and mentally prepared himself. He only needed to wait for the other party to cry. But he did not expect that when he learned from the original host and dismissed the servants, he would see such a scene when he walked into Gu Chongyun's courtyard and opened the door. Gu Chongyun was lazily lying on the couch in the inner room. He was holding his bandaged wrist and slowly rubbing it. Sudu was also beside him. Seeing Jiang Suizhou come in, Sudu stood up and saluted him with cupped fists. On the other hand, Madame Gu, who was rumored to be a vixen from a brothel, stood up with a smile and said, "Today, I suffered a lot in order to find an excuse to see Master. That General Hua is really ruthless." After bypassing the vast and exquisite garden, one could reach the rear residence of the prince's estate. A large area of unique houses was divided into courtyards. This was where the concubines of the prince's estate lived. Prince Jing's estate was originally the residence of a rich and powerful man in linen. The entire estate occupied a large area and was extremely luxurious and exquisite. When the imperial court fled here, the rich and powerful man was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his life, so he confiscated a lot of his property and gave away his home. After that, this place became Prince Jing's estate. Prince Jing wasn't like the rich and powerful man who lived in the same house for several generations and had a large family. Such a large residence wasn't enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, although there were many rooms in the rear residence, most of them were empty. There were too many empty rooms and too many years had passed, so there were many rooms that no one took care of them. In a corner, as night fell, a few broken lamps lit up in a courtyard that had been in disrepair for a long time. With a squeak, the door was pushed open. A maidservant carrying a box of food stepped over the threshold and walked in with large strides. The main room wasn't big and the things inside hadn't been cleaned for a long time. As soon as she entered, there was dust everywhere and it was a bit choking. She frowned in disgust and quickened her steps. She walked to the table in the room and put the box of food on the table. "The food is here. Master, please help yourself." Her tone was cold and the two words "Master" had a bit of sarcasm. It was extremely jarring in the quiet night. The person in the wheelchair in the room didn't respond to her. This maidservant had long seen that this person was not only disabled but also mute. As long as others didn't touch him, no matter how they bullied him, he wouldn't react. Naturally, she was the best person to vent her anger on. This maidservant had only been in Prince Jing's estate for a few months and finally got a chance to serve her master. Although the people in the estate were all masters, there were big differences. For example, Madame Su's place wasn't a good place to go. She had long wanted to find a way to get Madame Gu's courtyard to serve her, but she didn't expect that she would be assigned to this disabled person. What kind of benefits could she get by coming here? Even a crippled person like him had to live in a rundown house with leaks. The maid was full of resentment. When she saw the wheelchair, she felt unlucky. Seeing that the cripple didn't speak as usual, she sneered and said, "I'm afraid you still don't know. When you made a move this afternoon, Madame Gu's servant girl went to the prince to complain. When His Highness heard this, he immediately said that he would go to Madame Gu's room tonight. Huowujiu remained motionless. The maid's voice was sharp. Do you know who Madame Gu is? You hit the prince's heart, do you think the prince will let you go? When the time comes, the prince will punish us, and we might even be implicated. I'm really unlucky. It's one thing to be assigned to such a lousy courtyard, but to encounter such a thing on my first day here. With that, she snorted coldly, turned around, and left. A cripple wants to fight with others? You're really overestimating yourself. The door was slammed shut. Huowujiu slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his forehead was burning intensely because the wounds on his body had not yet healed. His mind was gradually covered by a layer of chaos, but he was still very clear-headed. He hid all his emotions back into the depths of his eyes. In those eyes, there was a wild beast that was forced into a narrow cage with its rationality, and was bruised by the iron cage until it was covered in blood. He had only endured pain since he was young, and had never been humiliated. He knew that the loser was always in the wrong, and that it was natural for him to be at the mercy of others. He also knew that he needed to stay on the mountain and endure hardships. As long as he was still alive, there would be a day when he would pay with his blood. He knew that there was no pain that could not be overcome, but he never knew that to kill a tiger, one didn't really need to use a knife. He only needed to injure it a little, lock it up, and sprinkle a handful of flies on its wound that couldn't be dispersed or avoided. It would naturally die, bit by bit. No matter how strong it was, it would not be able to resist. Jiang Suzhou looked at them in a daze. Gu Chongyun invited him to sit down and asked, Master, did Peng Xiao make any moves in the imperial court today? Jiang Suzhou was dumbfounded by Gu Chongyun's question. He had thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that this fox spirit was not a fox spirit, and that the short-lived marriage was not a short-lived marriage. These two people were actually the original owner's aides that he kept in the manor under the guise of his wife and concubine. For a moment, many things became much clearer. It turned out that the original owner's so-called homosexual was just an act. He didn't need to think to know that he pretended to be homosexual in front of his successor and Peng Xiao, so that they wouldn't have any misgivings about him. As for the so-called concubines who died because of his cruelty and ruthlessness, they must have been planted by others to test him, so they died tragically in his hands. For a moment, Jiang Suzhou felt some admiration for the original owner. He endured humiliation and was meticulous. If he was the one sitting on the throne, the Jing dynasty wouldn't have fallen so quickly. He slowly sat down on the imperial tutor's chair in the middle of the room, digesting the sudden large amount of information. After a moment, he chose his words carefully and said briefly, he used the emperor's mouth to ask for the right to repair the ancestral shrine. After he finished speaking, he picked up the cup of tea that Gu Chongyun had poured for him and took a sip. Just now, he was so engrossed in flipping through the documents in the study that he forgot to drink water. Now that he was sitting here, he felt his mouth and tongue dry. Jiang Suzhou took 2 sips of tea, but the room was silent. Neither of the two people said anything. He put down the teacup and looked at them. Su Du, who was sitting at the side, asked unhurriedly, although the repair of the ancestral shrine doesn't have much to do with it, it was fought for by the officials of the Ministry of Rights. Now, it has been taken away by Peng Xiao? His face was calm and his expression was indifferent. Just a few simple words made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but relax a little, since the emperor asked for it, there was no other way. At the side, Gu Chongyun said, since he used the emperor's mouth, it was indeed difficult for your highness to refuse. It's just a pity that the money will fall into Peng Xiao's hands again. Su Du said, there will be more opportunities in the future. We just have to wait quietly. However, has your highness appeased the officials of the Ministry of Rights? Gu Chongyun nodded, indeed. Those officials fought for your highness this time and did a lot of things. If they are angered, your highness's dealings with them these days will be used against your highness. After they finished speaking, the two of them turned to look at Jiang Suzhou. Their words were straightforward and logical. It was obvious at a glance that the original owner of the body would share the news with these two people. To him, these two people were extremely trustworthy. However, the premise was that they didn't realize that Prince Jing had been replaced by another person. As a result, Xianxia was rather cautious. After taking note of what they said, as well as the names of the officials, he nodded and said concisely, "This king knows. I have also informed Lord Qi today." The two of them nodded. Then, Xianxia briefly told them about the other memorials in the imperial court. Fortunately, the new owner of this body was a fatuous ruler and didn't talk about anything useful during the previous morning court session. Therefore, Xianxia didn't spend too much effort. The two of them naturally began to discuss with him. What they were thinking about was what Peng Xiao would do under the current situation, and what opportunities they would have to obstruct him and benefit from it. Xianxia gradually understood that these two people were the original owner of this body's brain. After analyzing and deducing for him, he would make the decision. And because the original owner of this body was weak, when he went against Peng Xiao, his methods weren't very honorable. For example, when he repaired the ancestral temple, the original owner of this body planned to embezzle money from it. The only difference between him and Peng Xiao was who got the money. Xianxia understood him. After all, the imperial court had reached such a stage that it was useless to keep it clean and honest. Xianxia listened carefully to the two of them and noted down any useful information that he could use to fish in troubled waters in the future. Time slowly passed. By the time they finished their discussion, half of the oil in the lamp had already been burned. They stopped talking. Xianxia was a little thirsty from talking, so he picked up his teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. At this moment, Gu Chongyun spoke again. "My lord, what do you think of Hu Wujiu?" he asked. Xianxia was stunned. "What do you mean by what do you think? Are you trying to compete with him for favor?" He looked at Gu Chongyun, wanting to say something, but hesitated. He didn't say anything for a while. Gu Chongyun rubbed his wrist and chuckled. "My lord, don't think too much. After discussing with Su Du today, I feel that there are still some things that you need to do in Hu Wujiu." Xianxia didn't understand. He tilted his head and motioned for Gu Chongyun to continue. Su Du and Gu Chongyun exchanged glances. Gu Chongyun continued, 2 years ago, Peng Xiao and His Majesty didn't give you people. However, those people were all dealt with by my lord. Not a single one was left. Now, there are only the two of us in the residence, and we were all found by my lord. Therefore, this time, Peng Xiao proposed to His Majesty to give Hu Wujiu to you as a concubine. He must have wanted to test you. Xianxia frowned. "You mean?" Gu Chongyun nodded. "Let's not talk about His Majesty for now, but Peng Xiao still has doubts about my lord's identity as a homosexual. The people he sent in previously were all spies. However, this time, Hu Wujiu is different. He is neither His Majesty nor Peng Xiao's men, and he has outstanding looks. Therefore, Peng Xiao must have sent people to secretly investigate and see if your highness will still favor Hu Wujiu." Xianxia, you want me to favor Hu Wujiu to prove that I am a homosexual? Why don't you just chop off my head and hand it to Hu Wujiu? He immediately refused. "If I don't favor Hu Wujiu, can that prove that I am a homosexual? This is not appropriate." However, Su Du, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He said, "But if you favor him a few times, it can prove that your highness is a homosexual. If not, Peng Xiao's party will send more people in soon. If your highness still kills them one by one, I think it won't be long before your identity is exposed." Gu Chongyun nodded. "The two of us discussed and felt that this is the most appropriate way. Your highness doesn't need to worry. You just need to spend more nights at Hu Wujiu's place during this period of time." In other words, it didn't matter whether you did anything to him or not. As long as he personally showed Peng Xiao that even if he hated men in Jiangsu, as long as they were good-looking, he would force himself to sleep with them. That would be enough. Su Du continued, "Today is a good day. Chongyun just had a conflict with Hu Wujiu. It is reasonable for my lord to visit him today." For a moment, 2 pairs of extremely serious eyes looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at them and fell silent. He had made many preparations so that he wouldn't have to sleep with the original owner's concubines. However, he didn't expect that the original owner's concubines would look at him attentively and ask him to sleep with Hu Wujiu. The door opened and closed again. Xianxia left. Gu Chongyun leisurely walked back to Su Du's side and sat down. he picked up his teacup. It's still early. Why don't we play a game of chess before going back? He said lazily as he blew on the floating leaves. Sudu did not say anything. Gu Changyan looked up and saw Sudu sizing him up. The two of them had worked together for a long time. With just one look, Gu Changyan knew what Sudu was thinking. He held his teacup and chuckled. Sudu opened his mouth and said, "You can tell too." It was not a question, but a statement. Although that person was clearly a prince, he was definitely not a prince. Their lives were tied to the prince's, so the prince was never worried that they would betray him. He did not even need to pretend in front of them, and he had never treated them so calmly. Especially when Pang Xiao snatched away the things that were in his hands. He was too calm. As for that Hu Wujiu, the emperor had decreed the marriage. Even though the prince had never met him, he hated him to the core. The prince had transferred all his hatred for Pang Xiao and the emperor onto Hu Wujiu. He only wished that Hu Wujiu would die suddenly in his residence and be dragged to a mass grave like those spies. After all, to the prince, Hu Wujiu was a symbol of the emperor's wanton humiliation. As long as Hu Wujiu was in his residence, it meant that he was trampled under the feet of the good-for-nothing he had always looked down on. Therefore, Sudu could tell that Gu Changyan's suggestion was a test. Gu Changyan put down his teacup. What can you tell? Wasn't the prince the one who came just now? His tone was light. As he spoke, he took out a chessboard and 2 chess baskets from under the table. One was black and the other was white. He placed one of them beside Sudu's hand. Anyway, the lives of my family are in the prince's hands. As Gu Changyan spoke, his hands moved the chess pieces slowly. As long as we obey the prince, we don't have to worry about anything else, right? As he spoke, he placed a chess piece on the chessboard and looked up at Sudu. That pair of delicate and beautiful eyes were so cold that they could see the bottom, but they flickered with a bit of excitement. Jiang Suzhou was swayed by the two's words. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to go to Hu Wujiu's residence. After all, the spies sent by the concubines were not only endless, but the more they were killed, the more suspicious they became. Moreover, he was a modern man. He could not kill them. On the way, Jiang Suzhou was extremely upset. He hated himself for speaking too harshly. Last night, he had warned Hu Wujiu not to be an eyesore. Today, he rushed to their residence to be an eyesore. He had not even seen Hu Wujiu, but he was already feeling embarrassed for himself. The carriage traveled for a long time until it reached a courtyard with waning lights. Jiang Suzhou sat in the carriage. He only glanced at it briefly before looking away. The courtyard next to it was dark, but there was a faint light. It must be a servant's room. Unexpectedly, the carriage stopped in front of the courtyard. Jiang Suzhou looked to the side and saw Meng Qianshan coming up to him with a smile. Meng Qianshan wanted to help him down the carriage. Jiang Suzhou walked down the carriage and asked with a frown, "We're here?" Meng Qianshan nodded quickly, "We're here. This is the courtyard that the prince specifically ordered for Mrs. Hua. Has the prince forgotten?" Jiang Suzhou stood still and raised his head to take a look. From afar, the courtyard blended in with the surrounding houses. There was nothing special about it. But when he stood closer, he saw that the courtyard was barren. There were weeds everywhere. A few untrimmed trees grew fiercely in the courtyard. The ground was covered with a layer of leaves that had fallen from last year's autumn. Through the faint light coming through the window, he could vaguely see the broken window frames and window paper fluttering in the breeze. How could this be a place to live? He chased him to the most remote corner of the prince's residence and gave him such a rundown room. It was obvious that the original owner of the body wished that Hu Wujiu would never appear in front of him again. He even deliberately made things difficult for him so that he would not have a good life in the prince's residence. Although the original owner of the body struggled in Nanjing, it was limited to fighting for power with the successor and Pang Xiao. To him, Hu Wujiu was a traitor, an enemy that he would never consider roping in. How could he know what Hu Wujiu would do 3 years later? Jiang Suzhou's emotions were complicated. He could not help but think his 2 concubines in his heart. If they had not come in time today, he would have taken the blame of the original owner of the body and been marked down in Hu Wujiu's account. He sighed in his heart and said, "I just mentioned it casually. I don't remember." As he spoke, he walked into the courtyard. Meng Qianshan, who was beside him, clicked his tongue in wonder. How could he not remember? A few days ago, when he asked the prince where Mrs. Hu lived, the prince's eyes were frighteningly cold. He specifically told him to throw Hu Wujiu away so that he would not see him. But, recalling the prince's expression in the morning, Meng Qianshan understood. The prince used to hate Mrs. Hu because he had never seen her face. Now that the prince and Mrs. Hu had spent the night together, his attitude had changed this morning. The disgust from before naturally did not count in the face of such doting. Meng Qianshan trotted behind Jiang Suzhou. Not only was the courtyard low, but the residence's running water was also brought in from here. As soon as Jiang Suzhou entered the courtyard, he could clearly feel the dampness and coldness. Even the wind blowing on his body was a few degrees colder. His sickly body was too sensitive. He walked straight to the room in the middle, but there was no one in the corridor. Before he could say anything, Meng Qianshan spoke first. He raised his voice and said, "Where are the people in this courtyard?" A moment later, two maids rushed out from the side room. It looked like they had already gone to bed. When they saw them, their faces were filled with shock and fear. They hurried over and knelt in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Your Highness." Jiang Suzhou frowned. Although he was not used to the concept of hierarchy in ancient times, he knew that he had to do his job after receiving his salary. He could not bully his employer. They were clearly bullying Hu Wujiu. Meng Qianshan saw his expression and said sternly, "Why is there not even a night guard at the door? You just left your master to sleep like this? Did I send you here to serve the mistress or to be your masters?" The two maids did not dare to raise their heads. They kept kowtowing and apologizing. Jiang Suzhou raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He knew that in the unofficial history, the original owner of this body died not only because he had a poor will to live, but also because everyone in the residence was flattering the strong and stepping on the weak. They wanted him to form a deep grudge with Hu Wujiu. He waved his hand and said, "Take care of it." Then he turned and went into the room. Meng Qianshan quickly agreed and said, "Come, drag the two of them away. Give them a beating first. Tomorrow, return them to the slave trader along with the slave contract. Sell them to wherever they should be sold." The two maids cried as they were dragged away. Jiang Suzhou did not have time to care about them. Because as soon as he entered the room, he choked and coughed violently. There was dust everywhere and it had already filled the air. Jiang Suzhou only took a breath before he felt that his weak lungs had been hit hard. He coughed until he could not tell north from south as tears filled his eyes. The servants following behind him were frightened. They hurriedly followed him in, helping him and pouring tea. But there was not even a place to sit in the room. There was only half a pot of cold water in the pot on the table. Everyone was in a mess. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Suzhou could vaguely hear the sound of a wheelchair. It was extremely low and muffled, but it was soon drowned out by the noise of the crowd. He was helped to sit down on the side. After coughing for a long time, he took a cup of hot tea that the servants had painstakingly found to suppress his coughing. Only then did he open his teary eyes and see Hu Wujiu sitting diagonally in front of him. Hu Wujiu was tilting his head to look at him. His dark eyes were like a whirlpool. He could not help but cough a few more times. Physical tears fell from his eyes. As his tears fell, Jiang Suzhou also saw Hu Wujiu clearly. He did not know if it was an illusion, but those gloomy eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. But in the next moment, those eyes looked away and did not look at him again. Jiang Suzhou naturally did not know how pitiful his appearance was in the other person's eyes. A sickly man who was too cold, beautiful, and weak. His eyes were red, his eyelashes were teary, and he was wrapped in a thick cloak. When he looked at others with teary eyes, he looked a little deplorable. Jiang Suzhou was completely unaware. After he finished coughing, he adjusted the cloak that Meng Qianshan had wrapped around him. He sat up straight and said calmly, "Meng Qianshan, is this what you meant by arranged?" He was now clear-headed from his coughing. He knew that he had to throw the blame away first before he could make the decision to change Hu Wujiu's residence. When Meng Qianshan heard this, he did not care about anything else. He admitted his guilt in a trembling voice, "This humble one was negligent. This humble one was negligent. Tomorrow Ah no, immediately. This humble one will immediately get someone to prepare another courtyard for Madame Hua to move in. Xianxia grunted and took another sip of tea. He thought to himself that it would be best if she moved closer to him. After all, he had just accepted the advice of the two aides. These days, he would have to go to Huowujiu frequently. He stopped drinking his tea. Wasn't there a lot of empty rooms in the hidden peace hall where he lived? He could see Huowujiu every day and prevent others from secretly bullying him. He also had a way to sneak back to his room to sleep. If this news reached the ears of the successor in Pengshao, they would be able to achieve their goal. Was there anything better than this? Jiang Suzhou's eyes lit up. He put down his teacup and said lightly. There's no need to prepare, he said. Just move to my place. For a moment, the servants who heard this were stunned. Jiang Suzhou, however, did not move. In any case, he didn't need to explain his decision as the manner head to them. He only needed to pretend to be unfathomable and that would be enough. However, he turned his gaze as if nothing had happened and carefully glanced at Huowujiu from the corner of his eyes. But he was stunned. He saw that under the dim light, Huowujiu's complexion was not normal. He was not listening to him at all. One of his arms was supporting himself on the armrest of his wheelchair. He raised his hand to support his lowered head with difficulty. Was he sick? Meng Qianshan didn't succeed in helping Madame Hua move out of her courtyard today. When his master realized that something wasn't right with Madame Hua and called out to her twice without receiving a response, Meng Qianshan hurriedly ran off to find a doctor. Jiang Suzhou, who remained in the room, ordered the remaining servants to push Huowujiu into the inner room and help him lie down on the bed. Huowujiu seemed to have a fever. Although he was still sitting upright, his reactions were much slower. Only when someone tried to help him up did he react. Just as the servant was about to touch his leg, he reflexively raised his hand and blocked the servant. The servant's face was filled with astonishment. Huowujiu lowered his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll do it myself." He was calm but unquestionable. The servant hurriedly looked towards Jiang Suzhou, waiting for the prince's personal order. However, he saw that Jiang Suzhou, who was sitting to the side, didn't look at him, but instead looked at Huowujiu. Huowujiu ignored the others and placed his hands on the armrest. Although his movements were practiced, one could clearly see that he was weak and somewhat sluggish. He slowly propped himself up and moved onto the bed. After sitting on the bed, he didn't lie down. Instead, he slightly tilted his body and used the bedpost to support himself. He still sat very straight. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Suzhou could see a hint of innate pride in his movements. His gaze paused. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of Huowujiu from the history books. He was the son of the Jing dynasty's Marquis Dingbei. He was born in Yangguan. At the age of 6, he learned to ride and shoot. At the age of 10, he hunted tigers. In the 20th year of Xianxia, when he was 13, his father was forced to rebel by Emperor Jingling. In the 23rd year of Xianxia, his father died in the Battle of Xuanyang. His uncle, who had accompanied his father in the rebellion, was also surrounded by the army. It was he who took over the commander's flag in the midst of the chaos and broke out of the encirclement to save his uncle. He won the battle despite being outnumbered and became famous in one battle. After that, he protected his uncle and gradually became the commander of the Liang army. Before he was captured, he had never lost a single battle. He was like a hot knife through butter. In just 4 years, he killed his way into Yi City and chased Queen Jing across the Yangtze River. From then on, Liangjing was governed by 2 different rivers. What kind of young general was he? Even if the historian was impartial, it could not hide the legendary color of his body. That was a hero that he had studied countless times through yellowed historical materials over 1,000 years. He ought to be a proud man. Jiang Suzhou suddenly understood why his future master had broken Huowujiu's legs. This seemed to be the only way to make him kneel. Jiang Suzhou was so distracted that he did not notice that he was staring at Huowujiu. He also did not notice that even though Huowujiu was muddled from the fever, he was still keenly aware of his gaze. At this moment, he was frowning slightly and looking back at him. By the time he came back to his senses, Huowujiu's gaze was exceptionally unfriendly. Xianxia understood the look in his eyes at a glance. It was as if he was silently asking him, "Why haven't you left yet, Xianxia?" The rare bit of emotion that had risen in his heart immediately dissipated. He withdrew his gaze and guiltily put on a cold face. He stood up, gathered his cloak with one hand, walked to the bedside, and looked down at Huowujiu. "Why hasn't the estate doctor arrived yet?" he coldly asked the servant next to him. The surrounding maids and servants all knew that the prince had a bad temper and was not easy to serve. Hearing this, none of them dared to speak. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. However, only Xianxia knew that he was clearly embarrassed by Huowujiu's gaze. He was putting on a strong front but was actually weak inside. He hurriedly found an excuse to make up for it. He glanced at Huowujiu from the corner of his eyes, but saw that he had already lowered his eyes and was no longer looking at him. Even though he was sick, he was still very unlikable. Fortunately, at this moment, Meng Qianshan arrived with the estate doctor, panting. It was Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou rushed in with a medicine box. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the prince standing by the bed with a cold expression, as if he was confronting Huowujiu. Seeing him enter, the prince slightly tilted his head and looked at him with a pair of cold eyes. Dr. Zhou had always been timid. He immediately lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. "Come and take a look at him," he heard the prince coldly order. "You're so sick. Don't die in this prince's residence." That voice was very pleasant to the ears. The tone was arrogant and slow, but there was a hint of almost inaudible panting. Just by listening to it, one could tell that his body was not well and that he was lacking in energy. Dr. Zhou hurriedly complied and walked forward with his eyes lowered. He just happened to see that Huowujiu, who was sitting on the bed, had slightly raised his eyes and looked at the prince with an unclear expression. He seemed to want to withdraw his gaze, but something seemed to have attracted him. His gaze paused and he looked at the prince again. Just as Dr. Zhou was about to take another look, he suddenly met a cold and gloomy gaze. Huowujiu had discovered that he was spying on him. That pair of eyes were clearly covered with a layer of mist, but it still scared Dr. Zhou to the point of trembling. He quickly lowered his eyes and obediently walked to Huowujiu's bed. He put down his medicine box and respectfully examined him. Xianxia sat back down. Meng Qianshan was next to him. He skillfully poured a new cup of hot tea for him and placed it next to his hand. He carefully asked, "Where will the prince be staying tonight?" Looking at Madame Hua's condition today, it was certain that she would not be able to sleep with the prince. Moreover, he had a fever and the prince was weak. What if he passed the illness to the prince? Xianxia looked at Dr. Zhou and did not speak for a while. Meng Qianshan saw that he did not intend to speak, so he quietly waited on the side and did not ask any more questions. After a while, Dr. Zhou turned around and knelt down in front of Xianxia. "Your Highness, Madame Hua's illness is due to the high fever caused by the inflammation of her wound," he hurriedly said. "Madame can endure it. Her fever has been burning for a while. Madame Hua's injury is already serious. If it drags on, I'm afraid her life will be in danger." Xianxia frowned. "It's that serious?" Dr. Zhou nodded. "I'll go boil the medicine now and change the bandages for Madame Hua. As long as the fever subsides in time, she will be fine." Xianxia nodded. "Let Meng Qianshan boil the medicine and change the bandages for her." Dr. Zhou hurriedly complied. Xianxia supported his face with one hand and turned his head to look at Huowujiu, who was sitting by the bed. Although he was still sitting, he had fainted from the fever. His eyes, which had glared at everyone just now, were also closed. The doctor carefully removed the bandages and cleaned the wound. Fresh blood soaked the bandages and stuck to the flesh. When the doctor carefully removed the bandages, it was inevitable that the wound would be pulled. Huowujiu's eyes were closed, but his brows were furrowed. He pursed his lips and, in a daze, tried not to gasp. When the bandages were removed, the doctor could feel from the trembling between his brows that he was in great pain. Xianxia suddenly remembered a small matter. When he was young, he lived in his father's house. Once, he was pushed down the stairs by his younger brother, who he didn't know, and sprained his ankle. His mother was in a bad mood and always cried. He didn't dare let her know, so he could only limp back to his room and endure the pain for an entire night. The feeling of enduring the pain alone was too torturous. No matter how many books he read, they couldn't divert his attention. However, for Huowujiu, this seemed to have become a habit engraved into his bones. Jiang Suzhou's gaze couldn't help but stop on his body and didn't move away for a while. His body was covered with crisscrossing wounds. They were fresh, stained with blood, and very deep. How painful was that? He quietly sat there and watched as the doctor cleaned Huowujiu's wounds, rewrapped the bandages, and helped him lie down. The doctor returned to Jiang Suzhou and knelt in front of him to report, "Your Highness, the bandages have been changed. From now on, just give Madame Hua some medicine and wash some cold handkerchiefs to lower her temperature. Once the fever subsides, she will be fine." Jiang Suzhou nodded and raised his hand to indicate for him to do it. The doctor quickly went to prepare a handkerchief and placed it on Huowujiu's forehead. Not long after, Meng Qianshan came back with the medicine. He gave the medicine to the doctor and returned to Jiang Suzhou's side. He bowed and asked, "Your Highness, it's getting late. Why don't you return to an inn hall to rest?" Seeing that Jiang Suzhou was looking at Huowujiu, he didn't forget to add, "If your Highness is still worried, this servant will leave more people here to watch." Jiang Suzhou paused. He naturally knew that Huowujiu wouldn't be burned to death, so there was nothing to worry about. However, he couldn't help but think of the original Huowujiu. At that time, there definitely wasn't anyone to change the bandages for him. He had endured like this for who knows how many days and nights until he managed to drag his life back from the hands of the King of Hell. Perhaps it was because Jiang Suzhou knew what it felt like to endure the pain alone, but he suddenly didn't want to leave. After a while, he said faintly, "Go find me a book." Meng Qianshan was stunned. He spoke quickly and directly said, "Your Highness, don't tell me you're not leaving." Jiang Suzhou looked up and glanced at him, causing him to swallow the rest of his words back into his mouth. Meng Qianshan could only nod and go find him a book. By the time Huowujiu woke up, it was already the latter half of the night. He slowly opened his eyes and felt something on his forehead. He raised his hand and pulled the thing off. He saw that it was a damp cold handkerchief. He frowned. It seemed that he had started to have a fever in the afternoon. This wasn't strange. He had been injured so many times on the battlefield that he would occasionally have a fever. He would get better after a good night's sleep. At night, it seemed that Imperial Prince Jing came by. He didn't know what the prince wanted to do before he fainted from the fever. Huowujiu raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was cold and cool. At this time, he was clearly conscious, but he had an extremely unreal feeling. He was clearly a prisoner of war from the enemy country and was sent to Imperial Prince Jing's estate as a tool to humiliate Imperial Prince Jing. However, he was now lying peacefully on the bed. The wounds on his body had been treated cleanly, and there was a cold handkerchief on his forehead. There was a faint smell of medicine in the air. It was obviously very painful, but it seemed peaceful and calm. He was born at the border and had a tough life. He was able to withstand beatings and injuries. He had never been taken care of like this in his life. He turned his head sideways. Then, he saw a person sitting in the dim light of the lamp. He held a book in one hand and rested it on his knee. The other hand was propped up on the side of his head. He had already fallen asleep. His eyelashes were very long and covered his cold and arrogant eyes. The light shone on the side of his face, giving him a soft layer of light. Huowujiu clearly realized that he was watching over him. He couldn't help but stop breathing. Jiang Suzhou didn't sleep well that night. Although he was tired from reading and didn't know when he fell asleep, the Meng Qianshan also covered him with a blanket and didn't let him have a fever. But when he opened his eyes, he still felt dizzy. Especially since the couch was very hard, it was very uncomfortable to sit for too long. After a night of sleep, his whole body ached from sitting. Jiang Suzhou was a little angry. Why did the original owner arrange a room like this for Huowujiu? The furniture was so simple. Did she not consider that he would sleep on the sofa here one day? He sat up and saw that the sky was gradually brightening. The faint smell of food drifted over. It should be the Meng Qianshan instructing everyone to prepare breakfast. Jiang Suzhou stood up and glanced at the bed. It was empty. Where's Huowujiu? Jiang Suzhou had just woken up and was still a little confused. He stared blankly for a moment and looked around. Caught off guard, he bumped into a pair of cold black eyes. Xianxia was startled. He saw Hu Wujiao sitting by the window under the dim sunlight. He was holding the book he was reading last night and casually flipping through it. Just by looking at the way he held the book, he knew that he wasn't someone who could read at all. He was looking up at Xianxia. His eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people. Xianxia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He clearly didn't do anything, but he inexplicably felt a little guilty. Maybe it was because his behavior of staying here all night was a bit of a violation of his character setting. He looked away as if nothing had happened and said coldly, "Meng Qianshan?" Meng Qianshan, who was outside, heard his voice and quickly ran in to help him get up. Meng Qianshan had always been a talkative person. As long as Xianxia didn't interrupt him, he could talk for half a day as if there was no one around. Xianxia just happened to feel awkward, so he let him be. After that, he acted as if he didn't see Hu Wujiao. He finished his breakfast and left. There was no court meeting today, so he had to go to the yamen. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Meng Qianshan, "Don't forget to move Madame Hua's room." Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed. After Xianxia left, Meng Qianshan returned to Hu Wujiao's courtyard and took a look around. This place was remote and dilapidated, and Hu Wujiao didn't bring anything with him. He had only stayed here for one night, so there was really nothing to move. Madame Zzzzzzzzzzzzzz when she first entered the residence. If she only sent him to the prince's courtyard, wouldn't she be neglecting him? Thus, Meng Qianshan attentively served Hu Wujiao for breakfast. When Hu Wujiao was full, he smiled widely and asked, "Madame Hua, is there anything else you want to buy? This servant will send someone to buy it." Hu Wujiao didn't say anything. This servant was very noisy and had a flattering look on his face. It was a bit of an eyesore. Especially the way he coaxed Hu Wujiao as if she was his concubine. It was especially disgusting. However, Meng Qianshan didn't give him any hint. Seeing that Hu Wujiao didn't say anything, he continued to make arrangements. Robes for the 4 seasons must be made. This servant will go find a tailor in a while. As for Madame's wheelchair, this servant will also go find a carpenter to make a new one. As for your attendants and servants. He met a pair of thick, black eyes. When he saw Hu Wujiao looking at him, Meng Qianshan hurriedly bowed and came forward. He thought that Hu Wujiao had some orders. "Madam?" He saw Hu Wujiao's eyes, which were as cold as a lake. With just a glance, he felt his heart and lungs turn cold. "I don't need anything," he said coldly. "You, just get lost." Meng Qianshan choked. His enthusiasm was completely doused. He awkwardly moved away. He didn't expect that his master would start to like this kind of fierce and unreasonable person. He was too hard to serve. Although there were no court meetings and he had to go to the yamen every day, the Ministry of Rights was more leisurely than other places. In addition, his position in Xianxia was just an idle position, so he didn't have much to do all day. Moreover, his superior, Jiyu, was a very good person. Just by looking at this person's record and history, one could tell that he was an idle official who didn't care about politics and only liked poetry and songs. Although he was the top scholar appointed by the previous emperor, his position as an official had always been lukewarm. Only his poetry was especially beautiful. He wasn't close to Xianxia. One could tell at a glance that he wasn't in their camp, but he didn't make things difficult for him. He even smiled and said that there was nothing important today and that he could go back and rest early. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, whether it was the imperial court or his own backyard, the water was too deep. He had to be alert and vigilant at all times. On the contrary, the yamen where he had to work gave him a rare chance to rest. For the first time, he had the mentality of a middle-aged man who didn't want to face the pressure of his family after work. He hid in the car and smoked for half a day before going upstairs. He had a good rest in the yamen. There was no successor or Peng Shao, no insightful aides, and no Hu Wujiao. He only felt that the air in the Ministry of Rights was very fresh. As a result, he was in a very good mood. When it was time to leave, he even stopped to chat with Jiyu when he passed by Jiyu's table. What are you reading, Official Ji? He saw that Jiyu was holding a book in his hand and asked. Jiyu raised his head and saw that it was him. He smiled and flipped the book over to him. It's just an unofficial history. There's no basis for it. It looks like it's just to pass the time. Xianxia took the book and roughly flipped through it. Indeed. As expected, it wasn't just an unofficial history. It was an extremely bold unofficial history. It was as if someone had written a storybook for the previous emperor with the same name. Xianxia revealed a slight smile on his face. He handed the book back to Jiyu and smiled faintly. It's written quite interestingly. Jiyu heard this and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Your Highness is also interested in this? Scholars of the current era had always been more virtuous. Official history was orthodox. This kind of wild and unconstrained unofficial history was written for the amusement of the common people. Ordinary scholars and aristocrats all snorted disdainfully at such things. Xianxia shook his head. He thought to himself, of course I'm not interested in unofficial history. But even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. The only reason I can stand here and talk to you is because I've suffered the hardships of looking down on unofficial history. Of course, you might be living in an unofficial history yourself. It was fine to say this in his heart, but he naturally couldn't say it out loud. He smiled faintly and said, I can't say that I'm interested. However, history books have always been written by people. Who knows who's telling the truth and who's telling the lies in the comments of future generations? When Jiyu heard this, his eyes lit up. It was as if he had found a close friend. Xianxia hurriedly nodded at Jiyu as a greeting. He then turned around and left. Xianxia admitted that he wasn't worthy of Minister Ji's high opinion of him. After all, he was only able to say something like this because he had been tricked into an unofficial history by a student. He left the Ministry of Rites, got into his carriage, and headed back to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. As soon as he entered Anin Hall, he saw people coming and going. It was quite lively. Meng Qianshan happened to be sending out 2 tailors carrying cloth. When he saw that Xianxia had returned to the estate, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Your Highness. Meng Qianshan went up to him and smiled as he asked for praise. This servant has already brought Madame Hua here for you. Just now, I invited a tailor to come and make clothes for Madame Hua. The craftsman will be here tomorrow. This servant thinks that Madame Hua's wheelchair isn't very good and should be replaced. Xianxia looked at him with some confusion. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why was this fellow so enthusiastic about Hua Wujiu? However, he saw that Meng Qianshan was looking at him with sparkling eyes. He looked as if he was waiting to be praised. Xianxia paused for a moment. Not bad. Meng Qianshan was immediately overjoyed. Xianxia felt like he had been blinded by stupidity. He turned around and walked towards his room. He walked in a rather relaxed manner. As he walked, he took off the cloak that was in his way. As he was about to step through the threshold, he suddenly remembered something. He was about to turn around and ask which room Hua Wujiu was arranged to be in when he suddenly saw a person walk into his line of sight. That person was sitting in a wheelchair. The surroundings were elegant and luxurious, making him seem particularly out of place. Xianxia paused in the middle of taking off his clothes. Hua Wujiu. Why was Hua Wujiu in his room? He froze in place. After a while, he suddenly turned around and walked out. He ran into Meng Qianshan, who had an ambiguous and happy expression on his face. Meng Qianshan had a reserved smile on his face as if he was waiting for his praise. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Praise you? I want to beat you up. Master? Seeing Xianxia staring at him, Meng Qianshan smiled and opened his mouth, waiting for Xianxia to speak. Xianxia paused for a moment, then said in a low voice. You arranged for this? Meng Qianshan paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Ah, right. This servant forgot that Madame Hua didn't have anyone to serve her when she came here. He said. The 2 maids that were originally arranged for Madame Hua have been driven out of the residence by this servant. Now there's only 1 manservant left. He seems to be an honest one. Your Highness, what do you think? Meng Qianshan paused here, waiting for Jiang Suizhou's orders. Jiang Suizhou's face turned ashen. Who asked you that? I asked you, why is Hu Wuzhou living in my room? Could it be that this courtyard is so big that no one can live in the other rooms? However, when the words reached his mouth, he moved his lips but didn't say anything. The door was wide open, and Hu Wuzhou was inside. He could definitely hear what he said. Wouldn't he be offending him again if he drove him out after getting him here? He originally thought that by making this decision, he would be able to lower the difficulty. However, he didn't expect that the fool Meng Qianshan would push it to hell level. Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Meng Qianshan, then swallowed the words he was about to say. There's only one? He continued Meng Qianshan's words. Where is he? I'll go take a look. When Meng Qianshan heard this, he hurriedly led him down the stairs. The people in the courtyard were all busy. The manservant was moving things with the others. His forehead was full of sweat, reflecting the sunlight. When he saw Jiang Suizhou coming over, the manservant hurriedly put down his things and bowed to Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou paused as he thought of something. He originally guessed that Hu Wuzhou was able to escape from here after 3 years because someone was working with him from the inside. However, the original owner would never provide him with this opportunity. That was why it dragged on for 3 whole years. But, what if he helped him? Wouldn't that be giving him a big favor? It would also save him 2 years of dealing with Peng Xiao and the others. He pondered for a moment and said to the manservant, "Come with me." This meant that he wanted to give him some instructions in private. The manservant hurriedly followed. Meng Qianshan sensibly stayed where he was. None of them noticed that a pair of dark eyes fell on Jiang Suizhou's back through the gap in the window lattice. He watched as Jiang Suizhou found the manservant by his side, then brought the manservant to the side to talk to him alone. As a prince, what would he have to say to a manservant? He definitely wanted him to do something. Hu Wuzhou clearly knew that the manservant couldn't do anything other than keep an eye on him. As for why the other party suddenly moved him to his residence, the answer seemed to be self-evident. This was the most heavily guarded place in the prince's residence. As for why he was living in the main room, just by looking at the surprised expression on Prince Jing's face when he came in, he knew that his subordinates had made a mistake. Hu Wuzhou prided himself on being calm and would never be affected by petty interests. He also wouldn't lose his judgment just because the other party showed some goodwill. He was expressionless and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he quietly watched the man's every move. Only the hand on the wheelchair tapped on the armrest a few times in annoyance. Jiang Suizhou called the manservant to the side. Seeing that there was no one around, he spoke. "What's your name?" he asked. The manservant hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Your Highness, my name is Sun Yuan." Jiang Suizhou nodded slightly and gave him a few simple instructions. He simply told him to serve Hu Jingyao carefully and not to make any mistakes. The manservant looked like an honest and timid person. When he listened to Hu Jingyao, he pinched the corner of his clothes. Jiang Suizhou observed his every move. This honest person was suitable. After a pause, Jiang Suizhou asked, "Since you served Madame Hu yesterday, did anyone ask you to bring her anything?" Sun Yuan was stunned. Then, a look of panic appeared on his face as he waved his hands. No. That meant there was. Jiang Suizhou thought about it and understood. Although Hu Wuzhou was from Beiliang, his father was a general in Nanjing. There were some people in the imperial court who were involved with him. It wasn't strange for 1 or 2 to do something secretly. Jiang Suizhou nodded. "Even if there was, I won't punish you." Sun Yuan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, someone asked me to bring a letter, but I refused." Jiang Suizhou tried his best to put on a pleasant expression and said calmly, "So you did?" Sun Yuan was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He knew that something must have happened when Hu Jingyao suddenly came looking for him. Who didn't know what kind of person Madame Hu was? How could he dare to write a letter for her? He didn't expect Hu Jingyao to guess it. Regardless of whether he helped to deliver the letter or not, he would be killed. The calmer Hu Jingyao's voice was, the more sinister it felt like a storm was coming. Sun Yuan was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. "There was, but I definitely didn't. The next time someone sends a letter, just give it to Madame Hu." You don't have to report it, Xianxia said. After all, Xiaowu wasn't stupid. If the letter could be delivered to him so easily in Xianxia's courtyard, Xiaowu must have known that someone was going easy on him. However, Sun Yuan, who was halfway through his sentence, was dumbfounded. I definitely wouldn't. Huh? His face was full of disbelief. Xianxia paused and put on a cold and serious expression again. Just do as you're told. Don't tell anyone, he said. If you leak even the slightest bit of information, you should know the consequences. After threatening Sun Yuan, Jiang left with his hands behind his back. His room was currently in a mess. It was all Meng Qianshan's fault. Xianxia walked closer to take a look and felt a headache coming on. When he thought about Xiaowu sitting in the room, he didn't want to go back. He immediately decided to leave the room and hide in the study for a while. With that in mind, he calmly walked up the steps and was about to go around the corridor to the study. But at that moment, he caught a glimpse of Xiaowu in the room from the corner of his eyes. In the hustle and bustle of people coming and going, he was the most out of place. He sat in a wheelchair in the corner and didn't say a word. He was good-looking, but his eyes were a little fierce. Every time he looked at people, their hearts would skip a beat. But at this moment, he lowered his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. His long eyelashes covered the fierce look in his eyes. For a moment, he seemed to be very quiet. He was clearly excluded from the world around him. Xianxia stopped in his tracks. At that moment, a maid carrying a box passed by Xiaowu. She wasn't careful and kicked Xiaowu's wheelchair. Xiaowu only swayed slightly, but the maid staggered and almost dropped the box. The maid stood still and complained in a moderate voice, "Why are you in the way? Don't you know to sit further away?" As she spoke, she gave Xiaowu a glare and walked away. Xianxia frowned. He was about to walk to the study, but his footsteps turned uncontrollably. He stepped over the threshold of the main room and walked in. "What did you just say?" he asked with a frown. How could these people, whose names he didn't even know, cause trouble for him? He had been thinking of ways to curry favor with Xiaowu in secret, but this group of people actually dared to bully him openly. The servants in the room were all taken aback and looked in Xianxia's direction. They saw Xianxia's cold gaze fall on the maid. The maid carrying the box was shocked. When she saw Xianxia looking at her, she immediately knew that he had heard her words. She didn't dare to refute. She hugged the box and knelt in front of Xianxia. He looked down at the maid and said coldly, "Do you know your mistake?" The maid nodded repeatedly. Xianxia continued to ask, "Who should you apologize to?" The maid quickly put down the box and kneeled in front of Xiaowu. She kowtowed to him and said, "I was rude. Please forgive me, madam." Xiaowu sat there, his body turned sideways. He didn't even lift his eyes, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Xianxia paused for a moment. He knew that the maidservant should be punished for saying such things. But, at this time, Meng Qianshan wasn't by his side. He was new here and didn't know what rules the prefectural magistrate usually used to punish servants. He didn't know how much he should pay. As a modern person, he couldn't order her to kneel or be beaten. After thinking for a moment, he said indifferently, "Go find Meng Qianshan and receive your punishment." The maid hurriedly bowed to him and said, "Yes." Xianxia saw that the servants in the room were silent and didn't dare to make a sound. He thought that his reprimand was effective. At least the servants in this courtyard wouldn't dare to bully Xiaowu. He sighed in relief, turned around, and left. He did what he had to do. Now, he was going to the study to enjoy the happy time without Xiaowu. However, he didn't see that after he left, the maid kneeling on the ground showed an unwilling expression. Her name was Taoji. Originally, in this room, she was highly regarded by the prince. Other than Meng Qianshan, she was the second person to serve the prince. She didn't expect that because of this cripple, she would be reprimanded by her master and lose face. However, although her master had reprimanded her and made such a big mistake, he didn't punish her personally. It seemed that her master pitied her and just happened to overhear and give her a few words of advice. She raised her head and glanced coldly at Xiaowu. It was all because of this cripple. Jiang Suzhou didn't see how cold Hu Wuzhou's gaze was under his lowered eyelashes as he sat in the corner. When Jiang Suzhou walked out of the room, Hu Wuzhou raised his head and glanced coldly at him. He only thought that Imperial Prince Jing was ridiculous. If he wanted to send someone to spy on him, he could have just done it. Why did he have to pretend to protect him in front of him? He even stayed by his bed all night to put on an act. There was no need for that. Soon, night fell and it was time for dinner. As soon as the prince entered the study, he asked everyone to leave, including the eunuchs and Xianxia. However, this wasn't unusual. Usually, when the prince was busy, he didn't like to be disturbed by others. Now that there was another master in the room, although the prince didn't come out of the study, dinner was still being prepared in the small kitchen. Not long after, someone came to deliver a message. They said that 2 officials would like to invite the prince to dinner today. The prince won't be eating in the mansion today, the servant said. Meng Qianshan was waiting outside the study, so Taoji was in charge of the room. The maidservants all looked at her, only to see her look around, and finally, her gaze landed on Hu Wuzhou in disdain. He was sitting under the window, reading a book in his hand. Then what are you waiting for? Set the table, she said coldly. The prince won't be eating in the mansion today. Are we going to let the master in this room starve? No one dared to provoke her. Hearing this, everyone busied themselves. Sun Yuan, who was waiting by Hu Wuzhou's side, saw this and quickly came forward to push Hu Wuzhou's wheelchair to the table. Hu Wuzhou didn't say anything and put the book to the side. Only he knew how much he didn't like to read. Ever since he was young, he was annoyed by the sight of words. If he wasn't skipping class to ride a horse in the army camp, he would think of ways to torture his teachers for fun. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he angered 2 teachers and drove them away. Yangguan was remote and it was difficult to find a teacher. His father was so angry that he chased after him with a horsewhip every day. Even now, he still felt a headache from reading a book. But it was funny that he couldn't do anything other than flip through the books that gave him a headache. Hu Wuzhou glanced at the book. Seeing him put down the book, Sun Yuan pushed the wheelchair and pushed him to the table. There were already several dishes on the table. Taoji had also spoken, so the piping hot dishes were brought in one after another. Because it was prepared according to Jiang Suzhou, the dinner was very rich and exquisite. Under the bright lights of the hall, it gave off a tempting steam. Taoji stood to the side and watched, her face as cold as ice. She was born beautiful. When she first came to the prince's mansion, even the slave trader said that if she was lucky, she might be able to become a concubine. She would be able to go from being a servant to a master. Step by step, she climbed to her current position. But she didn't expect that her master only liked men. What was so good about men? Even if it was a man, it was fine if it was someone like Madame Gu. But this tall and big cripple in front of her, how could he squeeze into her master's back courtyard? Because she had lost face this afternoon, the more Taoji looked at Hu Wuzhou, the more she disliked him. What was the use of being beautiful? What was the use of being a general? Her legs were crippled, but she still had to serve men in other people's back courtyard. Taoji thought bitterly in her heart. At this moment, a servant girl came in with a bowl of soup. When she stepped over the threshold, she was careless and almost spilled the soup. In any case, the prince wasn't here tonight. Taoji walked forward with a cold face and took the bowl of soup. Why are you so careless? She glared at the servant girl. The servant girl apologized profusely. Taoji glared at her, then turned around and walked to the table with the bowl of soup. In the next moment, she deliberately bumped into the table. The bowl of boiling hot soup was tipped over by her and poured onto Hu Wuzhou's legs. Hot steam rose and the entire cup of soup splashed onto Hu Wuzhou's legs. The soup dripped down along the fabric of his robes. The surrounding maidservants cried out in alarm. Sun Yuan, who was behind him, also jumped up in shock. He hurriedly grabbed a piece of cloth and helped him wipe it. Only Hu Wuzhou, who was sitting there, did not move. Even though the scalding soup was splashed on his body, it still hurt. However, the pain on his skin was nothing to him. He only lowered his eyes and looked at his legs. He watched as she deliberately poured the soup on him. In the eyes of a martial arts practitioner, this action was the most clumsy slow-motion movement. However, he could not avoid it. Because he could not move his legs. This kind of humiliation was much more difficult to bear than physical pain. After a moment, Huojiao raised his eyes and glanced at Taoji indifferently. If she was not a woman, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold and pour the scalding soup down her throat. However, he would never raise his hand against a woman. However, this cold and ruthless gaze made Taoji tremble in fear and involuntarily take a step back. Then, she came back to her senses. What was she doing? This cripple was actually glaring at her. She was actually afraid. What was there to be afraid of? In any case, the prince was not in the estate today. She was the only one who had the final say in the courtyard. She did not believe that the other servants would dare to gossip to the prince. She also did not believe that this cripple would have the face to complain to the prince. Taoji immediately glared and sneered, "It's this servant's fault for not paying attention and accidentally tripped. It's just that the master did not know to move away. Otherwise, it would not have scalded you." Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Sun Yuan, who was behind her. "How can a servant like you be so stupid? I asked you to serve here to push the master's wheelchair. What are you doing standing there? If you're so stupid, you might as well go out and sweep the courtyard tomorrow." Normally, His Highness did not spend much time in an inn hall, and Meng Qianshan followed him wherever he went. Thus, she was used to acting like a tyrant in this courtyard. The surrounding servants naturally scolded her whenever they wanted to. After scolding her, there were even a few bolder ones who came to console her and smooth things over for her. But now that she had finished cursing, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. She took a few deep breaths and frowned as she looked around. All the maids in the room lowered their heads like a flock of quails. Taoji looked at them and frowned unhappily. What's wrong? Did the addition of a concubine in the house scare them to this extent? He was just a cripple who couldn't even walk. What was there to be afraid of? She snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, when he turned around, he saw two people standing in front of the door. Taoji's legs went soft, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Your Highness. Jiang Suzhou stayed in the study until dusk. Two officials from the Ministry of Works invited him for a drink that night. Jiang Suzhou was a newcomer and didn't even know how much he could drink. After thinking about it, he still didn't dare to hastily attend the banquet. Thus, he delayed for a while and simply asked Meng Qianshan to personally take the invitation and reply. He said that he didn't sleep well last night and had caught a cold. Today, he was recuperating in his residence. Fortunately, he was famous for being sickly. Thus, this excuse was easily found and the two officials didn't press him. After dealing with this matter, Jiang Suzhou left the study. Although there was a ferocious and sick tiger in her room, she couldn't skip dinner just because of this. However, he didn't expect that just as he walked to the door of his main room, he would hear Taoji criticizing Huojiao in a sarcastic manner. That maidservant was standing in front of the table, completely blocking Huojiao in his wheelchair. At this time, she had her hands on her hips and her sharp voice could be heard from far away. When Meng Qianshan saw this scene, his expression changed. He was about to speak, but Jiang Suzhou raised his hand and stopped him. Although he couldn't see this maidservant's face, he could tell from her clothes that she was the one who bumped into Huojiao this afternoon when she was moving boxes. Jiang Suzhou originally thought that after he reprimanded her, she wouldn't dare to do it again. However, he didn't expect this maidservant to be so arrogant. Jiang Suzhou couldn't tell for a moment whether she thought that her life was too long or that Jiang Suzhou's life was too long. He could only silently watch her arrogant outburst and then watch her turn around to look at him in shock. She was so scared that her legs went soft and she fell to her knees. Jiang Suzhou was speechless when he saw her trembling. What was the use of being scared now? Why didn't she know how to be scared when she was facing Huojiao earlier? He had always hated this kind of bad character that some people had. As a person who lived 1,000 years later, he believed that he still had respect for life and personality. However, there were some people who had their personality respected, but they still wanted to trample on others. They were already enslaved by others, but they turned around and acted superior to others to enslave others. Meng Qianshan saw that Jiang Suzhou's face was cold and he didn't say anything. He quickly stepped forward and coldly said, "Miss Taoji, how arrogant. Do you still remember that Madame Hua is the master? Seeing you like this servant thinks that you are the master. Taoji trembled as she cowed out and hurriedly quibbled, Your Highness, this servant didn't. It's the manservant who pushed Madame's wheelchair. He pushed the wheelchair and bumped into this servant, so this servant accidentally spilled the soup on Madame. Is this prince blind? Jiang Suzhou frowned and interrupted her. Taoji was so scared that she trembled. Her head hit the ground and she knelt on the ground, not daring to raise her head. Jiang Suzhou looked away and said indifferently, Meng Qianshan. Meng Qianshan immediately understood and said, Are we still letting her stay here to be an eyesore to your highness? Take her away. Immediately, 2 servants from the corridor came forward and dragged Taoji away. Jiang Suzhou knew that Meng Qianshan would take care of it for him. He pressed the space between his eyebrows and walked in front of Hu Wujiu. His legs were dripping wet, and the soup bowl beside him was still steaming. Being splashed with a cup of soup was already extremely humiliating. Moreover, the servant girl had purposely splashed it on Hu Wujiu's leg. It was like she had purposely sprinkled a handful of salt on his wound. Seeing him sitting in the wheelchair without saying a word, Jiang Suzhou's heart inexplicably felt stifled. He strenuously looked away. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing if the other party was wronged. But as an arrogant and cold prince, he couldn't just casually apologize to the other party. Jiang Suzhou's head was hurting. He paused and said, Go, push the madam to the back to change into a clean robe. He needed to organize his words. Sun Yuan quickly complied and pushed the wheelchair to the inner room behind the screen. Jiang Suzhou sat down at the table and rubbed his temples. Just as he was about to calm down, he saw Sun Yuan, who had just entered behind the screen, walk out alone. Jiang Suzhou looked up, What's wrong? Sun Yuan's hands were empty. He stood there and didn't know what to do. The madam said that she doesn't need this servant. Jiang Suzhou's eyes couldn't help but fall on the screen. He could faintly see the figure of a person sitting on the other side of the screen. He paused and made an end sound, but didn't say anything else. He didn't know why, but he could understand Hu Wujiu's current state of mind. Perhaps it was because he had studied history for nearly 10 years, but he had already written several papers on Hu Wujiu. He knew that Hu Wujiu didn't need anyone. Even if his legs were broken, he didn't need anyone to take care of him like a disabled person. He was a falcon that was born in the sandstorm of the Sun Pass. He had a strong vitality and was especially proud and independent. It wasn't easy to kill him, but it was even harder to keep him in a cage and take care of him. This wasn't what he needed. Jiang Suzhou was deep in thought. He should have been thinking for a while about what to say and how to deal with it, but his mind couldn't help but drift away. The room was silent. Only the faint sound of clothes rubbing against each other and the sound of the wheelchair swaying could be heard from behind the screen. Not long after, Hu Wujiu changed into a clean robe and came out from behind the screen in his wheelchair. Sun Yuan hurriedly came forward to help him push the wheelchair. Hu Wujiu didn't have any clothes to change into here. None of the masters in the residence had a body as tall as his. He was currently wearing a coarse short robe that he had brought over at the last minute. It was a servant's uniform. Jiang Suzhou looked up at him. This person was so handsome that he looked like a clothes hanger no matter what he wore. It was clearly just a coarse gray robe, but when he wore it, he looked like a soldier on horseback. Sun Yuan nimbly pushed Hu Wujiu's wheelchair to the table. Jiang Suzhou picked up his chopsticks and secretly glanced at Hu Wujiu. He remembered that Hu Wujiu's leg was still injured. Although the injury was on his calf, it was very likely that he had been splashed by the hot soup. However, when he saw Hu Wujiu's silent appearance, Jiang Suzhou felt uncertain. If nothing happened, it would naturally be inappropriate to call a doctor rashly. However, he also knew that Hu Wujiu was very good at enduring the pain. Jiang Suzhou wasn't sure if he had been scalded or not. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but glance at Hu Wujiu a few more times. However, at this moment, Hu Wujiu looked up at him and accurately caught his furtive gaze. Jiang Suzhou wanted to cover it up and avert his eyes, but he saw that Hu Wujiu's expression was indifferent. He looked straight at him quietly, as if waiting for him to speak. He had been caught red-handed and couldn't hide anymore. Jiang Suzhou cleared his throat. As he picked up some food, he asked indifferently, "Do you have any wet gauze?" "No." Huowujiu spoke. His voice was deep and pleasant to the ear. It was like mellow wine that permeated the night. Jiang Suzhou made a sound of agreement. This person acted on his own initiative. He won't appear again in the future, he said. Huowujiu didn't say anything. Jiang Suzhou didn't expect him to respond. He only looked up at Meng Qianshan. Meng Qianshan hurriedly nodded and bowed. Master, don't worry. There won't be a next time. Jiang Suzhou made a sound of agreement and didn't say anything else. He thought that he could show a bit of guilt because of what happened today. Then, he could slowly change his attitude towards Huowujiu. As for the people in his room, he didn't have to worry about them. After what happened today, no one would dare to slight Huowujiu again. Although he knew that Huowujiu didn't need this kind of care, he needed to use this opportunity to show his attitude, at least let Huowujiu know that although he didn't like him, he didn't have any intention of targeting him. The meal was extremely quiet. After the meal, the maids removed the plates and cups from the table and went to the inner room to tidy up. The books that the prince needed to read at night and the beds that the masters needed to sleep on had to be tidied up properly. Jiang Suzhou sat to the side with a book in his hand. He looked on helplessly as Meng Qianshan led the maids to tidy up the bedroom. His gaze was a bit stiff. He had spent too much time alone in the study today and had accidentally forgotten about this important matter. His gaze fell on Huowujiu, who was sitting to the side. He lowered his eyes heavily and looked at the book in his hand. If Huowujiu slept in his bedroom, then where would he sleep? After everyone tidied up the bedroom and helped Jiang Suzhou clean up and change into his pajamas, they were all chased out of Jiang Suzhou's room. No need to wait here, Jiang Suzhou ordered coldly as he leaned back on the couch and held a book in one hand. This prince will read for a while and then rest. Hearing this, Meng Qianshan looked at the cold and arrogant Jiang Suzhou and then glanced at the back room. Mrs. Huo was washing up alone there. Meng Qianshan tactfully agreed and led everyone out. Not a single servant was left in the bedroom. Before Meng Qianshan left, he even considerately closed the door for Jiang Suzhou. Everyone left. For a moment, the large room was extremely quiet. Only the sound of running water could be heard. There was no one else. Jiang Suzhou let out a long sigh of relief. His body relaxed, he put down the book and leaned back on the couch. It was too hard. He originally thought that he would only have to sleep on the couch for one night. He didn't expect that ever since he transmigrated here, he would never have the chance to sleep on a bed again. He secretly planned in his heart. He had to earn Huowujiu's trust as soon as possible and find an opportunity to chase him out of his room as soon as possible. However, even if that was the case, he was unable to escape the fate of sleeping on the couch. After calming down on the couch for a while, Jiang Suzhou resigned himself to his fate and picked up the book and sat up straight again. He held the book with one hand, but he couldn't read it. After reading 2 lines, he couldn't help but lower his head and pat the couch under him. Fortunately, the couch in his room is quite comfortable to touch. With this thought, he propped himself up with one hand and looked behind him. It was quite wide, about 1.5 meters. It could be used for a nap. There were a few pillows at the back of the couch. They looked quite solid, but he didn't know if they were soft. Jiang Suzhou leaned over, grabbed one of them, and squeezed it a few times. It was quite soft. Jiang Suzhou had never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. He never thought that one day, he would be happy because he had a bed to sleep on and a comfortable pillow for him to use. In fact, he hadn't been able to sleep well for the past 2 days. He was more or less having a stress reaction to the couch. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but smile when he felt the softness of the pillow. He pinched the pillow again. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound. Jiang Suzhou was caught off guard. He was startled and hurriedly turned his head. Only then did he realize that Huowujiu had come out from the back room at some point in time. At this moment, he was sitting at the door of the back room, quietly looking at him with a pair of dark eyes. The sound came from his wheelchair. Jiang Suzhou threw the pillow away. He had been too relaxed just now and had forgotten that there was another person in the room. He was at a loss as to what to do. Holding the book in one hand, he hurriedly sat up straight. However, the pillows that were originally neatly stacked behind him had been messed up. It was obvious what he had done just now. Xianxia was so embarrassed that his scalp started to tingle. Fortunately, Huowujiu still didn't want to talk to him. Huowujiu's eyes didn't stay on him for long. Huowujiu didn't seem to care about what he had done at all. He only glanced at him indifferently, then turned his eyes away and walked out of the room in his wheelchair. Xianxia suddenly felt a little grateful for Huowujiu's indifference. He cleared his throat, put a hand on his forehead, and acted as if nothing had happened. He also covered his eyes while he was at it. He stared at the book and said coldly, "Go sleep on the bed." After that, he didn't raise his head again. Although Xianxia pretended to be focused on reading the book, his ears perked up 120% as he listened closely to Huowujiu's movements. He heard Huowujiu move his wheelchair to the side of the bed, then he slowly moved his body onto the bed and lay down quietly without making a sound. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, as long as Huowujiu doesn't mention it, what's there to be embarrassed about? I'm not embarrassed. However, this brainwashing wasn't successful. For more than an hour, he couldn't focus on the book in his hand. He kept thinking about what had just happened. Huowujiu shouldn't have seen how he was holding onto the pillow like an idiot, right? The sound he heard just now was the sound of the wheelchair moving. At that time, he had just come out. Maybe he didn't see what he was doing. Xianxia was fighting a war in his heart. He wanted to stare a hole through the book in his hand. However, he didn't notice that Huowujiu, who was lying on the bed, glanced at him lightly. She saw him lowering his head and covering his face with his hands. She saw his embarrassed and angry look. The rabbit that was draped in fox fur accidentally revealed its short tail. Huowujiu's lips twitched. It was late at night. Huowujiu, who was lying on the bed, didn't move. Xianxia turned off the lights, pulled over a blanket, and fell asleep on the bed. Sure enough, he slept very well that night. This couch wasn't very comfortable, but Xianxia didn't have much energy left after 2 days of sleepless nights. Therefore, he fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He didn't even dream that night. He slept until the sky gradually brightened. In Xianxujiu's sleep, he felt someone carefully patting him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Qianshan standing in the blurry morning light. He had a shocked expression on his face. Xianxujiu was immediately startled awake. He sat up and saw Meng Qianshan standing in front of him with a bow. He was holding an envelope in one hand. He looked at the bed in surprise, then looked at Xianxujiu. He stammered, "Master, why did you sleep on?" Xianxujiu gritted his teeth and interrupted him in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Meng Qianshan was good in every way, but he was a little slow-witted. How could he see his master sleeping on the sofa and ask him why he slept on the sofa? Meng Qianshan was stunned. He handed the envelope to Xianxujiu and said, "This was last night." Xianxujiu paused. He suddenly raised his hand and motioned for Meng Qianshan to shut up. He saw Huowujiu on the bed. At this time, the sky was only a little brighter. It was far from time to get up. Huowujiu looked like he was sleeping soundly. Presumably, their conversation would wake him up. Meng Qianshan followed Xianxujiu's line of sight and immediately understood. Xianxujiu got up and said softly, "Let's talk outside." Meng Qianshan quickly and quietly followed behind him. The two of them walked to the bedroom and closed the door. Only then did they speak again. "What's the matter?" Xianxujiu asked. Meng Qianshan handed the letter to him and said, "Your Highness, this is from the 2 officials who invited you to dinner last night. They asked someone to secretly deliver it to you before dawn. They said that they wanted to personally hand it to you yesterday, but because you were not feeling well, they rushed to deliver it today." Xianxujiu took the envelope. He roughly understood. The 2 people who invited him to drink wine last night were low-ranking officials in the Ministry of Works. He guessed that the message was most likely related to the repair of the ancestral hall. He put the envelope away, grunted, and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Meng Qianshan stepped forward and stopped him. Xianxujiu frowned and looked at him. Meng Qianshan's face was filled with righteous indignation. "How could Madame Ho let you sleep on the couch?" Xianxujiu was speechless. You still ask. I interrupted you just now and asked you to stop talking, and you still ask, he said indifferently, is this something you should care about? He turned to go back into the room. However, Meng Qianshan looked like he was ready to die. This servant shouldn't care, but your highness's body is so weak. How could I let him bully you? Jiang Suzhou could hear that Meng Qianshan's voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid. However, Meng Qianshan stopped him and said in a low voice, is Madame Hu bullying you because of her superior martial arts? Your Highness, don't be afraid. This is not Baliang. She can do whatever she wants. Jiang Suzhou raised his hand helplessly and stopped him. He knew that Meng Qianshan was loyal, but this person was really stubborn. He said coldly, what are you guessing for? Just do your own thing. After that, he walked around Meng Qianshan and opened the door. However, he heard Meng Qianshan's voice behind him. He sounded wronged and confused. Your Highness is already sleeping on the couch. Why did you bring this person to your courtyard? If he didn't explain clearly, this matter wouldn't be resolved, right? Jiang Suzhou took a deep breath, closed the door, and turned around. This prince wanted to sleep, he said. Meng Qianshan's face was full of astonishment. Then, he saw His Highness's frosty expression and said stiffly, although he is a concubine, this prince likes him and doesn't want to treat him lightly. Do you understand? Meng Qianshan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, Your Highness. But you just met him 2 days ago. He was trying to get to the bottom of things. Jiang Suzhou wanted to quickly fool this hothead, so he blurted out some nonsense, how do you know it was the first time? When Marquis Dingbei returned to the capital, this prince had already seen him and had long had feelings for him. After that, a long time had passed. Although I haven't seen him, I have heard a lot about him. Meng Qianshan was stunned. Jiang Suzhou saw that he obviously believed him and stopped talking. He warned, no one knows about this. This prince has never revealed anything in front of Madame Hua. So, even if you know, you have to keep it to yourself. Remember? Meng Qianshan was so stunned that his eyes almost popped out. He nodded his head stupidly. Jiang Suzhou glanced at him indifferently, then pushed the door open and went back in. It was still early. Rather than dawdling with Meng Qianshan, he might as well hurry back and sleep for another hour. With this thought in mind, he quietly returned to the couch. Before lying down, he didn't forget to glance at Hu Wujiu. He was still motionless and hadn't been woken up. Jiang Suzhou laid down and closed his eyes. He didn't know that the moment he closed his eyes, the pair of dark eyes in the darkness slowly opened. The man frowned, his face full of surprise. His gaze fell on the young man's back with a complicated expression. He didn't know that Hu Wujiu had been in the army for many years. Even if he was asleep, the slightest sound could immediately wake him up. He also didn't know that Hu Wujiu had extremely sharp ears and eyes. Even if he lowered his voice and was separated by a door, Hu Wujiu could hear everything he said clearly. He didn't miss a single word. The sky was bright. Jiang Suizhou wanted to go back to sleep, but he didn't expect that he would sleep so well last night that he couldn't fall back asleep after lying down. As a result, he got up early. Meng Qianshan had also prepared breakfast in advance. Hu Wujiu also got up early. Although the two of them shared the same bedroom, they didn't communicate. Meng Qianshan helped Jiang Suizhou wash up. After that, Hu Wujiu went to the back room to clean up. When Hu Wujiu came back in his wheelchair, Sun Yuan pushed his wheelchair to the table. Breakfast was already prepared on the table. Jiang Suizhou was sitting at the table, leisurely reading a book. He didn't have to wait for Hu Wujiu to eat with him. However, table manners were ingrained in him since he was a child. He had to wait until everyone was present before he started eating. Seeing that Hu Wujiu had arrived, Jiang Suizhou put down his book and started eating. Even though the two of them ate breakfast together, they didn't say anything to each other. However, today, Jiang Suizhou felt that something was wrong. It was as if Hu Wujiu was constantly looking at him. However, when he looked over, he saw that Hu Wujiu was eating with his eyes lowered. He didn't even look at him. It was very strange. On the other hand, Meng Qianshan, who was serving at the side, saw that his master kept sneaking glances at Madame Hua. He assumed that his master was unable to control himself in front of his sweetheart. At this time, as a qualified subordinate, he naturally had to worry about his master's worries. With that thought, Meng Qianshan smiled and spoke. Master, a carpenter came yesterday. This servant remembered that you specifically mentioned that Madam's wheelchair wasn't easy to use, so this servant asked him to hurry up. Just now, he sent word that the new wheelchair will be delivered to our courtyard by today. Jiang Suzhou looked up at him and saw Meng Qianshan blinking at him. Needless to say, this brat was showing off in front of Hua Wujiu on behalf of him, indirectly telling Hua Wujiu how well he treated him. Jiang Suzhou was speechless. However, on second thought, different routes lead to the same destination. Just take it that Meng Qianshan is trying to please Hua Wujiu on behalf of me. Therefore, he grunted and said indifferently, that's not bad. If it's early, you can push it out for a spin and see if it's useful. It just so happened that he was working at the Ministry of Rights anyway. Meng Qianshan, this blabbermouth, had nothing to do, so he could help him push Hua Wujiu out to get some fresh air. Meng Qianshan agreed with a smile. If your highness comes back early, we can go out for a walk together, he said. This was too much. Jiang Suzhou glanced at him warningly. Meng Qianshan immediately shut his mouth with a smile. However, when Jiang Suzhou retracted his gaze, he suddenly met Hua Wujiu's eyes. Hua Wujiu looked at him. His gaze was still cold, but there was a hint of complexity in it that Meng Qianshan couldn't understand. His brows were tightly furrowed. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. He saw Hua Wujiu turn his eyes away, no longer looking at him. Jiang Suzhou was momentarily stunned. Did I say something to provoke him? Jiang Suzhou couldn't be bothered to find out what was wrong with Hua Wujiu. After finishing his meal, he went straight to the Ministry of Rights Yamen to slack off. Only Meng Qianshan was left. He was extremely attentive as he waited on Hua Wujiu. Hua Wujiu coldly watched as the eunuch bustled around him. The eunuch only left when the carpenter who brought the wheelchair arrived. Finally, Hua Wujiu had some peace and quiet. He raised his hand to rub his temples. It was too noisy. At this moment, Sun Yuan, who had been waiting on him from behind, carefully stepped forward and stuffed something into his hand. Hua Wujiu raised his head to look at him. He saw that Sun Yuan's entire body was stiff, and his nervousness was written all over his face. Someone asked me to give this to you. Sun Yuan lowered his voice and stammered. He had never done something like this before. It was too difficult for him. The day before, he had pushed Madame Hua into the courtyard. When he was about to leave the residence, someone stopped him and gave him an ingot of silver to deliver a letter to Madame Hua. What kind of person was the prince? What kind of person was Madame Hua? Naturally, he did not dare to do it. He hurriedly refused and ran away. Fortunately, that person was not a vicious person. When he saw that Sun Yuan had run away, he did not force him, nor did he kill him. However, the next day, the prince ordered that any letter or item that was delivered by someone was to be delivered to Madame Hua in private. This scared Sun Yuan out of his wits. However, since the prince said so, he did not dare to disobey. That night, on his way home, he met that person again. Just take it that I'm begging you. Deliver this letter. That person said. General Hua is not a careless person. As long as you deliver it, he will not leave any traces that will implicate you. Sun Yuan paused. Since it was the prince's order, seeing that he was hesitating, that person's face immediately lit up with hope. How about it? You can pay more. This is negotiable. Sun Yuan had always been an honest person. When he heard this, he was so scared that he stuttered. It was not about money. However, he could not just say that the prince asked him to deliver the letter. After hesitating for a while, Sun Yuan said, Yes, I want more money. That person quickly asked, How much? Sun Yuan paused and shyly raised 2 fingers. Add 2 more silver coins. That person was speechless. Thus, the person still passed the letter to Sun Yuan, who then passed it to Hua Wujiu. How did this person increase the price to such an extent? Hua Wujiu asked. Hua Wujiu glanced at the letter in his hand, then raised his head and looked at Sun Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. Sun Yuan felt guilty under his gaze. He did not even dare to breathe loudly and stood there like a bamboo pole. "Who asked you to deliver this?" Hu Wujiu lowered his voice and asked. Sun Yuan stuttered. "I don't know," Hu Wujiu said. "I mean, who ordered you to deliver this letter to me?" The prince did not allow him to say. Sun Yuan's lips trembled, but he did not say a word. Seeing him like this, Hu Wujiu understood even if he did not say a word. Unimaginable. When he was young, he had followed his father back to Yi City once or twice, but he did not remember ever meeting this imperial Prince Jing. The fact that he was able to say something that pleased him was already very outrageous. However, when he thought about his behavior in the past few days, it seemed to be the case. His fierce appearance and cowardly personality, as well as his inexplicable good attitude towards him, all seemed to have an explanation. But, it was fine if he insisted on having some dirty thoughts, but these days, he had been carefully taking care of him like a rat. Hu Wujiu also saw it. But, his hand that was holding the envelope slowly rubbed the paper cover. He was a prisoner of war that had been sent here by the enemy. For a moment, he didn't know whether this Prince Jing was too daring or too stupid. Or perhaps, Hu Wujiu frowned in confusion. Could feelings really deceive people to such an extent that even one's family, country, and life could be placed behind? He had always been proficient in the art of war, but when it came to this kind of thing, he was completely clueless. His lack of experience caused him to momentarily lose his ability to judge. His thoughts were suddenly thrown into disarray. It was as if no matter what schemes he had, he was relying on the other's favor to wantonly bully him. After Sun Yuan tactfully withdrew, Hu Wujiu opened the letter in his hand. The letter had been clutched so tightly that it was slightly wrinkled. One could vaguely see how indignant the person who wrote the letter was. Hu Wujiu raised his eyes to look out the window. Meng Qianshan was in the courtyard talking to the carpenter who had brought the wheelchair. The carpenter was hastily taking down some notes. Presumably, Meng Qianshan wanted him to make some changes. As soon as he saw Sun Yuan come out, Meng Qianshan immediately called him over. He actually had Sun Yuan sit in the wheelchair and let Meng Qianshan push him back and forth in the courtyard. He was probably testing the wheelchair to see if it was sturdy. Hu Wujiu lowered his eyes and opened the letter. It has already been more than 10 years since this lowly official parted with the old marquis. After the Battle of Xianxia, I was filled with grief and indignation, truly unable to control myself. However, I have no other choice but to eat the ruler's salary. Although we are both in linen, I have no face to see General. By this point, the words had already been blurred by tears. Hu Wujiu furrowed his brow and flipped to the last page of the letter. Ji Hongqing. He actually had some impression of this person. At present, Nanjing didn't have many high-ranking officers. His father's old friend, Lu Yu, was one of them. The person who wrote the letter should have been one of Lu Yu's subordinates in the army at the time. Now, he was in charge of the Ministry of War. Hu Wujiu flipped the letter back. This person's vexation and guilt were evident in his words, but he didn't take it to heart. Back then, because Emperor Xian was afraid of the Hu clan, he deliberately cut off reinforcements and supplies during the war. After the war, he even found a crime to exterminate the entire Hu clan. His father had raised an army because of his deep hatred for Emperor Xian. It had nothing to do with the country, so it naturally didn't involve any of his colleagues, nor did he need them to rebel with him. Serving the country loyally was the duty of a subject. Rising together because of the brotherhood was something only people of Jianghu would do. Hu Wujiu's gaze swept past the few lines of heartfelt words, and he continued to look at the back. Then, his eyebrows slightly rose. This lowly official knows that General's current situation is difficult. I hope that General will endure the humiliation and endure hardships to gain courage. Prince Jing is definitely not a good person. In today's court assembly, he even spoke filthy words to His Majesty, shamelessly discussing the pleasures of the bed with General. Afterwards, His Majesty ordered General to meet His Majesty. His disgust was evident in his words. Even if he had to give up the right to repair the ancestral temple, he still wanted to imprison General in the rear residence. From this, one can see how filthy and despicable this person is. I hope that General will take care of yourself. General Liu is currently suppressing bandits in Lingnan. This lowly official's words carry little weight. My hands are tied, and it is truly difficult for me to repay the old Marquis's kindness. However, I hope that General won't worry. If there comes a day when you need this lowly official will do my best. That was the end of the short letter. Huojiao raised the letter higher and placed it on the table where the lamp that Sun Yuan had specially lit for him. The flame licked the letter and immediately burned a corner of it to ashes. Suddenly, Huojiao pulled the letter back from the fire. He held the letter that had already been burned. His gaze paused for a moment, and then fell on the second last paragraph. He couldn't help but read that paragraph a few times. When he came back to his senses, he was actually about to memorize it. He was slightly taken aback. As if trying to hide something, he placed the letter on the fire and burned it along with the envelope. The flame flickered slightly in his eyes. Huojiao stared at the flame, furrowing his brows. He really didn't expect, even if he was an old friend of his father's, he still knew what it meant to be wise to protect oneself. However, such a cowardly white rabbit who had no interaction with him, who looked fierce on the outside but was actually timid on the inside, would actually help him deal with the situation in the imperial court. He was even willing to give up the power that he had already obtained. All this was so that he wouldn't suffer Jiang Xuanheng's humiliation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be protected by someone with such thin shoulders. Jiang Suzhou naturally did not know how the secret letter that Huojiao received scolded him. He happily went around the Ministry of Rites and went to his study when he returned to his residence. Because of their conversation that day, Jiyu's attitude towards him had become much closer. Today, he even gave him 2 books and said that he wanted to borrow them to read together. Of course, they were 2 unofficial history books. Because of his own experience, Jiang Suizhou more or less didn't like unofficial histories. Thus, after thanking Jiyu for his good intentions, he put away the 2 books and casually placed them on the table. Whoever wanted to read them could read them. He did not want to take the risk of transmigrating again. Moreover, he had other things to do, for example, the secret letter sent to him by the 2 ministers. He was extremely cautious and kept the letter when he received it early in the morning. Only when there was no one around did he open the letter and read it. As he had guessed, the letter did not provide any useful information. These 2 ministers were not high-ranking officials. They just happened to be in the Ministry of Works. Thus, when this matter was taken over by the Ministry of Works, they could easily find out the budget and who was in charge. They also did some calculations for Jiang Suzhou and calculated how much money Peng Xiao could get from this project. It was indeed a considerable amount. The 2 ministers must have been anxious because of this. In the letter, they asked him if they wanted to plant some of their own people in the project. Jiang Suzhou fell into deep thought. Based on his understanding of the original owner, he would definitely do something. Even if there was no return or even a loss, he had to try. However, Jiang Suzhou knew that this was completely useless. Peng Xiao would never let any official that he did not trust handle the money. Thus, even if he planted his own officials in the project, they would not be able to touch the money allocated by the imperial court. Under such circumstances, the only thing that could be done was to collect evidence of corruption and report it to the imperial court. However, what was the relationship between Peng Xiao and the future owner? What was the relationship between him and the future owner? Obviously, he was asking for trouble. He was afraid that the future owner would not be able to catch him. Moreover, the planted officials would be pushed into the teeth of the storm and could easily be harmed by Peng Xiao. Before transmigrating, when he was reading history books, he had seen many officials in Nanjing who died in accidents during certain projects. Jiang Suzhou did not dare to take this risk. He pondered for a moment and carefully read the letter. He roughly memorized the numbers and names in it and put the letter in a secret compartment on the table. There were already a lot of letters there. They were all saved by the original owner. Jiang Suzhou spent a lot of effort to find the secret compartment. He roughly determined the influence of the original owner based on the letters. Most of the information collected from the letters stored here was fragmentary and had no reference value. However, according to the positions of the officials in the letters, these people did not have any real power. Even these bits and pieces of pitiful information were obtained by them with all their might. These officials painstakingly collected the information and handed it to the original owner. The original owner did not let their efforts down. The letters in the box were all marked with annotations. It could be seen how much effort the original owner put into reading them. Xianxia put the letter away and carefully locked it. Then, he began to write a reply to the two officials. He did not directly reject them. He only told them not to make a move and that he would act according to the situation. When the time came, if he found an opportunity to plant them, he would inform them immediately. Fortunately, there were a few letters in the study that the original owner had not sent. Xianxia could reluctantly imitate his tone and finish writing the letter. After he finished writing, Xianxia read the letter and waited for the ink to dry. He could not help but sigh. It had been 3 years since Nanjing escaped from the Yangtze River. They had gradually walked out of the fear of their country being destroyed. They seemed to have accepted the current situation where they were ruled by separate rivers. More than a month ago, Huowujiu sent troops south and broke the original balance. However, when they were crossing the river, their reinforcements were cut off and they were besieged and captured. Now that even General Hua was no longer in Beiliang, the officials in Nanjing were naturally more at ease. Because of this, Peng Xiao was able to freely embezzle and seize power without any qualms. The new owner only wanted to enjoy himself. As for King Jing and the officials behind him, they were all trying their best to fight for power with Peng Xiao's faction. They wanted to find a way out of the dark clouds. However, none of them knew that their days were numbered and that the building was about to collapse. They were trying their best to climb up the building that was about to collapse. Xianxia looked out the window. He gradually accepted the fact that he was dragged into this period of history. At the same time, he was also being dragged into this torrent of events. Gradually, he wanted to help them. By the time he came out of the study, the sky had already darkened. He handed the secret letter to Meng Qianshan and watched him skillfully stuff the letter into his clothes. Xianxia looked away, relieved. Perhaps it was because his body was weak, but he did not look well after sitting for a long time. Meng Qianshan saw that his lips were a little pale and asked considerately, "Master, you must be tired. Do you want me to prepare a bath for you?" When Xianxia heard his question, he also felt a little tired, so he nodded his head. Meng Qianshan nodded repeatedly. Xianxia went back to his room and saw that dinner was already prepared. Under the bright lights, Huowujiu was sitting there reading a book. How many books could there be in his room? They were all prepared by Meng Qianshan to relieve the original host's boredom before going to bed. The original host preferred obscure Confucian ancient books that talked about the ways of the world. Xianxia was used to reading ancient texts and did not find them boring. However, Huowujiu was different. How could a person who wielded swords and sabers read these things? With this thought, Xianxia sat down at the table and asked, "Reading?" His tone was very cold, clearly showing that he was not interested in what the other party was doing. He did not expect Huowujiu to pay attention to him. His words were just an opening remark. As his voice fell, he paused and was about to ask Meng Qianshan to send some leisure books to Huowujiu when he suddenly heard a deep and mellow voice. "Just casually flipping through," Huowujiu said. Xianxia was shocked. He looked at Huowujiu in disbelief and saw that he was eating calmly. The words he had prepared were about to speak, but Huowujiu's abrupt response stopped him. For a moment, Xianxia did not speak. He saw Huowujiu raise his eyes and look at him indifferently. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that when Huowujiu looked at him this time, his expression was still cold and unapproachable. However, the aggression in his eyes had lessened by a lot, and the oppressive aura had also dissipated by more than half. For a moment, Xianxia thought that he was seeing things. He was stunned and hurriedly put away his surprise. He lowered his eyes and picked up some food with his chopsticks, saying, "Yes. What books do you usually read? Ask Meng Qianshan to bring you some." As he spoke, he signaled Meng Qianshan with his eyes. Meng Qianshan, who was behind him, nodded repeatedly. However, he heard Huowujiu speak again. "No need," he said. After a pause, Huowujiu looked at him indifferently and said, "I'm not used to being taken care of by others." His words were not only referring to the matter of finding the book, but also the sacrifice he had made in court a few days ago, as well as the letter he had sent to him. Meng Qianshan was naturally aware of this. If Prince Jing insisted on liking him, he could not do anything about it. However, he also did not want to accept Prince Jing's favoritism and good intentions. He had to return the favor after receiving it. He could not return this kind of feeling. Jiang Suzhou, who was sitting across from him, raised his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he laughed coldly, saying, "When have I ever taken care of you? I just wanted to find something for you to do so that you don't cause trouble for me." Jiang Suzhou was very happy. How could he not get used to it? "For the sake of my life, there are many things I will have to take care of you in the future, get used to it as soon as possible," Huo Wujiu frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Meng Qianshan beside him smile like a flower. He laughed mischievously and nodded, saying that he would pick out more books for his wife to choose from. Obviously, this master and servant pair did not intend to listen to his opinion. Huo Wujiu lowered his eyes, and Jiang Suzhou did not say anything else. After he finished eating, he went to the side to drink some tea. He was in a good mood. As the night deepened, Meng Qianshan came over and told him that the bath in the back room was ready and that he could take a bath. Jiang Suzhou agreed, put down the book, and went to the back room. As he walked around the silk screen, he could feel the steam rising from it. Under the heavy gauze curtains, there was already a flickering candle flame. Amidst the misty steam, there was a hint of flirtatiousness. In the center of the back room, there was a bronze pool with carved flowers. It wasn't very big, about 3 to 5 square feet. At this time, the pool had already been filled with hot water. There was even a layer of flower petals floating in the pool, faintly emitting a delicate fragrance. A few maids stood by the side, looking as if they were going to wait on Jiang Suzhou as he bathed. This was too inappropriate. Jiang Suzhou withdrew his gaze and waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. The maids left obediently. They did not even make a sound when they moved. After a while, they had all left. Jiang Suzhou turned around and looked at Meng Qianshan, saying, "You can leave too." Meng Qianshan was stunned. "Ah? This?" Usually, when his master bathed, there was no time when there was no one to wait on him. Except when he was in Madame Gu's room. Thinking of this, Meng Qianshan suddenly understood. How could he be so insensible? There was another master in the room, how could he wait on him? He nodded repeatedly, beaming, "Ah. This servant will take his leave now." He did not know if it was Jiang Suzhou's illusion, but he always felt that Meng Qianshan's expression was a little indescribable. Wretchedness. After he left, Jiang Suzhou walked to the side of the pool and leaned over to test the temperature. Then, he took off his layers of robes and hung them on the rack beside him. At this time, there was no one around. He relaxed his mind and began to think about other things. In 2 days, it would be the day of the imperial court meeting. He should think of a way to discuss the matter of the secret letter with the 2 aides. He thought about it as he undressed. Just as he undid the belt of his inner robe and was about to take it off, he heard a clear sound behind him. Jiang Suzhou turned around. He saw Meng Qianshan pushing Huo Wujiu's wheelchair. Huo Wujiu sat upright in the wheelchair with an expressionless face. He looked like a Buddha who had been pushed in. Behind him, Meng Qianshan smiled wretchedly. Jiang Suzhou's mind went blank. In the next moment, he immediately understood what Meng Qianshan was planning. He actually dared to bring Huo Wujiu here and ask him to bathe with him. Jiang Suzhou's gaze turned from astonishment to anger. He felt a rush of blood rushing to his head, and his ears turned red from anger. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Meng Qianshan." He felt that Meng Qianshan should be glad that he wasn't the original owner of the body. Otherwise, he would have died a quick and painless death on the spot. Meng Qianshan stared blankly for a moment before he realized that his flattery had hit the nail on the head. He jumped in fright and stuttered as he explained, This servant saw that master didn't want servants to serve him, so I thought that the pool was quite big and convenient, so, he couldn't continue to explain himself. His exposed skin was a bit cold. Jiang Suzhou pulled his clothes together and took a deep breath. He tried to keep his voice calm. 2 days ago, the doctor changed his bandages. Did you forget? Then he was soaked in hot water. Meng Qianshan, if his brain doesn't work, this prince will find someone to dig it out for you. His body was weak, and he was so angry that his voice was trembling. Meng Qianshan didn't care about anything else. He was so scared that he pushed his wheelchair and ran away. Even if he ran, he didn't dare to bump into Hu Wujiu. He stumbled all the way and pushed Hu Wujiu back to his bedroom. Jiang Suzhou let out a sigh of relief and took off his clothes again. After being scared by Meng Qianshan, his train of thought was suddenly disrupted. However, the pool was exquisitely prepared, and the temperature of the water was also very suitable. Soaking in it was still an extremely enjoyable thing. Jiang Suzhou focused on soaking in the pool until he was a bit tired. Then he changed into a new set of clothes and returned to his bedroom. Meng Qianshan had been scared away long ago. At this time only Hu Wujiu was left in the bedroom. He was sitting in his wheelchair and reading a book. Jiang Suzhou was a bit embarrassed. It was all because of that stupid Meng Qianshan, who insisted on pushing Hu Wujiu into the pool while he was bathing. He walked to the couch and sat down while drying his hair. Perhaps it was because Hu Wujiu rarely answered his question, so he relaxed a lot. At this time, he directly opened his mouth. "It's Meng Qianshan's fault," he said. Hu Wujiu put down the book and said indifferently, "It's fine." He then went to the back room to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Jiang Suzhou quietly let out a sigh of relief. It really wasn't his imagination. Even though Hu Wujiu was still cold towards him, he was already willing to pay attention to him. Even though he was rejected. However, this also proved that his efforts were useful. At least, Hu Wujiu felt that he was taking care of him. Jiang Suzhou watched his back disappear in front of the screen. He retracted his gaze, picked up the book he was reading, and leaned on the couch to continue reading. As soon as he lay down on the couch, he felt the difference. The cushion was a whole layer thicker, the pillow was changed, and there was even a very comfortable quilt. At first glance, he knew that Meng Qianshan believed his lies in the morning. He was afraid that he would suffer because of it, so he specially arranged this for him. Jiang Suzhou immediately forgave Meng Qianshan for his rashness just now. Was there anything happier in the world than being able to have a good sleep? At present, there was no such thing. However, he didn't know that when Hu Wujiu went to the back room, the wheelchair stopped in place. His hand slipped almost imperceptibly. In front of him, hot and humid steam hit his face. In the middle of the dense white steam, there was an empty pool and traces of water left on the ground. The flower petals in the pool gently rippled with the water. The clothes that the man had changed out of were still hanging on the copper rack next to him. This kind of scene would always easily remind people of the scene they just saw. For example, that man's black hair was loose, and his inner garment was half undone. When he turned around, it suddenly revealed a smooth and glossy chest. Hu Wujiu had been in the army for many years, so he had seen too many men's bodies. During the summer, a group of men would even go to the river to take a bath together. However, he had never seen a man like this. He didn't know if it was because he had never been exposed to the elements, or because his appearance was too outstanding, but Hu Wujiu hurriedly averted his gaze after just one glance. He had never seen such a man. For a moment, he couldn't even think of an appropriate adjective that didn't have any erotic connotations. When he thought about it, it made sense. The men he had met before, even if they were being honest with each other, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with each other. There had never been a man like Imperial Prince Jing, who hurriedly wrapped up his clothes before even saying anything. He even blushed because of embarrassment. He was like a big girl. Although Hu Wujiu's impression of girls was also blank, when he thought of Jiang Suzhou, he suddenly had such a nasty thought. Even his heart beat a little faster. Jiang Suzhou slept very soundly that night. He slept all the way until the morning of the next day. He felt refreshed and his body felt lighter. Meng Qianshan had prepared breakfast early in the morning. He didn't know if it was because he had angered Jiang Suzhou last night, but the dishes on the table today were especially sumptuous. They were all arranged according to Jiang Suzhou's favorite dishes. Jiang Suzhou glanced at Meng Qianshan indifferently and saw him smile awkwardly and fawningly. He didn't say anything and coldly withdrew his gaze. It was good to scare him a little, so that he wouldn't do something like this in the future and cause trouble for him. Therefore, Jiang Suzhou didn't speak to Meng Qianshan until they finished eating. Is it time for Madame Hua to change her dressing? He asked. Meng Qianshan nodded repeatedly. The mansion doctor will be here later today. Your Highness, don't worry. Jiang Suizhou made a sound of acknowledgement, paused, and then asked, what's the date today? Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, Your Highness, it's the 8th day of the lunar month. Jiang Suizhou nodded. It's the 4th day. Send someone to Madame Gu's courtyard and tell her that this prince will be there for dinner tonight. Meng Qianshan was dumbfounded. Your Highness. How could you say that in front of Madame Hua? Meng Qianshan stared at Jiang Suizhou in a daze for a moment. When Jiang Suizhou didn't respond, he looked at him and nodded blankly. Yes, this servant will do it in a moment. Jiang Suizhou glanced at him and frowned. What's with this kid's expression? In front of Hua Wujiu, he stared at him as if he was a heartless man. What if Hua Wujiu saw this and misunderstood? Jiang Suizhou hurriedly stole a glance at Hua Wujiu. He saw that Hua Wujiu was focused on eating, as if he didn't hear anything. Well, ever since he married Hua Wujiu, he had always been at peace with him. He hadn't done anything out of line. Hua Wujiu probably knew that his relationship with him was different from his relationship with Gu Chongyun and the others. Although his relationship with Gu Chongyun and the others was also very clean. With this thought, Jiang Suizhou felt relieved. Seeing that it was about time, he got up and went to the Ministry of Rites to continue slacking. Meng Qianshan was the only one left. He looked at Hua Wujiu with a worried expression. He finally understood what it meant when the emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was. This man's upper and lower house were really separated. Just like the prince. Yesterday, he had told him with deep affection that he loved Madame Hua so much that he couldn't bear to ruin her. Today, he wanted to go to another concubine's room in front of Madame Hua. Meng Qianshan looked worriedly at Madame Hua, who had a cold and indifferent expression on her face. How about persuading Madame Hua? Although Madame Hua still looked like she didn't care, he couldn't let the prince leave a bad impression of him as a playboy. After thinking for a while, he left the room and found a servant girl. He had her deliver the prince's order to Madame Gu's room. He then returned and stood in front of Hua Wujiu. Madame Gu entered the estate early. Master, you know that. He forced a smile on his face and said carefully. Meng Qianshan addressed Hua Wujiu as master. Usually, it was the servants who served the concubines in the inner courtyard who addressed their own concubines. As the eunuch by the prince's side, Meng Qianshan naturally wouldn't lower himself like this. Hua Wujiu lifted his eyes and glanced at Meng Qianshan. Meng Qianshan smiled ingratiatingly and said, Madame Gu has a delicate personality. She will make a fuss when she doesn't see the prince for a few days. The prince is impatient with her because he's afraid that she will make a fuss. It doesn't seem like he really dotes on her. Hua Wujiu frowned. Why was he telling him this? What did it have to do with him what Prince Jing wanted to do? Meng Qianshan spoke as if he was a housewife who was vying for the prince's favor. Meng Qianshan continued, moreover, that Madame Gu isn't a reasonable person. Even though the prince protects you in the courtyard every day, he might not be able to stop that woman from vying for the prince's favor and coming to make trouble for you, right? The prince spent the night there for your own good. Hua Wujiu felt that Meng Qianshan was too noisy. He was about to tell Meng Qianshan to shut up when he suddenly heard the words spent the night. The scene he saw last night replayed in his mind for a moment. He remembered that person's smooth and slender waist, and his ears that had turned slightly red when he was embarrassed and angry, and his clear and magnetic voice that day when he had said in a low and gentle voice that he had been in love with him for a long time through the door. What would a man like that look like when he spent the night with another man? He was stunned. What was he thinking about? That thought came very suddenly, catching him off guard after he came back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He looked up and coldly glanced at Meng Qianshan. That one glance scared Meng Qianshan so much that he choked and immediately shut his mouth. He looked at Hua Wujiu in fear. Hua Wujiu looked up at him. Even though he was looking up at him, his malicious gaze made people want to kneel down in front of him. Hua Wujiu paused. Why was he competing with a eunuch who lacked a single thread in his brain? He withdrew his gaze. Even though he was a concubine in Jiang Suizhou in name, to him, it was just a change of prison. Since he wouldn't have his spine broken in Nanjing's prison, he naturally wouldn't be tortured and assimilated in a place like this. Naturally, he wouldn't be so fierce with a eunuch because of something like this. With that thought, Hu Wujiu looked up at Meng Qianshan. "Get out," he said. He didn't seem to be gentle at all. Instead, he seemed even more fierce. When Jiang Suzhou went to Gu Chongyun's room that night, as expected, Gu Chongyun and Su Du were still in the bedroom. There was already food on the table and not a single person was left to serve them. Seeing Jiang Suzhou come in, the two bowed to him and Gu Chongyun poured tea for him. Jiang Suzhou sat down at the head of the table. "Master said you were coming early in the morning, so this subordinate had someone make a dish of squirrel mandarin fish," Gu Chongyun said with a smile as he moved the plate of fish in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Would master like to try it?" Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He didn't like to eat sweet things, especially sweet and sour Jiangnan dishes. After coming to Jiangnan for a few days, the food on the table in his room was mostly northern dishes. Did the original host like to eat sweet things? He looked suspiciously at Gu Chongyun and saw Gu Chongyun raise his eyebrows with a bit of surprise on his face. "Master doesn't want to eat it?" Jiang Suzhou didn't say anything and reached out with his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish. When the fish entered his mouth, there was a sweet taste that made Jiang Suzhou's brows wrinkle involuntarily. His chopsticks paused. Although the soul in King Jing's body was his, the body was still King Jing's. Other than experience, the only thing that could affect a person's taste was their taste buds. He didn't like to eat sweet things and didn't have any psychological barriers. Then his body's reaction to the fish with chopsticks must have come from his body. The original host also didn't like to eat sweet things, so Gu Chongyun's actions were clearly testing him. Jiang Suzhou chewed a few times and then looked indifferently at Gu Chongyun. He saw Gu Chongyun's face reveal a bit of a smile, like he was relieved of a burden after his doubts were dispelled. Jiang Suzhou didn't say anything and just coldly looked at him with a bit of scrutiny and warning in his eyes. Gu Chongyun immediately sensed it. He blinked slightly and said with a smile, "Sure enough, master still doesn't like sweet things. It's just a pity that this famous Jiangnan dish hasn't caught His Highness's eye for 3 years." Jiang Suzhou slowly put down his chopsticks. "You have a lot of guts." He looked down at the table and said indifferently. Gu Chongyun looked at him without saying anything. Jiang Suzhou asked, "Did you get the results you wanted?" Gu Chongyun paused for a moment and then chuckled. "Master, what are you saying?" This subordinate only saw that the mandarin fish that was delivered from the residence these past few days was fresh and wanted to have them cook it for master to try. Jiang Suzhou's knuckles slowly tapped on the table. If someone who knew him was here, they would definitely be able to tell that this was his habitual action when he saw through the other party's lies and thought of countermeasures. Jiang Suzhou knew that they could tell that he wasn't the original owner. He had mentally prepared himself. After all, these two people were the original owner's trusted aides. Even if they didn't know each other all the time, they definitely knew each other well. Since these two people could be taken in by the original owner, they definitely weren't ordinary people. If he wanted to fool them, it would be very difficult. But he didn't think that the other party would start to test him the second time they met. This proved that from the first time they met, these two people could tell that he was different from the original owner. His knuckles tapped on the wooden table. The sound was soft and slow as it echoed through the silent room. At this time, Su Du, who had been waiting on the side, spoke. "Master, forgive him. Chong Yin was just a bit naughty." He stood up. Jiang Suzhou looked at him and saw Su Du give him a deep bow. "But master, don't worry. No matter what happens, his loyalty to master can be witnessed by the heavens and earth." This was a show of loyalty. Jiang Suzhou knew that he was telling him that no matter who he became, as long as he was still their master, they would be loyal to him. He lowered his eyes and drank a mouthful of tea, suppressing the sweetness in his mouth. There was no proof, so he naturally wouldn't believe it. But he also knew that his identity was something that was clear between the three of them. He had given a warning and the other party had shown their loyalty. There was no use in forcing them now. He needed facts to prove that Su Du's loyalty was real or fake. Before this, what he needed to do was to find a way to restrain the other party so that they wouldn't betray him. Jiang Suzhou picked up his chopsticks again as if the confrontation just now had never happened. He calmly talked to them about the letter he had received yesterday. Su Du and Gu Changyun also acted as if nothing had happened and carefully discussed the contents of the letter with him. Just like the last time they met, these two people's thoughts were organized and logical. They also had their own opinions. When they proposed countermeasures, they were usually straight to the point. It was the same as Jiang Suizhou's analysis based on historical data. It was as if he really was the original owner. He did his best without holding back at all. Jiang Suizhou couldn't tell if they were deliberately pretending or if they really didn't care if the person in front of them was the original imperial Prince Jing. But no matter what the reason was, the analysis they proposed was useful. After Jiang Suizhou considered it, he wrote down the parts that he thought were useful. So after they finished eating and finished discussing all the big and small matters that had happened in the past few days, Jiang Suizhou got up and left. Although it wasn't a big deal to spend a night here, he was now a person who had lost his identity. Just thinking about spending a night here with the original owner's subordinates, he felt that it was a very torturous thing. The two people got up with him and saluted him as he left. It wasn't until the servants escorted Jiang Suizhou out of the courtyard that the two people sat down at the table again. Gu Changyun softly laughed. He found out. He said. Su Du looked at him disapprovingly. I told you before not to tease him. Gu Changyun raised an eyebrow. I just didn't expect him to be so sharp. He said. But look, he didn't get angry either. Su Du glanced at him. Not necessarily. He said. Gu Changyun laughed a few times. Who cares? He said. I just want to see what this smart and soft-hearted new master will do next. Jiang Suizhou returned to the concealment hall, but he didn't return to his bedroom. Instead, he went to the study while it was still early. Apart from the letters, there was also a lot of other information that could be found in the original owner's study. But because it was placed in an extremely secretive manner and there was a large number of them, Jiang Suizhou hadn't thoroughly checked the information in the original owner's study. Now, he had a guess in his heart. He wanted to try and find something from the information stored in the study. This search went on for 4 hours until it was almost midnight. He found an account book that the original owner had stored in the depths of the desk. There was nothing special about the account book, but Jiang Suizhou found that the amount of money in the account book was very large. Every time it was paid out, it was on the 15th of the month. And these silver taels were personally handed over to Su Du by the original owner. In addition, there was an expense in the account book. Although there was a slight fluctuation every month, the amount was very small. Normally, such a small amount of money wouldn't be recorded by the original owner. Since it was recorded, then the use of the money must be very important. Every month, the date of payment was also on the 15th. Jiang Suizhou had a plan in his heart. He thought for a long time until Meng Qianshan knocked on the door to remind him that it was late at night and he still had to go to court tomorrow. Only then did he put away the account book properly and return to his bedroom. At this time, it was already late at night. Most of the servants had already gone to bed, leaving only a few people on night duty. Meng Qianshan opened the door for him. Jiang Suizhou stepped in and saw Hua Wujiu sitting under the lamp reading a book. He frowned and supported his forehead with one hand. It seemed like he didn't understand the contents of the book and was a bit irritated. Hearing the sound of movement at the door, Hua Wujiu looked up and saw Jiang Suizhou taking off his cloak as he walked into the room. His eyes paused imperceptibly and stopped on Jiang Suizhou. Why did he come back? Jiang Suizhou put his cloak in Meng Qianshan's hand and turned his head to see Hua Wujiu sitting there with a book in one hand. It was as if he didn't see him. Jiang Suizhou felt an inexplicable sense of relief. No matter how lazy he was in the Ministry of Rites, he still had to be on guard against his colleagues. He had to act as if he was Imperial Prince Jing at all times. Once he returned to his manor, the two subordinates with sharp eyes would be enough to deal with him. On the other hand, Hua Wujiu ignored him all day and rarely spoke to him. He didn't even look at him. This made him feel relaxed. Under this kind of atmosphere, Jiang Suizhou even vaguely felt the joy of returning home. With this thought, Jiang Suizhou lightly sighed in self-mockery. How much hardship did he have to suffer to think that Hua Wujiu was cute? Hearing him sigh, Meng Qianshan only thought that he was tired. He hurriedly supported him and led him to the back room to wash up. After the two figures disappeared behind the screen, Huo Wujiu, who had been staring at the book, slowly raised his eyes and looked at his back. This was a bit difficult. This morning, when Huo Wujiu heard Meng Qianshan say something along the lines of, "He went to Madame Gu's place because of you," he thought that this eunuch was crazy. But now that it was so late at night and Prince Jing was rushing back, Huo Wujiu also felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for this eunuch to like him, but now he didn't even care about his concubine and wanted to come back to sleep on his bed. Huo Wujiu frowned and slowly tapped his finger on the wheelchair. Could it really be because of him? He never liked to owe people, whether it was material or emotional. Because of this, he especially hated it when people willingly gave him things that he didn't need. He never appreciated it. For example, Imperial Prince Jing. Huo Wujiu looked away and lowered his eyes again to look at the book in his hand. This book was written by a great scholar of the Jing dynasty. It was full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Huo Wujiu was already annoyed enough when he read this book. Now that Imperial Prince Jing suddenly came back, his mood should have worsened. But when he looked at the book again, Huo Wujiu's brows inexplicably couldn't knit together anymore. It was as if this pedantic and foolish Confucian scholar had suddenly become less detestable. The next day was another court meeting. Jiang Suzhou felt a bit conflicted when he thought of his future master's glory. He hurriedly ate breakfast and left. Unexpectedly, he bumped into someone as soon as he entered Jingyang Gate. "What a coincidence, Your Highness Prince Jing." That person wanted to put on a fake smile, but because he was too ugly, he looked very fierce. He couldn't hide the disgust and malice in his eyes at all. Jiang Suzhou quickly sized him up. He wore the uniform of a fourth-rank military official and looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was tall and had a dark complexion. He had a full beard and a pair of round eyes, which made him look like Zhong Kuei. Jiang Suzhou quickly glanced at his dentist. Ji Hongqing from the Ministry of War. Ah, it was him. Jiang Suizhou understood in his heart. This official Ji in front of him was so ugly that he was recorded in the history books. When he was written in the history books, he actually said that he was ugly. Now it seemed that it wasn't an exaggeration. In ancient times, the imperial examinations also looked at the appearance of the examinees. If this official wanted to take the imperial examinations, he naturally wouldn't be able to pass in his lifetime. He was able to become an official because of his military background and because he was promoted by the famous general of Nanjing, Liu Yu. Jiang Suzhou quickly ran through this person's life in his mind. His superior, Liu Yu, was an old friend of Huo Wujiu's father. When Northern Liang attacked, Emperor Ling and the future master were afraid of him and didn't even dare to let him fight with the Liang army. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between Liu Yu and Huo Wujiu's father was deep. Presumably, the reason why Ji Hongqing was glaring at him was most likely because of Huo Wujiu. Therefore, Jiang Suzhou coldly glanced at him. He didn't say anything and was about to walk around him. He saw Ji Hongqing follow him. "I've heard that Your Highness has a good character." "Now that I see it, it's true," Ji Hongqing said. Jiang Suizhou didn't even turn around. She then heard Ji Hong continue, "After all, only by showing off your might in front of the weak in the backyard can one show the true character of a gentleman, right?" There was anger in his tone, and it was obvious that he had been holding it in for a long time. Since the last court assembly, this person must have held a grudge against him. Today, he was waiting here to say unpleasant things to him. This person was quite brave in the army, but he was brave but not astute. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Luckily, he wasn't the original owner, so he didn't dare to do anything to Huo Wujiu. If the person who heard these words was the original owner, Huo Wujiu's situation in Prince Jing's estate would be even more difficult. Jiang Suizhou turned around and glanced at him indifferently. Ji Hongqing glared at him with his bell-sized eyes, as if he was waiting for Jiang Suzhou to retort and have a fierce quarrel with him. Jiang Suzhou smiled faintly. "Thank you, Official Ji, for your concern," he said. "This is this prince's backyard, so it's naturally up to this prince to deal with it. It's none of your business if I want to kill or torture it, don't you agree?" Seeing that Ji Hongqing was so angry that his face turned red and he couldn't make a sound, Jiang Suizhou was in a good mood. He turned around and walked away. He knew that Ji Hongqing had good intentions and was worried about Hu Wujiu, but he didn't mind angering him and teaching him a lesson so that he wouldn't do such a thing next time. He walked all the way to Guangyuan Palace Hall. When the time came, the drums sounded and the eunuchs singing and shouting could be heard. There was a solemn atmosphere outside the door, and the officials in the palace hall were all dark and gloomy. However, the hall was quiet and there was no one to be seen for a long time. The successor didn't come. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but look around. He saw that the surrounding officials looked as if they were used to this and were all quietly waiting. Jiang Suizhou followed suit and waited. They waited for almost an hour. They waited until the sun was high in the sky and Jiang Suizhou's vision was a little blurry. Only then did the successor leisurely arrive. "My beloved officials, you're here so early?" Jiang Suanheng leaned against the dragon throne and yawned as he spoke lazily. Jiang Suizhou glanced at him and saw that his eyes were dark and his face was green. He looked listless, and it was obvious that he had overindulged in sex. The officials didn't dare to speak. Jiang Suanheng continued, "Is there anything important today, uncle?" He actually went to ask Peng Xiao directly. Peng Xiao, who was sitting in the front row, smiled faintly and began to play the music. He had already made a decision on all the major and minor matters of the imperial court. Every time he said something, the successor only needed to nod his head and get someone to carry out Peng Xiao's arrangements. Jiang Suanheng didn't even ask how much money the Ministry of Revenue needed to allocate. He only asked the Minister of Revenue to allocate the money. Jiang Suizhou frowned as he listened. He wrote down the general details and sighed that Nanjing's destruction was not unjustified. By the time Peng Xiao finished playing the music, there were only a few officials who had something to report. The successor hurriedly listened to them and asked Peng Xiao what to do. In the end, these officials' reports were still handled according to Peng Xiao's wishes. At this moment, the successor seemed to have finally woken up and sat up a little straighter on the dragon throne. "I heard 2 days ago that fifth brother moved General Hua to your courtyard?" Seeing that no one else was going to report anything, the successor leaned back on the dragon throne and asked slowly. "Here it comes again." Jiang Suizhou stepped out from the ranks of the officials and took out the speech he had prepared. "The truth is that General Hua was restless in fifth brother's residence and hurt my other concubines. After much consideration, fifth brother decided to keep him by my side and watch over him," he said. The successor leaned forward on the dragon throne and said, "But I also heard that General Hua hasn't left your bedroom since he moved into your courtyard?" Jiang Suizhou looked up and saw the successor's small eyes sparkling. It was as if the words forbidden were written all over them. Jiang Suizhou was a little speechless. He lowered his head and awkwardly put his fist in front of his mouth and cleared his throat. He silently agreed with the successor's guess. The successor laughed happily for a moment. "It seems that I was right in my matchmaking," he said. "Fifth brother is very satisfied with General Hua." Jiang Suizhou held back his disgust and hurriedly explained, "But that's not the case. General Hua is wild and hard to tame. Fifth brother only used a few tricks. Please don't mention it again." The successor heard the hidden meaning in his words and laughed happily. Good, good. I won't mention the matter in fifth brother's room again," he said. "However, in half a month, it will be my birthday banquet. Fifth brother, you don't have a princess, so why don't you let Madame Hua come to the banquet?" Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth. Again. Last time, when Hua Wujiu was asked to enter the palace to return home, he had blocked it for Hua Wujiu. He didn't expect that the future master still wouldn't give up and would only give up after Hua Wujiu entered the palace once. Jiang Suizhou quickly thought of a countermeasure. He muttered to himself for a moment and didn't reply. The empress saw his troubled expression and thought that he was embarrassed again. She became even more enthusiastic and said with a smile, "Fifth brother, although Zhen has married her to you, you shouldn't hide a mistress in a golden house like this, right? When the time comes, everyone will bring their family. What will it look like if you come alone?" Before Jiang Suizhou could reply, the successor asked with a smile, "Uncle, don't you think so?" Peng Xiao agreed, "Your Majesty is right. I heard that Prince Jing has 2 other concubines. One of them was born in a brothel and the other is a commoner. How could they be brought to your Majesty?" The two of them echoed each other and the successor laughed even more happily. Jiang Suizhou pursed his lips. He knew that he couldn't avoid this. He paused and said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." The successor laughed and said, "That's more like it. Fifth brother, I don't know what's so good about men that you can linger on them like this." He was just lamenting and didn't expect to receive a reply from Jiang Suizhou. However, Jiang Suizhou was holding back his anger at this time. When he heard his sigh, he looked at him and said lightly, "Imperial brother, you'll know once you try." Hearing this, the successor subconsciously looked at him and swept his gaze over the men in the imperial court. They were all middle-aged and old men with wrinkles all over their faces. There were a few who were especially ugly. For example, Ji Hongqing was tall and dark. He stood out in the crowd and looked like a ghost from afar. Jiang Xuanheng was speechless and felt his stomach churn. Ever since the successor had ascended the throne, his annual birthday banquet had become the most important banquet of the year in the imperial court. Not only did the banquet have to be extravagant and lively, but the ceremonies before the banquet also had to be grand. Therefore, half a month in advance, the Ministry of Rites was busy. After Jiang Suizhou left the imperial court, he rushed to the Ministry of Rites and didn't return until night fell. Under the flickering lights, an invitation letter was placed on the table in front of Huojiu. It was sent by an official in the imperial court named Shen Ti. Huojiu didn't have much of an impression of this person. He was presumably young and didn't have a high official position. This invitation letter was sent by Chen Ti in the name of his wife. He invited Huojiu to attend his wife's flower-admiring banquet in a month's time at his residence. The handwriting on the letter was graceful and there was a layer of delicate fragrance floating on top of it. It was clearly used by the womenfolk to socialize. Huojiu didn't need to think to know that this person was trying to curry favor with others and deliberately humiliate him. And these people had always been good at wrapping their ugly intentions in a grand and dignified way. They pretended that they didn't know Huojiu's original identity and what kind of person he was. They only thought of him as a favored madam of Prince Jing's estate and wrote a heartfelt letter to him as if they really wanted to invite him to admire the flowers together. Huojiu knew that as a prisoner, he should endure any kind of humiliation. However, the fragrance of the incense on the letter still made him feel irritable. At this time, Sun Yuan came in from outside. When he saw that Meng Qianshan wasn't next to him, he hurriedly stuffed a thin item into Huojiu's hand. It was another letter. There was no signature on the envelope and it was carefully folded. It looked a bit similar to the letter that Ji Hongqing sent a few days ago. It had only been a few days, so what kind of secret letter was there for him? Huojiu withdrew his gaze and opened the letter. Then, a line of extremely messy, angry words jumped out in front of his eyes. "Prince Jing is shameless. He really isn't human." Huojiu paused for a moment. The irritation that he had been suppressing inexplicably dissipated a bit. Even the corners of his lips curled up into an untraceable arc. He moved his hand and flipped the letter to the next page. He was actually looking forward to seeing what kind of inhumane things His Highness, Prince Jing, would say in the royal court today. Ji Hongqing's tone was extremely impolite. Huojiu could tell that Ji Hongqing had made up his mind to write this letter to Jiang Suzhou. After all, even if Ji Hongqing was an idiot, he wouldn't believe that his letter could be so easily delivered to Huojiu, let alone to Jiang Suzhou. In the letter, he detailed the evil deeds of Jiang Suzhou that morning. From the time he met Jiang Suzhou, to the time Jiang Suzhou said those shameful things in the imperial court, Ji Hongqing scolded him in a long tirade. Because he was an uncultured military general, he was so agitated that he actually wrote a few vulgar words in the letter that couldn't be used in public. He was simply using this letter to point at Jiang Suizhou's nose and scold him. As Huojiu read on, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but gradually curl up. He didn't expect that this imperial Prince Jing, who was so careful in front of him and had to consider every word he said, would be so arrogant behind his back. He was so confident that he had deceived all the civil and military officials of the court. Did he say that he let him trample on him? He also said that he was wild and untamed and that he used some tricks. Huojiu's fingers couldn't help but slowly stroke the edge of the letter. He suddenly wanted to see what Jiang Suizhou would look like when he swaggered and said these words. Sun Yuan, who was standing behind him, felt his heart jump. Under the candlelight, he saw that Madame Hu seemed to have read something in the letter. The smile on her face grew wider and wider. He was born cold and sharp. When he smiled, he looked like a wild beast that was secretly accumulating power, ready to pounce and bite the throat of its target at any time. He quickly finished reading the letter. His hand paused, and he flipped the letter back to the beginning and carefully read it again. This? For a moment, Sun Yuan even felt that the letter he sent to Huojiao was a secret letter to assassinate the emperor. Otherwise, why would he be so interested? Should I inform the prince about this? At this moment, the candlelight on the table flickered slightly, and some faint footsteps could be heard outside the window. He returned from Xianxia. Sun Yuan also vaguely heard the sound. He hurriedly went forward and took down the lampshade for Huojiao, indicating that he should quickly burn the letter. Huojiao brought the letter to the edge of the lamp. Just as the flame was about to lick the edge of the paper, he stopped. Sun Yuan looked at him in surprise. Huojiao's hand paused for a moment, and then he took the letter back. The letter was refolded and placed into his bosom. Sun Yuan was stupefied by his actions. Huojiao raised his eyes to look at him. His gaze was calm and indifferent, and the smile on his lips had disappeared. "What are you waiting for?" he asked. Those eyes were pitch black and deep, as if they could dig out one's heart and see through it. Sun Yuan was startled. He hurriedly covered the lampshade again as the footsteps approached. By the time Jiang Suizhou returned to his residence, it was already very late at night. Today's morning court session had already exhausted him, and he had also been busy the entire day at the Ministry of Rites. By the time the sky had darkened, his legs were already a bit light. Fortunately, Jiyu knew that his body wasn't well, so he didn't make things difficult for him. He gave most of the work that should have been done by Jiang Suizhou to his students. It was also because of this that Jiang Suizhou was able to return to his residence at this time. He sat in the carriage all the way back to his courtyard. His head was heavy, his feet were light, and his mouth was dry. He sat down at the table and let Meng Qianshan pour him a cup of tea. Meng Qianshan saw that his face was pale, and hurriedly brought the tea to Jiang Suizhou's hand. He bowed and asked, "Is His Highness well? This servant will send someone to call for the estate doctor to take your pulse." Jiang Suizhou waved his hand. When he opened his mouth again, his voice was hoarse and his breath was a bit light. "No need." He could feel that he was dizzy and tired. Rather than calling for a doctor in the middle of the night, it was better to rest early. Meng Qianshan was still worried, so he agreed and retreated to the side. Jiang Suizhou drank a few mouthfuls of tea to moisten his throat, then felt a bit better. He put the cup back on the table. Just as he was about to get up and wash up, he saw a letter on the table. It looked beautiful and delicate, like a love letter from a young lady. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but be curious, who sent this letter? Meng Qianshan was the one who handed this letter to Huojiao today, so he naturally knew what this letter was for. Now that Jiang Suizhou asked, he immediately acted as if he had found a place to complain. He hurriedly rushed forward and said, "Replying to Your Highness, it was sent by Chen Ti's wife." Chen Ti? Jiang Suizhou furrowed his brows. Although he was only a fifth-ranked official in the capital, he was a distant relative of Peng Xiao. He didn't have any other skills, but he was good at currying favor and flattering Peng Xiao. Because of this, he was doing very well in the capital. Why did his wife send a letter to him? Seeing that Jiang Suizhou was frowning and not saying anything, Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, "This letter is for Madame Hua." Jiang Suizhou looked at Huojiao, only to see Huojiao lift his eyelids slightly. Flower viewing banquet. Huojiao's voice was low and calm. Flower viewing? Jiang Suizhou opened the envelope and took out the letter. He saw that it was an invitation letter, inviting Huojiao to his backyard to admire flowers a month later. Jiang Suizhou's frown deepened. Without waiting for him to finish reading the letter, he stuffed the letter and the envelope into Meng Qianshan's hands. None of them were good people. For the Jing dynasty to be so weak today, the incapable ruler had something to do with the group of flatterers in the imperial court. They were so idle that they didn't know how to increase their strength to fight against Bailiang. Instead, they were obsessed with finding all kinds of ways to humiliate the enemy's captives, as if this was the way to get back at them. Jiang Suizhou had been forced by the future ruler to let Huojiao attend a banquet in the palace early in the morning. Now, he saw a small official swaggering around Huowujiu for fun. He was already tired, and he couldn't suppress the irritation that he had accumulated for an entire day. He rarely showed his emotions, but there was a hint of anger in his voice. Send them back to where they came from. Meng Qianshan was startled. Your Highness. Jiang Suizhou glanced at him. What? You don't want to see the lousy flowers in his garden? Is there a problem? Meng Qianshan shook his head repeatedly. Even though he was in a difficult position, he didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Huowujiu opened his mouth. These people must have received instructions from Peng Xiao. They won't give up until they achieve their goal. Jiang Suizhou was about to take the tea on the table when he suddenly heard a low voice. He paused and looked at Huowujiu. Huowujiu was sitting in his wheelchair. When he saw Jiang Suizhou looking at him, he quietly continued. They came for me. It has nothing to do with you, he said. He knew that since he was in Nanjing, there would be no lack of incidents like this. He had been lucky enough to escape once or twice before, but it was all because Jiang Suizhou had taken the blame for him. Every time Jiang Suizhou took the blame for him, those people would take the opportunity to rip off a piece of flesh from him. How many valuable things did he, Imperial Prince Jing, have that were enough to protect him? He didn't want to be a coward, and he also didn't want others to take the blame for him. After he finished speaking, he clearly felt Jiang Suizhou's gaze freeze. Huowujiu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly turned his gaze away and didn't look at him again. He only hoped that Imperial Prince Jing wouldn't think too much. He just wanted to draw a clear line between them. He didn't need Imperial Prince Jing's self-sacrifice. However, Jiang Suizhou's hoarse voice deepened. It has nothing to do with me? He sneered. You married into my residence. How could it have nothing to do with me? Don't tell me that a man like you mingling with women to admire flowers isn't a disgrace to me? After he finished speaking, Jiang Suizhou went to the inner room to wash up. As he walked, he cursed silently. If you don't chop off my head 3 years later and let me live, then it naturally has nothing to do with me. Of course, he knew that this lowly official dared to send such a letter to his residence because he had Peng Xiao's support. As for why Peng Xiao supported him, it was naturally because what he did was very pleasing to the future emperor. Peng Xiao was naturally happy to see this happen. During this period of time, Jiang Suizhou had been tortured by those people until he learned how to deal with them as they came. In any case, he would block them if he could. When he couldn't, he would think about it again. With this thought in mind, Jiang Suizhou cleaned up and took a bath before coming out of the inner room. After a tiring day, after washing up, he was so tired that he felt light. He just wanted to fall into bed and have a good sleep. However, as soon as he returned to his bedroom and was about to walk to his bed, he saw Huowujiu sitting next to his bed, quietly reading a book. What was he doing? Jiang Suizhou's mind went blank for a moment and he froze on the spot. He saw Huowujiu raise his head when he heard the noise. His face was expressionless as he nodded in the direction of the bed with his chin. Go sleep there. His tone was crisp, as if he was giving an order to his subordinates. Jiang Suizhou didn't know how to react and looked in the direction of the bed. He saw that the bed was neat and tidy. There was even a pill on the short table next to it. Take the medicine on the table as well. He heard Huowujiu say. Jiang Suizhou felt that Huowujiu would not want to poison him to death. But why would he give him medicine? He looked at Huowujiu suspiciously and did not move. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew in through the open window. It was clearly a warm breeze, but it blew away the water vapor on Jiang Suizhou's body, causing him to cough violently. He coughed violently. It was probably because his immune system was low to begin with, and he was tired today, so his body was even weaker. After a while, he stopped coughing. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He suddenly raised his eyes. Through the hazy mist, he saw that the window had been covered by someone. Huowujiu was sitting under the window, reading a book. He did not even raise his eyes. Jiang Suizhou calmed his breathing, walked to the bedside, and sat down on the edge of the bed. His bed was so comfortable, the bed was spacious, the bedding was thick, and the brocade used was thick and soft. Just touching it made him feel as if half his soul was about to sink into it. Jiang Suizhou was momentarily moved. After all, ever since he came to this world, he had not known what it was like to sleep on a bed. He originally wanted to decline and let the disabled person sleep on the bed, but because of this, he gave up. Since Huowujiu gave it to him, sleeping on it for one night was not a big deal. He was not bullying him. With this thought, he pulled open the blanket. Following his movements, the small object on the table came into his sight. His gaze fell on the medicine on the table. What? What kind of medicine was this? Xianxia was uncertain. He looked at the medicine, and then looked at the silent Huowujiu. He did not really want to eat it. After all, he did not even know what it was. However, he also knew that even if Huowujiu wanted to poison him, he would not use such a direct method. What if he did not eat it out of good intentions and made him unhappy? After weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia still believed in Huowujiu's character. He simply took the medicine and lay down on the bed. It was too comfortable. How could there be such a thing as a bed? Xianxia was already tired and dizzy, so he fell asleep not long after pulling up the quilt. He didn't notice that when he fell asleep, Huowujiu, who was sitting on the couch, quietly looked at him. Despite his shrewd appearance, he actually dared to take the medicine given by the enemy without even knowing what it was. The pill he had placed on the table was the one he had brought out of prison. This kind of medicine was best for improving the qi and replenishing the blood. When he was in prison and his mind was in chaos, he would take one to keep his life. After a month, he only had a few pills left. Last time, he had used 2 pills to scare Dr. Zhou. He saw that Xianxia had already fallen asleep on the bed. That was a little stupid. He raised his hand and extinguished the candle on the table. For a moment, the bedroom fell into a quiet darkness, leaving only the window paper fluttering in the breeze. Huowujiu glanced at the window. He didn't know why he was so weak. A gust of wind that he didn't even feel was enough to make him cough until tears welled up in his eyes. With this, who was he still thinking about protecting? When Xianxia woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. He had never slept so well before. He didn't know if it was because he finally slept on the bed or because of the pill Huowujiu gave him. In short, when Xianxia woke up that day, he felt that his breathing was much smoother. However, he still had to do the work of the Ministry of Rites. Xianxia had studied the etiquette system of the Jing dynasty and knew that it was complicated, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. It was all because the empress was extravagant. In the past few days, because he had to compare various details, Xianxia obtained the records of the empress's Qianqiu banquet 2 years ago. When he held the banquet in the first year of his ascension, the previous emperor had just died for less than a year. The imperial palace in Lin'an was only half built. It was a time of turmoil and chaos, and the treasury was empty. Even then, the empress's Qianqiu banquet was extremely extravagant, twice as extravagant as the previous emperor's. In the past 2 years, Nanjing gradually settled down in Lin'an, and the standards of the banquet were also higher and higher year by year. The Ministry of Rites was also very busy because of this. Under such circumstances, even though Xianxia received a lot of care from Jiyu, he could only return home on time and didn't have to work until the middle of the night. However, when he returned home every day, he was still so tired that his feet were light and his head was dizzy. He was so sick that he wished he could fall down. However, he rested well every day. Huowujiu seemed to have forgotten that the bed was his territory. Every day when Xianxia wanted to rest, he would occupy the couch so that Xianxia had no choice but to sleep on the bed. Xianxia wanted to remind Huowujiu every day to switch places with him. However, he was extremely tired every day, and the bed was too comfortable, so he delayed this idea. It was also because of this that during this period of time, although Xianxia was tired, he could sleep well every night. When he woke up the next morning, he could more or less replenish his energy and didn't really collapse from exhaustion. Huowujiu played a part in this. Even when he looked at Huowujiu every day, he felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. He also gradually formed a subtle balance with Huowujiu. The two of them still didn't communicate much, but because they were in the same courtyard, they would eat breakfast and dinner together every day. After breakfast, if it was still early, the two of them would each occupy a corner of the bedroom and do their own things. It was quite peaceful. Until the 15th of this month. Although Jiang Suzhou was busy, he still remembered the account book that he found in the study. On the morning of the 15th, after breakfast, he called Meng Qianshan to the side. "Did you bring back this month's account book?" he asked ambiguously. Meng Qianshan was indeed fooled by him. When he heard his question, he quickly took out a thin piece of paper from his bosom. "It was only delivered last night. This servant originally wanted to wait for your highness to finish your work today before giving it to you," he said with a smile. Jiang Suzhou took the account book and saw that it was recorded in detail. It was actually the food and accommodation of a family of 2 for a month. Because the 2 of them didn't go out, they spent very little. After a month, there wasn't much money. Jiang Suzhou looked at Meng Qianshan and probed, "This month's expenses are a bit less." Meng Qianshan quickly said, "Isn't that so? That young miss doesn't spend much money. The old madam's cold is also better, so she doesn't even need money for medicine." Jiang Suzhou paused and then probed, "That's good. If there's anything to spend money on, there's no need to be thrifty. These 2 people are very important, so you must take good care of them." Meng Qianshan really took the bait. He smiled foolishly and nodded, "Master, don't worry. This servant knows. This servant will definitely not let anything happen to Madame Gu's family." Jiang Suzhou was stunned. Madame Gu, he didn't think that the original owner would actually detain Gu Changyun's family in the manner in order to make him listen to his orders. No wonder the 2 of them didn't have any travel expenses, but instead spent a large amount of money on hiring guards. No wonder Gu Changyun didn't dislike him at all even though he was probing him. It was as if he didn't have any master and servant relationship with the original owner. Jiang Suzhou paused and then put away the bill. "It's good that you know." He gave a slight nod and then turned to walk out. He had a rough idea of Gu Changyun's background. Now, he really wanted to know how Sudu had been taken in by the original owner. He didn't forget that on the 15th of every month, he still had a transaction of money with Sudu. From this, he might be able to get a glimpse of Sudu's background. After coming back from the Ministry of Rites tonight, he still needed to go to Sudu's courtyard. Jiang Suzhou was planning in his heart as he walked out of the courtyard and got on the carriage parked outside. There were still a bunch of miscellaneous matters waiting for him at the Ministry of Rites. He also had important news from his subordinates in his hands. Too many things occupied his mind, so he forgot to tell Meng Qianshan that he wouldn't be coming back to the courtyard for dinner tonight. Night fell. Jiang Suzhou was busy at the Ministry of Rites. He didn't return to the prince's mansion until the sky was completely dark. He didn't forget about Sudu's matter. As soon as he returned, he went to Sudu's courtyard. Because he didn't inform the meeting beforehand, Gu Changyun didn't come. This was also the reason why Jiang Suzhou didn't know about the meeting. There were some things that he needed to discuss with Sudu in private. Sudu's courtyard had just finished preparing dinner. Seeing Jiang Suzhou come, Sudu was exceptionally calm. He had the maid serving him out a set of bowls and chopsticks and then sent them out. After the servants left, only the 2 of them were left. Sudu's residence was rather quiet. The bamboo outside the window swayed and the smell of ink lingered in the room. There was a chess game on the table in front of the window. On top of it was an unsolved chess game. Jiang Suzhou sat down at the table and looked at Sudu. He saw Sudu smile faintly. "Master actually knows that you have matters to hand over to this subordinate on the 15th of every month," he said. "This subordinate isn't as clever as Changyun. I was thinking that if master didn't know, what method should I use to meet you?" He said it very straightforwardly. It was clear that he put Jiang Suzhou's identity on the table. Jiang Suzhou didn't feign civility. Relying on the fact that there weren't any recording devices in ancient times, he said bluntly, "There are many books in the study. I can find some clues from them and know that I have something to do with you today." Sudu was stunned. He didn't seem to think that he could be so straightforward. This subordinate has only read about this kind of soul possession in books since childhood. "I didn't think that this guess was actually true," he said slowly. Jiang Suzhou laughed faintly, "I didn't want to come either. It was a coincidence. I really had no choice." Sudu laughed. "It's interesting to be able to see such a strange story. I didn't come to this world in vain," he said. He appeared extremely open-minded and natural. Jiang Suizhou sized him up for a moment and said, "So, I still don't know what you're after." Upon hearing this, Su Du asked, "What is the plot that my lord is talking about?" Jiang Suizhou said, "You already know that although I've become Prince Jing, I'm not him. Since you are his subordinates, you naturally have your own goals. Now that I know that Gu Chongyun's family was threatened, what about you?" Su Du's face showed some surprise. "Master, you even found out about this?" he asked. Jiang Suizhou looked at him quietly. After a while, Su Du laughed and nodded. "That is indeed the case. His parents died early, and he lived with his grandmother and younger sister. At that time, the Lord took a fancy to him, but he didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the imperial court, so the Lord used some tricks," he said. "Never would I have expected you to be so intelligent, to even be able to see through this." "What about you?" Jiang Suizhou asked him. Su Du paused and looked at him, his eyes bright. "I was born a merchant and had no way to become an official," he said. "But my ambition was to serve the country, and my life's goal was nothing more than fame and fortune." Jiang Suizhou knew that the Jing dynasty had just started the imperial examinations not long ago, and they had strict requirements for those who wanted to become an official. Within the 5 ranks, as long as they were merchants, singers, or prostitutes, they couldn't participate in the imperial examinations. Jiang Suizhou paused and asked, "So, you became a subordinate of Prince Jing?" Su Du laughed. "I'm a nobody. Now, other than His Highness Prince Jing, who is in a difficult situation, I can't find any other way," he said. "Moreover, although I seek fame and fortune, I'm not unscrupulous. If I entered Pang Xiao's sect, wouldn't I go down in history and infamy?" His words were frank. Seeing his state, Jiang Suizhou believed 80% of his words. He pondered for a moment and asked, "So, what do you do with the money I give you on the 15th of every month?" He knew that whether a person's words could be trusted depended on how he did it. Whether or not Su Du was honest with him depended on these important matters. He quietly looked at Su Du. He saw him turn around and take out an account book from a hidden compartment on the bookshelf. He returned to the table and handed it to Jiang Suizhou. "Prince Jing has saved up money over the past few years to raise a group of suicide soldiers," he said. "There aren't many of them, only about 10 in total. Because the suicide soldiers need to be personally trained for many years before they can be used without worry, my lord asked me to come here and gave me the task of raising and training the suicide soldiers." Jiang Suizhou was a bit surprised, but his expression didn't change as he took the account book and looked at it carefully. Every suicide soldier's serial number and expenses were clearly recorded. Even the dates were recorded. There was actually a large book of details every month. Jiang Suizhou paused and said, "So, you always go out to play every month, and you always go out to buy pen and paper, but I never let you report it?" Su Du smiled and nodded, "My lord is really smart." Jiang Suizhou quietly looked through the account book. Su Du waited at the side and didn't rush him. After a long time, Jiang Suizhou put down the account book and took out the money he had prepared beforehand. He handed it to Su Du according to the amount on the account book. He was using his actions to tell him that he trusted him. Su Du smiled and reached out to take the money. "You did very well," Jiang Suizhou said. "There will be many places where I can use you in the future." Su Du smiled faintly, "My lord, please give me your orders." Jiang Suizhou paused and looked up at him, "But, have you thought about the future?" Su Du didn't say anything. He tilted his head and motioned for him to continue. Jiang Suizhou slowly opened his mouth. "The rise and fall of a dynasty is the law of nature," he said. "If one dynasty's destiny is exhausted and another sun rises, how will you obtain the fame and fortune you want?" Su Du heard this and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he laughed. His laughter was clear and clean. "Everyone believes that the northern and southern dynasties are governed by rivers. This is a foregone conclusion and will continue for 100 years. Even if Beiliang still has Huowujiu, this situation can't be changed. Why does my lord think that the southern dynasty's destiny is exhausted?" Jiang Suizhou asked, "Why was Huowujiu captured?" Su Du answered, "The lone army entered the enemy's territory. Their reinforcements were cut off." Jiang Suizhou continued, "Then, how is Nanjing's imperial court now?" Su Du paused and smiled, "My lord, Are you saying that Huozhou's defeat this time was due to the horse's front hooves, and Nanjing's defeat was due to the decay of their foundation? Jiang Suizhou didn't say anything. He tacitly agreed. The two silently looked at each other for a while. Su Du stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Suizhou. This is a difficult situation. I didn't have much hope at first, but as I go, every step I take is because I have no other choice, he said. But today, it is my good fortune to have met a wise lord. I presume that my lord already has plans for the future. I will listen to your orders and be your right-hand man. Jiang Suizhou paused and was speechless for a while. Su Du spoke to him and was willing to believe him. Naturally, it was good. However, Su Du's praise for him was too high, which made him feel uncertain for a moment. What plans did he have for the future? He only knew that in the near future, they would be wiped out by Huozhou. Anin Hall was silent. It was already past dinner time, but his master still hadn't returned. Meng Qianshan was so anxious that he kept walking in circles. Every time he turned, he would sneak a glance at Huozhou. He saw Huozhou sitting at the table quietly reading a book. But he didn't know if it was Meng Qianshan's imagination, but he felt that Madame Hua hadn't turned a single page in the book in her hand for almost an hour. Meng Qianshan had already sent someone to ask. After a while, a manservant ran back into the main room and ran to Meng Qianshan, panting. Reporting to eunuch Qianshan, His Highness went to Madame Su's room, he said. A servant girl in Madame Su's courtyard just reported that His Highness didn't say anything in advance and went straight to the residence when he returned. Oh my! What should he do? The manservant reported in the room. Madame Hua was sitting next to him and heard everything clearly. Now, Meng Qianshan couldn't make up a lie to coax Madame Hua. He hurriedly waved his hand and chased the manservant out. After the manservant left, Meng Qianshan put on a fawning smile and walked to Huozhou's side. He said to the servant girl next to him, "Why are you so insensible? The dishes are cold. Hurry up and heat them up." He swallowed the rest of his words. Madame Hua, who was sitting there, put down her book and picked up her chopsticks without looking up. She picked up the cold vegetables with her chopsticks. He began to eat alone. Meng Qianshan suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if, it wasn't just the servants who were waiting for His Highness to come back for dinner. Madame Hua, who usually ignored His Highness, was also waiting to eat with His Highness. At this moment, Madame Hua was obviously unhappy. If that was really the case, Meng Qianshan knew that the one who started the trouble should end it. Madame Hua was a little angry at this moment. It wasn't something that the servants could handle. He could only wait for His Highness to come back from dinner and coax his ancestor himself. With this thought, Meng Qianshan served Huozhou with trepidation. Unexpectedly, His Highness didn't come back after dinner. After a long time, Madame Su's servant girl came. Eunuch Qianshan, His Highness is resting at Madame Su's place today. The servant girl said. Jiang Suzhou rested at Su Du's place purely because he was exhausted. He had been busy at the Ministry of Rites, and after he came back, he and Su Du went back and forth to test each other, so he didn't eat much for dinner. After dinner, he prepared to leave. As soon as he stood up, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Su Du supported him. Your Highness's body is weak. You mustn't overwork yourself, Su Du said. Jiang Suzhou steadied himself and took a few deep breaths before he recovered slightly. He supported himself with one hand on the table and weakly waved his hand. The Ministry of Rites is busy every day for the Qianqiu banquet. Su Du helped him to sit down on the couch. He turned around and lit a calming incense, saying, "Yes, every year at this time, the court is very busy. Should I send someone to invite a doctor to take a look at you?" Jiang Suzhou shook his head. "No need," he said. "Isn't it tiring to go back and forth?" Su Du nodded, "That's true. Then I'll ask someone to make a calming soup for your Highness. Why don't you rest here today?" His suggestion wasn't without reason. After all, the backyard was far from Anin Hall, and there was a large garden in the middle. Jiang Suzhou had to take a carriage everywhere he went. The carriage couldn't travel in the garden, so he had to take a detour. Just the bumpy journey alone was tiring enough. Jiang Suzhou was tempted. But he suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly, "Do you have an extra bed in your room?" Sudu smiled faintly, "Your Highness, don't worry. There's a green screen cabinet in the inner room. Chongyun usually sleeps there when she comes here." Hearing that both of them had beds to sleep on, Jiang Suzhou nodded in relief. As long as there was a bed to lie on, who cared where he slept? Thus, that night, he slept in Sudu's room. Jiang Suizhou didn't sleep well that night. Perhaps the smell of ink in the room was too faint, or perhaps the bed Sudu was used to sleeping on was too hard. In short, Jiang Suzhou always felt that something was missing in the room. He had been dreaming all night, and when he woke up in the morning, he felt as if he had stepped on cotton, and his eyes were a little blue. There was also a court meeting today. When Jiang Suzhou woke up early in the morning, he felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. His mind was in a mess. He was a little annoyed. If only she hadn't slacked off last night and returned to her own courtyard to sleep. Meng Qianshan was waiting outside the courtyard early in the morning. The Meng Qianshan did not give him a court robe because he had to pass through the front courtyard to leave the Fu. After having breakfast at Su Du's place in Jiang Suzhou, he went back to Anin's store. When he entered, there was a tall and straight figure sitting at the table in the main hall. The dim sunlight elongated his shadow, which fell on the ink bamboo painting hanging in front of the hall. It was like a sharp blade cutting into the depths of the bamboo forest. It was Hua Wujiu eating breakfast. Jiang Suzhou stepped over the threshold and saw Hua Wujiu eating by himself. He sat up straight and didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. Jiang Suzhou was very familiar with this kind of cold treatment. It was so familiar that it was a bit intimate. It made his restlessness from not sleeping well last night dissipate by a bit. He didn't argue with Hua Wujiu, nor did he rush to greet him. He just acted as if he didn't see him. With Meng Qianshan supporting him, he walked around Hua Wujiu and went into the inner room to change his clothes. As he walked, Meng Qianshan complained endlessly. "Your Highness, did you serve Madame Su well yesterday? This servant saw that your Highness didn't look too good." Jiang Suzhou heard this and interrupted him. "You talk too much," he said. Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed. Jiang Suzhou paused, then said, "The paper on the window in Su Du's room seems to be a bit old. In a moment, send someone to take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." The paper on the window was indeed not very good. It had been leaking air all night. Although other people didn't feel it, Jiang Suzhou was deeply affected. When he woke up early in the morning, he felt that his nose was stuffy. Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed. As the two talked, they went into the inner room. Jiang Suzhou didn't see that the moment he walked around the screen, Hua Wujiu raised his head and frowned as he looked at his back. His footsteps were light and his eyes were dark. It was obvious that he was tired. Normally, even if he slept on the bed for an entire night, he would never show such fatigue. What other reason could there be for him to be so tired after just one night? Hua Wujiu inexplicably felt that the chopsticks in his hand didn't fit well. No matter how hard he tried to pick up the food, he couldn't help but use a bit more strength. He tried to focus on the food on the plate, but it didn't work. He kept thinking about Jiang Suzhou's appearance just now. It was clearly just a glance, but it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Suzhou did last night. The chopsticks in Hua Wujiu's hands seemed to be sharpened. He was able to pick up the beef with both tendons and bones in just 2 bites. But he just couldn't pick it up. He was a bit annoyed and put the chopsticks down on the table. It must be because he didn't sleep well last night that he was in such a bad mood this morning and started thinking nonsense. After all, he had never suffered from insomnia in the past. Whether it was in the Yangguan Pass where the wind howled like wolves or outside the Great Wall where ice and snow covered his body, he could always sleep peacefully. But here, he couldn't fall asleep just because there was one less person at night. It was all that Imperial Prince Jing's fault. He was clearly a sickly person. He couldn't even walk a few steps by himself. Instead of going back to his room to rest, he had the energy to cause trouble in his concubine's room. He even said that he liked her and didn't have the heart to do it. He seemed to have a lot of compassion for the other people in the rear courtyard. After he was done, he even thought about changing the window paper for them. His words were glib, but his mouth was full of nonsense. This imperial Prince Jing really wasn't a good person. Jiang Suzhou changed into his court attire early in the morning and hurriedly left. When court officials entered the palace, they were never allowed to bring along attendants. Meng Qianshan walked Jiang Suzhou out of the estate and returned to Anin Hall to serve that expressionless favored concubine who was sitting upright. Normally, this master was very quiet and did everything by himself. He was very easy to serve. But today, he felt that something wasn't right. As for what was wrong? Meng Qianshan couldn't say. Normally, this master didn't like to talk. Today, he didn't say a word. Normally, he only liked to sit in the corner and read. Today was no different than usual. But Meng Qianshan felt that the atmosphere in the room was particularly low today. This made him feel uncomfortable and suffocated. He was like a flying insect that couldn't find its way out and kept circling around the room. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Qianshan thought that although Madame Hui didn't like the imperial prince and hadn't lost her temper since yesterday, there was no harm in pleasing this master and making him happy. With this thought, Meng Qianshan carefully moved to Hui Wujiu's side and leaned forward. "Master, the weather is just right today. Why don't this servant accompany you to walk around the garden?" Sun Yuan, who was serving Hui Wujiu, heard this and raised his head to look outside. He saw that the sky outside the window was gray and overcast. Linen had a lot of rain in spring. Recently, it had been cloudy for days. How could the weather be just right today? He looked down and saw Hui Wujiu reading a book without saying a word. Meng Qianshan knew that as long as this master didn't refuse, it meant that they could do whatever they wanted. Meng Qianshan felt as if he had received an imperial edict. He was overjoyed and quickly glanced at Sun Yuan. "Master wants to walk around the garden. Why aren't you moving faster?" Sun Yuan hurriedly pushed the wheelchair and followed Meng Qianshan out of the courtyard. The layout of Prince Jing's estate was exquisite. Anin Hall was located in the best location in the estate. After leaving the courtyard, they turned south and entered the estate's garden. The original owner of this garden was rich and fastidious. He had arranged 18 scenic spots in the garden. Every spot had its own wonderful scenery. Meng Qianshan had served here for 3 years. He could walk around the garden with his eyes closed. Now, he had the intention of currying favor with Hui Wujiu, so everywhere he went, he spoke without stopping and vividly described the scene to the point that it was clear and logical. However, Hui Wujiu didn't support him. He sat in the wheelchair with a cold expression and didn't respond at all. He was like a deaf person who couldn't hear anything. Sun Yuan, who was pushing the wheelchair, listened with great interest. Wherever Meng Qianshan pointed, he would follow. Sometimes, when he saw something wonderful, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In exchange, Meng Qianshan would glare at him like daggers. However, he had always been rough and didn't notice Meng Qianshan's displeasure. He just followed and looked at the scenery. Just like that, they slowly walked through the garden until they crossed a stone bridge and entered a bamboo forest. "Madam, look. That's our estate's quiet yellow springs." "That's not just a bamboo forest. When we cross the bridge and enter the forest, we'll see." However, Meng Qianshan's voice suddenly stopped. Sun Yuan didn't understand and hurriedly followed his gaze. He saw that in the bamboo forest, there was a stream and a winding path leading to a secluded place. Under 100 bamboo poles, there was an open-air chessboard. The chessboard was carved from stone and was very elegant. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting on the chessboard. One was dressed in red, the other in green. They were playing chess in the forest. Meng Qianshan was so angry that he wanted to curse his ancestor. He wanted to slap his own face. He slammed on the brakes and raised his hand to grab Sun Yuan's shoulder, forcing him to turn around on the narrow and exquisite stone bridge. This servant remembered wrongly. "It's just a shabby bamboo forest. There's nothing to see. There's a dead end ahead. Quickly turn around. We'll go to the next place." However, at this moment, the ancestor on the wheelchair who had been silent all this time spoke. "Isn't it listening to the springs?" he asked. "Why turn around? Let's continue." That deep and cold voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gap between his lips. Meng Qianshan wanted to kneel down in front of him. "You ignored this servant the whole way. So it turns out that you were listening to this servant. He hurriedly bowed, wanting to persuade this ancestor not to go to listening to the springs. However, the moment he bowed, Hua Wuzhou's side profile came into his view. He saw that pair of ink-black eyes, cold and sharp. It was completely different from the indifference and lack of interest from before. Instead, it was as sharp as an eagle's, looking straight ahead. For a moment, Meng Qianshan felt that this person was on the battlefield, with thousands of soldiers and horses behind him. His eyes were like torches, and the next moment, he would personally take the head of the bandit leader. Meng Qianshan followed his gaze. This ancestor was looking at Su Du. Meng Qianshan didn't dare to disobey, so he could only lead Sun Yuan and push the wheelchair forward. He was crying in his heart and shouting, "Madam Su, run!" However, the two madams obviously didn't receive the signal he sent with his divine sense. When they heard the sound of the wheelchair, they both raised their heads and revealed a calm expression as they waited for the group of people to come closer. Hua Wuzhou, who was in the wheelchair, coldly glanced at the two of them. He had some impression of the one in red. He looked like a woman and was careless. The first time they met, he reached out to touch his face. The other one, his gaze was a bit cold. The one who tried to mediate the last time they met. He pinched the hand of the person in red. This was the person who methodically persuaded him and sent someone to call for a doctor. So Imperial Prince Jing liked this kind of person? Hua Wuzhou coldly withdrew his gaze. There was a bit of disdain in his eyes that didn't dare to agree. In the military camp, the most annoying people were this kind of scholar who liked to dawdle and smooth things over. Just listening to this kind of person speak was enough to give people a headache. However, thinking about it, Imperial Prince Jing's character wasn't good and his taste was also very poor. It was normal for people who liked to be bad people. Hua Wuzhou coldly glanced at him in his heart. He didn't realize that he had included himself, who Imperial Prince Jing had secretly admired for many years, in his attack range. He only glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. His expression was cold and he had no intention of greeting him. However, Gu Chongyun was the first to speak with a smile. "The last time you saw our Madame Hua was a while ago, right?" His foxy eyes were as soft as silk as he sized up Hua Wuzhou from head to toe. "The feng shui of our Imperial Prince Jing's estate is to nourish people. Look at Madame Hua. Her complexion has improved a lot." Su Du glanced at him indifferently. He knew that before Gu Chongyun's family declined, his father also had a few concubines in his house. Gu Chongyun had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was a child, so he was well versed in the ways of the inner residents. After he came to Prince Jing's estate, he especially liked to act sour in front of outsiders. Normally, he did not talk much. Presumably, Hua Wuzhou would not pay attention to him either. As expected, Hua Wuzhou did not say a word. Instead, it was Meng Qianshan, who was behind him, who bowed and said with a smile, "Of course. Since Mrs. Hua came to the mansion, everything has been fine. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Gu." As he spoke, he secretly nudged Sun Yuan with his elbow and continued with a smile, "I didn't know that the two madams were playing chess here. This servant is slow-witted and has disturbed the madam's mood. Sun Yuan, why don't you quickly bid farewell to the two madams?" When Sun Yuan heard this, he quickly bowed to the two of them obediently. However, before he could say goodbye, Gu Chongyun interrupted him with a smile. "What's the hurry?" he asked. "Meng Qianshan, do you think I'm a man-eating tiger?" Su Du glanced at him. He had advised Gu Chongyun many times not to cause trouble, but he also knew that Gu Chongyun had experienced many ups and downs in his early years. He had developed this playful personality that was not afraid of death and would tease anyone he met. It was not easy to change it. Seeing that Meng Qianshan was smiling apologetically, Su Du opened his mouth to smooth things over. "If there's nothing important, there's no rush to leave. Does Mrs. Hua know how to play chess? Just now, Chongyun and I were in a stalemate. If you know how to play, why don't Mrs. Hua come and see how we can break this game?" Hua Wuzhou glanced at him indifferently. He hated playing chess the most. His father was a terrible chess player, but his military advisor was a national chess player. Yangguan was far away, and his father was unwilling to let go of any resources to educate him. Thus, he forced him to learn chess from that smiling tiger military advisor. He did not have the patience to play these boring black and white chess pieces, so he always caused trouble. His father was so angry that he took away his favorite Dewan horse and used it as a threat to force him to learn. Just because he knew how to play chess, it did not mean that he liked it. Huowujiu glanced coldly at Su Du in front of him. He dilly-dallied with a mud stick and an annoying black and white chessboard. These annoying things were put together. Behind him, Sun Yuan heard Su Du's words and looked left and right, not knowing who to listen to. Huowujiu raised his hand and gestured for him to stay where he was. Sun Yuan hurriedly did as he was told. Huowujiu grabbed the wooden wheel of his wheelchair and walked to the side of the chessboard. Su Du looked at him. Huowujiu sat at the side of the chessboard and looked down indifferently. He scanned the chessboard, and without hesitation, he reached out his hand, picked up a black chess piece, and placed it on the board. Su Du was stunned. However, Huowujiu did not give him a chance to speak. After placing that piece, he retracted his hand and pressed it on the wooden wheel. He exerted force and the wheelchair turned and went straight away. "Let's go," he said. Sun Yuan hurriedly went forward to push him. Meng Qianshan hurriedly bowed to the two of them and left. Gu Chongyun watched them all the way until they were far away. Then, he said to Su Du in surprise, "Look, he's a general indeed. Even though he's locked up in the backyard, he's still so wild and arrogant." However, Su Du remained silent and did not say a word. Gu Chongyun did not wait for Su Du to reply. He turned to look at him and saw Su Du staring at the chessboard expressionlessly and silently. Gu Chongyun laughed and teased him. He followed his gaze and looked at the chessboard. "What's so interesting about this chessboard? It's just..." His words came to an abrupt end. On the chessboard, Su Du's white piece had almost forced his black piece into a desperate situation. However, after Huowujiu's piece was placed, the black piece counterattacked like a trapped beast and bit the white piece's throat. On the chessboard, the situation changed. The black piece regained its momentum and its momentum surged. Gu Chongyun paused for a moment and then smiled. "He's pretty good at chess, isn't he?" he said. Su Du shook his head. Just now, when Huowujiu placed that piece and retracted his hand, he raised his eyes and glanced at him. His deep and cold black eyes were like that black chess piece, surging and ruthless. It was so cold that it made people fall straight into a cold lake. In an instant, Su Du felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Huowujiu wanted to kill more than just the white pieces on the chessboard. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head. Gu Chongyun asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Du was silent for a moment. "Nothing," he said. "I just don't know. When did I offend that General Hua?" After noon, it began to drizzle. Jiang Suzhou's eyes were bruised. He wearily finished his morning court session and rushed to the Ministry of Rights. Even though Jiyu took good care of him, he couldn't completely stop him from doing anything. Today, Jiyu saw that his complexion was very poor. Seeing that it was still early outside, Jiyu asked him to go outside the city and bring in a batch of materials for the meeting. Jiyu smiled and told him that after checking the accounts, he didn't need to report back to the Ministry of Rights. He just had someone send the materials to the Ministry of Rights courtyard. Jiang Suzhou knew that Jiyu purposely went easy on him so that he could return to the residence early after finishing his work. He was grateful for Jiyu's gentle nature and the fact that he was a good person. He was also grateful for the fact that he had talked too much with Jiyu that day. However, he didn't expect that after he left the Ministry of Rights, the rain would get heavier. As soon as he left the northern city gate, someone came to report that the carriage transporting the materials was stuck in the mud about 10 li outside the city and couldn't get out. This caused a lot of trouble. The rain outside the city was heavier than the rain inside the city. Moreover, the outside of Linen City was a dirt road. After the Empress came here, she only cared about building the imperial city with the money in her hands. She didn't think about building roads at all. Therefore, the materials that were supposed to be delivered in the afternoon were only delivered to the city gate when the sky turned dark. Jiang Suzhou was outside the city in the cold and wet wind all day. When the carriages arrived, he still had to order his subordinates to count the materials and clean up the mud. By the time he returned to the residence, it was already the middle of the night. When he was outside the city, he had to make do with some food for dinner. When he returned to the residence, he felt so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. After cleaning up, he fell asleep. Meng Qianshan carefully helped Jiang Suzhou lie down on the bed and looked to the side. He saw Madame was sitting in the wheelchair next to the bed under the window. She was quietly flipping through the book in her hand. Meng Qianshan vaguely remembered that Madame Hui usually didn't sleep so late. However, maybe she wasn't waiting for the prince. Maybe it was because the book in his hand was very interesting? Meng Qianshan didn't dare to ask and quietly left. The door was closed. Hu Wujiu turned another page of the book in his hand. In the book, a poor scholar climbed over the prime minister's courtyard wall and had a secret rendezvous with the beautiful first wife's daughter under the moon. The first wife's daughter shyly handed him a silk handkerchief that she had personally embroidered, but the scholar held her soft hand. Hu Wujiu's eyes fell on the book, but his eyes were empty. He flipped through half of the book, but he didn't notice what book he was holding. After a while, he raised his eyes and glanced in the direction of the bed. Jiang Suzhou was lying there, seemingly asleep. Hu Wujiu's fingers slowly turned the pages of the book. Ever since he finished dinner alone at night, he felt inexplicably annoyed. He was so annoyed that he couldn't read a single word. Hu Wujiu thought that this annoyance came from his legs. The injury on his legs gradually healed, but he didn't feel it. It wasn't until a few days ago, when the sky started to become gloomy, that he felt something in his legs. It was a faint stabbing pain that came from the broken meridian in his legs. This pain was different from the sharp pain of being cut. It wasn't too serious, but it felt like a blunt knife scraping the bone. However, because the pain wasn't that strong, Hu Wujiu wasn't affected by it for a few days. Until today, when it rained. The humid air rose. His injury seemed to have sensed something. It tugged at a meridian all the way to his lumbar spine, causing a bone-piercing pain. The pain was dense and surging, and it didn't stop for a long time. It was as if someone was reaching into his flesh and pulling at his muscles and bones. Hu Wujiu could only endure it silently. However, it was a little strange. He sat quietly in the same place, holding the book in a daze. However, every time there were footsteps outside, he would subconsciously listen to the sound of the footsteps. He didn't realize what he was waiting for, but every time he finished listening to the footsteps, the annoyance in his heart would increase a little. Occasionally, he would hear Meng Qianshan sending other servants out to ask when Jiang Suzhou would be back. The manservants ran over a few times, but when they came back, they only said that the prince was busy. Hu Wujiu frowned imperceptibly. Hu Wujiu didn't hear the footsteps until the sound of the rain outside the window subsided, and it was already the second night watch period. It was a little light and not fast. As soon as Hu Wujiu heard it, he knew that Jiang Suzhou had returned. He lowered his eyes and flipped a page of the book. He didn't spend the night with his concubine today. Hu Wujiu let out an almost inaudible sneer from the corner of his mouth. The annoyance that had accumulated in his heart for an entire night actually dissipated with this sneer. Even the corners of his mouth were pulled up into an arc. However, Jiang Suzhou didn't communicate with him today. He tidied up on his own and fell asleep on the bed. It wasn't until now that there was no one around that Hu Wujiu raised his eyes and quietly looked at him. What a sickly person. Just yesterday alone, after spending a night with that weakling and mud stick, she was so weak that she looked like this. He was already in this state, and he still wanted to learn from others to fill the backyard. He really didn't want to live anymore. This kind of sickly person should know his place and be protected under the wings. He should be raised in a greenhouse without being exposed to the sun or the rain. He should not be made to suffer, and he should not be allowed to have those kinds of thoughts and provoke those messy bees and butterflies. When he thought of this, Hu Wujiu's heart started to beat faster, as if it had been stirred by a certain thought. His heart felt a little itchy. He paused and calmly retracted his gaze, as if he was trying to suppress something. He picked up the book in his hand again. Xianxia grasped the soft hand in his hand and felt that it was soft as if it had no bones. It made his heart and soul ripple. He saw that the young lady's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were timid. There was a saying that. What kind of nonsense was this book that the Meng Qianshan found? Hu Wujiu's face darkened and he threw the book aside. There was a soft smack, and the person on the bed was so startled that his shoulders trembled. Hu Wujiu heard the soft sound and turned his head to look. He saw that the person on the bed was tightly wrapped in the blanket. He seemed to be startled, but he didn't seem to have woken up. He turned over and was still asleep. It was a little strange. He had never seen Xianxia wrap the blanket so tightly when he slept. Hu Wujiu frowned. He heard that the person on the bed was breathing heavily, and it seemed that he had to exert more effort than usual. Could he be sick? He didn't want to care, and he was too lazy to cause trouble. He felt that it would be better to call the main Qianshan in. However, his hands didn't seem to listen to his commands. They were supposed to move the wheelchair to the door, but for some reason, they went straight to the bed in Xianxia. The person on the bed was tightly wrapped, and only her soft black hair was exposed. It spread out on the pillow. Hu Wujiu hesitantly reached out and grabbed Xianxia's shoulders through the blanket. This person was thin, and his shoulders were very thin. Even though they were separated by a thick blanket, Hu Wujiu easily held him with one hand. Hu Wujiu did not use much strength to turn him around. His face was abnormally pale, and he was trembling. Even his breathing was shaky. His eyes were tightly shut, and his lips were pale. His eyelashes were trembling, and he was having a hard time breathing. Hu Wujiu was stunned when he suddenly bumped into his extremely fragile appearance. Then, as if he was afraid that he would hurt him, he hurriedly let go of his shoulders as if he had been electrocuted. Then, he clumsily raised his hand and placed it on Xianxia's forehead. Was this the way to test if someone had a fever? The temperature under his hand wasn't hot, but it was extremely cold. He must have been frozen and hadn't heated up yet. Hu Wujiu was about to withdraw his hand and call Meng Qianshan over. But at this moment, a cold hand struggled to reach out from under the blanket and grabbed his hand. It was cold and soft. It didn't have any strength, but it made Hu Wujiu's hand freeze in place. Don't go. The person on the bed spoke in a trembling voice. He was clearly lying under the blanket, but he seemed like a person who had fallen into an ice cave and was trembling as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Hu Wujiu heard Xianxia's voice, which sounded like he was talking in his sleep. Don't tell my mother. I'll be fine after a nap, he said. Hu Wujiu didn't know who his mother was to him, but he could hear fear and confusion in Xianxia's voice, which was so soft that it was almost inaudible. It was as if he was afraid of causing trouble. Hu Wujiu paused. For some reason, he grabbed Xianxia's hand. The joints of his hand were distinct and slender. He easily closed his hand and held the delicate hand in his palm. Xianxia, who was unconscious on the bed, seemed to have suddenly found a source of heat. He sighed softly and struggled to pull the hand closer. The next moment, a cold and delicate cheek was pressed against the back of Hu Wujiu's hand, which had bulging meridians. After Xianxia lay down, he fell into a trance and lost consciousness. It was as if he had been wrapped up in a messy dream. Time and the world were all messed up. One moment, it was when he was young. He was pushed and bullied by his half-brothers in his father's mansion. He didn't know who their mothers were. Feeling wronged, he went to look for his mother. However, through the door, he saw his mother sitting alone in her room, crying silently. She cried as if her soul had left her body. He became timid and didn't dare to voice his grievances. Another moment, it was the annoying smiling face of his successor. There was also a group of court officials he had only seen in portraits. They stared at his every move with different expressions. He was nervous and fearful. He didn't dare to speak the slightest bit of nonsense. Another moment, it was Hu Wujiu. He was holding a knife dripping with blood. His eyes were as cold as the day he took off his veil. He stared at him as if he wanted to immediately chop his head off and take it to the city wall to dry. Xianxia wanted to run, but his legs were fixed in place. He watched as Hu Wujiu walked up to him and reached out his blood-stained hand. Xianxia simply closed his eyes and waited for death. However, he didn't expect that Hu Wujiu wouldn't kill him. He actually reached out and touched his face. Xianxia thought that Hu Wujiu was trying to figure out which part of his neck to cut the knife. He touched his face in a crooked way. However, he didn't expect that Hu Wujiu's hand would stick to his face and wouldn't let go. Xianxia also slowly woke up at this time. It was as if he was in a dream. His mind was a mess and his body was burning. He opened his eyes in a daze. He could only see a flickering candle flame. It was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. He only felt that his whole body was uncomfortably heavy. He slowly took a breath. Before he could speak, he choked and coughed hoarsely. "Your Highness." It was the voice of the Meng Qianshan. Jiang Suzhou coughed until his vision was blurry. At this moment, something in his hand suddenly grabbed his hand. It was slightly cold and very strong. It pulled him up into a sitting position. Then, another hand fell on his back. It slowly patted him and gradually smoothed out his coughing. It was only then that Jiang Suzhou opened his teary eyes. He saw Meng Qianshan kneeling in front of his bed. He was lying on the edge of the bed. Meng Qianshan was so anxious that his eyes were red. He stared intently at him. His mouth trembled, but he didn't dare to make a sound. In his own hand, there was a large hand with distinct joints and crisscrossing meridians. Jiang Suzhou had a fever and his mind was sluggish. When he saw that hand, he stared blankly up the arm. He met a pair of cold, black eyes. Jiang Suzhou was so frightened that he let go of that hand. He saw Hu Wujiu calmly stop patting his back. At the same time, Hu Wujiu pulled a pillow behind him and pressed him against it. Then, Hu Wujiu turned his head and said calmly, "He's awake." A young estate doctor hurried forward and knelt in front of the bed. He took Jiang Suzhou's pulse. Hu Wujiu pressed his wheelchair and moved back 2 steps. No one noticed that his right hand, which had been held in Jiang Suzhou's hand, was placed on his knee. He slowly twisted his fingers and clenched them. It was as if he was holding on to some kind of feeling. When the surrounding servants saw that Jiang Suzhou had woken up, they all stopped what they were doing and gathered around the bed. The estate doctor took his pulse for a moment. He stood up and said, "Your Highness's body is still weak. In addition to overworking, the cold air invaded your body and caused you to catch a cold. This humble one has already boiled the medicine in the outer room. Your Highness should drink it and sleep. Your Highness's fever should subside early tomorrow morning. However, you must rest in the estate for a few days. Until you recover from the cold, you can't run around anymore." Meng Qianshan at the side repeatedly agreed. He ordered the maid beside him to quickly bring the medicine. Jiang Suzhou leaned against the soft pillow and rubbed his temples strenuously. Only then did he manage to digest the estate doctor's words. Oh, he was tired. It rained today and he fell ill from the cold. It was already spring, so the rain wasn't cold. In this season, there was probably no one else other than him who could fall ill from the cold despite not being drenched in the rain. Jiang Suzhou sighed in resignation. However, it was also good. Now that he was sick, he could rest in the estate for a few days with a clear conscience. He didn't know if he could stay sick for a little longer. It would be best if he could stay sick until the future master's millennium banquet. In that case, he could claim that he was sick and not go. Naturally, he wouldn't need to go to Hu Wujiu. When he thought of Hu Wujiu, Jiang Suzhou's muddled mind paused. Just now, he seemed to have held Hu Wujiu's hand, however, he didn't have the slightest impression of it. He didn't know how Hu Wujiu came to his bedside and how he held his hand. Jiang Suzhou only felt that he was muddle-headed from his illness. However, he didn't have much time to think. An extremely overbearing bitter smell drifted over from afar. Jiang Suzhou furrowed his brows. He saw a bowl of ink-black medicine placed in a white jade bowl placed in front of him. The bitter smell drifted to Jiang Suzhou's nose. Immediately, he was agitated and started coughing. He coughed so hard that he retched. Meng Qianshan was so frightened that he repeatedly patted his back and called him master. When the coughing stopped, Jiang Suzhou turned his head away. Before he transmigrated, he especially disliked drinking Chinese medicine. However, he didn't expect that the taste of ancient Chinese medicine was even worse than that of modern Chinese medicine. Meng Qianshan read the refusal in his actions and earnestly advised, "I beg you, Your Highness. It's better if you drink this medicine." Jiang Suzhou held his breath and didn't say a word. The medicine was placed in front of him. He was afraid that if he took another breath, he would choke and lose half his life. Meng Qianshan was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Your Highness. If you don't take the medicine, how can you recover from this illness?" Jiang Suzhou paused. That's right. If he didn't take the medicine, wouldn't he be unable to recover from this illness? If he recovered from this illness, then wouldn't it be reasonable for him to not bring Hu Wujiu to attend the future master's millennium banquet? From that day onward, Jiang Suzhou naturally rested at his residence. Many court officials sent him gifts to express their condolences. Even the future master rewarded an imperial physician with the glorified excuse of treating him. Jiang Suzhou knew that the future master was afraid that he was faking his illness, so he specially sent someone to take a look. However, Jiang Suzhou's illness was really serious. When the imperial physician returned, he said that His Highness Prince Jing's body was really useless and that he would lose half his life in the spring rain. The future master was so happy that he rewarded Jiang Suzhou with a pile of useless gold, silver, and jewelry the next day. He told Jiang Suzhou to rest well and that he didn't need to worry about court matters. The Minister of Rites, Jiyu, also knew that it was because of the task that he assigned to Jiang Suzhou that caused him to catch a cold and fall ill. That day, Jiang Suzhou asked Meng Qianshan to bring a letter to Jiyu. Jiyu felt quite guilty and asked Meng Qianshan to bring back a variety of unofficial history books as an apology. Jiang Suzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He told Meng Qianshan to quickly put away those books and put them somewhere he couldn't see. The next day, his fever subsided, but he still caught a cold. Jiang Suzhou had never caught a cold so unbearable before. The original master's respiratory system was probably very weak. Once he caught a cold, his throat and lungs would feel extremely uncomfortable. Because of his poor health, these past few days, his body would be so cold that it felt like it was about to freeze, and then he would have a low fever. Jiang Suzhou was tortured to death. He didn't forget to secretly ask Meng Qianshan if he should move Hu Wujiu out so that he wouldn't get sick. This was just an excuse. Jiang Suzhou just wanted to use this excuse to move Hu Wujiu out. After all, the future master and Peng Xiao were now completely convinced that he was a homosexual. They even thought that he was a homosexual who liked to play exciting games. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to keep Hu Wujiu here every day and let him sleep on the couch every day. However, Meng Qianshan shook his head repeatedly. When he heard Jiang Suzhou say this, he smiled so widely that his teeth could be seen. No need. Mrs. Hu isn't afraid of this. He took advantage of the fact that Hu Wujiu wasn't in the room and whispered to Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou frowned. Meng Qianshan said, "You don't know. The day you were sick, it was Mrs. Hu who found out. Ever since this servant came in, Mrs. Hu has been holding your hand. She only let go when you woke up." At this point, Meng Qianshan was already laughing happily. Jiang Suzhou was a little speechless. He had a vague impression, but it wasn't Hu Wujiu who held his hand. It was him who held Hu Wujiu and didn't let go. However, even if he said that, Meng Qianshan wouldn't believe him. Even if Hu Wujiu's martial arts were crippled, it was impossible that he couldn't pull away from a feverish patient like him, right? Meng Qianshan continued with a smile, "Your Highness, I think that Mrs. Hu is more or less." Ah. Sincerity really can move metal and stone. Jiang Suzhou's face turned cold and he chased him away. As expected, as long as he lied, he would have to pay the price for it sooner or later. Looking at Meng Qianshan's smug back, Jiang Suzhou gritted his teeth and shook his head. He could only temporarily suppress the thought of moving Hu Wujiu away. Although his illness was relapsing, he was getting better day by day. Originally, the Empress sent an imperial physician once, but there was no news from him after that. Unexpectedly, a few days later, another imperial physician from the palace came to visit again. This time, Jiang Suzhou could clearly see that this imperial physician was different. The previous imperial physician invited by the Empress only briefly took Jiang Suzhou's pulse and left after seeing that he was seriously ill. However, this imperial physician was different. After he arrived, he carefully examined Jiang Suzhou. He even clearly checked the medicine that Jiang Suzhou had been taking these days. Jiang Suzhou guessed that this imperial physician was most likely sent by Peng Xiao. The Empress only wanted to see that Jiang Suzhou was sick. If he was sick, the Empress would be happy and would not care about anything else. However, Peng Xiao was different. He was watching Jiang Suzhou to see how his body was, when he would recover, and if he would use this opportunity to do anything else. Jiang Suzhou was extremely annoyed by this kind of surveillance. However, this imperial physician could not be chased away. He would come once every few days. Until this day. This was the third time that the imperial physician had come. After examining Jiang Suzhou, the imperial physician smiled meaningfully and said, "Your Highness is recovering well. I think you will be well in 2 or 3 days. Coincidentally, in 4 days, it will be the Emperor's Millennium Banquet. His Majesty has been thinking about you every day. This time you will definitely be able to attend. His Majesty will not be disappointed." With that, he swaggered off. Jiang Suzhou sat on the bed. He was so angry that his breathing was uneven. He knew that Pang Xiao was threatening him. He was telling him that he knew about Hua Wujiu's physical condition and that Hua Wujiu would not be able to escape. He had to send Hua Wujiu to the palace for the future master to amuse. At this moment, Meng Qianshan came in with a bowl of decocted medicine. Jiang Suzhou glanced at the medicine and looked away. After a while, he felt that he had been soaked in this bitter medicine. There was a bitter taste all over his body. He would rather not drink this medicine. If his body was not well, he would just be sick for a few more days. It was better than those people getting their way and humiliating Hua Wujiu again. With this thought, Jiang Suzhou said to Meng Qianshan calmly, "Put it down. I will drink it in a while." Meng Qianshan looked at him cautiously. He knew that his master was not in a good mood. He probably did not have the patience to drink the medicine. However, Jiang Suzhou had been quite active in drinking medicine these days. Other than the first time, he did not refuse. Meng Qianshan was relieved. Hearing his master's words, he put the medicine aside and left. Only he and Hua Wujiu were left in the room. Jiang Suzhou glanced at Hua Wujiu and saw him sitting quietly in the distance with his head lowered as he flipped through a book. He got off the bed and picked up the medicine on the low table next to him. However, he did not notice that Hua Wujiu, who was next to him, heard the noise and immediately looked up at him. Jiang Suzhou was completely unaware. He was wearing thin pajamas and holding the medicine in one hand. His steps were somewhat unsteady as he walked towards the purple sand basin in the corner. Jiang Suzhou thought that as long as he poured the medicine for 2 days, his old illness would relapse. If he wanted to go to the Thousand Autumn Banquet, he would have to be carried. With this thought, he walked to the purple sand basin and handed the jade bowl over. However, just as he was about to pour the medicine, a hand suddenly reached over and grabbed his wrist. Jiang Suzhou turned around and saw that Hua Wujiu had appeared beside him. He sat in his wheelchair and clamped Jiang Suzhou's wrist with one hand, making it impossible for him to move his hand. Although he raised his head to look at him, his sharp black eyes were cold and imposing. Jiang Suzhou felt inexplicably guilty. "What are you doing?" he heard Hua Wujiu ask. Jiang Suzhou steadied his mind and said coldly, "Meddlesome. Move aside." However, Hua Wujiu's hand did not loosen at all. "Drink it." These words sounded like an order coming from his mouth. "Are you talking to this prince?" Jiang Suzhou adopted the attitude of a fierce Meng Qianshan. His eyes were cold as he looked down at him arrogantly. Hua Wujiu did not say anything, but the strength in his hand increased. He forcibly pulled Jiang Suzhou's hand back inch by inch. He held his wrist and forced him to bring the medicine back to him. He was clearly using his actions to order him to drink the medicine. The bitter smell hit him in the face. Jiang Suzhou frowned from the smell. He looked down and saw Hua Wujiu's cold and unyielding expression. It was as if he did not want to leave him any room for negotiation. Jiang Suzhou felt an inexplicable sense of grievance in his heart. He knew that his successor hated him. He had been humiliated a lot since he came here, and he had long since endured it. He also knew that it was hard to be sick. During this period of time, he had been sick to death every day. He had never been sick for so long or so long. To him, rather than being sick like this, it was better to let his successor speak freely. What was he afraid of? Wasn't it because he was afraid that this ancestor in front of him would be humiliated and put on his account? He wanted him to pay with his life. He laughed coldly. "General Hua, why do you think I poured the medicine?" he asked. Hua Wujiu did not say anything. He only quietly held his wrist and confronted him with silence. Jiang Suzhou continued, you heard what the imperial physician said just now, right? Why does he always come to see this prince? Why does he remind this prince? Because the emperor said that he wanted this prince to bring you to his millennium banquet. He wants to see you. It had been a long time since he had said such a long sentence in a row. Jiang Suizhou's breath was a bit difficult to catch. When he said this, he choked and coughed a few times. He forced himself to endure and continued, I don't need to tell you why he wants to see you, right? Although this prince doesn't want to get involved, I don't want to lose face in front of all the officials. Pour this medicine out and stay sick for a few more days. It's good for both of us. Do you understand? After saying this, Jiang Suizhou took a few laborious breaths before he managed to calm his breathing. He lowered his eyes and looked at Hu Wujiu. He saw Hu Wujiu look at him indifferently. His expression was extremely calm as he listened to his words. Hu Wujiu waited for him to catch his breath before he opened his mouth. I know, he said. So, drink the medicine. Jiang Suzhou furrowed his brows. He saw that his dark eyes were calm and peaceful. He was clearly unable to stand up. He was in an enemy country and was a prisoner of war that everyone had the right to trample on. However, his eyes inexplicably gave people a sense of reassuring strength. It won't take my life. I have nothing to be afraid of. If he wants me to go, I'll go, he said. After pausing for a moment, Hu Wujiu said somewhat stiffly and awkwardly. So, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This was the first time Jiang Suizhou heard someone say something like this to him. He didn't know where Hu Wujiu got his confidence from. Even if he was a god of war who killed gods and Buddhas, he was now nothing more than a clay statue of a god. Anyone careless could smash him to pieces. However, when these words came out of his mouth, they sounded extremely convincing. For a moment, Jiang Suizhou felt as if he really wanted to protect him behind him. Jiang Suizhou couldn't come back to his senses for a moment. Hu Wujiu's subordinate felt Jiang Suizhou's struggle loosen. He looked up and saw that although this person's expression was still cold, his eyes were a little empty. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This person was clearly harmless, but he insisted on draping himself in the skin of a wolf. He let go of Jiang Suizhou's wrist and took away the jade bowl in his hand. With his hands empty, Jiang Suizhou finally came back to his senses. He saw that Hu Wujiu, who was in the wheelchair, had taken away his bowl. At this moment, he was holding the bowl of medicine in one hand and looking at him with a pair of cold and calm eyes. Go back to bed. He heard Hu Wujiu speak. His tone was still stiff and cold, as if he was giving an order to his subordinates. Jiang Suizhou finally noticed that he was only wearing a thin set of pajamas. His ankles were also exposed. Early spring wasn't too cold, but for his sickly body, it was very difficult to endure. In just a short while, his body was already completely frozen. Jiang Suizhou could only awkwardly return to the bed and sit down. He saw Hu Wujiu move his wheelchair with one hand and walk to the side of the bed. He placed the bowl of medicine on the short table beside his hand. He put down the medicine, but didn't leave. When Jiang Suizhou looked at him, he saw Hu Wujiu looking at him indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear that he was waiting for him to drink the medicine. Jiang Suizhou secretly gritted his teeth. Are you the prince or am I the prince? No matter what, she was still a concubine. To be so unreasonable, she was clearly offending her superior. He grumbled in his heart. Pursing his lips, he took the bowl of medicine and drank it down. It was extremely bitter. He had really recovered from his illness in Jiang Suizhou. After this day, he had also thought it through. In any case, Hu Wujiu already knew what Empress Dowager wanted to do and said that he wasn't afraid. No matter how Empress Dowager sought death, it had nothing to do with Jiang Suizhou. After all, what he was really afraid of was that Hu Wujiu would settle accounts with him in the future. In that case, he should be able to rest easy. However, he and Hu Wujiu lived in the same room every day. Sometimes when he looked up, he could see Hu Wujiu in the room. For the past few days, whenever his gaze met Hu Wujiu's, he couldn't help but wonder what his successor would do on the day of the Millennium Banquet. Empress Dowager's birthday was a big day for him. He probably wouldn't see blood at the banquet and wouldn't hurt Hu Wujiu's body. His successor was also a brainless fool. If he really brought Huojiao in front of him, he would probably humiliate him verbally. It wouldn't hurt at all. However, Jiang Suizhou didn't forget that Pang Xiao, who was by his successor's side, was the most scheming person. Jiang Suizhou didn't need to guess. He knew that Pang Xiao would definitely play dirty tricks on Empress Dowager. Of course, these dirty tricks were all targeted at Huojiao. Since Jiang Suizhou had already cleansed himself, there was no need to be afraid. However, he was still a little worried. The closer he got to the Millennium Banquet, the more uneasy he felt. Jiang Suizhou could only blame this mentality on the fact that he and Huojiao were in the same boat. They were bound together for good or ill. Otherwise, what other reason could there be? 3 days passed by quickly. When Jiang Suizhou recovered from his cold, the day of his successor's Millennium Banquet was approaching. A day before the banquet, Pang Xiao invited an imperial physician to Jiang Suizhou. When the imperial physician arrived, Jiang Suizhou wasn't lying in bed. He was already dressed properly with a thin black cloak draped over his shoulders. He was sitting in the main hall, reading a book. The imperial physician stepped forward and took his pulse. Then, he took 2 steps back and knelt down. Jiang Suizhou retracted his hand and picked up the teacup on the table. He glanced at the imperial physician indifferently. The imperial physician knelt on the ground and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your body has recovered. I will return to the palace and report to the emperor that you can attend the Millennium Banquet tomorrow. There won't be any delays." Jiang Suizhou furrowed his brows. In the next moment, the teacup in his hand fell in front of the imperial physician with a clang. The servants in the room were all shocked. Huojiao, who was sitting by the window, also raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Suizhou. He was sitting on a large wooden armchair with his arms resting on the armrest. His long cloak was spread out, and he looked quite relaxed and languid. He was very delicate and had a cold expression. When he lowered his eyes to look at others, he was arrogant and cold. However, there was an inexplicable attraction to him. Once people saw him, they would be afraid, but they couldn't help but want to get closer to him. In front of him, the teacup shattered on the floor. The hot tea splashed onto the imperial physician's robes. He was so frightened that he trembled. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Jiang Suizhou said slowly, "The Millennium Banquet, the Millennium Banquet. Why do you keep reminding me? Do you think that I don't want to go?" He knew that this imperial physician was Pang Xiao's lackey. On one hand, he was monitoring Jiang Suizhou's health in the name of medical treatment. On the other hand, he was under Pang Xiao's orders to find ways to make things difficult for Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou couldn't resist the first matter. However, the second matter. Pang Xiao knew that Jiang Suizhou was easy to bully and deliberately let people show off. Of course, Jiang Suizhou couldn't let it go. The imperial physician was shocked by his teacup. When he heard Jiang Suizhou's words, he hurriedly said, "Of course not. It was His Majesty who ordered me to. Did Imperial Brother tell you that I don't get along well with his brother and that I don't even want to attend his Millennium Banquet?" This was the truth. However, this kind of truth was enough to be tacitly understood. It couldn't be brought out in public. Whoever said it first would be unfilial and unfilial. If a subordinate said it, it would be sowing discord between the masters. The imperial physician didn't dare to admit it. He knelt on the ground and bowed his head. He hurriedly said, "Of course His Majesty didn't. It's just that I..." Jiang Suizhou sneered. "Of course, Imperial Brother wouldn't say such things. It's obvious that you, as a servant, acted on your own initiative," he said. "Since Imperial Brother asked you to come and treat him, you should treat him properly. Since you've tarnished Imperial Brother's reputation, I have no choice but to punish you on behalf of Imperial Brother." The imperial physician hurriedly tried to explain. This imperial Prince Jing didn't have any power. Inside or outside the palace, who would think highly of him? Even when Lord Pang asked him to come and treat Jiang Suizhou, he also instructed him to teach Jiang Suizhou a lesson. The first few times, he saw that Imperial Prince Jing was silent and submissive. He thought that Imperial Prince Jing was a pushover. He didn't expect that Imperial Prince Jing was waiting for him to act. Jiang Suizhou didn't give him a chance to speak. Meng Qianshan, he ordered. Meng Qianshan, who was waiting at the door, hurriedly came forward. Jiang Suizhou said, give him a beating and personally send him back to the palace. Say that this person deliberately sowed discord between imperial brother and this prince. This prince has already punished him. The rest is up to imperial brother. Meng Qianshan had disliked this imperial physician for a long time. When he heard Jiang Suizhou's words, he beamed with joy. He hurriedly called for the servants outside to drag the imperial physician out. Jiang Suizhou said faintly, drag him further away. Don't dirty this prince's ears. Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed and ordered the servants to drag the imperial physician out. The room quieted down. Immediately, a maid came forward and carefully cleaned the floor. Then, she poured a new cup of tea for Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou picked up the teacup. He knew that this imperial physician was sent by Peng Xiao. After being sent back by him, although he wouldn't lose his life, he would definitely be stripped of his position and expelled from the palace due to feelings. As a university teacher, he had never done anything like corporal punishment to a student before. He would never punish someone just because they had made a mistake or offended him. However, he had no choice but to do so. Those people bullied him step by step. If he didn't retaliate, those people would become even more unscrupulous. He was caught in the predicament of the original owner. If he didn't have the heart to hurt his opponent, he would definitely be the one to die. Jiang Suizhou raised his eyes and looked out the door. Under the gloomy sky, there were layers of exquisite and gorgeous eaves. They spread out layer by layer, trapping him in a chess game. Jiang Suizhou slowly exhaled without leaving a trace and picked up the book on the table again. He had long been used to Hua Wujiu living in his room like a shadow. Therefore, he didn't notice that Hua Wujiu saw his state of mind. This sickly invalid only beat up someone who should have been dealt with long ago, but he couldn't bear to do it. Fortunately, he was born in a peaceful world. He had never seen blood and had never been on the battlefield. Otherwise, if he really saw someone kill someone, how scared would he be? Hua Wujiu lowered his eyes and restrained the emotions in his eyes. He should be pampered for the rest of his life. The 24th day of the second lunar month was his successor's birthday. Early in the morning, it started to drizzle outside the window. The rain pattered down all day, until dusk set in the west. It was time to enter the palace, but the rain outside the window didn't stop. The lights in the room were turned on early. Jiang Suizhou was helped to put on a winding and complicated ceremonial robe. When he turned around, he saw the well-dressed Hua Wujiu being pushed out from the back room by Meng Qianshan. Because of Hua Wujiu's special status, Jiang Suizhou had already instructed that he shouldn't be dressed too ostentatiously. However, just as navy blue brocade robe and a simple hairpin were enough to accentuate this person's imposing manner, and the noble aura he exuded was undeniable. The candlelight was clearly shining in all directions, but this person seemed to glow. Jiang Suizhou's gaze was a bit sluggish. It took him a lot of effort to reluctantly withdraw his gaze. He cleared his throat in an attempt to cover it up. When we enter the palace later, be alert. He glanced at Meng Qianshan and instructed. Meng Qianshan naturally understood the meaning behind his words. He wanted him to take good care of Hua Wujiu. Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed. The two of them left the prince's estate and boarded the carriage waiting at the entrance. The carriage wasn't very big, and Hua Wujiu's wheelchair was a bit cumbersome. Once it was placed in the carriage, the two of them were very close to each other. Once the curtain of the carriage was lowered, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. This kind of rising and falling breathing in the narrow space gave people the illusion that their breathing was intertwined. In the silence, it was especially clear. Under this kind of atmosphere, Jiang Suizhou suddenly felt inexplicably embarrassed. He sat beside Hua Wujiu. Only the two of them were so close to each other that he suddenly didn't know where to put his hands. He wanted to open his mouth to break the silence, but he didn't know what to say. He could only listen to Hua Wujiu's steady breathing, which slowed down his heartbeat. Jiang Suizhou thought to himself, I should think of something. For example, what the Empress might say at the banquet later, and how to deal with it, but at this moment, the carriage suddenly moved forward. Jiang Suizhou was absent-minded. He wasn't paying attention, and his body was swayed by the carriage and fell to the side. Coincidentally, his head landed on Huowujiu's shoulder. The bones and muscles on his shoulders were firm and hard. Jiang Suzhou felt dizzy when he bumped into them. After a brief moment of dizziness, a hand grabbed Jiang Suzhou's arm. Because the hand was quite strong, Jiang Suzhou felt pain in his bones. Then, the hand lifted him up steadily and pulled him into a sitting position. Sit tight. He heard Huowujiu's voice. Jiang Suzhou rubbed his temples awkwardly and cleared his throat. Sorry. He tried to make his voice calm and indifferent. Huowujiu made a sound of acknowledgement. The carriage started moving, the wheels rolling. For a moment, there was noise all around. The curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted by the wind, and the atmosphere was not so awkward. After a moment of silence, Jiang Suzhou secretly glanced at Huowujiu. He sat beside him and turned his head slightly, looking calmly out of the window. The curtain was slowly lifted, and the rain fell in. A few rays of light from outside shone on Huowujiu's face, leaving a few warm spots on his cheeks. Jiang Suzhou did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Huowujiu's lips were a little pale, and did not seem normal. However, the light in the carriage was too dim. For a moment, Jiang Suzhou could not tell if he was seeing things. He could not help but take a few more glances. At this moment, Huowujiu calmly turned his gaze back to him. He had been caught red-handed. Jiang Suzhou paused and asked stiffly, "Is it cold?" "It should not be cold." It was already early spring. Although the rain outside was a little cold, it was not a problem for Huowujiu. After all, not everyone was like him, with a body made of paper. Huowujiu slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's not cold." His gaze swept over his leg without leaving a trace. Since it started raining this morning, his leg had started to hurt. It was a pain that he was already used to, but after he went out, it suddenly became serious. Like a chainsaw or a blunt axe, it cut into his meridians again and again, pulling at his legs until they felt like they were being tortured continuously. It was so painful that his scalp was numb, and his hands on his knees were tightly clenched into fists. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Jiang Suzhou about this. He didn't think it was necessary, and he didn't want to scare him. However, Prince Jing seemed to really want to chat with him. Ever since she got into the car, she had been absent-minded. Just now, she was even secretly staring at him. He glanced indifferently at Jiang Suzhou. "Are you cold?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou shook his head. "I saw that you kept looking outside. I think it's because the wind is too cold." Huowujiu chuckled softly from the window. "Why don't you guess that I want to run?" he said. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The curtain slowly fluttered, causing the light in his eyes to flicker. For a moment, it seemed like he was teasing him. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. Then, he felt inexplicably uneasy and hurriedly looked outside the window. "You can try and see if the emperor secretly sent someone to spy on you," he said coldly. He just said a few words. Why did he panic? Huowujiu looked away, and the smile on his lips deepened. The carriage stopped outside of Kaiyang Gate. Jiang Suzhou was helped out of the carriage. He saw that there were already many carriages around him. Officials and women were coming and going. It was especially lively. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he felt that many people were looking at him. Even more people were looking behind him. Jiang Suzhou knew that these people were waiting to see Huowujiu. His expression was cold and arrogant. He stood beside the carriage, and a servant hurriedly came forward to help Huowujiu move his wheelchair. Seeing that everyone's footsteps had slowed down, Jiang Suzhou frowned impatiently. "You want to watch the show, right? Fine, I'll show you." He turned around and sternly said to the servants, "Hurry up. How long do you want this prince to wait?" The servants hurriedly bowed and apologized, then hurriedly moved Huowujiu out of the carriage. Jiang Suzhou looked away and coldly swept his gaze over the surrounding officials. He was extremely irritable and looked like he was about to be implicated at any time. This time everyone looked away and walked away as if they didn't see him. Jiang Suzhou looked away with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards Kaiyang Gate. Meng Qianshan hurriedly pushed Huowujiu and hurriedly followed his footsteps. Because His Highness Prince Jing was in a bad mood and looked like he could fly into a rage at any time, the ordinary officials didn't dare to provoke him even though they wanted to say a few words. As a result, the journey was much smoother. However, there were all kinds of overt and covert sizing up of him, especially the person behind him. Hua Wujiu. Before this year, this name was like a malicious spirit that would haunt them to their deaths. It was this person who led troops all the way from Yang Pass to Yi City. He chased them out of their century-old ancestral land and all the way to the south of the Yangtze River. At the end of last year, it was also this person who suddenly led tens of thousands of troops to the riverside. It looked like they were about to cross the river and exterminate Grand Jing. Fortunately, the Yangtze River was easy to defend and difficult to attack. For some reason, northern Liang's advance troops crossed the river, but the troops behind them didn't follow. This allowed the generals guarding the river to seize the opportunity and surround Hua Wujiu's more than 1,000 troops. Even so, this battle lasted for 7 to 8 days. It wasn't until the enemy ran out of ammunition and food that they barely managed to capture Hua Wujiu. What did this mean to Grand Jing? It was like having one foot in the gates of hell, but they managed to kill Wujiu, who wanted to take their lives. Now, Wujiu's legs were broken and he was being pushed behind His Highness Prince Jing. He was attending His Majesty's birthday banquet as a member of Prince Jing's family. More or less, everyone wanted to see what the legendary General Hua looked like. However, he didn't look like the black-faced, round-eyed, bearded brute they had imagined. On the contrary, he was an extremely handsome man. He sat quietly in his wheelchair. His tall, slender body looked a little aggrieved, but he sat upright. He was dressed very simply and his face wasn't very red, but he was as sharp as an unsheathed blade. No one dared to approach him. However, at this moment, the atmosphere around him changed slightly. Jiang Suzhou also saw a person out of the corner of his eye. He was tall and muscular. Although he was wearing a wide-sleeved imperial robe, he looked like a bandit who had climbed out of the mountains. His dark face was very conspicuous. His large, bell-like eyes were filled with grief and anger. The rims of his eyes were even a little red as he stared at Jiang Suzhou. Oh, it was Ji Hongqing. Jiang Suzhou secretly took a deep breath. Ji Hongqing was a reckless and straightforward person. Now that he saw Hua Wujiu, who knew what he would say or do. He prepared himself and waited for Ji Hongqing to make trouble. Sure enough, Ji Hongqing strode towards him. His robe fluttered in the wind. He looked like a black bear that had drilled through a cloth shop. He was wrapped in silk and satin, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, ready to pounce and eat someone. However, Ji Hongqing stopped 3 steps away from him. Jiang Suzhou stopped and looked at him with a frown. He saw Ji Hongqing standing there, motionless. What was he trying to do? Jiang Suzhou was a little confused. He saw Ji Hongqing fiercely glare at him with his bell-like eyes, then turn around and leave. The delicate and pretty lady next to him turned around apologetically and bowed to Jiang Suzhou. He left just like that? Jiang Suzhou looked at him in confusion. He just thought that this guy didn't dare to go crazy at the Empress's birthday banquet. However, he didn't know that just as Ji Hongqing was walking towards him, an extremely small ball made of paper flew through the air like a sharp arrow. It steadily hit Ji Hongqing's chest and fell into his arms. No one saw this small object the size of a fly, and no one saw who made it. Only Ji Hongqing, who hurriedly hid in his room and carefully unfolded the ball of paper to take a look, knew. On the paper, there was an iron hook and silver drawing. It was obvious that it was General Hua's notes. Don't send any more letters. Wait for the time to pass. When Lu Yu returns to the capital, send Ji Lu over. Ji Hongqing immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that General Hua had already made plans without him saying anything. He hadn't done anything all this time. He was just waiting for the right time. This right time was General Lu. However, General Lu was loyal to the emperor and the country. If General Hua rebelled, would General Lu really help him? Ji Hongqing's heart was pounding. He stuffed the note into his mouth and swallowed it. Hua Wujiu had already guessed that he would run into Ji Hongqing at the banquet today. Although this person wanted to help him, it wasn't of much use. On the contrary, he kept sending letters, but all of them were useless. It was easy to attract attention and cause trouble for the imperial Prince Jing estate. To Hua Wujiu, his only use was to contact Lu Yu for him. Hua Wujiu sat quietly in his wheelchair. His gaze was extremely deep. He forced himself not to die, not because he wanted to let Jiang Xuanheng humiliate him for a few more years, but because he was waiting for an opportunity to leave this place. In all of Nanjing, he had no one to rely on. The only person he could rely on was Lu Yu. Although Lu Yu was on different sides from his father and was now his enemy, he still owed him a life in the early years. It could be considered a favor. Hua Wujiu didn't care about asking for favors, and he also wouldn't let Lu Yu do anything that went against his principles. But now, he was deep in enemy territory. He could only use this to find a way out. Thinking of this, he raised his eyes and looked towards Jiang Suizhou. He was walking a step in front of Hua Wujiu. His figure was tall and slender, and his robes fluttered in the wind. His expression was probably very unsightly right now, which was why the people around him were cautiously looking in his direction but didn't dare to come forward. If that day really came, Jiang Xuanheng probably wouldn't let it go so easily. Hua Wujiu looked away. If the heavens didn't want him to die, if there was even a little bit of strength left, then he would see if he could save this rabbit's life on account of its kind heart and inexplicably infatuation with him. Jiang Suizhou, who was walking in front, naturally didn't know what Hua Wujiu was thinking behind him. Under the guidance of the palace servants, he walked all the way to Shiwu Hall. There, he saw that there was already an attendant waiting for him. Seeing him arrive, the attendant hurriedly greeted him with a smile and bowed deeply. "Greetings to your Imperial Highness, Prince Jing. This servant will lead you to your seat." As he spoke, he slightly turned his body and was about to invite Jiang Suizhou inside. However, at this moment, his gaze fell behind Jiang Suizhou. Immediately, the attendant's smile became more flattering. He stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Your Imperial Highness. We have rules in the palace, family members need to sit in the women's seats." As he spoke, he raised his voice and said to someone behind him, "Hurry up and get someone to lead Prince Jing's wife to the banquet hall on the west side." However, Jiang Suizhou raised his hand and interrupted him with a cold expression. "Send Hua Wujiu to sit in the women's seats?" Was this a joke? Jiang Suizhou didn't need to think about it to know that this was a method that his successor had thought of to humiliate him. Moreover, this would leave Hua Wujiu alone. At that time, it would be very easy for him to use underhanded methods. Therefore, he definitely couldn't agree. As for how to say it, Jiang Suizhou paused and gloomily looked at Hua Wujiu. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the attendant. His gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake's. There was a hint of a smile on his face, which instantly revealed an indescribably perverted and sinister aura. He slowly opened his mouth. "This prince needs to personally keep an eye on this wife of mine. He's very wild. Only this prince can control him. Eunuch, please make an exception for me." His tone was gentle, but it inexplicably sent a chill down the attendant's spine. When he carefully looked at Prince Jing, he saw that Prince Jing was standing with his back to the light with a cold smile on his face. His attitude and tone clearly didn't sound like he was asking the attendant to make an exception. Instead, it sounded more like he was telling the attendant that he needed to bring in more toys to fiddle with. Who in the palace didn't know that Prince Jing was a pervert? Not only did he toy with men, but he would also toy with them to their deaths. Everyone said that he took after his evil concubine mother and that he was born to absorb men's yang energy. The eunuch was shocked and his eyes involuntarily drifted towards Hua Wujiu. He saw that although the person sitting in the wheelchair was tall and strong, his lips were slightly pale. His eyes were lowered and his face was expressionless. He clearly had a sharp and arrogant appearance, but under the shadow of Jiang Suizhou's body, he looked somewhat pitiful. Look, there was a scar on his eyebrow. Perhaps it was caused by His Highness Prince Jing himself. With just a glance, the eunuch hurriedly looked away. He didn't see what kind of emotions were hidden under the lowered eyelashes of the person sitting pitifully behind King Jing. The eunuch lowered his head and said awkwardly, he hesitated for a moment and forced a smile, "Your Highness, this is really against the rules." Jiang Suizhou's expression turned cold and he was about to speak. However, at this moment, he saw a group of people coming up the stairs from the corner of his eye. They were getting closer and closer. Many officials were clustered together and it was very lively. Along the way, there was a civil official in a red court robe. Red court robe, first rank. The only person who would wear this robe would be Peng Xiao. Jiang Suizhou's heart tightened. He knew that the eunuch in front of him was easy to fool, but Peng Xiao was a 1,000-year-old fox. He fought for Hua Wujiu to keep him by his side. If he wasn't careful, Peng Xiao would be able to see through him. He paused and made up his mind. In the next moment, in the midst of the approaching crowd, he turned slightly and grabbed Hua Wujiu's chin. As if he was showing off an object, he violently lifted his face. His eyes were cold and his lips curled into an ambiguous smile. He looked at the eunuch and said, "Against the rules? Then let me see if he's a man or a woman." He could clearly hear the sound behind him gradually weakening. Presumably, that group of people had noticed the commotion on his side. Jiang Suzhou was so nervous that his hands were trembling. However, he hoped that he would not expose himself. He also hoped that Hua Wujiu would know that this was only a temporary measure. The attendant was taken aback. He looked in the direction of Jiang Suzhou's movements and saw Prince Jing, who had a feminine yet somewhat devilish appearance, tightly gripped General Hua's jaw and forced him to raise his head to look at him. The man's eyes were still lowered. As he raised his head, a hideous scar appeared on his collar. It stretched across her collarbone. Although it had scabbed over, the edges were red. Under the lively lights, it looked a little frightening. The chamberlain's legs turned to jelly. Of course it's a man," he stammered. Prince Jing laughed coldly and pushed Hua Wujiu's face away. "Isn't that right?" He slowly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the hand that had touched Hua Wujiu. "You're not worried about him being surrounded by women, but I'm worried." He slowly wiped his already clean fingers one by one. Then, he loosened his grip and threw the handkerchief lightly to the ground. "I'm afraid of getting dirty." "You should know that," he said as he raised his eyes. This. The attendant was at a loss for words. At this moment, Jiang Suzhou heard a few laughs behind him. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's Prince Jing." The person laughed loudly. Jiang Suzhou turned around. He saw Peng Xiao standing a few steps behind him. Although he had been tricked by Peng Xiao many times over the past few days, it was his first time meeting Peng Xiao face to face. Peng Xiao's appearance was different from that of a crooked melon and jujube in the portrait. This old man had a dignified appearance. When he wore court robes, he had an imposing aura. Only that pair of eyes was extremely deep, suffused with an unfathomable light. Jiang Suzhou's entire body tensed up. He coldly glanced at Peng Xiao and put on a disinterested expression. He said indifferently, "Lord Peng." His attitude could be said to be extremely rude. Although he was a prince, Peng Xiao was also the uncle of the emperor. He was also a first-ranked official. In terms of status, the two of them were about the same, not to mention Peng Xiao's immense power. However, Jiang Suzhou knew that this was the attitude that the original owner of this body should have. Sure enough, Peng Xiao's expression was amiable. He didn't look angry at all. Instead, he bowed and led the court officials around him to greet Jiang Suzhou. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, Prince Jing. May I know why your Highness has stopped here?" Jiang Suzhou's expression turned cold. He glanced at Hua Wujiu and quickly looked away in disdain. He didn't want to look at him again. "Nothing." He turned away, as if he didn't want to talk about it. "After you, Lord Peng." Peng Xiao didn't move. Instead, he looked at the eunuch and asked, "Why is Prince Jing unhappy on His Majesty's wedding day?" The eunuch quickly stepped forward and knelt down. "Lord Peng, it's His Highness. He wants to bring Madam along." Naturally, he didn't need to explain. Peng Xiao had seen everything that Jiang Suzhou had said and done. He smiled and looked at Jiang Suzhou. "Bring her along then. His Highness and Madam are deeply in love. Do you want to break them up?" He spoke very slowly. Jiang Suzhou's expression immediately turned ugly. It was as if he had swallowed something dirty. It took him a lot of effort to hide his disgust. Even so, he couldn't help but snort softly. The eunuch nodded and bowed to invite Jiang Suzhou to take a seat. Jiang Suzhou seemed to be disgusted by Peng Xiao's words. He didn't even look at him and turned to leave. Peng Xiao stood there and watched him leave. Seeing Jiang Suzhou walk away, an official next to him said unhappily, "Prince Jing was a little rude." Peng Xiao smiled and shook his head. He didn't mind at all. There was even a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "His Highness is just young," he said slowly. The banquet hall was arranged to have one table per person, so the seats were very spacious. Hu Wujiu was in a wheelchair, so there was no need for a chair. He only needed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. Jiang Suzhou sat down in front of the table. The eunuch who led the way saw Prince Jing turn his head and look at the general coldly and disdainfully as he sat down. The eunuch hurriedly left. He didn't see that when Prince Jing looked at Madame Hua, he quickly said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Excuse me." He was so nervous that his back was covered in cold sweat. It wasn't only because it was his first time interacting with Peng Xiao directly and he was afraid of making any mistakes. More importantly, it was because of the series of actions he had taken towards Hu Wujiu. It was like pulling a tiger's whiskers. Jiang Suzhou was afraid. He found an opportunity and hurriedly apologized to Hu Wujiu. He didn't expect Hu Wujiu to respond to him. He was still thinking about how to explain himself on the way back. However, he saw Hu Wujiu look at him and blink slowly. It was as if he was replying to him that he knew. Jiang Suzhou was shocked. He almost couldn't keep the cold expression on his face. He quickly looked away, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip to calm himself down. The look in his eyes just now, was he replying to him? It couldn't be, "I'll kill you tonight, right?" Jiang Suzhou's fingers trembled slightly. Behind him, Hu Wujiu glanced at him with a deep gaze, hiding a deep meaning that was extremely difficult to detect in the depths of his eyes. Just now, in front of so many people, he was so calm and composed. Why did he start to feel afraid after looking at him? However, this was the first time he saw Jiang Suzhou in front of people. He was very good at acting. It seemed that even Peng Xiao was scared by him. The way he acted was indeed quite hateful. No wonder Ji Hongqing was so angry that he even wrote obscenities in his letter. However, he actually thought that he was a little cute. When he looked at him with that seemingly ruthless but actually nervous and helpless expression, he felt as if his heart was being scratched. It was itchy and a little numb. Hu Wujiu couldn't help but raise his hand and gently touch his chin with his knuckles. That cold and soft touch seemed to still be there. That hand was trembling slightly, as if someone was trying hard to control it, but the effect was not very good. As a result, the fierceness that was supposed to be humiliating added a little pitiful. It made that fierceness seem like a paper tiger that could be broken with a poke. On the surface, it was howling, but in reality, it was trembling and leaning over, as if it was looking for support. It seemed that resisting the urge to grab that hand required more willpower than enduring the pain of torture. Outside the door, the rain continued to fall. The inside of the hall was brightly lit. Among the gold and jade splendor, there were all high-ranking officials and nobles. It was a scene of singing and dancing. If it were anyone else, they would be mesmerized and think that the imperial court was at its peak and still had many years to live. However, Jiang Suzhou knew that the flourishing scene in front of him was something that they had barely managed to gather by emptying the national treasury and plundering many of the surrounding prefectures. Beneath the ostentatious splendor was an empty, crumbling shelf. The sky gradually darkened. The eunuch in the hall shouted, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. The successor had arrived. Jiang Suzhou followed the court officials and stood up. They quietly waited for the successor to sit down on the dragon throne. Then, following the eunuch's shout, they knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times with the court officials to pay their respects to the successor. After the last bow, the court officials knelt in place, waiting for the emperor to allow them to rise. The head eunuch standing to the side with a horsetail whisk in his hand quietly waited for a moment, but he didn't hear the person on the dragon throne speak. What kind of trouble was this? The head eunuch felt a little uneasy. He carefully glanced to the side and saw that on the dazzling dragon throne, the emperor, dressed in splendid attire, was sitting askew. He touched his chin with one hand and looked down the steps thoughtfully. The head eunuch followed his gaze and saw that among the numerous kneeling court officials, there was only one person who stood out. He sat there quietly, facing the successor in silence. His gaze was calm and cold. He looked directly at the emperor without the slightest bit of fear. Hua Wujiu. The head eunuch knew this person. When he was escorted back to Linen, he had gone to the dungeon with the emperor once. That was the first time that the man had met the emperor. Many officers and soldiers had tried to force him to kneel, but they had failed. It was also at that time that the emperor had ordered to break his leg tendons. This man really couldn't kneel now. But the emperor seemed to want to make trouble for him. The head eunuch felt a little uneasy. At this moment, he heard the successor speak lazily. "Everyone, please rise," he said. After receiving the imperial edict, the court officials stood up one after another and returned to their seats. The head eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty was indeed a little absurd. In the past, under the pressure of the former emperor, he had restrained himself. But now he was the emperor, and the prime minister always followed him. Sometimes he was so ridiculous that he didn't care about the occasion. Even the servants were on tenterhooks. It would be best if the emperor didn't get angry and celebrated his birthday, but when he was half relieved, he heard the emperor speak again. His fifth brother. Jiang Xuanheng rested his chin on one hand. Before he could start the banquet, he picked up a shrimp ball from the table in front of him and threw it into his mouth. Just now, all the court officials knelt. "Why didn't your wife kneel to me?" Jiang Suzhou cursed him in his heart. "Kneel to you? I'll break your legs and see if you can kneel to me." He raised his head and looked at the Empress Dowager. His gaze swept over the crowd and saw that most of the courtiers around him were gloating and looking at him calmly. To them, watching the Empress Dowager make things difficult for him and Hua Wujiu was something they had been waiting for a long time. He paused, stood up, turned around, and bowed to the Empress Dowager. "My wife has been impolite. Please forgive her, imperial brother," he said. When the Empress Dowager heard this, he slowly chewed the meatball in his mouth and smiled lazily. "Yes, forgive me. But how do you plan on making me forgive you?" Jiang Suzhou glanced at Hua Wujiu. "Although this thing's legs are inconvenient, I still have to show my sincerity." His gaze was cold and disdainful, as if he had been offended by something foul. His tone carried a bit of impatience and hatred. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Meng Qianshan. "Why aren't you bringing him over? Even if we have to drag it out, we still have to make him kowtow to imperial brother." The last few words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. It wasn't hard to see that Imperial Prince Jing truly detested and loathed Hua Wujiu, who had been forced into his residence. How could he lock him in his room and torture him like this? The Empress Dowager's expression became more and more excited. Meng Qianshan, who was standing in the back, was dumbfounded. He knew that the prince wanted to pretend to hate Madame Hua, but was he really going to do it? What should he do? At this moment, he saw Jiang Suzhou frown slightly and look at him coldly. "Be careful with your hands and feet," he said. "Don't let the dirty blood from his legs get on the carpet and bring bad luck to imperial brother." The banquets in the palace, especially the emperor's birthday, were never bloody. This had always been the rule of the Jing dynasty. Hearing this, the successor asked, "What dirty blood?" Jiang Suzhou glanced at Meng Qianshan and blinked slowly. Then, he said calmly, "It's nothing. Just be careful." Then, he looked at the Meng Qianshan. "If you dare to drop a bit on the ground, I'll have your head." Meng Qianshan was startled. The next moment, he met Jiang Suizhou's eyes. He was immediately enlightened. Yes. His Highness had reminded him before he left today. Meng Qianshan quickly turned around and knelt down in front of the queen. "Your Majesty, save me. Madame's leg. Yesterday, His Highness was careless. The wound on Foreign's leg will bleed if you touch it, and it hasn't scabbed yet. This servant doesn't dare to bring bad luck to His Majesty." He stammered and trembled as he spoke. Everyone immediately understood that Jiang Suzhou must have abused Meng Qianshan yesterday. He went overboard and caused Meng Qianshan to be even more injured. The queen felt quite good. Sure enough, his uncle was right. The most interesting thing was not to beat the dogs, but to put them in a pen and watch them bite each other. However, although he felt good, he couldn't really do it if Hu Wujiu kowtowed at his banquet. It wasn't that he was afraid of his ancestors' orders. It was just that it was inauspicious. He was afraid that the heavens would have eyes and cut off his lifespan. However, he couldn't lose the face he needed to regain. The smile on the queen's face deepened. His gaze moved between Jiang Suzhou and Hu Wujiu. Finally, he looked at Jiang Suzhou. Then forget it. It's bloody. I'm not such an unreasonable person, he said. Jiang Suzhou heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't forget to show some unwillingness on his face. He even glared coldly at Hu Wujiu. However, before he could completely relax, the queen spoke again. However, since he's your concubine, the two of you can be considered as one, right? The queen said with a smile. Jiang Suzhou raised his eyes to look at him. The queen smiled proudly and said, "You can kneel in his place." All the court officials sat in their seats and stared at him in full view. The queen was clearly taking the opportunity to trample on his face again. Jiang Suzhou took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He knew that this damned fatuous emperor wouldn't give up after receiving guidance from Pang Xiao. Forget it, for Hu Wujiu's sake, how many times had he suffered at the hands of his future master? Now, kowtowing would only embarrass him. It wasn't a big deal. He quickly prepared himself mentally. However, he didn't forget to show a troubled expression on his face. He looked at the queen, waiting for the queen to force him again. He would be forced to kowtow and be done with it. However, at this moment, a low and deep voice sounded in the silent hall. Why should he kneel in my place? There was a hint of contempt in the voice. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. What was Hu Wujiu doing? He looked back in surprise. The court officials in the hall also looked at Hu Wujiu. Hu Wujiu, who was sitting in his wheelchair, raised his head and looked at the queen from afar. At this moment, he slightly raised the corner of his lips and lazily gave the queen a provocative smile. For a moment, it was as if the sun shone into a deep valley. That arrogant and sharp appearance was like a war flag that was raised by the wind again. It was like a fire beacon that suddenly lit up the city, suddenly shining brightly. It was as if this was his original appearance. He was wearing bright clothes and riding a horse, proud and showing off his ability. Jiang Suzhou listened to Hu Wujiu continue speaking. As a court official, I, Hu Wujiu, only kneel in front of my own monarch, he said slowly. What right does he have to kneel in my place? The raised end of his voice was steady and arrogant. The queen was so angry that his eyes widened. Your monarch? He gritted his teeth. The Hu family is a court official of Dejing. You are my watchdog. What monarch do you have? Hu Wujiu laughed and shook his head as if he had heard a joke. Jiang Suzhou saw Hu Wujiu laugh for the first time. It was a little wild, but it was extremely dazzling. It was like a blade buried in the sand, reflecting the light of the sun. Even if the Hu family is a watchdog, it is not under your command now, he said. The ancestral teachings say that the north should resist foreign enemies and guard Yi City. Your Majesty, Yi City was lost by your father 3 years ago. The queen was so angry that he started trembling. He had the nerve to say that? Yi City was conquered by the Hu family, who claimed to be loyal to him. This was clearly a slap to his face. He wanted nothing more than to immediately tie Hu Wujiu up, cut him into pieces, and feed him to the dogs. But he couldn't. His uncle said that this person would be of great use if he kept him alive. Moreover, only by keeping him alive could he be tortured and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The queen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He took a few deep breaths and looked at Pang Xiao for help. Jiang Suzhou, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, was so happy that he could barely hide the smile on his face. Although he knew that the queen wouldn't kill Hu Wujiu easily since he had spared his life, he didn't expect that Hu Wujiu would use this to openly challenge the queen at the banquet. He was so good at infuriating people? No wonder he usually didn't speak. He was hiding his true strength. Jiang Suzhou felt very satisfied. However, he clearly remembered that he still needed to say something. Otherwise, the queen would make a move if he didn't open his mouth. Even if the queen didn't kill Hu Wujiu, he wouldn't let him have a good ending today. Jiang Suzhou grabbed the jade cup on the table and smashed it on the table in front of Hu Wujiu. The small jade cup didn't have much power, but when it suddenly shattered on the corner of the table with a clang, it was enough to startle the people around them. Jiang Suzhou turned to him and gritted his teeth. His expression was gloomy, as if he was hiding his fury. Very good. He said each word with a pause. Because of his weak body, he was suppressing his anger. His breath was beginning to tremble. It seems that this prince hasn't taught you how to shut up. He said the last few words through gritted teeth. It was so gloomy that it made people's hair stand on end. All the officials felt that if this wasn't the Queen's Millennium Banquet, the furious Imperial Prince Jing would have rushed forward and grabbed Hu Wujiu by the neck. Seeing this, the Queen's anger was suppressed a bit. Yes, there was still Imperial Prince Jing. He didn't need to personally make a move and ruin the joy of his birthday. Hu Wujiu dared to talk nonsense like this. When he returned to Imperial Prince Jing's estate, he would definitely beg for death. Below the high platform, his uncle slightly shook his head at him, indicating that he should suppress his anger and not act out. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Disappointing, he said. All right, we're hungry. Let's start the banquet. Immediately, all the officials raised their cups as if nothing had happened. The sound of a string instrument rang out. A grand and peaceful melody immediately sounded, as if it was desperately trying to drive away the hostility from earlier. The Queen took a big gulp of wine. It was strange. Although it was very nice to see a dog-eat-dog scene dripping with blood, why did it feel like he couldn't take advantage of them at all? Jiang Suzhou could vaguely see why Hu Wujiu did this. He didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that Hu Wujiu would take such a big risk just to prevent him from kowtowing to the Queen alone? Hu Wujiu definitely knew better than him that the Queen was a scoundrel who didn't care about the occasion. It was very likely that in a fit of anger, the Queen would drag him back to the imperial prison in front of all the civil and military officials to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Jiang Suzhou's heart was somewhat shaken. However, he didn't dare to look at Hu Wujiu. At this time, he still had to put on a cold expression and treat Hu Wujiu, who was next to him, as if he didn't exist. He didn't eat much of the food on the table and only occasionally drank a cup of wine. None of the officials in the hall dared to provoke him. When they toasted each other, they tacitly avoided Jiang Suzhou's table. This saved Jiang Suzhou a lot of trouble. The pitter-patter of the rain outside the door didn't lessen in the slightest. Under the bright lights, everyone toasted each other. Gradually, everyone's faces were stained with drunkenness. Some of the officials came forward and toasted the Queen. Jiang Suzhou sat in front of the table and listened to their extravagant birthday speeches in boredom. Occasionally, he would steal a glance at Hu Wujiu from the corner of his eyes and couldn't help but think about what had just happened. At this moment, he heard a voice coming from the front of the stairs. That person was quite eloquent. After chattering for a long time, he still couldn't finish his speech. Jiang Suzhou was a little surprised and glanced at him indifferently. Chen Ti, it was the person who had asked his wife to send an invitation to Hu Wujiu and ask him to go admire the flowers. Jiang Suzhou picked up his teacup and took a sip. When it came to flattery, this person was indeed an expert. It was no wonder that he could do well under Pang Xiao. However, at this moment, he heard Chen Ti, who had finished his cup of wine, speak. Your Majesty, today is a joyous day. This official shamelessly wants to ask Your Majesty for a favor. He said with a smile. The Queen asked, what is it? Tell me. Chen Ti said with a smile while holding a cup. A few days ago, this lowly servant sent an invitation to Prince Jing's estate to invite Madame Hua to admire the flowers. However, Madame Hua was a little reserved as it was her first time here and actually rejected the invitation. As he spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Jiang Suzhou's table. This lowly servant was afraid of offending Your Highness, Prince Jing, so he specially asked this official to ask Your Majesty to allow Madame Hua to come to this official's humble home in half a month for this flower-admiring banquet. On the carriage back to the residence, Jiang Suzhou's face was as cold as ice. He did not expect that Chen Ti would be so eager for quick success that he did not even care about his face. Of course, he knew what Chen Ti was trying to do. Inviting Hu Wujiu to his courtyard to admire some lousy flowers was a pretense. Seeing that the future master was defeated, Chen Ti purposely stood up for the future master at his banquet and flattered him. After all, he had always been under Pangxiao's command. His official position was not high, so there were not many opportunities for him to show his face in front of the future master. Last time, Xianxia had rejected his invitation, but instead made a raft for him, giving him a chance to make the empress smile. Sure enough, the future master agreed without giving Xianxia any chance to refute. He even promoted Chen Ti by half a rank on the spot and rewarded him with a cushy job. Naturally, everyone at the banquet was happy. Only Xianxia, who was pretending to be cold, was really cold. When the palace banquet ended, the rain outside became heavier. In addition to the heavy rain, a strong wind blew, causing the brocade curtains of the carriage to flutter loudly. A lot of raindrops were blown into the carriage. In just a moment, half of Xianxia's shoulder was wet, but he did not feel it at all. He only stared coldly outside the window. He knew that although this palace banquet was not a hangmen banquet, these people were already prepared to use them to make the future master happy. Of course, he could not block all of their attacks. However, he was still extremely unhappy that he was suddenly used by such a flatterer. Especially, what about Huojiao? Perhaps he was always afraid that Huojiao would hold a grudge against him and make plans for him. Although today's matter had nothing to do with him, Xianxia was still irritated because of it. At this moment, a gust of cold wind whistled in, causing him to shiver from the cold. His throat itched and he was about to cough. However, before he could cough, a soft and heavy cloak suddenly fell on his body. The cloak had a warm body temperature, and it wrapped around him in an instant. Xianxia was stunned. He looked up and saw Huojiao sitting next to him without saying a word. It was he who took off his robe and draped it over Xianxia's body. You. Xianxia saw that he had taken off his cloak and was wearing thin clothes, so he wanted to take off his robe and return it to him. Huojiao said, "You've just recovered." Xianxia clutched Huojiao's robe. Huojiao turned his head slightly and looked at him. "Put it on," he said. Xianxia awkwardly covered himself with the cloak. Although he was not in good health now, he had been a healthy person for more than 20 years, so he always forgot that he was sick. However, he did not expect that Huojiao remembered it more clearly than he did. Seeing that Xianxia had obediently shrunk into his cloak, Huojiao tucked in the corner of his cloak before turning back in satisfaction. Xianxia looked at him. He always felt that the color of Huojiao's lips was not right. They were a bit pale when they came, but now they seemed to be even whiter. "Aren't you cold?" he asked. Huojiao sneered and glanced at him. "How is this cold?" When it came to cold, the Yang Pass was cold. The night of snow in winter was enough to bury the tent's door. They had to dig and kick to open the door. In the dimly lit carriage, he raised his eyebrows slightly when he looked to the side, revealing a rarely seen youthful spirit. It was a bit similar to when he was in the palace, but it was not as aggressive. He even faintly looked like he was showing off. Xianxia could not help but chuckle and wrap himself in his cloak. "If you're not cold, then forget it," he said. Seeing him smile, Huojiao's gaze couldn't help but pause for a moment and look at him a few more times. In the darkness of the carriage, the robe on his legs had long since been drenched. The dampness on his injured leg made him feel as if a knife had cut into his bones. He was already in so much pain that he began to tremble uncontrollably. Xianxia did not feel any movement because the carriage wheels were moving slowly. However, it was good that he didn't hear it. Although he took off his cloak and wrapped it around his legs to relieve some of the pain, he didn't want to see a sick rabbit tremble. For him, the pain would be over if he endured it. However, if he let Imperial Prince Jing get sick from the wind and rain again and go back to take medicine with a fever, he was afraid that the medicine would be so bitter that he would cry. Today, he even got a nice smile in return. It was really worth it. Xianxia slept lightly at night. He went back to his room, changed his clothes, and lay down. He was still thinking about what had happened today. While he was thinking, the sound of the rain outside the window caused him to fall asleep in a daze. He was awakened by the crisp sound of something small falling to the ground. He opened his eyes. There was only a single night light outside the tent, but the lightning outside the window was even brighter. He looked sideways at the window and saw a tall silhouette in the midst of the lightning and thunder. The silhouette sat up from the bed with some effort, as if he wanted to pick something up. Xianxia hurriedly got up. "What's wrong?" His voice was a bit hoarse, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Huowujiu did not respond for a moment. It took a lot of effort for him to sit up straight. Xianxia hurriedly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked over to the bed. Huowujiu didn't seem to notice that he was awake until he was right in front of him. Huowujiu's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He raised his head slightly to look at him and said in a hoarse voice, "Did I wake you up?" Under the night sky, his face was extremely pale. His forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and the strands of hair at the corner of his forehead were wet. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Huowujiu raised his hand to rub his forehead, as if he was in a bit of a daze from the pain. His hand was also trembling. Xianxia had never seen him like this before. Even when he was released from prison, his wounds were still inflamed and he had a fever. He was not like this. "Where are you feeling unwell?" "I'll ask Xianxia to call a doctor." Huowujiu shook his head. "It's nothing. It's raining. My legs aren't feeling very well." He seemed to be unaware of how sorry he looked at the moment. He was still trying to put up a brave front. The medicine fell to the ground. "Just pick it up for me," he said. Xianxia heard him mention medicine and hurriedly bent down to pick it up for him. There was a small medicine bottle on the ground 2 steps away. It was made of a simple material, but it was especially sturdy, so it was not broken. Xianxia hurriedly handed the medicine to him. Huowujiu trembled as he slowly poured out a pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. He stuffed the medicine into his clothes, closed his eyes, and was about to lie down. It looked like he was about to go back to sleep. Xianxia was stunned. He hurriedly asked, "What kind of medicine is this for?" Huowujiu should not have known that his leg would be broken before he was captured. Why would he carry medicine for his leg with him? Huowujiu frowned and opened his eyes again. Although he was in so much pain that he was dizzy and disoriented, his vision was blurry, and he could not even feel his body trembling. He knew the reason for the pain in his leg. When the meridians were damaged, this kind of pain was inevitable when it rained on a cloudy day. Moreover, Jiangnan was wet and rainy. This kind of pain was not fatal, but it was difficult to bear. He thought that when the rain stopped, it would naturally be better. "It's a medicine that can prevent people from dying." He heard Xianxia anxiously ask him from the side, as if he had encountered a very serious matter. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his voice was hoarse, with a hint of carelessness. He didn't think much of it, so why did Prince Jing get so scared? Hearing his words, Xianxia's eyes widened. He was in so much pain, yet he was still taking medicine. He was clearly tired of living. "Nonsense!" He blurted out, turned around, and hurriedly left. Xianxia. Huowujiu sat on the bed. His ears were buzzing, and he could faintly hear Xianxia's anxious voice. "Tsk, it was just a small matter. Did they have to make such a big fuss? Making a mountain out of a molehill." Huowujiu clicked his tongue impatiently, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Lights were lit all over the awning hall. In the cold rain, the hall lit up with a warm light. Dr. Zhou checked Huowujiu's pulse and carefully examined his injuries. After a long time, he stood up. "How is it?" Xianxia next to him asked. Dr. Zhou bowed to him and said, "Your Highness, this is a symptom left behind by the damage to Madame's meridians. Every cold day, rain, or snow, she will experience unbearable pain." Xianxia frowned. "Is there any way to treat it?" Dr. Zhou shook his head. "There's no other way, unless Madame's meridians are restored to their original state. However, the meridians in Madame's legs are completely broken. It's really difficult to treat them." Xianxia's frown deepened. He naturally knew that Huowujiu's legs could be cured, but the doctors in his residence didn't have the ability. He originally thought that it would be enough to wait for a doctor who could cure Huowujiu's legs 3 years later. However, he didn't expect that these 3 years would be so difficult for Huowujiu. It was just raining, but it was already so painful. The air in Linen was humid, and there was a lot of rain. Wouldn't Huowujiu be punished for 3 years? He didn't speak for a while. Dr. Zhou carefully looked at his expression and said, however, if we warm Madame's legs with a quilt and a hot water bottle, it can more or less alleviate the pain. When Jiang Suzhou heard this, he hurriedly ordered Meng Qianshan, why don't you go and prepare it? Meng Qianshan hurriedly responded and ordered the maids to get busy. Dr. Zhou left. After a while, the maids brought in a thick quilt and covered Huozhou's legs. Jiang Suzhou asked, is it better? Huozhou sat on the bed and looked at Jiang Suzhou. At this time, Imperial Prince Jing was still wearing his sleeping clothes. He only casually put on an outer robe and sat on the chair in front of his bed. It was late at night, and it was obvious that he wasn't in good spirits. There was a tired look on his face, and his complexion didn't look good. Perhaps because he was afraid that he would feel cold, Meng Qianshan specially poured a hot water bottle for him to warm his hands. At this time, he was unconsciously holding the warm and fluffy thing in his hand and frowning as he looked at himself. If there was any use for this quilt, Huozhou really didn't feel it. He only felt that it was suffocating. Ever since his legs were crippled, his blood vessels weren't smooth, so his legs were often cold. Even if he covered them with a quilt, it was difficult to warm them up. Moreover, the water vapor was pervasive. It could even penetrate his skin, let alone this brocade and cotton. However, he didn't seem to want to see Imperial Prince Jing disappointed. Although he felt that it was useless, he still said perfunctorily, it's better. Sure enough, that pair of foxy eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after, Imperial Prince Jing seemed to realize what he was holding in his hand. He lowered his head and looked at the warm and fluffy hot water bottle. It was white and made of rabbit fur. It was soft and fluffy, as if he was hugging a rabbit. He watched as Imperial Prince Jing carefully lifted his quilt and stuffed the hot water bottle, which looked like a white rabbit, next to his legs. Then, he paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. The next moment, a hand that was warm from the hot water woman's warm hand covered his leg through the thin layer of his pajamas. She clumsily and carefully rubbed it up and down, then slowly rubbed it a few more times. Is it better? He heard Imperial Prince Jing ask. Huozhou didn't know how to answer him. Although his legs were crippled, it wasn't as if he couldn't feel them. He couldn't tell if they were better or not. He only felt a surge of electricity shoot up from there and numb half of his body. Jiang Suzhou was completely oblivious to Huozhou's reaction. He only felt that the leg under his hand was extremely cold. He rubbed it tentatively and then rubbed it a few more times. The muscles under his palm were very hard. It took a lot of effort to rub, but it seemed that as he rubbed, it gradually warmed up. Jiang Suzhou's eyes lit up. Is this better? He raised his head and asked Huozhou. However, he saw Huozhou sitting there with a cold expression and did not say anything. Is this better or not? Jiang Suzhou was momentarily at a loss. He rubbed Huozhou a few more times. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled his hand out of the quilt without any explanation. Jiang Suzhou was shocked. He saw a pair of thick black eyes staring coldly at him. Why are you moving around? Huozhou frowned. Jiang Suzhou was startled by him and hurriedly withdrew his hand. I only rubbed his leg a few times. Why is he angry? Jiang Suzhou was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He forgot. Huozhou's leg was still disabled. He probably did not like other people touching it. He must have touched a tiger's whiskers. For a moment, Jiang Suzhou was at a loss for what to do. Inwardly vexed, he did not notice that Huozhou, who was on the bed, was struggling to support his body and slightly turned his body to the side. Beside him, Meng Qianshan had already led a group of maids to find a hot water bottle for Huozhou. She stuffed the hot water bottle into his quilt and left together. Jiang Suzhou also stood up. I'm sorry. He paused and opened his mouth. I didn't mean to touch your leg just now. Huozhou, who was on the bed, heard this and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, It's okay. Go to sleep. Jiang Suzhou heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Although her tone was still quite harsh. But, it should mean that she didn't want to bicker with him, right? He was not afraid of others being angry at him, but he was afraid of this ancestor. After all, he was different from others. When this ancestor got angry, he could take someone's life. With that in mind, Xianxia made a sound of agreement. Just as he was about to return to his couch, he turned around and said, "This couch is a little close to the window. Why don't you sleep on the bed?" When Huowujiu heard this, he closed his eyes and did not reply. This meant that he wasn't willing to exchange. Although Jiang Suzhou was still worried, he couldn't force him onto the bed. Seeing that the bedding on his body was thick and sturdy, Jiang Suzhou thought that it would be useful, so he didn't insist. He returned to the bedside, changed out of his robe, and lay back under the blanket. Before he closed his eyes, he did not forget to remind Huowujiu, "If it hurts again, just call me." Huowujiu didn't say anything. Jiang Suzhou had long since gotten used to having one-sided conversations with this blockhead. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Huowujiu, who was still sitting on the couch, didn't move at all. Huowujiu waited until the breathing on the bed calmed down. Presumably, that person had fallen asleep. Only then did he lift his hand and lift the blanket that covered his legs. At the same time, he took out the steaming hot water. The blanket was thick and heavy, and it was covered with something that felt like a stove. It was as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to cook his legs properly. Sure enough, it was that stupid Meng Qianshan who made this. Huowujiu didn't want to admit that all the warmth brought by such a thick blanket and a pile of steaming hot water couldn't compare to the hand that had clumsily rubbed his leg a few times just now. However, the feeling that the hand had brought was somewhat complicated. Apart from the warmth, there was something else that made him panic and want to immediately escape. It even scared Imperial Prince Jing. Huowujiu's expression didn't look too good as he tossed the hot water out of the blanket one after another. This continued until he touched something furry. It was something that Jiang Suzhou had stuffed into his room. His hand paused for a moment, then he let go of the little white rabbit and pulled the blanket back over him. He allowed the little thing to snuggle up next to his legs and softly transmit warmth to his body. However, it seemed that something was missing. After a while, Huowujiu tried to put his hand under the blanket and rubbed his legs a few times. It was completely useless. It rained the entire night and only cleared up the next morning. Jiang Suzhou slept peacefully the entire night. When he woke up early in the morning, the clouds had already dispersed. The sun shone brightly through the window in the azure blue sky. Jiang Suzhou's gaze immediately fell on the couch below the window. The couch was already empty. Huowujiu was sitting in a wheelchair next to the couch, tidying up his robes. "Does your leg still hurt?" Jiang Suzhou asked, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. Huowujiu looked up at him and said indifferently, "It's fine." As he spoke, he picked up a white object from the couch and threw it. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly reached out to catch it when he saw the object flying straight towards him. However, the object was too soft. It went straight through his hand and landed softly on his bed. Jiang Suzhou looked down and saw that it was the hot water bottle that Meng Qianshan had stuffed into his hands yesterday. The hot water inside had already lost its temperature. Only the fluff on the top still carried a faint trace of warmth, as if it was someone's body temperature. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Huowujiu say indifferently, "Thank you very much." Oh, thank him for the hot water bottle. The corners of Jiang Suzhou's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Like he said, this great General Huowujiu was indeed an extremely good person. Yesterday, Meng Qianshan had clearly stuffed so many hot water bottles into his hands, yet he still remembered this one. He even thanked him for it. "No need." Jiang Suzhou's voice was tinged with a hint of a smile. Huowujiu glanced at him indifferently, then coldly retracted his gaze. The sun gradually rose. Jiang Suzhou turned over and got out of bed. Although yesterday was the successor's Millennium Banquet and the officials were on break today, the Ministry of Rites couldn't rest. Everything that had been prepared at the banquet yesterday had to be properly organized and sent to be registered. Although Jiyu had said that he didn't need to go because his health wasn't good, Jiang Suzhou didn't want him to make an exception for him. He just wanted to take a look around and see if there was anything he could do for him. As he thought of this, he also thought of the book Jiyu had lent him a few days ago. 2 books of unofficial history are not thick. Counting the days, I can return them to Jiyu. With that in mind, he stood up, intending to call Meng Qianshan in. But at this moment, the door was knocked open in a panic. Jiang Suizhou looked up and saw Meng Qianshan stumbling in. "Your Highness, something happened, Your Highness," Meng Qianshan said hurriedly. Jiang Suizhou frowned. "What's wrong?" Meng Qianshan gasped for breath. "Something happened at the Ministry of Rites. Just now, someone from the imperial court said that Jiyu, official Ji, was impeached and taken away by the Ministry of Justice." Jiang Suizhou was stunned. What accusation? He remembered Jiyu's life. This shouldn't have happened. Although he didn't have any great achievements in his life was smooth sailing. After the fall of the Jing dynasty, Bailiang wanted to recruit him, but he refused. Since then, he resigned and returned to his hometown, indulging in the mountains and rivers. "How did he suddenly get arrested?" Meng Qianshan said. "The Ministry of Justice's officials said that official Ji embezzled the expenses of the Emperor's Millennium Banquet and used shoddy materials to pass off as good ones. He was discovered this morning." "That's even more impossible." Jiang Suizhou frowned. "He's been arrested and taken to the Ministry of Justice?" Meng Qianshan nodded. Jiang Suizhou's expression was cold. He raised his hand and said, "Change clothes." Meng Qianshan was stunned. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Jiang Suizhou said. "I'm going to the Ministry of Justice." Meng Qianshan stomped his feet anxiously. "What are you doing?" "Now, the Ministry of Rites officials are all avoiding you. They're afraid that the soldiers will come knocking on their door." "Why are you in such a hurry to go there?" Jiang Suizhou was expressionless. "Don't talk nonsense." Meng Qianshan didn't dare to disobey. He could only come forward and help him change his clothes. Jiang Suizhou's gaze was heavy. He knew that since something had happened at the Ministry of Rites, after arresting Ji Yu, they would definitely arrest the officials of the Ministry of Rites and interrogate them. As a prince, it wasn't out of line for him to take the initiative to clear himself of suspicion. It wouldn't draw other people's suspicion. What he wanted to do was naturally not to clear himself of suspicion. He wanted to know why Ji Yu, who was originally fine, was arrested. Was it because this was originally unofficial history and was different from the official history? Or was it because he had transmigrated and interacted with Ji Yu and became a variable in Ji Yu's life? The news that Jiang Suizhou was going to the Ministry of Justice had already spread. When he got off the carriage, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was waiting for him outside the door. Seeing him get off the carriage, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice welcomed him with a smile. Seeing that he was walking like he was floating in the wind, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice even reached out to help him. Jiang Suizhou didn't give him any face. He turned sideways and was firmly supported by Meng Qianshan. "This official has been waiting for Your Highness for a long time. Your Highness, please." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice turned sideways and smiled. Jiang Suizhou said indifferently, "You and I are of the same rank. There's no need to be so polite. Moreover, I'm here today to be interrogated." When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice heard this, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Your Highness, what are you saying? Our Ministry of Justice is investigating this case. Because Your Highness fell ill a few days ago, we didn't intervene. Even if we wanted to investigate, we wouldn't be able to trace it back to Your Highness." Jiang Suizhou raised his hand and stopped the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice from continuing. "There are some things that I've handled before," he said indifferently. "Even if you don't want to investigate, I'll have to personally ask." Hearing this, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice repeatedly agreed and invited him in. The cause and effect was just an ordinary corruption case. The funds that the Ministry of Rites received were approved by the Ministry of Revenue. The amount and where it was used were all recorded in the accounts. However, when they were cleaning up this morning, someone suddenly realized that many of the furnishings and decorations at the banquet were filled with gold and jade. After cleaning up, there was a large discrepancy. Our Ministry of Justice did a rough calculation. Lord Ji embezzled at least this amount. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice gestured to Jiang Suizhou. "Just say it. Don't play riddles with me," Jiang Suizhou said coldly. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice said embarrassedly, at least 4,000 taels. Although 4,000 taels wasn't a lot, it was at the birthday banquet of the future master of the Ji family. Corruption involved the future master of the Ji family. Although it was only 4,000 taels, for an ordinary official, it was a serious crime that ranged from exile to beheading. Xianxia didn't say anything. On the other side, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was still chattering. Your Highness, you don't need to worry. Even if the Ministry of Justice goes to your Highness's residence to investigate, it will only be a routine visit. This matter is mainly caused by Jiyu. It has nothing to do with your Highness. However, Xianxia said indifferently, I need to see Jiyu. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was stunned. His face showed some difficulty. Jiyu are currently being detained, he said awkwardly. Xianxia's expression was calm. There's a batch of raw materials that I took over, he said. I need to ask him in private about this matter. Only then can I feel at ease. Hearing this, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice understood. Then Jiyu may have been corrupted, but it seems that Prince Jing isn't a good person either. Prince Jing probably isn't clean about the Emperor's Thousand Autumn banquet either. That's why he rushed here in such a hurry and wanted to interrogate Jiyu in private. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice had already received orders from his superiors. Today's matter was to deal with Jiyu. In that case, it wouldn't be a big deal if His Highness Prince Jing wanted to dump his debt on Jiyu. After all, His Highness Prince Jing was a relative of the imperial family. Even if he was corrupted, what could the emperor say? With this thought, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice relaxed and reluctantly agreed. He brought Xianxia to the Ministry of Justice's prison. The Ministry of Justice's prison cells mostly held suspects who were still being interrogated, or those who had committed relatively minor crimes. As a result, compared to the Imperial Court's prison, the Ministry of Justice's prison wasn't as heavily guarded. The environment was also better. The prison cells all had extremely small windows that allowed light and air to pass through. Xianxia followed the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice all the way to the depths of the prison. After turning a corner, he saw Jiyu locked up in the prison cell. Because he had just been imprisoned, his clothes were still neat and tidy. He also seemed to be in good spirits. At this moment, he was sitting alone on a bed covered with straw. Seeing that someone had come, Jiyu raised his head. Xianxia stopped in front of the prison cell and raised his hand to indicate that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice should wait outside. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice hesitated. 15 minutes, Xianxia said. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Then Your Highness, please make it short. This official will wait for you outside the prison cell. He thought that since Jiyu had already been imprisoned, His Highness Prince Jing probably didn't have anything important to talk to him about. His official rank wasn't high, and he didn't have anyone to rely on. It wasn't worth it to offend His Highness Prince Jing over such a small matter. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice retreated. Seeing that he had left, Xianxia walked up to him and said, Official Ji. Jiyu got up from the bed and walked to the prison cell door. Through the iron bars, he looked at Xianxia. His Highness Prince Jing. His face was full of disbelief. Xianxia paused, then slowly said, I originally wanted to return your book today. Jiyu froze when he heard this, then laughed bitterly. Your Highness, there's no need to return it, he said. The weather is unpredictable, and everyone has their own destiny. I think my destiny is here. Xianxia felt a bit sad when he saw him like this. Although this prince doesn't know you very well, I know that you're not the kind of person to do this kind of thing, he said in a low voice after a pause. Jiyu looked up at him. As long as the evidence is there, it doesn't matter whether you did it or not, he said. Jiyu paused, then continued. Your Highness and the Pang gang have always been on bad terms. I'm sure you can guess what happened today, he said. The Pang gang has tried to befriend me many times, but I've rejected them all. I'm sure they're not happy about it. I've been in contact with Your Highness these days. They're probably trying to prevent trouble from happening. His tone was very calm, and he didn't seem to blame him at all. However, Xianxia's hands clenched tighter and tighter. He's guessed it. Jiyu didn't know, but he knew. To Jiyu, he was a disaster that fell from the sky. The original owner didn't know Jiyu. He didn't want to be part of the Pang gang, and he didn't have any real power. Naturally, Pang Xiao didn't care about him. However, because he was the one who transmigrated, he chatted with Jiyu for a while, had some contact with him, and was even taken care of by him because of his poor health. Pang Xiao became vigilant and decided to get rid of Jiyu. Seeing that Xianxia was silent, Jiyu was stunned, then smiled gently. Your Highness, you don't have to blame yourself, Jiyu said. Ever since I refused to join the Pang gang, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I'm lazy and mediocre, and I haven't achieved much in my 10 years as an official. My current situation has nothing to do with your Highness. It's just that I want to stay out of trouble in the imperial court. Xianxia, who had been silent for a long time, shook his head. He raised his eyes and looked at Jiyu. In the dim prison cell, Jiyu met a pair of dark eyes through the wooden bars. The eyes were slightly white, and the shape was delicate and charming, making him look very cunning. But at this moment, the eyes were shining with a determined and bright light. The matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated, Your Highness, you won't be convicted immediately. Jiyu heard the hushed voice, which had a natural magnetism to it. Your Highness, please be patient in prison. This prince swears that you won't be wronged. The sky gradually darkened, and it started to drizzle outside. Meng Qianshan was a little worried. He paced back and forth in front of the door of Anin Hall, and repeatedly sent a servant to the door to ask if the prince had returned. This morning, the prince asked him to accompany him to the Ministry of Justice. After he came out of the prison, his face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. When they reached Chongping Street, 1 li away from Xianxia Square, the prince stopped the carriage and got off. No one is to follow me, the prince ordered. This prince will go back after taking a look around. Meng Qianshan wanted to persuade him, but he didn't dare to say anything when he saw Xianxia's cold face. There was no other way. Meng Qianshan could only help Xianxia get off the carriage, and sent 2 guards to follow them from a distance. But he didn't expect that the prince didn't come back after he got off the carriage. Seeing that it was getting late, Meng Qianshan's heart was in his throat. He hated himself for being too obedient, but this was a habit he had cultivated since childhood. He was stupid, and the prince didn't like him since he was young. But because he was sent by the former emperor, the prince didn't drive him away. Meng Qianshan had been cautious since childhood, and he only followed the prince's orders. He thought that this could make up for his stupid brain, but he didn't expect that he would do something bad because of this. After taking a few turns, he heard the sound of a wheelchair approaching. Meng Qianshan looked up and saw that Hua Wujiu was already in front of him. What's wrong? He heard Hua Wujiu ask. Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, Madam, this servant is stupid. I let the prince go out alone, and he still hasn't come back. Hua Wujiu looked up and looked outside the door. Although the rain wasn't heavy, it didn't stop for a long time. You are really stupid, Hua Wujiu said. His tone was calm, but there was an indescribable pressure. Meng Qianshan was shocked and couldn't speak. He looked at Hua Wujiu carefully. Hua Wujiu's gaze shifted from the rain outside the window to Meng Qianshan's face. It's so late. Why don't you send someone to look for him? What's the point of walking in circles here? His voice was cold. Meng Qianshan seemed to have woken up from a dream and said, Yes, yes. How could this servant forget? As he spoke, he rushed out into the rain. But at this moment, a servant braved the rain and ran into Anin Hall. Master Qianshan, the prince is back, the servant hurriedly said before he reached the room. Meng Qianshan hurriedly went to the porch to welcome him. He saw the servant running to the front, panting. The prince is back. Although the guards held an umbrella for him, he was still caught in the rain. The servant said. Meng Qianshan asked anxiously, Where did the prince go? The servant paused and his voice weakened. I don't know where the prince is. He drank too much, he whispered. Jiang Suzhou didn't expect that this body was not only weak, but also had a poor tolerance for alcohol. After he came out of the Ministry of Justice, he felt extremely suffocated. Although he had guessed that Jiyu's imprisonment had something to do with him, it was completely different from seeing it with his own eyes. That was a fresh human life, and even an unruly and talented poet. Just because he was kind to him, he was implicated and imprisoned. His future was uncertain, and he didn't even know if he was dead or alive. And all of this was because of Peng Xiao. To Jiang Suizhou, Peng Xiao had been nothing more than a treacherous official recorded in the history books. But now, he was a villain with a butcher's knife in his hand, eyeing the people around him covetously, ready to harm them at any time. And he naively thought that he could temporarily deal with him and get through these 3 years. Jiang Suzhou felt like there was a stone pressing down on his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He wanted to find a place to vent, but since he transmigrated, he didn't even know anyone he could talk to. He could only endure it until the carriage passed through Chongping Street. Chongping Street was full of merchants and people coming and going. It was very lively. Smoke and fire rose in spirals from the restaurants. The passers-by and the merchants came and went. It was a peaceful world, completely different from the noble and cold imperial Prince Jing's estate. Jiang Suizhou also called for the carriage to stop here, and left by himself. At this moment, he seemed to be eager to leave his identity as Imperial Prince Jing, leave this world, and return to the people he originally belonged to. But now, there was no place for him in this world. He walked aimlessly on Chongping Street. The people around him seemed to be isolated from him. After walking for a while, Jiang Suzhou raised his head and saw a wine flag fluttering in the wind. He went to the wine shop, ordered some wine, and drank alone until late at night. The wine wasn't strong. It was just a common apricot wine from the south. It had a sweet fragrance, but it wasn't intoxicating. But when Jiang Suzhou got up, he felt dizzy and his legs were wobbly. He was drunk. He supported himself on the table and steadied himself. It's good to be drunk, he thought to himself. Ever since he came here, he had been sober every day. It was tiring. He staggered out of the wine shop and slowly walked back to the imperial prince Jing's estate. He didn't know when it started to rain outside. It wasn't very heavy, so he didn't feel like it was raining. It wasn't until he reached the gate of the imperial Prince Jing's estate that he realized someone was holding an umbrella for him. He turned around and saw a guard that he had never seen before. Seeing him look at him, the guard's legs went soft and he was about to kneel down. Jiang Suzhou frowned and waved his hand slowly. That's right. He was only the terrifying imperial Prince Jing here. Someone brought a carriage, but he didn't get on. He walked on the wet stone floor and returned to Anin Hall. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Meng Qianshan running in the rain in front of him. Your Highness. Meng Qianshan was so anxious that his voice was trembling. Where have you been? You've scared this servant to death, didn't you send someone to follow me? Jiang Suzhou's voice was a bit hoarse. Meng Qianshan was startled. He thought Jiang Suzhou was going to blame him. But before he could say anything, Jiang Suzhou raised his hand. He walked up the stairs and stopped in the corridor. He turned around and said, Don't worry about this, Prince. Wait outside. Meng Qianshan only dared to agree. Jiang Suzhou walked into the room and closed the door. He walked a few steps forward and leaned against the partition. He raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths. When he woke up tomorrow, he needed to plan how to get Ji Yunshu off the hook. But right now, he just wanted to be alone for a while. He closed his eyes and leaned there for a while until he gradually calmed down from the dizziness of the alcohol. Then he slowly opened his eyes. He saw a person sitting in front of him, quietly looking at him. Jiang Suzhou looked at the person and was stunned. Then, he revealed an unguarded, drunken smile. You're here. His voice was lazy. I forgot. Hu Wujiu asked, Why did you drink so much? Jiang Suzhou smiled and shook his head. I didn't drink much. I can't hold my liquor well. Hu Wujiu frowned. He did drink too much. His face was flushed, and his eyes were unfocused. His robe was still wet. Although his upper body was not drenched, the hem of his robe and trousers were stained with water. Hu Wujiu said, Go change your clothes first. Jiang Suzhou rubbed his temples when he heard this. He said, "Oh." Then, he supported himself against the partition and straightened his body. But because he had leaned against the partition for too long, the alcohol had already made him dizzy. His body was also weak. After taking a step, his legs gave way and he fell forward. Jiang Suzhou belatedly realized that he had fallen. But his movements were slow and he could not react in time. He could only fall straight to the ground. However, the expected pain did not come. Instead, he fell onto a hard, warm ball of warmth. Drunkenly, he opened his eyes and saw Hua Wuzhou's handsome face right in front of him. Hua Wuzhou's pair of bright black eyes were staring at him quietly. Hua Wuzhou caught him. He was lying in Hua Wuzhou's arms, and because Hua Wuzhou was supporting his body, Hua Wuzhou's current action was as if he was embracing him. Jiang Suzhou was completely unaware. When he saw Hua Wuzhou's face, he paused for a moment. Then, as though he had remembered something, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Does your leg still hurt today?" Hua Wuzhou didn't know why this imperial Prince Jing, who had obviously suffered a setback outside and came home drunk, would have the time to care about whether his leg hurt or not. However, at this moment, this person was lying limply in his arms. His eyes were unfocused as he stared at him drunkenly. This immediately made his heart soften, as if someone had gently poked him in his ribs. It was as if this person had also made him a little drunk. He paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Jiang Suzhou was still staring at him, but it's raining outside. Hua Wuzhou took a deep breath. This was the first time he felt that a drunk person could be so difficult to deal with, but it was also the first time he felt that this person was so difficult to deal with, yet not annoying at all. He patiently said slowly, "That's why you're wet. Get up and change your clothes." Jiang Suzhou paused for a moment, then said in hindsight, "Oh. I'm wet." He casually pressed down on Hua Wuzhou's shoulder and tried to stand up with all his strength. However, once a drunk person lost their strength, it was difficult to regain it. Thus, he tried several times, but it was all in vain. He went back and forth, but it was as if he was acting coquettishly in Hua Wuzhou's arms. Hua Wuzhou's expression gradually became a little unsightly. Suddenly, Jiang Suzhou felt his arm being forcefully grasped. The person lifted him up and directly lifted him up. Then, the person supported him with one hand and used the other hand to control the wheelchair. He supported him all the way to the bed, then held him up with one hand and pressed him down to sit on the bed. "Change your clothes first," the person said. Jiang Suzhou was carried by the person all the way. He felt dizzy, and when he sat down on the bed, he couldn't tell north from south. However, he was obedient. When he heard Hua Wuzhou's words, he clumsily took off his wet robe and casually threw it on the ground. "It's not that wet," he muttered softly as he took off his clothes. After doing this, he had no more strength left. He leaned to the side and leaned weakly against the bedpost. Hua Wuzhou saw that his inner clothes were dry and assumed that he wouldn't catch a cold, so he didn't force him any further. His hand pressed the wheelchair and he was about to return to his own couch. Jiang Suzhou, who was leaning against the bed, sighed softly. It was very soft, but one could hear the tiredness and blankness that he wanted to hide. Hua Wuzhou's hand paused, and the hand that was about to shake the wooden wheel also stopped in place. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Suzhou. She saw Jiang Suzhou lying on his side with his forehead resting on the bed frame. His eyes were downcast, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Under the warm lights, the surroundings were extremely quiet. This person was clearly sitting in his territory, but he seemed to be floating in the void, with no one to rely on. "What's wrong?" Hua Wuzhou, who never liked to meddle in other people's business, suddenly asked. Jiang Suzhou paused for a moment before he realized that Hua Wuzhou was talking to him. He opened his eyes. Under the candlelight, his eyes were glistening. "I harmed someone." When he said this, his voice was a little choked up. "He was framed because of me." Hua Wuzhou probably knew who he was referring to. After all, he was also present when Meng Qianshan ran in this morning. "It has nothing to do with you," Hua Wuzhou said. Even though he had been in the military for many years, he knew that there would always be some innocent people who would be sacrificed in the struggle to frame people in the imperial court. Even if that person wasn't sacrificed because of Jiang Suzhou, it would be extremely difficult for him to always protect himself. Jiang Suzhou shook his head. "It's my fault," he said. "I must save him." When he said this, he seemed to have thought of something. He blinked his eyes, and a tear suddenly rolled down from his eye. Hua Wujiu panicked for no reason. His hands and feet were a little cramped. As the tear fell, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed tightly. His hands, which had been resting on his knees, clenched into fists. "If you want to save him, then save him. Why are you crying?" Hua Wujiu said. After a pause, he said, "Don't tell me you don't know how to save him?" Although he didn't know much about the imperial court in Nanjing, cases of corruption had always been very flexible. After all, the flow of money had to pass through many people's hands. It wasn't too difficult to save a person who had been slandered. Jiang Suzhou shook his head and looked up at Hua Wujiu. He didn't seem to notice that he was crying. At this moment, he looked at Hua Wujiu with teary eyes. He didn't even wipe away the tears on his face. Hua Wujiu's chest felt a little stuffy from being stared at like this. However, for some reason, his heart became inexplicably active. One beat after another, it was beating especially fiercely. After staring at Hua Wujiu for a while, Jiang Suzhou sighed softly. "Hua Wujiu, when will your leg recover?" Hua Wujiu's face was expressionless. Only his clenched jaw revealed some emotions. A person who drank too much spoke incoherently. One moment, he said that he wanted to save an unrelated person. The next moment, he wanted his leg to recover. When this person drank too much, it was as if he wanted to meddle in the affairs of the world. However, when it came to meddling in other people's business, he didn't find it annoying. He seemed to have gotten used to this silly rabbit's stupidity of putting himself first in everything. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and used his rough knuckles to wipe away the tears on Jiang Suzhou's face. It was as if he wanted to wipe away all the things that worried him. "That's enough," he said. "Go to sleep." After drinking too much, Jiang Suzhou was very obedient even though he was a little dizzy. Hua Wujiu told him to sleep, so he lay down obediently. He allowed Hua Wujiu to pull down the bed curtain for him and turn off the lights in the room. Lying on the bed, Jiang Suzhou's mind was still in a mess. How great would it be if Hua Wujiu's leg recovered immediately? He would be able to kill Peng Xiao quickly and change the course of history so that this person's death would come sooner. With this thought, Jiang Suzhou fell asleep dizzily. He slept quite deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. The sunlight shone on Jiang Suzhou's face, causing him to squint his eyes. He only felt a slight headache. When he sat up, he was still a little dizzy. He really did drink too much yesterday. His memory stopped at the time when he was still in the wine shop. When the cold wind blew at him when he went out, his memory was blacked out. He sat on the bed and rubbed his head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember how he returned to the residence yesterday. At this moment, Meng Qianshan came in. Seeing that Jiang Suzhou was awake, Meng Qianshan hurriedly ordered a maid to bring him some hangover soup. He hurriedly went forward to welcome him. "Your Highness, you're awake?" Jiang Suzhou rubbed his temples and nodded. Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" "It's still early. You can sleep a little longer. The Ministry of Rights is currently investigating the case. The officials from the Ministry of Justice came early this morning to report that Your Highness doesn't need to be on duty today." Hearing the words Ministry of Rights, Jiang Suzhou paused and shook his head. "I'm not going to sleep," he said. Meng Qianshan hurriedly complied. He took the hangover soup from the maid beside him and brought it to Jiang Suzhou's side. "Your Highness, drink this soup first," he said. Jiang Suzhou complied and took the hangover soup. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the soup, his mind became clearer and his vision wasn't as blurry as before. He began to quietly think about Jiyu's matter. Jiyu was imprisoned because of him, so he couldn't ignore it. However, he was weak now and didn't have many people he could rely on. Now that Peng Xiao's spearhead was pointed at Jiyu, the enemy was strong and he was weak. This was a very difficult matter to deal with. Therefore, he had to find an advantage that he could use. He had to try his best to strike from the shadows and catch the enemy off guard. If that was the case, he might have to use the 2 concubines in his residence. Gu Chongyun seemed to be very smart. Although he wasn't loyal, he had something on him. Su Du had already talked to him frankly and even helped him raise some men of sacrifice. If he wanted to strike from the shadows, these people might be useful. At this moment, Jiang Suzhou heard the sound of a wheelchair rolling around. He looked up and saw that Hu Wujiu had just finished washing up and was coming out from the back room. There were some water droplets on his forehead. Under the sunlight, they looked shiny. Seeing that Jiang Suzhou was looking at him, Hu Wujiu turned his head and calmly looked him in the eye. "You're awake?" he heard Hu Wujiu ask. Yes, when he came back drunk yesterday, he didn't even know what he had done. However, Hu Wujiu had been in this room the whole time. Presumably, he knew what he had done yesterday. Jiang Suzhou felt a little uneasy and uncertain. He cautiously looked at Hu Wujiu's expression. He didn't say anything that he shouldn't have, right? Perhaps it was because the sun was good today, but when he looked at Hu Wujiu's expressionless face, he felt that he was in a good mood. Presumably, he didn't provoke him yesterday. With this, Jiang Suzhou felt relieved. Meng Qianshan helped him change his clothes and wash off the smell of alcohol on his body. Only then did he sit down comfortably at the table. Hu Wujiu sat across from him. The two of them had lived together for a few days. They had developed a natural tacit understanding on such small matters. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The two of them silently ate their breakfast. For a moment, there was a sense of tranquility and warmth. Because Jiang Suzhou had drunk wine, his appetite wasn't very good. He only ate half a bowl of porridge, then put down his chopsticks. Meng Qianshan hurriedly came forward and handed him a copper basin to wash his hands with. He asked, "Your Highness, will you be going to the yamen or the study later?" Jiang Suzhou muttered to himself for a moment. He remembered his plan this morning. There was no time to lose. "I'm not going to either," he said. "Send someone to Gu Chongyun's room right now. Tell him that this prince will go to his room in a moment and have him prepare." This early in the morning, Meng Qianshan cautiously glanced at Jiang Suzhou, then his gaze drifted to Hu Wujiu's face. He cautiously responded and left. Jiang Suzhou picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. But before the tea could enter his mouth, he heard a crisp ding sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very sudden. Jiang Suzhou's hand trembled in fright. He looked up and saw Hu Wujiu expressionlessly put down his bowl. He turned his wheelchair around and walked away expressionlessly. "He's not eating anymore?" Jiang Suzhou looked at the bowl on the table. Hu Wujiu's appetite had always been good. Usually, he would never waste the rice in his bowl. But today, more than half of the porridge was left in his bowl. The main dishes and dishes on the table were also clearly only half eaten. He turned his head in surprise and looked at Hu Wujiu, who had just entered his bedroom. Just now, he thought that he was in a good mood. Why did he suddenly pull a long face and look like someone had provoked him? Jiang Suzhou wanted to ask Hu Wujiu why he was angry, but he could not bring himself to do so. After all, Hu Wujiu wore a straight face every day. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. What if he was not angry at all and Jiang Suzhou asked about it? Wouldn't that be too awkward? Therefore, Jiang Suzhou took a few more glances at him and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After breakfast and changing his clothes, he went straight to Gu Chongyun's courtyard. Just like before, Gu Chongyun and Su Du were waiting together in the room. The two of them were about to stand up and bow to him when Jiang Suzhou waved his hand and sat down at the head of the table. "Sit," he said calmly. The two of them looked at each other and sat down on the chairs beside him. Yesterday, Lord Ji was arrested for embezzlement. You should know about this, right? Jiang Suzhou said. The two of them nodded. Gu Chongyun smiled and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. This Lord Ji has never taken sides. We tried to persuade him several times but to no avail. Although he was punished by Peng Shao, it did not harm us. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about it." Jiang Suzhou looked at him and said bluntly, "This prince wants to save him." Gu Chongyun was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "This subordinate is naturally happy that your highness is kind." But Sudu Jiang Suzhou suddenly interrupted him. Sudu replied, "Your highness." Jiang Suzhou looked at Sudu, "You haven't told him anything, right?" Sudu was stunned, then understood what he was talking about. He smiled faintly and said, "Without your highness's orders, this subordinate does not dare to speak carelessly." Jiang Suzhou made an end sound and said indifferently, "Gu Chongyun, since you are now under this prince's command, it is safer for your grandmother and younger sister to be raised in the prince's mansion." Gu Chongyun was stunned. Then, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Your highness." Jiang Suzhou looked up at him. "This prince is different from him. I have no intention of detaining your family." However, since they were already living in the palace, there was no need for them to move out. "From now on, if you want to see them, just go to that courtyard," Jiang Suizhou said. Gu Chongyun paused for a moment. Gradually, his eyes reddened. He had never mentioned to anyone that ever since his family had been threatened and forced into the manor by Prince Jing, he hadn't been able to see his family even once. "Your highness is kind and wants to save him." "Naturally. This subordinate will do my best." A moment later, with red eyes, he spoke to Jiang Suizhou with a smile. Jiang Suizhou nodded. His two subordinates were smart people. They didn't need to speak too bluntly. They just needed to know when to stop. The two of them had already guessed that he wasn't the original owner of this body. Now, he was confessing the original owner's bargaining chip to him. It was also a way of expressing his sincerity. He would help him take care of his family, but he wouldn't use it as a threat. After all, Gu Chongyun had already entered his mansion and was tied to him. At this time, there was no turning back for him. Only his own arrangement was the best result for him. Seeing that he understood, Jiang Suizhou said bluntly, "It's not just this prince who is kind." He looked at the two of them. "Peng Shao is now able to cover the sky with one hand. If he wants to deal with any minister, it's a piece of cake," Jiang Suizhou said. "This prince has thought about it. If I let him kill Jiyu today, he can kill whoever he wants tomorrow. Now, many ministers are waiting for this prince's protection. If I can't protect one or two of them, I'm afraid that these people will become disloyal." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Naturally, this prince also wants to save as many as he can. I can't let Peng Shao get what he wants all the time." Hearing this, Sudu frowned slightly. "It's good that your highness thinks this way," he said. "But, does your highness have any ideas now?" Gu Chongyun nodded. "The Ministry of Rights has no lack of people in the Peng party. It's easy to fabricate a sum of stolen money and throw it at Lord Ji. However, if we want to exonerate him, we still don't have a way to do it." Jiang Suizhou paused for a moment. "It's easy to throw it at him, but the whereabouts of the stolen money, should we investigate as well?" he asked. Gu Chongyun nodded, "Of course. But according to the current laws of dying, even if we can't find the whereabouts of the stolen money, we will still have to convict him." Jiang Suizhou pondered for a moment. He was right. Since ancient times, there had been countless cases of corruption. Among them, there were many who were convicted just because they were muddle-headed. Then, as a latecomer, what advantages did he have? Jiang Suizhou was silent for a long time. The two men also looked solemn. For a moment, no one spoke. After a long time, Sudu spoke slowly. "Now that the case has been settled, we can only save Lord Ji by finding a scapegoat," he said. "But, we can't frame a good person." Hearing this, Jiang Suizhou's eyes lit up. Scapegoat? He suddenly had an idea. The imperial court would naturally not be able to find the whereabouts of the forced embezzlement. However, perhaps he could help the imperial court find the whereabouts of the money. After all, he studied the history of dying. Although he could not recite the biographies of the officials, he knew what each of them had done. Including those who favored favoritism and corruption, he more or less had a record of them. Among these officials, he could find one who was the most corrupt and was in the Ministry of Rights. He could attract the attention of the officials from the Ministry of Justice to that person. At that time, he would be caught red-handed. "Wouldn't Jiyu be able to escape danger?" Jiang Suizhou hurriedly spoke. "This is an excellent idea," he said. Sudu was stunned. Does your highness already have a candidate in mind? Hearing this, Jiang Suizhou smiled faintly. Of course, he did. Not only was it a good candidate, but it was also a candidate who would throw himself at the muzzle of the gun. Chen Ti. He fawned over Pang Xiao and reaped many benefits from it. Coincidentally, before Jiang Suizhou transmigrated, one of his colleagues had written a thesis on corruption at the end of dying. In the thesis, Chen Ti was mentioned. He even remembered clearly how many mansions he had bought in Linen City. Didn't he want to invite Hu Wujiu to admire the flowers? Why not lead the officials from the Ministry of Justice to admire the mansions he had bought? He discussed with the two of them and planned until this afternoon. After making sure that there were no loopholes in the plan, the three of them rested and had some food together. During the meal, Sudu asked curiously, Your Highness, how do you know so much about Chen Ti's assets? Jiang Suizhou smiled faintly. I have my ways, he said faintly. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had come here from 1,000 years in the future to study them, could he? However, hearing this, Gu Chongyun laughed. Do you still need to ask? He laughed. Isn't it written in the storybooks? Your Highness, people like you have some skills that are different from us. If you want to know these things, how could you not know? Hearing his joke, Jiang Suizhou turned his chopsticks around with a smile and pretended to tap the back of his hand. The three of them joked for a while. Jiang Suizhou paused and said, However, I have one more thing. The two of them looked at him. Jiang Suizhou pondered for a moment and said, I want to find a way to cure Hu Wujiu's leg. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and said nothing. After a while, Sudu asked, Your Highness, why? Jiang Suizhou said slowly, I know that Pang Xiao has a strong foundation and that the emperor is absurd and muddle-headed. The one who can truly defeat them is not us, but Beiliang. Hearing this, the two of them were silent for a moment. Gu Chongyun said, Although, that is true, Your Highness, have you considered for yourself? Jiang Suizhou looked at him. Gu Chongyun said, Pang Xiao is an enemy, but so is Beiliang. How can Your Highness be so sure that Hu Wujiu can kill Pang Xiao, but not you? Hearing his question, Jiang Suizhou was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been thinking about this since this morning. He knew that after 3 years, everything in Nanjing would disappear because of Hu Wujiu. However, he did not want to wait for 3 years and be entangled with Pang Xiao for 3 years. He wanted to shorten this period of time. However, as Gu Chongyun said, how could he guarantee that Hu Wujiu would not kill him, although in his heart, for some reason, that was what he believed. When he heard Gu Chongyun ask him this question, he still felt that the idea of Hu Wujiu killing him sounded ridiculous. Was it because Hu Wujiu had been too pleasant to him recently? After a long time, Jiang Suizhou spoke. There's still time, he said. As long as we can cure him, then I can guarantee it. He had never gambled before, but when he said this, it was a real bet. In fact, at this moment, a thought that only a gambler would have appeared in his heart. He felt that he would not lose. He looked at the two people in front of him quietly. After a long silence, Gu Chongyun sighed. Since Your Highness is so sure, then I also believe in you, he said. Jiang Suizhou nodded slowly. Gu Chongyun continued, if we want to cure him, we need to find a famous doctor. However, we need a reason to announce to the world that we are looking for a doctor. Jiang Suizhou deeply agreed. I have an idea, Gu Chongyun said. Jiang Suizhou nodded, indicating for him to continue. Gu Chongyun said, Your Highness's body was weak to begin with, but now it has become an advantage. If there is news in the residence that Your Highness is worried because of the incident at the Ministry of Rights, and because of the rain yesterday, Your Highness is bedridden and unable to get out of bed after a few days. Then we will have a reason to look for a doctor. This person's mind was indeed nimble. Jiang Suizhou nodded. After pondering for a moment, he frowned and said, However, if we are to say that, this prince will definitely fall ill. His Majesty and Pang Xiao are keeping a close eye on this prince. If this prince's body is unwell, they will definitely send someone to investigate immediately. Gu Chongyun laughed. Your Highness, have you forgotten where this subordinate came from? Jiang Suizhou was stunned. The brothel? Gu Chongyun nodded. This subordinate also learned some unconventional medical prescriptions there. Although they cannot cure a person, they can make a person appear to be ill, and normal doctors will not be able to find out. Xianxia was quite surprised. There is such a method, he said. If that is the case, then it will be foolproof. When the time comes, even the doctors in the residence and palace cannot cure this prince. Naturally, the residents can post a notice asking for a doctor. At that time, the two of you can screen and perhaps find a doctor that can cure Huowujiu. Gu Changyu nodded. However, if that is the case. He paused. What? Xianxia looked at him. Gu Changyun smiled. Ambiguously. It will take some time to prepare the medicine, and the prescription for external use will need to be soaked in a bathtub. If that is the case, I will have to trouble your highness to spend the night in this subordinate's room for the next 2 days. The empress was indeed in a good mood these days. Although the court had been in a mess recently and the entire Ministry of Rights had been thoroughly inspected, even the court was in a bit of a mess. However, with his uncle taking care of it for him, these kinds of trivial matters wouldn't reach him even if they caused a ruckus. Therefore, he didn't care what official the Ministry of Rights had arrested. However, his uncle did tell him that the official had embezzled money from the Xianxia banquet and was extremely disrespectful to him. Therefore, the embezzling official had to be severely punished. Whether the punishment was severe or not, the emperor didn't care. On the contrary, in order to compensate him, his uncle secretly found 2 thin horses from Yangzhou City, changed their names, and disguised them as the daughters of officials, and stuffed them into his harem. Women from brothels naturally had a charm that women from respectable families didn't have. Therefore, the empress, who had been drunk in the comfort of women these days, felt that since his uncle said that the official should be severely punished, then he should be severely punished. Then, less than 2 days later, an even better piece of news reached his ears. His sickly 5th brother suddenly had a high fever and couldn't get out of bed. Hearing this, the empress was so happy that he immediately jumped out of bed and sent an imperial physician to Prince Jing's estate to see if this incident could take his brother's life. Not long after, the imperial physician came back to report. His Highness Prince Jing doesn't have a fever, the imperial physician said. When the imperial physician came, the empress was playing mahjong with Pang Xiao. When they heard this, the 2 men's expressions turned ugly. Then what's wrong? Pang Xiao put down the cards in his hand and asked in a low voice. The imperial physician continued, although he doesn't have a fever, he can't get out of bed. This official has checked His Highness Prince Jing's pulse and found that he is unsettled and weak due to excessive drinking and cold. When he heard this, Pang Xiao fell into deep thought. The empress, who was next to him, said unhappily, then why did he report to me that he has a fever? How dare he lie to me when he's so sick? However, Pang Xiao raised his hand, Your Majesty. Uncle? The empress looked at Pang Xiao. A smile gradually appeared on Pang Xiao's face. If I'm not wrong. I'm afraid the secret behind this is even more worthy of Your Majesty's delight, he said. Why? Hozhu was puzzled. Pang Xiao said, Does His Majesty know about Jiyu? The successor thought for a long time before he reluctantly recalled this somewhat familiar name. Ah, the official who embezzled my money? Pang Xiao smiled and nodded. On the morning he was detained, Prince Jing hurried to the Ministry of Justice's prison to meet him in private, Pang Xiao said. Hozhu frowned. And then? Pang Xiao looked at him with a smile. After that, His Highness King Jing went drinking alone in the rain. Within 2 days, he fell ill. Your Majesty, what do you think is the reason for his uneasiness? After thinking for a long time, Hozhu's face gradually showed a bit of surprise. You're saying, he must have embezzled money and is afraid of being found out. Pang Xiao smiled and nodded, but said, I'm just guessing. Hozhu's eyes suddenly shone with excitement. Then why don't you go and get someone to investigate, he said. As a subject, this person actually dares to have designs on me. Tell me, does this count as deceiving the monarch? Does this count as wanting to rebel? The more Hozhu spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he could immediately execute Jiang Suzhou on the spot. At this point, he excitedly threw the cards in his hand onto the couch. Uncle, I'll investigate this matter. Is that okay? Pang Xiao looked at him. He knew how much His Majesty hated his 5th royal brother. Back then, the previous emperor did not have many children. Several princes died at a young age. Only the fifth brother, who was born by his favorite concubine, was raised by the previous emperor. He was protected in every possible way, so he was not harmed at all. On the other hand, although His Majesty was the son of the first wife, he was almost invisible in the eyes of the previous emperor. The people in the palace had always been snobbish. Peng Xiao knew how much His Majesty had suffered because of his fifth brother and how much His Majesty hated him. Therefore, if he wanted to please His Majesty, it was definitely not wrong to make a move on Prince Jing. However, no matter what, Prince Jing was still of royal blood. Although he could torture and humiliate him, it was difficult to kill him easily. Now that the embezzlement case had been investigated, Xianxia would not be able to convict him of any serious crime. Even if his embezzlement was confirmed, he would not be convicted of any serious crime. Since that was the case, it was better to hand him over to His Majesty and make him happy like a cricket. With this thought, Peng Xiao smiled faintly. His Highness, Prince Jing, is of noble status. I dare not overstep my boundaries, he said. Since Your Majesty wants to investigate, I'll immediately assign people to follow Your Majesty's orders. Once it started raining in Jiangnan, there would be no end to it. Ever since the day His Highness went to Madame Gu's courtyard and fell ill, it had been drizzling outside for a few days without any signs of clearing up. Even the atmosphere in the Anin Hall became gloomy, making it hard for people to breathe. The most direct victim was Meng Qianshan. The last time he felt this gloomy atmosphere was when His Highness went to Madame Su's for the night. But this time it seemed to be much more serious than the last time. It made him feel uneasy in Anin Hall, but he could not find the reason. He thought that he still needed His Highness to come back. However, His Highness stayed at Madame Gu's for one day and then stayed for the second day. This was something that had never happened before. His Highness should have come back on the third day, right? Unexpectedly, on the third night, Gu Chongyun sent news that His Highness was sick. Meng Qianshan hurried to Gu Chongyun's courtyard in a hurry, but he did not expect to be locked out by His Highness. The person who chased him out was Gu Chongyun. He leaned against the door frame, looking gorgeous and charming in his red robe. Seeing that Meng Qianshan was stopped at the door and was pacing around anxiously, Gu Chongyun smiled faintly and said, "What's the hurry? His Highness just drank too much wine these 2 days, and his body is a little weak. You just have to bring the news to the palace and the Ministry of Rites, and ask for a few days of leave for His Highness. As for the rest, just take good care of Madame Hua for His Highness." This? Meng Qianshan looked inside anxiously. Gu Chongyun raised his hand and blocked his gaze. "His Highness has ordered that you are not allowed to enter," he said. "Ah, has it been raining these few days?" "His Highness said that he wants you to go back quickly and open up the hidden tranquil hall. Burn some fire, you must not neglect that cripple." After saying this, he glanced at Meng Qianshan disdainfully, turned around, and closed the door. In the room, Jiang Suzhou was lying on the bed. His breathing was uneven, and his face was a little pale. "Have you given the order?" he asked. Gu Chongyun stood by the bed and nodded. Jiang Suzhou closed his eyes. He did not let Meng Qianshan in, purely because he was afraid that he would talk too much and ask questions that he should not ask. He originally wanted to return to the Anin Hall after these 2 days, but he did not expect that the medicine would take effect so suddenly and violently that he could not get up, let alone return to his own courtyard. Gu Chongyun comforted him from the side, "Rest assured, Your Highness. After a few days, the medicine will gradually become milder. When that time comes, the symptoms will just be heart palpitations and weakness." Jiang Suzhou nodded on the bed. "When the palace receives the news tomorrow, they will probably send someone over," he said. Gu Chongyun nodded and said, "Yes. When the palace's imperial physician sees him, we will let him use the medicine. When that time comes, he will naturally not be cured, and we will have a reason to ask for treatment." Jiang Suzhou nodded and closed his eyes. Seeing that he wanted to rest, Gu Chongyun tactfully withdrew and went to the outer room to rest. In the Anin Hall, where the Anin Hall was in full swing, the atmosphere was cold. The manservants and maids were busy going in and out. They were about to finish the Anin Hall tonight and start a fire to get rid of the humidity in the room. Meng Qianshan, who was bowing next to Hu Wujiu, carefully closed his mouth, not daring to say a word. Hu Wujiu held a book in his hand, but did not turn the page. "If you have something to say, say it," he said coldly. Meng Qianshan said in a small voice, "Madame Gu said in the courtyard, said that your highness was unable to get up, so he rested there." Hu Wujiu did not move. After a while, he said calmly, "What illness did he have?" Meng Qianshan was momentarily speechless. Hu Wujiu waited for a while, but did not hear him speak. After a while, he raised his eyes and looked quietly at Meng Qianshan with a pair of dark, bottomless eyes. "Speak," he said. Meng Qianshan felt a chill run down his back when he was stared at by that pair of eyes. His entire body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "She said that your highness drank too much wine these past 2 days, and exhausted his body, so he fell ill." Hu Wujiu did not move. Only the hand that was holding the book suddenly tightened its grip, causing the pages to wrinkle. Drank too much wine and exhausted his body. Hu Wujiu held the book in his hand, and an indescribable sense of irritation arose in his heart. Very well, this sickly person was very well. That day, he was drenched in the rain outside and did not have enough to drink. He insisted on drinking in his concubine's room, and insisted on making a scene until his body was exhausted before he stopped. Hu Wujiu never knew that a person could be so hateful. He was not like Jiang Suanheng and Pang Xiao, who were bad to the core. Instead, he was able to calm people down and deal with them calmly. He was like a cat that wanted to crawl into people's hearts and have fun. When people's eyes could not leave him, he would do some dirty things to provoke them. Although these were small things that people would not take to heart, because he was the one who did these things, it would inexplicably become like a bottom line. Once touched, it would make people anxious and irritated. Hu Wujiu's fingers fiercely crushed the pages of the book in his hand. Meng Qianshan, who was standing next to him, felt uncomfortable all over. The finger that crushed the book was like a rope that pressed down on his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, even someone as slow-witted as him could roughly understand the thoughts of this madam in front of him. He was silently angry, or rather, he was jealous. "Madam Hua?" After a while, he struggled to call out softly. He saw that the master paused and casually threw the torn book to the side. He said, "You may leave." Meng Qianshan was worried and asked softly, "Madam, are you all right?" "Please don't worry. His Highness's body is weak, so it's normal for him to get wind when he drinks." Hu Wujiu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, snorted coldly in a low voice. The next moment, he raised his eyes to look at Meng Qianshan. "I'm fine," he said. "It's just that I didn't expect the rules of Imperial Prince Jing's estate to be so bad." Meng Qianshan was puzzled. He saw that the master looked out the window with a cold expression. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. If this concubine who seduced her master was in Marquis Dingbei's estate, she would have been beheaded long ago. He said slowly. In March, the weather became warmer and warmer, and the rain gradually decreased. The hidden tranquil hall burned cautiously for 2 days before the moisture inside was finally dispelled. However, there was a chill that lingered in the room for a long time. The servants in the room all thought that it was because the prince was not here and there was one less person in the room. Only Meng Qianshan knew that the reason for the chill in the room was indeed because the prince was not here. However, it was not because there was one less person in the room. It was because the prince was staying somewhere else, but he had left one person behind. Only one person was left behind. Although he ate and lived as usual every day, he gave off an aura that kept people away. Because of this, Meng Qianshan was on tenterhooks for several days. He was afraid that if he did not serve the prince well, the prince would vent his anger on him. Until the day when Hu Wujiu was about to leave. Today was the day that Chen Tiai's wife had sent an invitation to him to admire the flowers. Although the original invitation had been returned by Jiang Suzhou, it was sent back again because of the emperor's order at the empress's birthday banquet. Meng Qianshan did not dare to forget that early in the morning, he had to help Hu Wujiu wash up and change his clothes. Naturally, Hu Wujiu did not let him do it. Meng Qianshan could only put away his clothes and accessories and wait for Hu Wujiu to put them on himself. When it was time, a carriage left Prince Jing's residence and went all the way to Chen Tiai's residence. The madams of the harem would often hold banquets to socialize with their colleagues, especially those who were in the same department. This was very common in the past dynasties, but today's banquet at Chen Tiai's residence was different from the past. After all, who in the capital didn't know that His Highness Imperial Prince Jing was interested in women? The imperial court also paid attention to the separation between men and women. If the madams gathered together to drink tea and eat snacks, they could not invite a man, right? Ordinary officials would not be able to do something like this. Only Chen Ti, who was used to fawning over Pang Xiao, knew that if he wanted to please his master, he had to be shameless. As for his wife, she naturally had to advance and retreat with him. Madame Chenli stood in front of the mansion early in the morning, feeling uneasy. Her husband had already instructed her a few days ago. Bringing the male concubines from Prince Jing's estate over as guests wasn't for the sake of befriending them. Rather, it was for them to get into trouble and make a fool of themselves. It would be best if this matter reached the ears of the emperor. Madame Chenli was a well-bred young lady. She had been raised in the backyard since she was a child. Before she got married, she hadn't even seen a few men outside. Now that she was suddenly asked to invite a man to her residence and make a fool of himself in her residence, Madame Chen panicked for a moment and didn't know what to do. After all, how could a man make a fool of himself in the backyard? Those who came to the manor to admire the flowers were all madams of officials. Madame Chenli didn't dare to ruin anyone's reputation because of this. Therefore, Chen Ti, who expected better from her, scolded her out of anger when he saw her being so timid. He also asked his concubine, Qing Lu, to come out with her to host this banquet. This meant that he wanted Qing Lu to handle the affairs of Prince Jing's estate. Madame Chenli let out a sigh of relief. She led Qing Lu to wait in front of the door, waiting for the guests to come. When the sky brightened up, there were madams from various families coming in their carriages one after another. Qing Lu welcomed them in one by one. Madame Chenli led her maids to wait in front of the door. After a long while, a carriage turned the corner and stopped in front of Chen Tiai's estate. Looking at the standard, only the prince's estate had it. Madame Chenli held her breath and walked forward with a smile on her face. She saw the young eunuch who was sitting outside the carriage jump off the carriage and ordered the coachman and servant to lift up the curtain. A wheelchair was carried out from the carriage. There was a tall man sitting on the wheelchair. Madame Chenli's eyes carefully drifted to him and glanced at him. She saw that although the man's eyes were slightly lowered and he looked indifferent, he was born with a very handsome face. The sharp and flamboyant eyebrows, the angular face, and the blade-like scar across the eyebrows were like sharpened swords. People didn't dare to look at him directly. He was like a general she read in a book in her boudoir and walked out alive. Madame Chenli hurriedly took back her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. She carefully looked away. Mrs. Hua is here? All the madams and madams have arrived. Madame Hua, please follow me into the estate. The man in the wheelchair didn't even raise his eyes, nor did he respond to her. But the eunuch behind him was attentive and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mrs. Chen." Madame Chenli nodded and led the way with the help of her maids. The garden of Chen's estate was not big. There was a pond in it. It was not the season for lotus flowers yet. The garden was full of flowers, trees, and bonsai that were commonly seen in Linen City. It was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, many people had come to the courtyard. Looking from a distance, they were dressed in fragrant clothes and had beautiful hair. They were more eye-catching than flowers and plants. The madams in the capital were familiar with each other. After everyone came, they chatted with each other. At this time, the faint sound of a wheelchair came from the gate of the courtyard. For a moment, everyone stopped talking and the garden fell into a short silence. Several eyes fell on Hua Wujiu and then moved away as if they didn't see him. The madams in the courtyard knew what was going on. This Lord Chen was good at currying favor. In order to please the emperor at the Qianxia banquet, he wanted to get a man from the backyard of Prince Jing's estate to admire the flowers. The man he got was not only a man, but also a man who was captured from Bailiang. He was a man who fought on the battlefield and killed people like flies. At the banquet, men and women were seated separately. The madams had never seen Hua Wujiu. But from his reputation a few years ago, they knew that he was probably a door god like Qin Shubao who was posted on the door. But they didn't expect that. Some of the wives of officials who were close to each other exchanged glances without batting an eyelid. This General Hua was so handsome, but no one dared to look at him too much. Lord Chen probably didn't have any good intentions when he brought this person here. They had to hide far away and avoid being implicated. Otherwise, they would end up getting dirty. Thinking of this, everyone moved their eyes away as if they didn't see Hua Wujiu. It was a young madam who pulled the sleeve of her best friend next to her and whispered, "This kind of person, the heavens are jealous of his talent. It is the heavens who want to torture him like this." Her friend quickly stopped her and didn't want her to say anything else. And Qing Lu on the side, seeing that all the people she wanted to invite had arrived, she invited all the ladies to sit in the garden. She had been in Chen Ti's backyard for 2 or 3 years. Although she was doing well because of the weakness of the mistress, she couldn't find a chance to show her face. What happened today was an opportunity that Lord Chen fought for himself, but it was also an opportunity for Qing Lu. She had to show her face at the banquet and do what Lord Chen wanted to do. She had to show everyone who was the real wife of Lord Chen. Chen Leisure felt guilty, she was not as quick-witted as her. After a while, Qing Lu walked among the madams and asked them to sit down. Then she asked the maids to serve them tea and snacks. After everything was arranged, Qing Lu walked in front of Hua Wujiu with her sexy body. "Greetings, Mrs. Hua." She smiled and bowed to Hua Wujiu. Earlier on, she had secretly sized up the person in the wheelchair. He was very handsome and had a noble temperament. She heard that he was also good at fighting. Unfortunately, he was just a prisoner who was humiliated and disabled. Since she wanted to use what happened today to climb up the social ladder, then she had to offend him and step on him. Qing Lu said with a smile, "I heard that Mrs. Hua was very talented, but I didn't expect to see you with my own eyes. Today you came to our house. Although we are sisters, there is a difference between men and women. I have arranged a seat further away for you, please don't blame me." Hua Wujiu of course ignored her. Behind her, Meng Qianshan smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Qing Lu covered her mouth and smiled. She led them to a table beside the pool and asked Hua Wujiu to sit there. At this moment, the maid who was serving tea came to them. Qing Lu thought for a while and had already thought of a way. She reached out her hand naturally and took the teapot from the maid. Then she walked to Hua Wujiu with a smile and poured tea for him naturally. But she didn't see that Hua Wujiu who was looking down frowned slightly. In the next second, Qing Lu screamed as if she had done it before, even spilling the tea. All the ladies were attracted by the exclamation. They saw that Qing Lu looked like she was being hugged by someone. She looked like she was being molested and fell towards Hua Wujiu. Everyone's face changed. Hua Wujiu, who was sitting there, frowned and turned his wheelchair to the side, cleverly avoiding her. Qing Lu wanted to pretend that she was being hugged by someone, but now she was purposely leaning against him. She was exposed in front of everyone without any reservation. Following that, she lost her balance and fell straight into the pond. Many women cried out in surprise. The maids all jumped into the pool to save her. It was chaos everywhere. Only Hua Wujiu quietly moved his wheelchair a few steps forward and looked at the pool with a cold face. It was just a small trick. When she was leaning towards him, he already knew something was wrong. Meng Qianshan who was next to him was shocked. After a while, Qing Lu was saved. She was tightly wrapped up with clothes and blankets. Mrs. Chen hurried forward, she wanted to ask people to take her down to rest, but she saw that Qing Lu who was rescued was struggling, she did not want to give up. Qing Lu knew that she had to go all the way. She had already paid the price for her mistake. Now she had to get something out of it. Everyone's eyes fell on her. She cried, "How could Mrs. Hua do such a thing? Not only did you molest me, but you also pushed me into the pool." Everyone could see that she was framing her. But they all knew it. No one dared to stand out and expose her. Qing Lu knew that this method worked. She became more and more excited. "I have lost my chastity. I don't have the face to see you again. Let me go, let me bang my head against the wall and die here. That way, I'll be clean." Mrs. Chen stood on the side in fear. She knew what Qing Lu was thinking. Now that she had caused such a ruckus today, the news would spread out immediately. Tomorrow, Darren would also have a reason to use this matter as an excuse to meet the emperor. She wanted to stop it. But she knew that as a wife, she had to listen to her husband. She carefully looked at Huowujiu. He was sitting straight, expressionless and cold, quietly watching the drama that Qing Lu was putting on. He was like a steel gun that no one could bend. Madame Xianxia had never seen a military officer in a war, but she inexplicably felt that a general with an indomitable spirit should look like this. But God was jealous of him and wanted him to be in danger. At this time, no one could help him. But at this time, a gatekeeper hurriedly ran over. "Madam! Madam!" the gatekeeper shouted. Mrs. Chen turned around and saw the gatekeeper stopped at the gate of the garden. He looked panicked and didn't know what to do. "What happened?" Mrs. Chen hurriedly asked. The gatekeeper hurriedly said, "Prince Jing is here." For a moment, it was quiet all around. Only Qing Lu's sobbing voice could be heard. She was so scared that she lowered her voice. Madame Chenli was stunned for a moment, and then she forced a smile and said, "Prince Jing is here? You didn't tell me in advance. There are only women in our mansion now, and I didn't prepare." The servant hurriedly said, Prince Jing said, "No need to prepare." But at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Everyone hurriedly looked in that direction. She saw this noble young master slowly walk into the garden with the help of a manservant. It was the first day of spring, but he was wrapped in a snow-white cloak, with a circle of white fur around his collar. The man's wide sleeves were fluttering, and he wore a jade crown on his head. When he walked closer, he looked like a god walking down from the clouds, with a noble and inviolable temperament. But when you looked at his extremely delicate face, you only felt that there was a bit of charm in his arrogance, like a white fox that became a demon. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they hurriedly got up and saluted to him. That man was Jiang Suzhou. Seeing all the girls in the garden saluting to him, he raised his hand and signaled them to get up. He glanced around the garden secretly, and then paused on Qing Lu. Sure enough, he thought to himself. He knew that Chen Ti would try his best to get Huowujiu to his mansion, and he would do something. However, he didn't expect that Chen Ti would be so reckless. In order to make trouble for Huowujiu, he could do something like this. He secretly glanced at Huowujiu. Just as he had expected, this person was still cold and aloof. Even when he arrived, he didn't even look at him. But luckily, the crying woman was quite far away from Huowujiu. She probably wanted to blackmail him, but she didn't. So the situation wasn't too bad. Jiang Suzhou had a rough idea of the current situation. He slowly walked to Madame Chenli and stopped 3 steps away from her. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, Madame Chen," he said slowly. Madame Chen quickly bowed to him and said with a forced smile, "What is your highness saying? Your presence brings light to my humble abode." Jiang Suzhou looked around the garden of the Chen mansion. His own house was indeed quite simple and ordinary. Naturally, it could not be compared to those golden houses that he had bought with the money he had embezzled to hide his mistresses. My humble abode. Jiang Suzhou seemed to be implying something as a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Xianxia was inexplicably flustered. Jiang Suzhou changed the topic and said with a faint smile, "It's not to the extent of bringing light to my humble dwelling. This prince came today because I'm worried about the people in the residence. I came to see if they're going to cause trouble for you again." As he spoke, his eyes scanned around the garden and eventually landed on Qing Lu. "It seems that I've come at the right time." His tone was calm and sounded quite friendly. But for some reason, it made everyone's heart jump to their throat. No one dared to make a sound. Qing Lu, who was shivering in her robe, carefully raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Suzhou. She saw Prince Jing, who was so beautiful that he did not look like a mortal, coldly glanced at Huowujiu and walked straight up. The little eunuch following behind Huowujiu immediately understood what he meant. He ran forward and brought over an armchair for Huowujiu. That prince slowly sat down on the chair. His cloak was fluttering in the wind. He looked graceful and noble. She saw that the prince who was sitting on the chair had his eyes on her. That pair of eyes was cold and arrogant. It was like he was standing on top of the clouds and looking down at mortals. But there was an inexplicable charm in his eyes. It was like he was trying to suck people into him like a moth flying into a flame. For a moment, Qinglu looked at him and felt that she had stopped breathing. However, at this moment, she heard His Highness King Jing speak. "Tell me about it," he said. "What happened?" Qinglu just woke up from her dream. She quickly looked at the people around her. But she did not expect that after she looked at Prince Jing for a few seconds, Mrs. Hua, who had not even looked at her since she entered the garden, actually looked at her. Her eyes were cold and her eyebrows were frowning. She looked down at her as if she was looking at something dirty. Qinglu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Since His Highness King Jing had come, the situation would definitely change. As for whether it would become more serious or turn into a small problem, it would depend on Prince Jing's attitude. Now it seemed that Prince Jing hated Hua Wujiao so much. She only needed to add fuel to the fire to make things worse. She swallowed and got rid of the maids on both sides. She walked up and knelt down in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Your Highness, Prince Jing," she said in a choked voice, her eyes brimming with tears. "This concerns my reputation. Although it happened in front of everyone, I am too ashamed to say it out loud." As she said, she could not help but wipe her tears. While she was wiping her tears, she sobbed, "Why don't you just let me die? Then I will be innocent." She knew that men would fall for this trick the most. As long as she showed her weakness and became the one being bullied, it would soften people's hearts. Men's hearts were biased. Once they softened, they would become even more biased. At that time, wouldn't he believe whatever she said? While wiping her tears, Qinglu did not forget to sneak a glance at Jiang Suzhou. However, she saw that His Highness, Prince Jing, didn't seem to notice her tears at all. He stretched out a slender, white hand from his cloak and took a sip of the hot tea that the eunuch next to him handed him. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it," he said lightly. Qinglu was dazed. She saw that His Highness placed the teacup to the side, raised his hand, and casually pointed to a madam in the crowd. He slowly said, "Let this madam come and tell this prince." Qinglu was completely dumbfounded. She had forgotten that the man in front of her was a man who did not like women. She was obviously putting on an act for a blind man. She hurriedly turned around and saw that he was pointing at the wife of Duken's prince. Just now when she talked to that lady, she could tell that she was a pampered lady from a big family. Her husband's family also spoiled her. She had never been through any hardships in her life. Her mind was as pure as a piece of white paper. As expected, hearing that Prince Jing called her name, that lady was dumbfounded. She looked at Prince Jing and then at her. She stood there helplessly. Just now. She carefully opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Then she saw Prince Jing lightly smile at her. "Lady, just tell me the truth," he said. That lady hesitated for a while and said in a low voice, "It's nothing. It's just that Lady Qin did not stand still and leaned on Lady Hua. Lady Hua dodged and fell into the lake, is that so?" Prince Jing continued to ask. The ladies around looked at each other, none of them refuted. Qinglu's heart sank to the bottom of her feet. She saw that Prince Jing lightly smiled and nodded at that lady. Then he looked at her. That pair of fox-like eyes showed a satisfied smile. Qinglu seemed to have just realized what was going on. It was as if King Jing, who had rushed over in an aggressive manner to denounce Hua Wujiao, was simply a feint. He came here today to teach her a lesson for Hua Wujiao. But everything was so logical that she could not speak of it. On the carriage back to the mansion, only the sound of the wheels could be heard. Jiang Suzhou leaned against the carriage. He was still out of breath. It was only today that he could barely get out of bed. The Qin mansion was not big and did not even have a carriage. He walked all the way to the garden and could not take it anymore. But luckily, it was solved perfectly. He did not give the woman a chance to speak. Instead, he pointed at a girl that he had his eyes on. The girl looked young. She was wearing a gorgeous robe and all her emotions were written on her face. He could tell that she was a naive lady with a strong background and would not lie. Sure enough, since she exposed the concubine's lie, the main wife could punish her on the spot. Although it would not kill her, her reputation was ruined by herself. Because of this farce, he could also take Huowujiu away in advance. He did not have to stay there and smell the smell of cosmetics. Thinking of this, Jiang Suzhou was in a good mood. He asked, "Are you okay?" Now that his relationship with Huowujiu was not so bad, he talked to him a lot. As long as he started a conversation, Huowujiu would definitely talk to him. But there was only silence. After Jiang Suzhou finished asking, the carriage became quiet again. Huowujiu, who was next to him, didn't say a word as if he didn't hear him. Jiang Suzhou looked at him in confusion. What was going on? Huowujiu, who was sitting upright, turned his head and coldly met his gaze. "Are you feeling better?" He did not answer his question. Instead, he asked him a question. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. What? He was stunned. Huowujiu suddenly raised his hand and placed it directly on his forehead. It was rough and direct, messing up the hair on his forehead. Jiang Suzhou instinctively dodged to the side. However, the carriage was narrow and he was not as agile as Huowujiu. Before he could resist, he was suppressed and allowed the rough hand to press on his forehead. After a while, the hand moved away. "What are you doing?" Jiang Suzhou's breathing was uneven as he climbed up from the carriage. He saw that Huowujiu, who had retracted his hand, also retracted his gaze. He looked forward with a cold expression and did not look sideways. "You're feeling much better," he said indifferently. Jiang Suzhou felt that this was somewhat funny. He retorted, "It's not like you have a fever. What's the use of touching my forehead?" Huowujiu glanced at him. Jiang Suzhou was weak because of the medicine. At this time, he only cared about supporting himself on the carriage to sit up. He did not realize that his pale face, unsteady breathing, and messy hair were all seen by Huowujiu. Huowujiu paused and opened his mouth. Only then did a sound come out of his throat. "Since you can move, you can live in your own courtyard," he said coldly. "What?" Jiang Suzhou was stunned. Although Huowujiu was different from ordinary concubines and was at most a prisoner of war in his own residence, but how could he so confidently arrange for him to live there? Huowujiu said indifferently, "If you die of exhaustion in a concubine's room, I'll have to be sent back to prison." After he finished speaking, he turned his head away and did not look at Jiang Suzhou again. Jiang Suzhou was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. Great! This person actually dared to curse him to death in public. As expected, Huowujiu did not open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he would most likely infuriate someone to death. Jiang Suzhou glared at him hatefully and sat up straight in the carriage. "I won't die. As long as you don't chop off my head, I'll live a long life." With this thought, he turned his head and looked out the window, ignoring Huowujiu. However, he did not see that Huowujiu's hands, which were on his knees, were tightly clenched into fists. It was a person who was frantically resisting the surging jealousy. Even Huowujiu himself did not expect that just one glance at Jiang Suzhou's disorderly breathing and weak appearance, was enough to make his heart flutter and his eyes burn. He was so irritated that he wanted to pierce the chest of the person who shared Jiang Suzhou's appearance with him. In the silence, it was as if an evil dragon had awakened in his chest. That evil dragon was greedy and irritable. Its eyes were fixed on a certain treasure. Although he felt that Huowujiu was a bit strange, Jiang Suzhou still returned to Annin's store that day. He originally didn't want to stay at Gu Chongyun's place for a long time. The only reason he stayed there was because he couldn't get up. Now that he was finally feeling better, he naturally wanted to return to his own territory. Even though he had to face Huowujiu's ugly face. He didn't know how he had offended Huowujiu, but when he thought about it, this person had a temperament that was hard to grasp, so he didn't argue with him. After he returned to Annin's store, he and Huowujiu each took their own places and didn't provoke each other. He was also quietly waiting for his and his two aides' arrangements to come into effect. Sure enough, when he fell ill, the palace sent an imperial physician over. However, the imperial physician only said that his illness was due to his weak body and palpitations, but he couldn't cure him. He made him take bitter medicine for several days, but it didn't seem to make him better. No matter how they treated him, it didn't work. Gradually, the news that the imperial physician brought back to the palace changed. He told the successor that His Imperial Highness Prince Jing's illness had caused his body to deteriorate. Now, he could only rest in bed. Perhaps it was because the illness came too suddenly and damaged his foundation, causing His Imperial Highness Prince Jing's already weak body to become even worse. For the successor, this was something that was more worth celebrating than the new year. Naturally, it was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. When he found out about this, he immediately told the imperial physician that there was no need to treat him. However, he had to go to Prince Jing's estate again and inadvertently reveal this matter to His Imperial Highness Prince Jing. He told him that his weak body didn't have much time left. Naturally, the imperial physician did as he was told. Thus, early in the morning, when the imperial physician from the palace took Jiang Suzhou's pulse, he revealed an expression that said he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Suzhou immediately saw that the imperial physician was pretending to be serious. He leaned against the head of the bed and coldly asked, "What's wrong?" The imperial physician sighed and hesitated for a while. Then, he sighed and knelt down in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Although I do not wish to speak frankly, but..." He sighed. "Why don't this subject stop the medicine for Prince?" Jiang Suzhou understood in his heart. Sure enough, a proper doctor still couldn't deal with someone like Gu Chongyun. Presumably, this imperial physician realized that he couldn't cure his illness and ran to inform the successor. After receiving the successor's orders, he didn't need to treat him anymore. In that case, he could also post the notice that he was looking for a doctor. Even those men of sacrifice that Su Du raised for him could be used as manservants. He could send a few of them to some remote places to look for doctors and medicine. Thinking of this, Jiang Suzhou felt happy, but he put on an impatient look and asked with a frown, "Why did you stop it?" The imperial physician glanced at him cautiously. "It's really..." he stammered, not knowing what to say. Jiang Suzhou frowned. "I don't like to listen to nonsense." The imperial physician cursed in his heart. "I know you don't like to listen to nonsense, but I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the simple truth." He steeled his heart and said cautiously, "It's really that Prince is seriously ill and has injured his bones. It's difficult to cure him." Jiang Suzhou was stunned. "Hm? Gu Chongyun's medicine was so effective that it could fool this old fox from the Imperial Physician Institute." He was so focused on looking at the imperial physician that he didn't notice that Hu Wujiu, who wasn't far away, suddenly raised his head and looked in his direction with a frown. The imperial physician stammered, "Prince also doesn't need to be treated. If there are any nourishing herbs, such as bird's nest and ginseng, you can just eat them." Maybe. What can I do?" Jiang Suzhou frowned. The imperial physician swallowed his saliva and said what the successor had told him. "Maybe you can live a few more years." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. The imperial physician hit his head on the ground and didn't dare to move. After a long time, he heard Jiang Suzhou's slightly trembling voice. "Get out," he said. The imperial physician was stunned and looked up at him in a daze. He saw Jiang Suzhou, who was lying on the bed, look down at him with a frosty expression. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Get out." The imperial physician scrambled out of the room as if he had just narrowly escaped death. For a moment, only Jiang Suzhou and Hu Wujiu were left in the room. Hu Wujiu's brows were tightly knitted together. What did that imperial physician just say? He stared at Jiang Suzhou. He saw Jiang Suzhou, who was sitting on the bed, raise his hand and rub his temples. He seemed to be suppressing some kind of emotion. The corners of his mouth were twitching and almost trembling. Just because he stayed at Gu Chongyun's place for a few days, Hu Wujiu's hands on his knees clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He could no longer be bothered to complain and ridicule Jiang Suzhou for being unrestrained. Right now, he wanted to kill Gu Chongyun with his own hands, but he also hated that his body was crippled and useless. He couldn't turn the world upside down and find a physician who could cure him for Jiang Suzhou. He stared at his hands. He suddenly wanted to take the initiative to contact Ji Hongqing and take the risk to find Lu Yu in advance. He wanted to use the favor of saving his life as a hostage to kill his way out. Meng Qianshan, who was at the door, hurriedly ran in and knelt in front of Jiang Suzhou's bed with a plop. Jiang Suzhou was shocked by him. It was no wonder that he was distracted. The imperial physician's performance really surprised him. He and Gu Chongyun originally only wanted to fool him for a while. They never thought that it would have such a good effect. It even made people think that he didn't have much time left. Jiang Suzhou wanted to laugh. Meng Qianshan, who was kneeling in front of him, opened his mouth with tears in his eyes. Master. His face was full of sorrow. Jiang Suzhou gave him a fright. For a moment, he felt that he was no longer a living person, but a memorial tablet placed on the bed. Hold it back. He frowned. Meng Qianshan hurriedly wiped his tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears flowed. There was no end to them. Master, I'm sure we can find a doctor who can cure you. He cried. If anything happens to you, this servant doesn't want to live anymore. In the afterlife, this servant will still serve you. All right. Jiang Suzhou made him cry until his head hurt. All right, you go out in a while and find someone to put up a notice for this prince. Also, send some people to the surrounding counties to find a physician. He ordered. As long as they have good medical skills and some reputation, they must be brought back. Understood? Meng Qianshan nodded repeatedly. Jiang Suzhou casually grabbed a silk handkerchief and lightly threw it on his face. If you understand, then do it. Don't cry in front of this prince. He said. Meng Qianshan sobbed and nodded. He wiped his tears and jogged out to do his job. Jiang Suzhou looked at his back with some amusement. Although his dying was fake, Meng Qianshan's reaction still moved him. He retracted his gaze and happened to see Hu Wujiu from the corner of his eye. Jiang Suzhou was stunned and turned to look at Hu Wujiu. He saw Hu Wujiu frowning and looking at him with a heavy gaze. There was no one else in the room. Jiang Suzhou was stunned, then he laughed and said with a smile, "You also think that I'm dying?" Hu Wujiu frowned and looked him up and down. After a while, he said slowly, "Don't worry too much. The imperial physicians in the capital have seen very few difficult and complicated diseases. Just listen to what they have to say." Jiang Suzhou was stunned, then he seemed to realize that Hu Wujiu thought that he was angry to the point that he was a little out of order. He was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Hu Wujiu holding his wheelchair and walking towards him. Hu Wujiu said faintly, "I can cure you eventually." Jiang Suzhou was stunned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he heard a clear affirmation from Hu Wujiu's mouth, as if he was promising him something. At this moment, he was clearly just a prisoner. Jiang Suzhou didn't know that Hu Wujiu had already made some plans in this extremely short period of time. He brought forward all the plans that he had made in his heart and changed the safe and steady path into a shortcut that was full of thorns. And all of this was to break free from the cage ahead of time. He wanted to trample all the enemies who had bullied and humiliated him into the bloody mud. He wanted to guide the imperial court with his sword, and while he was at it, he wanted to search the world and find someone who could save the stupid and sickly Prince Jing's life. It was just along the way. Jiang Suzhou didn't know any of this, but he inexplicably felt the determination in his voice. He was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. The words that came out of his mouth made him feel that he had crossed the line. "Of course I will," he said. "I can also cure you. Do you believe me?" After this day, Jiang Suzhou began to recuperate in his residence with peace of mind. He looked too relaxed, and Hu Wujiu noticed that something was wrong within 2 days. He didn't look like he was suffering from a terminal illness. Instead, he looked like a hunter waiting for his prey to take the bait. But why was he doing this? Hu Wujiu kept thinking about what he had said to him that day. He had said that he could cure him, and he had asked him if he believed him. Hu Wujiu couldn't not guess the meaning behind those words, but for the first time, he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. How could someone harm their own body in order to seek medical treatment for him? The thought ran amok in his mind like a small springing animal. He was so flustered that he had no choice but to hurriedly put the small animal into a cage and stuffed it into a random corner. This was the first time in his life that he had done something so cowardly. Imperial Prince Jing's estate was peaceful and quiet, but the Ministry of Rights had been in a state of chaos for the past few days. Everyone was in danger. The Ministry of Justice thoroughly investigated Jiyu, but they only found out that he had embezzled the money. They couldn't find out where the money had gone. Thus, according to the usual practice of the imperial court, all the officials in the Ministry of Rights who had been involved in the Millennium Banquet were investigated by the Ministry of Justice. There were very few people in the imperial court who were clean and spotless. Moreover, the case this time was personally investigated by the emperor, so no one dared to be negligent in the slightest. These fish in the pond who had been implicated more or less had their own plans. They had to hide from the investigation in order to avoid being caught red-handed. Prince Jing's estate wasn't spared either. After investigating all the way, an official finally came to Prince Jing's estate. Everyone in the imperial court knew that Prince Jing's health hadn't been good recently, and he had been recuperating in his estate. There were also rumors that Prince Jing's illness was very serious this time, and it might even be fatal. This official naturally didn't dare to provoke Prince Jing, so he went to his estate and made a routine inquiry before leaving. After all, Prince Jing didn't lack money. Why would he be greedy for money? Even if he was greedy for the 4,000 or 5,000 taels, the emperor wouldn't blame him for their brotherly relationship. This official only wanted to go through the motions. However, he didn't expect that when he left Prince Jing's Anin Hall and passed by Prince Jing's estate's garden, he would hear a low voice that carried a bit of anger. How can you blame me for this? Isn't it because the prince bought a residence outside and raised a little one? I don't even know where the prince got the money to build a golden house for that little vixen. The official from the Ministry of Justice stopped in his tracks and looked in that direction. In the corner of the garden, he saw a beautiful young master dressed in red standing in the corner with his hands on his hips. He was quietly throwing a tantrum at the maid next to him. There were lush flowers and trees all around and the courtyard walls blocked their view. The two people talking in the corner didn't notice the Ministry of Justice official not far away. After the red-clothed young man finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards Anin Hall. Seeing that he was heading in his direction, the official from the Ministry of Justice immediately found a shady spot and hid himself. The next moment, the maid hurriedly pulled the red-clothed young man back. "Master, you can't go," she hurriedly said. "His Highness is sick. If you go now and anger his health, what will we do?" The red-clothed young man was so angry that he laughed. "Anger him? I don't think so. If he has the energy to fool around with that vixen outside, I think his health is very good," he said. The maid hurriedly said, "Master, why are you saying this? Besides, the courtyard that the young man outside lives in might not have been bought by His Highness." The red-clothed young man sneered. His body was bought by His Highness, so where would he get the money to buy a courtyard? Besides, the courtyard in the center of Changle Lane is facing south. Without a few thousand taels of silver, how could he buy it? The maid was speechless. The red-clothed young man seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. His voice also became louder. "I've always been in charge of the money in the estate. Tell me, the estate doesn't have any income, so where would His Highness get the money to buy a courtyard for that little vixen? Today, I have to find His Highness and ask him clearly. Otherwise, I might as well tell him to quickly sell me off. It's better than being in this muddle-headed situation." The maid hurriedly stopped him. The two of them pulled and pulled as they went straight into Anin Hall. After a long time, the Ministry of Justice official slowly walked out of the shadows. He was so shocked that his hands were trembling. He definitely didn't expect that he would run into such a big secret while doing a routine investigation. So the money was embezzled by His Highness Prince Jing? He committed crimes and embezzled money from the emperor's Thousand Autumn Banquet because the concubines in the estate were fierce and embezzled money to support an outside concubine. He didn't have the right to make a decision. After being shocked, he only knew that he had to return to the palace immediately and inform the emperor of this important matter. Inside the hidden Tranquility Hall, it was a scene of spring. Seeing Gu Chongyun leading the servant girls straight into the courtyard, Meng Qianshan was shocked. He hurriedly went forward to greet them, but didn't dare to stop them. Although Madame Gu was usually domineering, she had never come to the prince's courtyard. Seeing his stupefied expression, Gu Chongyun raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. "What's wrong, Meng Qianshan? Are you so happy to see me that you can't speak?" Meng Qianshan had a bitter smile on his face as he greeted him. "Mrs. Gu, what's the occasion today?" "Unfortunately, His Highness has just rested." If you need anything, this servant will inform His Highness on your behalf. He followed beside Gu Chongyun and tried to stop him while trying to flatter him. However, Gu Chongyun glared at him and pushed him aside, walking straight to the main room in Xianxia. You still want to pretend that I didn't see that someone just happened to leave from here? As he spoke, he walked up the stone steps and pushed open the door to Xianxia's room. Hearing the commotion at the door, Xianxia looked in that direction, only to see a ball of fiery red directly enter his room. Xianxia was relieved. He knew that this was Gu Chongyun who came to inform him after the matter was settled. He saw Gu Chongyun meet his gaze. As he walked in, he gave him a flirtatious wink. Xianxia was so jealous that the roots of his teeth fell out. He glanced at Gu Chongyun and was about to look away when he saw this person laugh and welcome him to the side of his bed. Your Highness won't blame this concubine for coming unannounced, will you? He smiled. Xianxia looked at him indifferently and let him act. Gu Chongyun, who had already bowed, stood up and sat down on the side of his bed. Your Highness, please don't blame me. This concubine hasn't seen your Highness for a few days and was worried, so I came to visit you without permission. He said. Xianxia said indifferently, Are you done? Gu Chongyun knew what he was asking. He smiled and bumped his shoulder, Your Highness still doesn't trust me? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the bedroom and paused on Huojiao in the corner. He took back the rest of his words. After all, there were other people in the room. If he wanted to say more, he had to be careful. Following Gu Chongyun's gaze, Xianxia also saw Huojiao sitting there without saying a word. Normally, the two of them would be like this when they were in the same room. His bedroom was extremely spacious. The two of them could each take a side and not disturb each other. But at this moment, he felt that Huojiao's strength was a little awkward. As for what exactly was awkward, he couldn't tell. He saw Gu Chongyun, who was sitting on the side of his bed, look around. His natural disposition to tease cats and dogs appeared again. He smiled, Oh, this concubine's eyesight is bad. I didn't notice that Madame Huo was also here. Xianxia watched as he stood up from his bed and walked towards Huojiao. Huojiao raised his head and looked at Gu Chongyun. His gaze was heavy, and his cold emotions were hidden deep within the whirlpools in his eyes. Gu Chongyun didn't notice at all and stood still in front of him. It's been hard for this concubine's younger brother to serve your Highness, he said with a smile. Huojiao didn't say a word. But in the next moment, Gu Chongyun stretched out his hand. He took the book in Huojiao's hand. Oh, what book is Madame Huo reading? Gu Chongyun asked with a smile as he tried to take the book from Huojiao's hand. Once, twice. The book didn't move at all. Gu Chongyun blinked and looked at Huojiao. He saw the man in the wheelchair slowly raise his eyes. His dark eyes quietly fell on his face. The smile on Gu Chongyun's face froze involuntarily, and his hand gently let go of the book. When he retracted his hand, he subconsciously put his hands behind his back. For a moment, Gu Chongyun had an inexplicable guess. It seemed that if Xianxia wasn't watching him from behind, the man in front of him would break his neck. This was a ferocious beast waiting to strike. The only thing holding him back was the gaze from Xianxia behind him. For the first time, Gu Chongyun clearly realized that he had gone too far and touched someone he shouldn't have. He froze on the spot and didn't move. At this moment, Xianxia's cold voice sounded. This prince is fine. If you're free, you can go back, he said lightly. Gu Chongyun gradually came back to his senses, and he felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. He was about to take a step back when he heard a soft sound. He looked up and saw the book fall lightly on the table beside him. The man sitting in front of him lowered his eyes, pressed the wheelchair with one hand, turned it slightly, and went straight out. Gu Chongyun didn't withdraw his gaze until the sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. He saw Xianxia, who was sitting on the bed, looking at him disapprovingly. If you're free, why did you provoke him? Xianxia said in a low voice. Gu Chongyun returned to the bed and sat down, his expression somewhat thoughtful. Xianxia was far away, so he didn't see the exchange of glances between the two people. He saw Gu Chongyun slowly sit down on the bed, his gaze somewhat empty. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at him. If you provoke him, this prince won't be responsible for saving you. Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth. Gu Chongyun shook his head. This subordinate feels that Hu Wujiu wasn't provoked by this subordinate. Gu Chongyun said in a low voice. Jiang Suizhou frowned. What? Gu Chongyun raised his eyes and looked directly at him. It doesn't seem like it. He said. Madame Hua isn't so petty. Usually, if this subordinate provokes him a little, as long as I don't touch him, he will treat this subordinate as if this subordinate doesn't exist. Jiang Suizhou glanced at him. He saw Gu Chongyun looking at him and suddenly breaking into a smile. Today, he seems like. He paused. Like he's jealous of his subordinate. Jiang Suizhou was stunned. In the next moment, he raised his hand mercilessly and slapped Gu Chongyun on the head. You're crazy. He said. After this day, gradually, some doctors came to Jiang Suizhou's residence one after another. Jiang Suizhou didn't need to investigate the abilities of these people. Everything was left to Gu Chongyun. Some of the doctors who didn't have any talent and came for fame and fortune were all chased out of the residence by Gu Chongyun. There were also some who weren't good at treating disabled and injured people. He also found an excuse to ask them to leave. Over the next few days, Jiang Suizhou met a few of them one after another. After testing them, they didn't have any real ability. He also knew that the doctors around Linen, as long as they had some ability, had all rushed to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. If he really wanted to find a good doctor, he would have to wait a little longer and see the results of the people he sent out to investigate. Gradually, the flowers and trees outside the window gradually withered and turned into lush green leaves. Every 2 days, Gu Chongyun would report the results of the investigation to Jiang Suizhou. In the past few days, the news he sent gradually became more and more complaining. He said that there was a doctor who came to him on his own. He claimed that Hua Tuo was alive and could cure all diseases. He was like a charlatan. Just looking at the tall and strong disciple behind him, he felt that he wasn't reliable. However, this person seemed to have some skill in deceiving people. Even if Gu Chongyun wanted to expose him, after a few days, he couldn't find any mistakes. He just listened to this person's extravagant rhetoric and insisted on meeting his master. Gu Chongyun told Jiang Suizhou that he couldn't handle it and asked him to meet him. It would be best if he could drive this charlatan away quickly so that he could have some peace and quiet. Jiang Suizhou felt that it was a little interesting. He even wanted to see what this charlatan looked like with his own eyes. Therefore, he agreed. Early the next morning, someone brought the doctor who came to him on his own to his room. It was an old man with gray hair and a beard who looked to be in his 60s. Because he received Gu Chongyun's news in advance, Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but look behind the old man. He saw that the disciple behind him was in his 20s. He was very tall and had broad shoulders. He had a strong appearance and his facial features were straight and hard. He didn't look like a medical student, but more like a soldier. Jiang Suizhou felt that it was funny and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The two people knelt in front of him and bowed. Jiang Suizhou casually waved his hand to let them get up and asked indifferently. I heard from Chongyun that you have the ability to cure all diseases? He lazily picked up his teacup and said indifferently. You should know that this prince doesn't like to be deceived. As he spoke, he glanced at the two people. His gaze swept and he saw that the disciple behind the old doctor was looking back, as if he was looking at Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suizhou frowned. What are you looking at? The disciple hurriedly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, as if he was suddenly reprimanded and scared. Jiang Suizhou's frown deepened. The moment that person quickly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, he seemed to see a touch of water. It was a look that only a person would have when they were holding back tears and holding back their tears. Jiang Suizhou paused and frowned. He lowered his eyes to look at the face of the doctor's disciple. But this kid's head was hanging too low. Other than a flash of water, he couldn't see anything else. Jiang Suizhou was about to look again when he heard the old doctor say, Prince, please extend your hand. Jiang Suizhou looked at him and saw that he was respectfully waiting in place, as if he was waiting to take his pulse. He glanced at his disciple and slowly extended his hand, placing it on the medicine pillow placed by the old doctor. This disciple of yours is rather tall. Xianxia retracted his gaze and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and respectfully smiled. "Prince, please don't make a fool of yourself. This kid used to be a farmer. A few years ago, he fled from the north and came here. This humble one saved his life, so he followed this humble one." As he spoke, the old doctor glanced at his disciple and said, "He came from the countryside and hasn't seen much of the world. Prince, please don't take offense." Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, the doctor withdrew his hand and respectfully knelt in front of Xianxia. "Speak." Xianxia raised his hand and received the hot tea from Meng Qianshan. The doctor said, "This humble one has checked Prince's pulse and has a few humble opinions, but..." He paused and continued. "This humble one requires Prince to dismiss everyone." Xianxia lowered his eyes and glanced at him. "What? What do you want to say in private?" The doctor slowly said, "Although Prince's pulse is weak, it's weak on the surface. Compared to an illness, there are other possibilities." When he said this, he cautiously stopped and raised his eyes to look at Xianxia, quietly waiting for his next order. His gaze was calm and clear, making Xianxia stare blankly. He immediately understood that this old doctor had seen through the strangeness of his illness. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were a little flustered. He immediately looked in the direction of Huowujiu. He didn't expect that this doctor, who looked like a charlatan, actually had some skills. Fortunately, Huowujiu was sitting there quietly with his head lowered. He didn't seem to be paying attention to what they were talking about. It seemed that he didn't understand the meaning behind the words of the first man. At this time, there were many people in his room. Other than the silly Meng Qianshan, there were also many maids and manservants. The matter of him poisoning himself was a private discussion between him and Gu Changyun. No one else knew about it. Naturally, it was not suitable for it to be made public and let more people hear about it. He pondered for a moment and ordered, "All of you, leave." Meng Qianshan was stunned. "Your Highness?" Xianxia's gaze swept over the old doctor and his disciple, then he calmly said, "Since this old mister wants to talk to this prince in private, this prince will see how it goes. Take this mister's disciple to the side room and have a cup of tea." Meng Qianshan hurriedly complied and dismissed the servants. He then bowed and invited the doctor's disciple to leave. Huowujiu was the only one left in the room. Meng Qianshan hesitated for a moment. This? Madame Hua stayed in his master's room every day. Although he had dismissed everyone, he didn't know if this madam counted as one of them. He hurriedly looked towards Xianxia. But before he could move, Huowujiu, who was sitting in the corner, put his book to the side and silently pushed his wheelchair out. Meng Qianshan let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to provoke this master, who was placed at the apex of his highness's heart. But fortunately, although this master was unsociable, he thought highly of himself. As a servant, he could save a lot of work. According to Xianxia's instructions, Meng Qianshan led the doctor's disciple all the way to the side room and invited him to take a seat. Madame Hua was also chased out, so he naturally couldn't be left hanging. As soon as Meng Qianshan left, he politely invited him to the tea room and poured a cup of tea for each of them. After the tea was poured, Meng Qianshan lowered his hands and stood to the side to wait on him. Huowujiu's gaze swept over the person sitting on the other side of the tea table. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Meng Qianshan. This fellow had never been able to hide anything from his face. It was best if he couldn't fool him. Although he was waiting on him, he couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. It was obvious that he was worried about the situation in Xianxu's room. He wanted to guard it, but he didn't receive any orders, so he could only endure it. Huowujiu said calmly, "Go do what you need to do." Meng Qianshan was stunned and hurriedly looked at him. He saw Madame Hua, who was sitting upright, quietly put down her teacup. She didn't even raise her eyes as she said, "You're not needed here." Meng Qianshan felt as if he had been pardoned. When he heard what the doctor, who seemed to be very good at treating patients, said, he was already worried. He only wanted to wait at the door and wait for the prince to call for him. However, the prince had chased him out as well. He still had to take care of this master, so he naturally didn't dare to leave. But now, it was different. This master had spoken. Meng Qianshan knew that when the prince wasn't around, it was always right to listen to this master. He only thought that this master found him an eyesore. As he hurriedly left, he didn't forget to thank Madame Hua with tears of gratitude. However, Madame Hua didn't even spare him a glance. He lowered his eyes to look at the tea on the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he quietly watched Meng Qianshan leave the tea room. He even considerately closed the door for him. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. Hu Wujiu calmly raised his eyes and looked at the person sitting across the tea table. He didn't say anything. He only looked at him with a pair of dark eyes. The person placed the teacup in his hand on the table. When he raised his eyes again, they were filled with tears and were red. He stood up and knelt down heavily in the direction of Hu Wujiu. "General, this subordinate is late. I deserve to die." He tried very hard to lower his voice. As he knelt down, 2 streams of hot tears suddenly fell from his eyes and dripped onto the ground. Hu Wujiu slowly closed his eyes. "You're still alive?" His tone was calm, but his voice was trembling slightly. The person in front of him was his deputy general, Wei Kai. He had been following him since he was at Yang Pass. When they crossed Jiangnan, Wei Kai's troops were the first to follow him across the river. When they were ambushed and their reinforcements were cut off, Wei Kai split up with him in order to cover his retreat. After that, there was no more news of him. He never dared to hope that this person was still alive. He never thought that there would be a day when he would see him alive and well in front of him. Hu Wujiu's expression was calm. His hand that rested on the wheelchair tightly gripped the wooden handle. Wei Kai knelt on the ground and sobbed, "This subordinate is living an ignoble life. I don't have the face to see you again." Hu Wujiu took a deep breath. "Stand up and speak." Wei Kai wiped his tears and climbed up from the ground. He stood 3 steps away from Hu Wujiu and sobbed as he tried to walk forward. Hu Wujiu said slowly, "Sit back down. Wipe your tears." He forced Wei Kai to sit back down. He sat down in his original position at the tea table and wiped his tears a few times before he could stop them. Hu Wujiu lowered his eyes and calmly suppressed the tears that welled up in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had been detained in the enemy country for too long. It was as if he had been cut off from the days when he was a powerful army. He had been born on the battlefield since he was a child. Soldiers and weapons were his hands and feet. He had endured hardships and waited quietly for his opportunity. He didn't expect that there would still be some strength left in his severed limbs. It was the feeling of something that originally belonged to him slowly returning to its rightful place. This feeling made him want to cry. However, Hu Wujiu had never had the habit of shedding tears. He also wouldn't show any signs of weakness in front of others. He lowered his eyes for a moment. When he raised them again, there was only steadiness and calmness in his eyes. He asked, "How many people are left?" Wei Kai swallowed the sobs in his throat and said in a low voice, "There are less than 20 brothers left." At that time, the battlefield was chaotic. Nanjing's soldiers only cared about capturing you and bringing you back to receive the reward. A few of us hid among the corpses and managed to survive. These days, we thought of a way to send all of our brothers into Linen City. Although we are few in number, we will be able to listen to your orders at any time. Hu Wujiu made a sound of agreement. Wei Kai continued, "After we entered the city, we asked around for information about you. I learned that you were imprisoned in the palace. After that, there was no more news. It wasn't until a few days ago that you were humiliated by Prince Jing. That's when we found out." Wei Kai choked on his sobs and couldn't say anything else. Hu Wujiu raised his eyes to look at him and saw Wei Kai covering his face with one hand. He was about to cry again, as if he had been greatly humiliated. He had known Wei Kai since he was a child. Wei Kai would grit his teeth and bear the pain when he was seriously injured. He had never seen Wei Kai shed a single tear. It wasn't until today that Hu Wujiu saw for the first time that this subordinate of his was also made of water. He was a little speechless and said without mercy, "Hold it back." In exchange, Wei Kai suppressed his sobs. Hu Wujiu slowly sighed. "I wasn't humiliated." "You don't have to take it to heart," he said. "But General, your leg, didn't you bring someone here?" Hu Wujiu raised his eyes and glanced at him. Wei Kai nodded repeatedly. I found this person outside of Linen City. He has excellent medical skills and can heal wounds. He can heal bones and connect meridians. General, don't worry. He will definitely be able to heal you. Hu Wujiu grunted in agreement. He paused and then said somewhat awkwardly, if it weren't for Imperial Prince Jing asking for help, you wouldn't have been able to sneak in so easily. Wei Kai nodded repeatedly. I found this person and tried to find a way to get to Imperial Prince Jing's estate to find you. However, Imperial Prince Jing's estate is heavily guarded and there are people from the palace keeping an eye on it. Therefore, I couldn't find a chance. At this point, Wei Kai seemed to have made a very important decision. He pressed one hand on the edge of the table and raised his eyes to look at Hu Wujiu. General, it was this bastard Imperial Prince Jing's mistake that gave me the chance to save you. The old Marquis has taught me to repay kindness. After this matter is settled, I will definitely remember today's kindness and leave his corpse intact. He looked resolutely at Hu Wujiu, waiting for this stern general to praise him. However, he saw that Hu Wujiu, who was sitting across from him, had an expressionless face that gradually became colder and colder. For a moment, Wei Kai didn't know what to do. Then, he heard Hu Wujiu's voice slowly squeeze out from between his lips. I haven't seen you for a few months, but you're getting better at making your own decisions, he said. Wei Kai looked at his general's ice-cold gaze and had a rough idea of what was going on. He didn't do anything wrong. For the general to hate him so much, it must be that Imperial Prince Jing who didn't do anything good behind his back and tortured him to death. Wei Kai gritted his teeth and compromised. Then it's fine if you don't leave his corpse intact. I'm the best at cutting him into pieces. General, don't worry. Only Jiang Suzhou and the old doctor were left in the room. Teacher, please speak. Jiang Suzhou said after the door was closed. The old doctor knelt in front of his bed and said, if this humble one didn't make a mistake, the prince's current illness was caused by poison. Jiang Suzhou was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, teacher's medical skills are excellent. This prince was indeed poisoned a few days ago. I just don't know if teacher has a cure. The old doctor pondered for a moment and said, although the prince has been poisoned, this poison is very strange. It floats on the surface and messes up the prince's pulse, but it doesn't harm your body. During this time, you only need to recuperate a little and wait for the effects of the medicine to subside. It's just that. He paused and raised his head to look at Jiang Suzhou. The prince has had a weak constitution since he was young, right? He said. Jiang Suzhou nodded, that's right. The old doctor frowned and said thoughtfully, although the prince's weak constitution seems to have been brought out of the womb, in fact, it seems to be caused by drugs. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. You mean? The old doctor nodded. As for the specifics, this humble one will need to prescribe some medicine for the prince. After taking the medicine, we will know where the cause of the prince's weak constitution lies. He said. Jiang Suzhou was speechless for a moment. He really didn't expect that the original owner's so-called innate weak constitution was also tampered with by others. But thinking about it carefully, the original owner's mother was greatly favored by the previous emperor and had an unparalleled status. Thinking about it, a tall tree attracts the wind and being envied by others was natural. Then, if it wasn't innate, then wouldn't there be a cure for his weak constitution? Jiang Suzhou didn't want to be so weak that he couldn't stand the wind for the rest of his life and would cough after taking 2 steps. He was pleasantly surprised for a moment. After a while, he found his voice and asked, since teacher said so, is there a way to cure this prince's illness? The old doctor shook his head and said, this humble one only has a 30% chance of success. For Jiang Suzhou, this meant that there was hope. He didn't feel offended at all and said, 30% is fine. After today, teacher can stay at Prince Jing's estate and treat this prince's illness. If there's anything you need, just tell me. The eldest man bowed down to express his gratitude. Jiang Suzhou paused and asked, is there anything else you're good at? The old doctor was stunned and asked in confusion, Your Highness is talking about. Jiang Suzhou cleared his throat. His expression was cold and his tone was calm. There is a cripple in this king's room. You saw it yourself, he said indifferently. The old doctor lowered his head and responded. Jiang Suzhou frowned and continued, "It's okay that this person is crippled, but these days whenever it rains or cloudy days, his legs hurt. Once he's tossed and turned for half the night, it's really annoying. Mister, please help this prince take a look at his legs. If there's any way to alleviate the pain, this prince won't be disturbed." The old doctor kneeling on the ground was obviously stunned. Jiang Suizhou thought he was surprised because he wanted him to treat the prisoners of war. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said slowly, "Just treat them. This prince loves peace and quiet. If you can cure his illness, you will be rewarded." After he finished speaking, he looked down at the old doctor. The old doctor knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "This humble one will follow your orders, your highness." This was the first time in a long time that a courtyard was arranged for this doctor to stay in after the consultation. Knowing that this doctor had some skills, Meng Qianshan naturally treated them as guests of honor. After the consultation, Jiang Suzhou asked him to make the arrangements. Meng Qianshan very generously invited the two of them into a spacious courtyard and even gave them a few maidservants to serve them. From the looks of it, they were going to treat the two of them as guests of honor. After the courtyard was arranged, Meng Qianshan didn't forget to have people prepare everything that the two of them needed for their daily lives. He didn't leave until the sky was dark and he was all smiles. The old doctor led his disciple into the room. After the door closed, Wei Kai turned around and hurriedly asked the old doctor about the situation in Jiang Suizhou's room. The old doctor sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He told Wei Kai about the contents of his conversation with Jiang Suizhou. "Then Prince Jing was really drugged?" Wei Kai couldn't help but ask. The old doctor nodded. "Someone drugged him from the moment he was born. Otherwise, how could a child be pampered for such a long time and end up with such an unknown illness when he came out of his mother's womb?" He stroked his beard as he spoke. "It's just that, it's a bit strange that he was drugged this time." "What do you mean?" Wei Kai hurriedly asked. The old doctor muttered to himself for a moment and then shook his head. Wei Kai was annoyed by the doctor's unfathomable appearance and angrily said, "Li Changning, if you have something to say it directly." The doctor named Li Changning clicked his tongue and said, "It's not that I can't guess. Who knows who drugged him with such a painless poison?" Wei Kai was speechless when he heard this. Li Changning continued, "But, it seems like such a coincidence." "What?" Wei Kai didn't understand. "Prince Jing isn't seriously ill, but he's asking for medical attention. We originally had no way to find you, but now we can use this opportunity to get close to you," Li Changning slowly said. "Just now, Prince Jing specifically mentioned that your leg injury keeps acting up, so he wants me to take a look at your leg in the next few days. Tell me, how could it be so coincidental? After going back and forth, it's all for the good of the general." Wei Kai fell into deep thought when he heard this. "It really is a bit too coincidental," he said. "Also, just now, the general was a bit strange." "What's wrong?" Li Changning asked. Wei Kai looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Just now, I told the general that Prince Jing is our benefactor and that we should leave his corpse intact. The general was a bit displeased," he said. "I also said that I wanted to cut him into pieces." The general's eyes seemed to be even scarier. At this point, Wei Kai paused and let out a hiss. "Then, the general asked me if you could cure the prince's illness." He looked at Li Changning. "What do you think the general wants to do?" Li Changning looked at him with disdain. "How many years have you been with the general?" "Why are you asking me?" he said. "I just met him for the first time today. Do you expect me to know what he's thinking?" Wei Kai frowned and shook his head. "If I had to guess, the general wants to cure him and then torture him to death," he said. "Later, we'll chop off his corpse and hang it on the city walls of Nanjing." But, he changed the topic. "Why do I feel like it doesn't seem like it?" In Anin Hall, it was a gloomy night. Jiang Suizhou felt that he was in a good mood. Many things that were worth being happy about had already happened. Originally, the arrival of a doctor with excellent medical skill, who might even be able to cure Hu Wuzhou's legs, was already something to be happy about. But just now Su Du sent him another message, saying that the Empress had taken the bait. That day, when the official from the Ministry of Justice returned to the palace, the first thing he did was to report the news to the future master. Presumably, the future master was also very excited when he heard the news. A few days later, he sent this official to lead troops to seize the residence in Changle Lane. Changle Lane was located in the middle of the north and faced the south. The information he gave to the future master was detailed enough. Sudu arranged for people to monitor Changle Lane. In the past few days, there were already a few informants from the Ministry of Justice there to scout the area. Presumably, when they completely confirmed their target, it would be the time for the real owner of the residence to be arrested. Xianxia felt refreshed. He went to the study. When he came back, he saw Huowujiu sitting on the edge of his bed with his head lowered, reading a book. When Xianxia thought of the rather reliable doctor that had arrived in the prince's residence, he sat on the edge of the bed and couldn't help but look at Huowujiu. He didn't know how skilled the doctor was. Perhaps he could cure Huowujiu's legs in advance? As long as his meridians were restored to their original state, then neither Prince Jing's estate nor Nanjing would be able to imprison him. If that was the case, then Nanjing would be finished in less than 3 years. Who cared about the future master? Who cared about Peng Xiao? None of them would be able to strut around like they were now. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. However, he thought about it again. At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to spend time with Huowujiu like he did now. Although he had been afraid of Huowujiu from the beginning, Huowujiu was really a very good person. During this period of time, although the two of them didn't talk much, they were able to coexist peacefully. Even now, he could roughly guess what Huowujiu was thinking with just a glance. As he thought of this, Xianxia's heart suddenly felt a little empty. After all, he had been in this era for such a long time. Other than his subordinates, Huowujiu was the only person who was closest to him. However, a golden cage couldn't imprison a falcon forever. Huowujiu didn't belong to this place in the first place. Xianxia was lost in his thoughts for a moment. He didn't notice that the person he was staring at had long sensed his gaze. A pair of dark eyes met his gaze. The sudden exchange of gazes scared Xianxia so much that he trembled. At some point, Huowujiu had raised his eyes from the book in his hand and was looking at him quietly. Xianxia felt a brief moment of awkwardness. However, he immediately calmed down. He looked at Huowujiu calmly and said, "The doctor who came today will take a look at your leg tomorrow." Huowujiu didn't say anything for a moment. Xianxia continued, "However, don't get your hopes up. Even the doctor in the palace couldn't treat it. I don't think he has the ability to do so." After he finished speaking, he looked away and was about to lie back on the bed. However, at this moment, Huowujiu suddenly opened his mouth. "Jiang Xuanheng ordered my leg to be broken," he said. Xianxia paused. "What?" He looked at Huowujiu and saw Huowujiu looking at him quietly. "You know that his intention is to make me suffer a fate worse than death here," Huowujiu said. The two of them had never spoken these words out loud, but they had both tacitly agreed. Xianxia sat up straight and said, "So?" Huowujiu slowly let out a sigh of relief, looking somewhat helpless. "After my leg is healed, have you thought about how to explain it to him?" he asked. Xianxia laughed in his heart. "Explain it to him? Why would I explain it to a dead man? Huowujiu is the butcher's knife hanging over his head. I'll put down this knife in advance and kill this incapable ruler. That's the only explanation I can give to the people today." As he thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. "I won't explain it to him." The corners of his lips curled up. Under the dim light, he looked gorgeous. "I'd like to see how he will deal with me." As he spoke, he glanced at Huowujiu indifferently and lay back on the bed. Xianxia only felt that his eyes were filled with the wisdom of a person who knew about the future. However, he didn't expect that Huowujiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, didn't come back to his senses for a moment because of his gaze. After a long time, he lowered his eyes. Perhaps the light in the room was too bright, he thought. Otherwise, how could it light up the eyes of the foolish rabbit that was trying to strike a stone with an egg and risking its life so brightly? According to Li Changning, he needed to give Jiang Suzhou the medicine for a period of time before he could determine how to treat his weakness. Jiang Suzhou didn't care about this, so he didn't take Li Chongning's words to heart. He only asked Li Chongning to prescribe medicine for him according to his diagnosis, and then observe the results. Li Chongning naturally did as he was told. On the first day of prescribing medicine for Jiang Suzhou, he was asked to stay by Jiang Suzhou. Go take a look at his leg, Jiang Suzhou said to Li Chongning as he took the medicine from Li Chongning. Other than Meng Qianshan, there was no one else in the room. Li Chongning glanced at Wei Kai's expression and saw Wei Kai secretly winking at him. As early as yesterday, when he first examined Prince Jing had already mentioned his Madame Hua's leg disease. Yesterday, the two of them had also discussed this matter in private. When Li Chongning met his eyes, he understood. After bowing to Jiang Suzhou, he went to Hua Wuzhou's bed. Jiang Suzhou was served by Meng Qianshan. He drank the medicine and quietly waited for Li Chongning to examine Hua Wuzhou. Li Chongning knelt in front of Hua Wuzhou and fiddled with the medicine. From time to time, he would ask Hua Wuzhou a few questions. Then, he took out a book from the medicine box and scribbled on it. After a long time, Li Chongning packed up his things and stood up. How is it? Jiang Suzhou hurriedly asked. Li Chongning packed up the medicine box beside him and handed it to Wei Kai. He stood up and walked back to him. He bowed and said hesitantly, "This madame's leg disease. I'm afraid it won't be easy to treat." Jiang Suzhou frowned, and his expression gradually became serious. Li Chongning sighed and continued, "The meridians in this madame's legs are completely broken. I am afraid it will be difficult to heal. This lowly one has spent all his life learning, but all I can do is ease his pain a little." Hearing this, Jiang Suzhou asked, "How do we alleviate it?" Li Chongning replied, "Shaoran knows some acupuncture techniques. I can help madame to dredge the way, so that when it is cloudy and raining, you will suffer less." Jiang Suzhou slowly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that Hua Wuzhou's leg would not be easy to treat, but he also had high hopes for the doctor in front of him. It was a pity that the doctor he had found early on was not the person he was looking for. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Forget it. Didn't the doctor say that he could relieve Hua Wuzhou's symptoms? It was not completely useless. After all, every time it rained, Hua Wuzhou's leg would hurt terribly. Being able to relieve some of his symptoms was also a good thing. With this thought, Jiang Suzhou nodded. His expression was indifferent as he said coldly, "It's fine. This prince does not intend to cure him. Since this is the case, you can rest assured and treat him. This prince will not pursue the matter of the results." Hearing this, Li Chongning seemed to be relieved. He bowed and thanked him for his kindness. Jiang Suzhou waved his hand and had him stand up. He drank tea to dilute the bitter taste in his mouth as he thought to himself. Just now, this doctor said that he wanted to use acupuncture on Hua Wuzhou. Since he wanted to use needles, he naturally needed a spacious place for him to use them. Although the couch in his room was not narrow, there was no reason for Hua Wuzhou to sit on the couch every day to see a doctor. Since this was the case, Jiang Suzhou held his teacup thoughtfully. Could he use this opportunity to make Hua Wuzhou move out? When Hua Wuzhou first moved into his room, Jiang Suzhou could not find an excuse to temporarily let him stay in his room. However, at this moment, a legitimate excuse was presented to him. Jiang Suzhou began to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter. After all, he had brought Hua Wuzhou to his side in the beginning because he wanted to protect him in his own territory. Now that Hua Wuzhou was familiar with his place and their relationship was much closer, if he used this opportunity to arrange another residence for Hua Wuzhou in his courtyard, it would be reasonable and very safe. At the same time, he could also lay his cards on the table with Hua Wuzhou and test his attitude. As a result, Jiang Suzhou made up his mind. When it was time for dinner that night, he dismissed all the servants. Under the flickering candlelight, Hua Wuzhou looked up at Jiang Suzhou. Looking at his posture, he knew that Jiang Suzhou had something to say to him. Hua Wuzhou thought to himself that this was just right. He also had something to say to Jiang Suzhou. Just based on what the old man had said to Jiang Suzhou today, he knew that the two of them had some reservations about Jiang Suzhou today. Hua Wuzhou knew that Wei Kai would never do anything that he was not confident of. The person he had brought with him would definitely be able to cure his leg. The two of them had said this because they were wary of Jiang Suzhou. They were worried that if they could cure his leg, they would be guarded against. Similarly, the old man could probably cure Jiang Suzhou's illness. However, he was baiting him with words. He was most likely waiting for his orders. However, they did not know that Jiang Suzhou had never been a threat to them. Even yesterday, the old man had directly told him that his leg would be cured. He was even prepared to face Jiang Suanheng on his behalf after he cured him. Hu Wujiu could not hold back anymore. He wanted to tell Jiang Suzhou that this person could definitely cure him and cure him. He also wanted to tell Jiang Suzhou that he did not have to be afraid. Jiang Suanheng was an enemy that threatened him at all times. Once he recovered his strength to fight against him, he would definitely not let Jiang Suzhou be affected by this. On the contrary, he would protect him well. Hu Wujiu had always been cautious and meticulous. In the past, he would never let anyone in the enemy camp find out anything about him. However, inexplicably, Jiang Suzhou was different for him. Perhaps it was because he was targeted by Jiang Suanheng. Even if he was in the enemy camp, he would definitely not be on the same side as them. Or perhaps it was because this person was very simple. Although he pretended to be a bad person, in reality, he had no lethality and was very trustworthy. Or perhaps, it was because he seemed to really like him. Hu Wujiu felt that he had always been the type of person who did not like to owe others. This imperial Prince Jing liked him without his permission and insisted on doing so much for him. He could not bear to deceive him and even wanted to tell him everything about himself. It was not only because he trusted him, but also because he did not want to hide anything from him. Ever since Jiang Suzhou told him yesterday that he would have a doctor treat his leg, Hu Wujiu had this idea of not wanting to hide anything from him. It was a cluster of flames that ignited in Hu Wujiu's heart, burning his heart to a frightening degree. That cluster of flames was firmly hidden in his heart. At this moment, he only used a pair of well-disguised black eyes to quietly look at Jiang Suzhou. When there was no third person in the room, Jiang Suzhou deliberated and opened his mouth. "You also heard what the doctor said today," he said faintly. Hu Wujiu made a sound of agreement. He paused and was about to speak when Jiang Suzhou continued. "Although he can't cure you, there is still some hope," he said. "However, since you need acupuncture, this prince thinks that it will be more convenient for you to live in another room." It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, causing the small cluster of flames burning in Hu Wujiu's heart to tremble. He paused and made a sound of agreement. "That is indeed the case," he said. Jiang Suzhou nodded. "This prince will have the Meng Qianshan prepare another room for you in the courtyard. You only need to live there and recuperate in peace. Letting him treat you as he pleases is just this prince's excuse. If he really dares to not do his best, you only need to tell the Meng Qianshan," he said. "Oh, he's still living in his courtyard." The gust of wind that passed by in the blink of an eye dissipated without a trace. Hu Wujiu's expression was indifferent as he made a sound of agreement. Jiang Suzhou sized up his expression and asked tentatively, "What about you?" "I've never told you before why this prince moved you to the Anin Hall, right?" he said. Jiang Suzhou knew that this was the best time to say these words. If he had told Hu Wujiu from the beginning that he wanted to treat him well, Hu Wujiu naturally wouldn't have believed him. Instead, he would have been even more wary of him. But if he didn't say it now, they wouldn't see each other much in the future and wouldn't be able to talk about it. If he told him now, it would be more deliberate. Right now, telling him that he wanted to help him and cooperating with him was the best opportunity. After all, Hu Wujiu could see his situation and actions over the past few days. However, Hu Wujiu's expression suddenly became a bit strange. He paused for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at him. He frowned slightly. "No." Jiang Suzhou was about to speak when he heard Hu Wujiu continue. "It's fine if you don't say it." "How could this be?" Jiang Suzhou became anxious. "Of course I have to tell you clearly. If I don't tell you clearly, how will you know my good intentions? How will you see that I'm enduring humiliation for the greater good? How will you be grateful to me?" he hurriedly said. "I have to tell you. But since things have come to this point, I'm sure you can tell what this prince wants to do." Hu Wujiu's frown deepened. What was this imperial Prince Jing trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of today to make his intentions clear? For some reason, Hu Wujiu felt a bit flustered. He couldn't think of a countermeasure. But strangely, the small flame in his heart seemed to have been poured with oil. With a bang, it burned even more fiercely. This made Huozhou's heart beat faster. How could this imperial Prince Jing be so stupid? Wasn't he afraid of being rejected and losing face? This actually made Huozhou's heart soften. He even felt that no matter what Imperial Prince Jing said, he couldn't say anything to reject him. Imperial Prince Jing opened his mouth. My imperial brother humiliated you and wanted to use the method of raising goo to make me fight with you. This prince naturally doesn't want to. Let him have his way. His voice was as clear as a mountain spring. It was cool, calm, and gentle. The reason I moved you to this prince's courtyard was to protect you. Although this prince is from Nanjing, I've been treated as a thorn in my imperial brother's side. He can't wait to get rid of me. Although this prince can drag out an ignoble existence here, I also know that sooner or later, I will be eliminated. For this prince, destroying the Jing dynasty is actually my way of survival. General Hua, I'm sure you can see that this prince is different from them. I have no intention of killing you or humiliating you. Instead, I want to cooperate with you. His voice was as clear as a mountain spring. It flowed all the way to Huozhou's heart. For a moment, he felt his mind go blank. He heard Imperial Prince Jing slowly say, "This prince can protect you for the time being. In the future, I can also help you heal your legs. What this prince wants is a way to survive." Sizzle. That pool of spring water abruptly flowed through Huozhou's limbs and bones, then nimbly flowed through his heart, extinguishing the cluster of flames that was brimming with vitality. Huozhou's voice was a bit hoarse. "Is there nothing else?" he asked. Then, he met a pair of doubtful eyes that were so clean that they didn't contain any impurities. "There's nothing else." Jiang Suzhou's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huozhou's question. Then, he rejoiced a little. As expected, right? His plan was flawless. He knew that Huozhou might have been suspicious of him all along. He definitely wouldn't believe that he was only trying to save his own life from the future master. He indeed wasn't trying to save his own life from the future master. After all, although the future master would torture him, he wouldn't torture him to death. What he wanted was to take back his own head from Huozhou's butcher's knife. However, this didn't make any difference to Huozhou. Fortunately, he had opened his mouth at this moment. Jiang Suzhou thought to himself. Seeing Huozhou's frown grow deeper and deeper, Jiang Suzhou firmly believed that it was because he still couldn't win Huozhou's trust, causing Huozhou to still have doubts about his words. This was only natural. After all, to Huozhou, no matter what, he was a member of the enemy camp. It would be strange if Huozhou believed what he said. With this thought, Jiang Suzhou's expression became serious and calm. He said, "This prince knows that you might not believe my words. After all, to you, this is a little ridiculous. However." Huozhou suddenly opened his mouth. "I believe you." His voice was steady, but it seemed colder than usual. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. "This prince is saying," Huozhou looked up at him and said, "Cooperation. What you want to say is cooperation, right?" Jiang Suzhou nodded. "Yes, but why did these words sound so strange when they came from Huozhou's mouth?" Huozhou looked at him with a heavy gaze and said slowly, "I can see that you are doing your best to protect me. Although I don't know why you have so much confidence in me, if the day you speak of really comes, I won't bite the hand that feeds me." Jiang Suzhou listened in a daze. Huozhou's words were reasonable. It was in line with his straightforward and upright personality, and it was also the attitude that Jiang Suzhou had always wanted. However, Jiang Suzhou had a strange feeling in his heart. He did not know what was going on. It was clearly a compliment, but when it came out of Huozhou's mouth, there was an indescribable feeling of depression and even a bit of biting cold. Jiang Suzhou was still in a daze when Huozhou glanced at him and asked, "Are you relieved now?" Jiang Suzhou nodded in a daze. Huozhou gave him a meaningful look, then put down the chopsticks in his hand, pressed one hand on the wheelchair, turned around, and walked away. It took a while for Jiang Suzhou to come back to his senses. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip thoughtfully. He did not doubt that Huozhou would go back on his word, but, after thinking for a while, he shook his head. Perhaps it was because people like them, who had fought on the battlefield, were all so cold and fierce when making promises to others. Huowujiu did not come back to his senses the entire night. Ridiculous, indeed, he was a prince of an enemy country. Although his situation was not good, he lived like a prince. At least his life was not in danger. For such a person to say that he would entrust his hopes to an enemy country's general, and even want to cooperate with a crippled prisoner of war, was indeed ridiculous. But what was even more ridiculous was that he also believed it. Huowujiu felt as if he had been bewitched by some ghost or god. He was clearly a normal person, but when it came to matters related to Imperial Prince Jing, it was as if he had been hit with a stick, and he felt dizzy without any reason. Now it seemed that what he had said to the eunuch was clearly just an excuse. And what he had done to protect Jiang Xuanheng, just as he had said, was to prevent him from getting what he wanted. He had no one to rely on in this territory, so it was reasonable for him to entrust his hopes to Jiang Xuanheng. But Jiang Xuanheng had foolishly believed those words, which could not stand up to scrutiny. Huowujiu barely slept the entire night. As soon as the sun rose, he immediately moved to the side room that Meng Qianshan had prepared for him. He only felt that he should feel humiliated. But the emotions that pervaded his heart did not seem to be the same as humiliation. There was some sourness, and the meridians in his chest were numb. It felt as if a row of small needles were densely pricking them. Although it did not hurt much, it made him feel uncomfortable. Before this, he had never experienced what it felt like to be wronged. The courtyard of Anin Hall was very large, so it was very easy to find a comfortable and spacious empty room. In addition, with Meng Qianshan's attentiveness, it only took one night for them to clean up the empty room on the east side that faced the sun. That room was not much smaller than the main room, and the light was especially good. It was the best room to bask in the sun among the several side rooms. Meng Qianshan did all this with the intention of pleasing Madame Huixiaoer. However, Madame Hu did not seem to be very happy. That ancestor's face was still cold, and the aura around her seemed to be a bit more frightening than usual. Although Meng Qianshan did not know the reason, he knew that he had to take note of Madame Hu's mood. After seeing the ancestor off, he hurriedly left. The sun gradually rose, and Li Changning brought Wei Kai to Anin Hall. The herbs that he had prepared would take a few days to show obvious effects. After taking Jiang Suzhou's pulse, Li Changning adjusted a few of the herbs that he had used. He then gave the prescription to Meng Qianshan and asked him to decoct the herbs for Jiang Suzhou. After doing all this, the two of them were led by a maid to Huowujiu's side room. After the two of them entered the room, Li Changning casually found an excuse to send all the servants out of the room. When only the three of them were left in the room, Li Changning took his medicine box and walked to Huowujiu's side. "General Hua." He bowed to Huowujiu. Huowujiu put down the book in his hand and looked up at the two of them. "General, Dr. Li is here to take a look at your injury." Wei Kai had a smile on his face as he pushed Huowujiu's wheelchair to the side of the bed. "General, you still don't know, right? Dr. Li's words yesterday were all used to fool Imperial Prince Jing. After he took a look at your injury yesterday, you should know that he has 100% confidence that he can cure your disability caused by a sharp weapon." Huowujiu glanced at him indifferently. Wei Kai immediately understood what he meant. He scratched the back of his head and smiled. This subordinate knows. His Highness must have guessed it a long time ago. However, Huowujiu suddenly asked, "What about Imperial Prince Jing's illness?" The two people in the room were stunned. For a moment, Wei Kai and Li Changning looked at each other in dismay. They both knew that treating Imperial Prince Jing was only a pretense. They only wanted to use this as an excuse to enter Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Why did the general ask this? After a short moment of silence, the two of them looked at Huowujiu's dark eyes. "Can he be cured?" "Who knows?" he asked. Li Changning hurriedly said, "General, Imperial Prince Jing's weakness was caused by someone drugging him when he was young. It's impossible to cure him immediately. However, as long as you use the right medicine and slowly nurse him back to health, he should be able to get rid of the root of the illness in about 3 to 5 years." Huowujiu lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Li Changning looked at him, then at Wei Kai. For a moment, he didn't know what to think. "Then, according to the general's opinion, do you want me to cure him or not?" Hu Wujiu paused for a moment, and when he raised his eyes again, his gaze was filled with coldness. Did he want to? What did he have to think or not? Right now, he and Imperial Prince Jing only had a cooperative relationship. As long as he could protect him in the future, he didn't care who drugged him or what illness he had. As he thought about this, he coldly opened his mouth. What do I have to think or not think, he said. Li Changning was even more at a loss. Then, he heard Hu Wujiu say, since you came to his estate to treat him, why don't you think about how to cure him? Are you waiting for him to take revenge on you? Li Changning's heart trembled. As expected, he knew that Imperial Prince Jing wasn't a good person. But why did it sound like the general wanted him to be cured? Li Changning couldn't figure it out. He could only go along with Hu Wujiu's words and say, I understand. I will do my best to cure Imperial Prince Jing. Wei Kai's eyes almost popped out. He wanted to kick Li Changning. Didn't he hear how much the general hated Imperial Prince Jing? He even said that he wanted to cure him. What kind of blockhead was this? However, he heard Hu Wujiu say, don't tell him, he added. Li Changning repeatedly said yes. Wei Kai was dumbfounded. General, why is that? Hu Wujiu's lips moved, but he swallowed the words he was about to say. He said this because he wanted as few people to know about this matter as possible. After all, it would take a long time for Jiang Suzhou's body to be cured. Jiang Xuanheng wouldn't be able to find out in a short time. However, if he heard the slightest rumor, Jiang Xuanheng would definitely think of a way to stop it. But, why did he have to think so much for Imperial Prince Jing? Hu Wujiu felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in his heart. After a pause, he coldly said, just use him as a bargaining chip. He'll be useful in the future. The two people in front of him had an expression of understanding on their faces. They thought that the general was a step ahead of them and had a vision that they, as subordinates, couldn't hope to reach. However, only Hu Wujiu knew how chaotic his heart was. Imperial Prince Jing didn't have any ulterior motives towards him. He only wanted to cooperate with him. For him, this should be an easy and joyful thing. At first, he was a bit unhappy. Presumably, it was because he had been fooled like that stupid eunuch Meng Qianshan. However, this feeling, which should have been forgotten immediately, became more and more intense as time passed. Hu Wujiu couldn't figure out why he felt like he had lost something important. When Jiang Suzhou woke up early in the morning, he found that someone was missing from his room. Hu Wujiu was gone. Meng Qianshan told him that Madame Hu woke up early. When she found out that his room was ready, she moved out early. Jiang Suzhou felt that he should be relieved. After all, as an adult, who didn't want to have their own private space? He had been forced to eat and live with Hu Wujiu for so long. Today, this torture finally came to an end. Hu Wujiu had moved out. Before he left, the two of them had made everything clear. Hu Wujiu had promised him that he wouldn't have to worry about being killed by Hu Wujiu. For him, it should have been a happy day. However, for some reason, he felt like something was missing. Perhaps it was because he had been forced to live with Hu Wujiu as soon as he transmigrated. At the same time, Hu Wujiu was too quiet and didn't cause him any trouble. This made him feel that the room was a bit empty when Hu Wujiu suddenly disappeared, as if something was missing. This feeling lingered in Jiang Suzhou's heart. He didn't notice it, but he subconsciously ate a lot of his breakfast. Meng Qianshan, who was serving him on the side, had sharp eyes and noticed it. After Jiang Suzhou drank his medicine, he sat on the edge of the bed and began to read absent-mindedly. Meng Qianshan came up to him and said with a smile, Your Highness, since you have nothing to do today and the sun is just right outside, why don't you go out and bask in the sun? While you're at it, go to the side room and see how the doctor treated Madame Hu's leg. Jiang Suzhou subconsciously replied, okay. After saying this, Jiang Suzhou realized what he had said. He couldn't help but be stunned and put down the book in his hand. He had already explained everything to Hu Wujiu, and Hu Wujiu had promised to protect him in the future. He didn't need to show his presence in front of him, nor did he need to ask about his well-being. But, Jiang Suzhou paused and was about to refuse when his gaze involuntarily drifted to the couch next to his bed. The couch had already been tidied up without a single wrinkle. The bedding on it had also been put away. It looked very thin, as if it was missing something. Xianxia's gaze stopped in that direction. He suddenly felt that his bedroom was very big, so big that it was a bit empty. He didn't say anything for a while. Instead, it was Meng Qianshan who revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Look. The prince is thinking of her when he sees this." He only felt that his suggestion was wonderful. He grinned and didn't wait for Xianxia to say anything else. He turned around and found a robe for him to wear outside. He handed it to Xianxia, intending to help him put it on. Xianxia's gaze fell on Meng Qianshan's hand. After a moment, he secretly advised himself in his heart. "Forget it. Isn't it just going to Huo's place to take a look? This is my territory. I can go wherever I want. There's no need to be overcautious." With this thought, he stood up and put on the robe Meng Qianshan handed to him. He didn't know why, but perhaps it was because the material of the robe was very comfortable. He didn't know why, but the moment he put on the robe, the gloominess and emptiness that he had felt all this morning seemed to recede a lot. Xianxia looked out of the window. "I really should go out and bask in the sun," he thought to himself. Li Chongming laid out the acupuncture tools in the medicine box one by one. He then asked Huo to lie down on the bed and rolled up his trousers, revealing his unhealed legs. Huo's legs had recovered quite well, but the scars on the surface of his skin still looked frightening. With just one glance, Wei Kai's eyes turned red, and he turned his gaze to the side with difficulty. Li Chongming examined him and said, "General, the injury on your leg is not completely healed yet, so it will be easier to treat. If you wait for a year or so, I'm afraid that even if you're cured, you'll still suffer from a chronic illness." Huo remained silent. He knew that he owed Prince Jing this much. If Imperial Prince Jing hadn't pretended to be ill and allowed Li Chongming and Wei Kai to enter the estate, it would have been extremely difficult for them to meet. Even if Li Chongming had the ability to cure him, it would take a long time, and he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve the results he was seeing now. His father had taught him that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't owe others anything. The more he owed, the more entanglements he would have in the future, and the more he would be unable to control himself. Owing someone a favor wasn't a good thing. Huo closed his eyes. However, what he owed Imperial Prince Jing now was much less than he had imagined. To him, this small favor could be easily repaid in the future. On the contrary, the unrequited love he had previously thought was the most difficult thing to repay. He should be happy, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. It was as if a bundle of strings that had bound him and upset him had suddenly been taken away, giving him too much freedom all of a sudden. He didn't feel relaxed. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. This kind of frivolous mood caused him to be vexed and confused. Li Chongming, who was beside the bed, was still talking to himself. "It's just that if you want your leg injury to be cured, you'll have to suffer a lot. From now on, I'll give you acupuncture and medicine every day. The acupuncture is to help you unblock your meridians and blood vessels, and the medicine is to help you reconstruct your broken meridians." After pausing for a moment, Li Chongming continued, "It's just that reconstructing your meridians will cause you severe pain. I'm afraid it'll be painful for 6 to 10 hours after I start using the medicine. After much consideration, I've decided to reduce the dosage by half. Although the speed will be slower, it won't be as torturous." However, Huo interrupted him. "There's no need," he said. Li Chongming was stunned. Then, he hurriedly explained, "General, the pain of reconstructing your meridians is very different from other physical injuries. The degree of pain is no different from scraping your bones. Even if you're made of iron and steel, it'll still take your life to endure this pain every day." However, Huo asked, "If you use normal medicine, how long will it take to cure it?" Li Chongming said, "At least 20 days, at most 1 month." Then, Huo asked, "How about half?" Li Chongming said, "It'll take about 3 months. But don't worry, General." Huo interrupted him. "Then it'll be fine," he said as he raised his eyes to look at Li Chongming. "I don't have that much free time to waste here," he said. "Just treat it. There's no need to reduce it by half." Li Chongming was a bit puzzled. This, although Prince Jing's estate wasn't a good place, it seemed to be calm and peaceful right now. What was the general so anxious about? When he looked at Hu Wujiu again, he saw that he had already closed his eyes and was beginning to rest. Li Changning could only agree and turn around to arrange the silver needles. However, he didn't see that Hu Wujiu, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, had his left hand hidden in his sleeve and was somewhat fidgety. Naturally, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Nanjing wouldn't kill him for a while. Northern Liang had just established an imperial court and their treasury was empty. Other than him, they didn't have any good generals, so they didn't have the ability to save him in a short period of time. However, he just wanted to quickly return Prince Jing's favor. He thought that he was in a mess right now because he owed and was involved with Prince Jing. Presumably, after he paid off all of these debts, Hu Wujiu would return to being the original Hu Wujiu. He wouldn't be bothered by an irrelevant person every day to the point of wanting to kill someone. The sun gradually rose. Wei Kai stood guard by the small clay stove and was helping Li Changning look after the medicine. He fanned the fire with his fan and occasionally glanced at the bed. He saw that their general's leg was gradually being pierced with silver needles. Each needle was faintly glowing under the sunlight. Just looking at it from a distance made his hair stand on end. How would it feel to have so many needles pierced into his body? Just imagining these things on his body made Wei Kai's hair stand on end. However, he had always had a kind of blind confidence in his general, as if he believed in a god. Ever since he started following their general, was there anything that their general couldn't do? Was there any obstacle that their general couldn't overcome? Never. Even if they were captured when they crossed the river, it was because there was a problem with the Northern Liang army, not because of their general. When he thought of this, Wei Kai's mood became somewhat solemn. Wu Qianfan. He and Wu Qianfan had always been the old marquis's men. After the marquis died in battle, the two of them followed the general and could be said to be the general's right-hand men. He was a bit stupid, but Wu Qianfan was much smarter than him. Wu Qianfan had always done things better than him. Because of this, he followed the general on this river crossing and left the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to Wu Qianfan. According to their plan, they would first lead the troops to cross the river overnight and lie in ambush outside Nanjing City. Then, Wu Qianfan would lead the troops. After the main force crossed the river, the general would command the attack. However, for some reason, Nanjing City had set up defenses in advance and trapped them south of the river. Wu Qianfan, who was supposed to lead the troops, had not been heard from. Did something go wrong? Wei Kai and Wu Qianfan were both orphans that the old marquis had adopted at Yang Pass. They had grown up together and did not doubt Wu Qianfan's character at all. He tried his best to preserve his life and led the few remaining troops to gather information. He also kept looking for information from Northern Liang. Perhaps they were ambushed when crossing the river, or the river's ebb and flow caused something to happen to them, but he didn't get any information at all. Wei Kai gradually became lost in thought as he stared at the medicine stove until a clear voice broke the silence in the room. His Highness Prince Jing is here, the maid came in to report. Wei Kai was surprised and hurriedly looked at Li Changning. He saw that Li Changning was almost done with the needles and was looking at him. He saw Li Changning wave at him. Wei Kai hurriedly looked in the direction he was gesturing and saw that the medicine on the stove had begun to boil. He hurriedly removed the medicine from the stove. While they were busy, they heard footsteps at the door. They raised their heads and saw Prince Jing gracefully walk into the room, wrapped in a dark-colored cloak. Wei Kai hurriedly followed Li Changning and bowed to him. But before the two of them could kneel properly, Prince Jing waved his hand and said, "Rise. Do what you need to do." This prince was just bored and came to take a look. Wei Kai snuck a glance at him. He saw Prince Jing walk to the side of the bed. He only glanced at their general's leg before hurriedly looking away. Wei Kai saw that Prince Jing was clearly frightened by the silver needles in their prince's leg and didn't dare to look directly at them. Wei Kai sneered in his heart. The nobles of Nanjing had always been like this. They were vicious and merciless, but they were also very timid. He didn't even know how many people he had harmed. In fact, he couldn't even bear to see blood. She was indeed the most annoying paper tiger. How was he like their general? He was injured and the needles were stuck in his leg, but his expression didn't change at all. He was still resting with his eyes closed. General? Wei Kai was very pleased with himself. His gaze couldn't help but fall on their general's face. He saw that the general, who had been quietly closing his eyes, had opened his eyes at some point. Although his face was covered by the brocade curtain, Wei Kai happened to be standing in the corner and could see him through the gap in the curtain. He saw that their general was looking at Prince Jing through the thick brocade curtain. Wei Kai had never seen such a cold and condescending black eyes. He actually had such an expression. He seemed to be looking forward to seeing the other party, but at the same time, he wanted to hide his emotions. Although his face was expressionless, Wei Kai vaguely felt that he seemed to be somewhat happy, but also seemed to be mixed with a bit of resentment. After going through so many twists and turns, his gaze was especially deep. Wei Kai was stunned. At this moment, he heard Li Chongning's voice. "Silly boy, why are you in a daze?" After lecturing Li Chongning, Wei Kai came back to his senses. He saw that Li Chongning had walked in front of him and taken away the medicine. As he walked, Li Chongning smiled and explained to Jiang Suzhou, "This is medicine for Madam's health. Madam has been staying in her room all day, so her body is somewhat weak. If we don't take this medicine, I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand this level of acupuncture." Wei Kai stood in place. His gaze drifted back to their general's face. This time, the general was looking at him. Those obsidian-like eyes were cold and hard. It was as if the deep twists and turns he saw just now were an illusion. Just one look was enough to make Wei Kai wake up from his daze. An illusion. He thought to himself. It must be an illusion. Their general was looking at Prince Jing. What other deeper meaning could there be? Even if there was a deeper meaning to it. Jiang Suzhou was indeed shocked by the silver needles in Hu Wujiu's leg. Before he transmigrated, his body was very healthy. He had only received a few injections, let alone acupuncture. The injury on Hu Wujiu's leg had not healed. Now that the needles were applied, it looked even more shocking. With just one glance, Jiang Suzhou's eyes felt as if they had been scalded, and he hurriedly looked away. How painful would it be? He actually felt as if he was in Hu Wujiu's shoes. Although he had only taken a glance, it was as if the needles had pierced his body. Next to him, Meng Qianshan helped him to sit down on the couch, poured him a cup of hot tea, and placed it next to his hand. However, Jiang Suzhou did not even look at him. His gaze only fell on Li Chongning, who was by the bed. Li Chongning waited quietly by the bed for a moment until the sand-in. The hourglass on the medicine box had all fallen. Then, he stepped forward and skillfully and quickly removed the needles from Hu Wujiu's leg. After he wiped all the needles clean and put them back in the medicine box, Jiang Suzhou asked, "Is it over?" Li Chongning nodded and said, "Everything will be fine after Madam drinks the medicine." Jiang Suzhou heard this and asked, "Yes. What medicine?" Li Chongning smiled and said, "It's something to nourish the body. Madam has not been active these days. I am worried that she can't withstand the acupuncture, so I need to give her some medicine to replenish her blood and qi." Jiang Suzhou nodded and did not ask any more questions. Li Chongning turned around and ordered his disciple to bring the medicine. However, the disciple seemed to be thinking about something and did not respond. Li Chongning quickly went forward and brought the medicine over. He brought it to Hu Wujiu's bedside. Hu Wujiu sat up on the bed and took the medicine bowl. Jiang Suzhou could not help but look at him a few more times. Just like when she was staying at his place, she didn't even lift her eyes. She was still indifferent to him, as if he didn't exist. Jiang Suzhou actually felt a sense of relaxation and intimacy from this, as if something that had been missing this morning had finally returned. The corners of Jiang Suzhou's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Even he himself didn't notice it. Seeing that Hu Wujiu had finished drinking the medicine, Li Chongning thought for a moment, then turned around and knelt down in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Your Highness, today's treatment for Madam is over," he said. "If your Highness doesn't have any other orders, this humble one will take his leave first." Li Chongning was the clearest about this. The medicine that he had taken orally would take effect very quickly. At most, it would only take an incense stick's worth of time for it to take effect. Naturally, this effect was not only on the reconstruction of the meridians, but also on the pain of the bones and flesh. Ever since he started practicing medicine, he had treated a few similar patients. When the medicine took effect, all of them were in unbearable pain. The first few patients had only taken half of the medicine, but each of them had a ferocious look on their faces and were thrashing around. It was good enough that they didn't faint from the pain. Naturally, he couldn't let Imperial Prince Jing see this kind of scene. It would arouse his suspicion. After all, he had told Imperial Prince Jing that he could only relieve the pain in Huozhou's limbs. If Jiang Suizhou saw that the more he treated, the more pain he felt, then he wouldn't be able to explain it to him. Therefore, he had to send him away as soon as possible. Li Chongming had already made plans. As soon as Imperial Prince Jing asked him to leave, he would immediately pretend that he remembered something and ask Imperial Prince Jing to go back to his room to take his pulse and change the prescription. In any case, Imperial Prince Jing didn't care much about the general's injuries, so he probably wouldn't ask too much. Instead, he saw Jiang Suizhou leaning against the pillow on the couch. "Yes," he said lightly. "How was the treatment today?" Li Chongming was stunned. Why didn't Imperial Prince Jing play his cards according to common sense? He carefully raised his eyes to look at Jiang Suizhou and saw him sitting there leisurely. Although he looked lazy and calm, there was an unfathomable expression on his face as he quietly looked at him. He didn't know if he really cared or if he was just testing him. Li Chongming, who didn't know that Jiang Suizhou just wanted to stay here for a while, didn't dare to slack off. He carefully chose his words and carefully but quickly reported to Jiang Suizhou. His words were watertight and concise. Even if Imperial Prince Jing was suspicious, he wouldn't be able to find any clues. After he finished reporting, Li Chongming lowered his head and secretly calculated the time while silently begging Imperial Prince Jing to leave quickly. He saw Imperial Prince Jing, who was sitting on the couch, raise his hand. Li Chongming's whole body was ready to move. He was waiting for this master to wave his hand so that he could slip away and trick this master into leaving as well. However, he saw Jiang Suizhou pick up the teacup on the table and take a sip. He unexpectedly continued to ask questions. From how long it would take to see the effect, to whether the acupuncture would have any other effects, and even what acupuncture point to use. Li Chongming thought to himself, "It's over." He trembled as he answered Jiang Suizhou's questions and calculated the time. The time it took to burn a stick of incense passed quickly and he was almost there. Li Chongming's heart was in his throat. However, after the time it took to burn a stick of incense passed, there was still no movement from the couch. Time passed bit by bit, but other than the sound of their conversation, there was no other movement in the room. Gradually, Li Chongming relaxed. As expected, this General Hu couldn't be judged by normal standards. Since he had this kind of endurance, then there was no need for him to hide it. Thus, Li Chongming felt at ease and began to talk with Jiang Suizhou. He answered smoothly and freely. However, he didn't notice that Jiang Suizhou, who was sitting on the couch, was somewhat absent-minded. His gaze drifted to the couch from time to time. Normally, Huozhou didn't like to talk to him, but he had never ignored him as much as he did today. He just lay there as if he didn't exist. Ever since the day he laid his cards on the table, it seemed that Huozhou's attitude had always been like this. He didn't know if he had said something wrong. Why not find an excuse to show some concern? Jiang Suizhou chatted with Li Chongming casually, but he couldn't help but think about Huozhou on the bed. After a while, he made a decision. Since he was already here, what was there to be embarrassed about? With this thought, he raised his hand and stopped Li Chongming from talking. Li Chongming was talking nonstop to Jiang Suizhou about which blood vessels his acupuncture technique could connect and what effects it would have. When he was suddenly interrupted, he quickly looked up at Jiang Suizhou. He saw Imperial Prince Jing stand up and walk to the side of the bed. "What about you? Do you feel better?" he heard Imperial Prince Jing ask. Li Chongming didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Imperial Prince Jing's tone was gentler when he spoke to General Hu. He heard General Hu on the bed grunt. His voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone was steady. This time, Imperial Prince Jing definitely couldn't tell that General Hu was enduring a lot of pain. As expected, Imperial Prince Jing grumbled in response. Li Chongming was relieved. However, at this moment, he saw Imperial Prince Jing's back stiffen. Immediately after, he heard Imperial Prince Jing's voice. It was as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Why is his face so pale? When Jiang Suizhou got closer, he saw that Huozhou's lips were abnormally pale and his forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. At this time, his eyes were closed. It wasn't until Li Changning got closer that he realized that he was struggling to open his eyes and look at Li Changning. His face was still expressionless. However, Jiang Suizhou could tell at a glance that he was forcing himself to stay awake. Jiang Suizhou was shocked and hurriedly dragged Li Changning over. Li Changning trembled as he stepped forward and checked Huozhou's pulse. He said, "Your Highness, it's normal to feel a bit of pain after acupuncture." Jiang Suizhou didn't believe him at all. "Normal?" he said coldly. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Moreover, he didn't believe that this was just a bit of pain. Huozhou was a person who could endure a lot of pain. If he could sweat from the pain, then it was definitely not a pain that a normal person could understand. Without waiting for Li Changning to reply, he stepped forward and grabbed Li Changning by the collar. He gritted his teeth and said, "If anything happens to him while you're in charge, I'll take your life." Imperial Prince Jing's body was weak and his hands were weak. However, when he met those frighteningly cold eyes, Li Changning couldn't help but tremble. Didn't Imperial Prince Jing hate the general? Why did he look like he would really kill someone for the general? He trembled as he said, "Your Highness, please calm down. When I first used acupuncture to clear the meridians, it was indeed painful. However, after a period of treatment, the pain would be greatly relieved." Jiang Suizhou asked, "How long is a period of treatment?" Li Changning said, "About a month." Jiang Suizhou threw him aside and sneered, "You're going to torment him for a month? Your acupuncture was originally meant to relieve pain. Now that it's not alleviating, it's making it worse. How dare you use these words to deceive me?" Li Changning trembled and couldn't say anything. He hurriedly tried to think of a way to respond. However, at this moment, a hoarse voice came from the bed. "It's fine." It was Huozhou's voice. Jiang Suizhou looked up and saw Huozhou supporting his body and sitting up on the bed. "This is how it's supposed to be treated. There's no need to make things difficult for him," Huozhou said. Li Changning knew that he was done for. He was originally worried that he would arouse Imperial Prince Jing's suspicions. Just now, he was the only one who tried to explain himself. Now that even the general was helping him, he was probably going to add fuel to the fire. Li Changning's legs turned to jelly. He didn't dare to look up at Imperial Prince Jing. He was only waiting for the other party to fly into a rage. However, he heard the sound of slow, deep breaths. "Get lost," Imperial Prince Jing said. "If after a month the results don't match what you said, I'll have your head." Li Changning knelt on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Just like that, it was over. Li Changning quickly left with Wei Kai. For a moment, the room was silent. Only Jiang Suizhou and Huozhou, who were standing by the bed, were left looking at each other. Huozhou looked up at him. Just now, Imperial Prince Jing seemed to be really angry, but now, his cold and fierce appearance was completely gone. He stood in front of the bed against the light. Although his expression was still cold, one could see the helplessness in his eyes. His eyes kept glancing at Huozhou's legs. For some reason, the irritation that Huozhou had been suppressing in his heart for the past few days gradually disappeared at this moment. It was replaced by a sense of helplessness, as if he had to compromise. It was no wonder that he would misunderstand. Could it be that Imperial Prince Jing couldn't distinguish between how he should treat his collaborators and how he should treat his admirers? It was obvious that he was related to Huozhou because of his own interests, but he had to be so sincere. It made people feel that if they were to argue with him, they would be taking their anger out on him and bullying him. After a pause, Huozhou said indifferently, "Is there something else?" Jiang Suizhou, who was standing by the bed, seemed to come back to his senses. He said, "Oh, I was just checking to see if you were okay." "I'm fine," Huozhou said straightforwardly. Imperial Prince Jing moved, as if he was subconsciously about to leave, but he stopped in his tracks. After a pause, he lowered his eyes and looked disdainfully at Huozhou. In a cold voice, he said, "You said you were fine, so you're fine? That day when it rained, you also said you were fine. What happened in the end?" After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Huozhou to respond. He glanced sideways at Meng Qianshan, who wasn't too far away. Meng Qianshan understood and hurriedly brought over a chair for Imperial Prince Jing and placed it next to the bed. Jiang Suizhou sat down on the chair with an unquestionable expression on his face. "I'll be watching you," he said. Hu Wujiu glanced at him. "As you wish," he said indifferently. Imperial Prince Jing didn't say anything else. Instead, he took the book that Meng Qianshan handed to him and sat down to read. Hu Wujiu's gaze paused for a moment, then he looked away. He was clearly an unlikable person, and even extremely annoying person, but there was a hint of sweetness that came out of nowhere. It made people feel annoyed just thinking about him, but when they saw him, they couldn't control the corners of their mouths. It was very strange. Jiang Suizhou pretended to be reading a book, but his eyes were secretly looking at Hu Wujiu. He knew that Hu Wujiu was the kind of person who would not make a sound even if he was in pain. If he wanted to hear Hu Wujiu say that he was in pain, he might not be able to do it for the rest of his life. However, Jiang Suizhou also knew that even if Hu Wujiu was in great pain, there was nothing he could do. However, he could not help but want to see Hu Wujiu's condition. He saw Hu Wujiu sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. He did not say a word, as if he was resting. However, his lips were pale and his face was pale. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Jiang Suizhou also felt a little uncomfortable. He seemed to hate to see someone else endure pain alone. After a while, he paused and asked tentatively, "Do you want to read a book?" Hu Wujiu opened his eyes and looked at him. Jiang Suizhou said seriously, "It can at least divert your attention." He was not lying at all. He did not like to watch TV or play video games since he was young. He always found the noise annoying. His home was a mess, and there were a lot of messy things going on, so he loved to hide in his study. Although they were all rather obscure books meant for adults to read, he was able to read them with rapt attention, and unknowingly, time passed by. However, Hu Wujiu looked at him for a moment and did not say a word. Hu Wujiu did not know about Jiang Suizhou's experience and thoughts. He only knew that he had a headache from reading books since he was young. It had not changed until now. To him, the cruelest thing was that he could not move at all. He could only read books to pass his days. He lived like a bandit who was forced to recite scriptures. However, when he heard Jiang Suizhou's suggestion, he did not feel annoyed. He did not even know why, but when Jiang Suizhou looked at him, although he did not have any expression, he suddenly felt like a teacher. Hu Wujiu hated Mr. the most since he was young. However, Jiang Suzhou's appearance was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. It was as if he was not supposed to be a high and mighty prince, but rather a gentleman covered in the fragrance of ink. If he became a teacher, presumably, he wasn't the kind of person who would force people to read while holding a ruler. Just the way he sat there and looked at them quietly made them want to listen to him. Hu Wujiu was still in a daze. Jiang Suzhou asked in confusion, "Hu Wujiu?" Hu Wujiu came back to his senses. Jiang Suzhou said, "Ben Wang asked Meng Qianshan to give you a copy?" Hu Wujiu paused. He felt as if he had been possessed. Reading books was out of the question. Normally, he was forced to suffer this kind of mental torture purely because he had nothing to do. Right now, he was in so much pain that his entire body was numb. It was difficult for him to even open his mouth to speak. It was better not to make things difficult for himself. "No need," Hu Wujiu said faintly. Then, he closed his eyes again. He was constantly injured, big and small. Every time he was in unbearable pain, he would recite the heart-calming mantra that his martial arts master had taught him. It was quite effective. He had been reciting this mantra just now. Although it could not really relieve his pain, it could calm his mind and improve his endurance. However, he did not know that Jiang Suzhou had misunderstood his intentions. He only thought that Hu Wujiu's momentary daze was due to the pain in his leg. Thinking about it, it made sense. Since he had to endure the pain, his vision must be blurry. He could not spare any energy to read a book calmly. A very immature impulse suddenly arose in Jiang Suizhou's heart. He blurted out, "How about I read it to you?" After saying this, he suddenly came back to his senses. What was I doing? Was I trying to tell war god Hua a story? Jiang Suzhou was shocked by his own realization. He looked somewhat uneasily at Hu Wujiu. He was only waiting for Hua Wujiu to refuse so that he could take the opportunity to take back what he had just said. However, Hua Wujiu opened his eyes again and looked at him quietly. Hua Wujiu did not say anything. Jiang Suzhou looked at him for a moment. Then, he stuttered. Then I'll start? Jiang Suzhou was holding a travel book in his hand. He had read many official historical records from ancient times. On the other hand, most of these folk stories had been lost in the later generations. Many of them had been edited and mixed together with unofficial histories. Therefore, after transmigrating, Jiang Suzhou was quite interested in these leisure books. Apart from flipping through the official documents and secret reports sent by his subordinates, he spent most of his time reading these books. He read the book to Hua Wujiu from the position he had seen last time. Fortunately, he was a teacher. Other than the initial awkwardness, he gradually immersed himself in the content of the book. His voice was gentle and quiet. Perhaps the tone of his voice had a great effect on the sound of his voice, but when he read the book, his voice sounded very clean. The atmosphere around him became peaceful. Meng Qianshan held his breath and stood not far away. He was amazed. He thought to himself, my master is really good at chasing people. Look, who would think of this kind of method to read to someone? For someone of his status, who would be able to do such a thing, even if Madame Hua's heart was made of stone, she would probably soften because of this. With this thought, Meng Qianshan couldn't help but glance at Madame Hua. He saw Madame Hua sitting on the bed with her eyes closed without saying a word. Her face was still pale, but she didn't seem to be frowning anymore, he knew it. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to help Madame Hua move again and move him back to the prince's room. Meng Qianshan couldn't help but feel happy when he thought of this. However, at this moment, Madame Hua opened her eyes. A pair of black but clear eyes stared coldly at him. Then, Meng Qianshan saw that Madame Hua glanced at his master indifferently. When she saw that his master was focused on reading and didn't pay attention to his surroundings, she looked up at him again. Her eyes became colder and her brows furrowed. It was full of coldness. Even someone as slow-witted as Meng Qianshan understood Hua Wujiu's intention. His master thought that he was a hindrance and wanted him to get lost. Meng Qianshan was tactful. He bowed silently to his master and hurriedly slipped out. Hua Wujiu, who was lying on the bed, watched coldly as Meng Qianshan ran away. Then, he slowly retracted his gaze and quietly looked at Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou was so engrossed that he didn't notice Meng Qianshan's gaze at all. His voice wasn't loud. When he read, it was as if he was talking to someone. He was gentle and clear, which was completely different from his usual self. Hua Wujiu couldn't help but slow down his breathing. He didn't expect that a casual book would be so much more effective for Jiang Suizhou than the Qingxin formula. The content of the book wasn't very interesting. It was just a casual book written by a scholar who had nothing better to do. However, Jiang Suizhou seemed to be very interested in the book. He didn't even realize how lively his gaze was when he was reading. The corners of his lips were slightly raised and he looked very happy. Hua Wujiu's gaze paused for a moment. Then, he turned his gaze away and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't like reading, not only because he was too lazy to read the words, but also because he wasn't interested in the content recorded in those words. But at this moment, when he closed his eyes, his clear voice seemed to turn into a clear river, flowing through the Bashu and Huguang recorded by the scholar. Under the thousands of miles of sunlight, it shone with clear and crystalline light. He seemed to like those things very much. Hua Wujiu had an inexplicable impulse because of this. He wanted to make all the things that Jiang Suizhou liked belong to him. He was like a layman who had finally been canonized and became a believer of God and Buddha. This made him have the urge to kneel in front of the statue of God. He wanted to offer all the wealth and treasures that belonged to him and those that didn't belong to him. Jiang Suizhou stayed there until nightfall. He naturally ate dinner with Hua Wujiu before getting up to leave. Seeing that he got along well with Hua Wujiu, Meng Qianshan tactfully came forward and asked with a smile, "Will your highness come again tomorrow?" Jiang Suizhou paused and couldn't help but look at Hua Wujiu. He actually wanted to come. These days, he didn't have to go anywhere because he pretended to be sick and was resting at home. He was very free. Hua Wujiu had just started treating his leg again. According to the doctor, his pain today would last for another month. Xianxia was still a little worried. Perhaps it was because he was too afraid of death in the past that he developed the habit of putting Huowujiu first. He couldn't change it for the time being. Huowujiu looked up and saw that Xianxia was waiting for him. "You don't have to ask for my opinion." Huowujiu paused and said somewhat awkwardly. Meng Qianshan's face lit up. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, he smiled. And said, "Ah. Then this servant will arrange for people to tidy up and bring the books and documents that your highness wants to read to Madame Hua." Xianxia glanced at him. Meng Qianshan smiled and said, "That's perfect. This servant felt that Madame Hua's room has better lighting than your highness' study. Your highness can't go wrong by basking in the sun more." This brat was so friendly that it saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. He didn't refute and tacitly agreed. He grunted and got up to leave. That night, a letter was delivered to Xianxia's room. It was delivered by Sudu. The spies he had arranged at Changle Lane returned with news that the Ministry of Justice officials had found out the location and were going to raid the house in the next 2 days. They had already known about this when they were making their plans. Because Chen Ti had invited Huowujiu to the flower-admiring banquet, he had gained some face in front of the future master. Thus, he had been given a lucrative job and was currently on official business in Suzhou. Currently, only his mistress was in the house. She was a prostitute and would probably be captured and brought to the future master in the next 2 days. After reading the letter, Xianxia pondered for a moment and smiled. According to the historical records in his memory, although Chen Ti was trying to curry favor with Peng Xiao on the surface, he had his own plans. Peng Xiao was greedy for money. Even his own subordinates couldn't escape his plundering. Thus, even Peng Xiao didn't know about Chen Ti's house. Since that was the case, after the Ministry of Justice closed the net, that house and the prostitute would be the first to be blamed on Xianxia. Then, the future master would definitely investigate further and this case would definitely be blown out of proportion by him. When that time came, he could just wait for them to use his spear against his shield. Xianxia felt that there was a good show waiting for him. His mood improved a lot. After he put away the letter properly, his expression was still cheerful. Meng Qianshan, who was sneaking glances at him, clicked his tongue in wonder. Usually, when the prince was handling official business, he would never be so relaxed. He would even laugh when he was reading a secret letter. The secret letter was full of important matters. What was so funny about it, the prince must have been distracted when he read the letter and thought of Madame Hua. Thinking of this, Meng Qianshan sneaked a glance at Xianxia as he left the bedroom. He also laughed. That smile was extremely ambiguous. In less than 2 days, there was indeed news from the court. The matter of the Minister of Rights embezzling money from the Emperor's Qianqiu banquet was already a hot topic. 2 days ago, the Ministry of Justice suddenly found a clue and found the whereabouts of the stolen money. It turned out to be a mansion purchased by an official of the court. The Emperor immediately ordered people to search the mansion and bring it to justice. The Ministry of Justice immediately sent officers and soldiers. Because the operation was sudden, it went smoothly. Not only did they find an astonishing amount of gold, silver, and antiques in the mansion, they also found a brothel girl who was raised there. For some reason, when the Emperor found out about this, he did not care about how much money was hidden in the mansion. Instead, he was very interested in the girl. He immediately sent people to investigate the owner of the mansion and the girl's background. Unexpectedly, the officials of the Ministry of Justice found out that the mansion was under the girl's name. The girl was actually redeemed by Chen Ti from the Ministry of Rights. Chen Ti was the first official to find the clue and report Jiyu's embezzlement. No one in the imperial court had expected this outcome. For some reason, the emperor was very dissatisfied with this result. He threw a tantrum at the officials of the Ministry of Justice and then ordered Chen Ti to be severely punished. Redeeming the brothel girl was not a crime and could not really convict Chen Ti. However, it could prove that the mansion and the money in the mansion belonged to Chen Ti. In these years, there were few officials in the southern Jing court who were clean. This amount of stolen money was nothing to them. However, the laws of the Jing court clearly stated that once an official was caught, he would naturally be punished according to the law. In less than a few days, Chen Ti was convicted. The officials in the court were very jittery for a period of time because of this. The peach blossoms in the Pang mansion bloomed at the right time and the garden was bustling with activity. However, in the Pangxiao courtyard, there was a clean and elegant patch of green. It was the green sepal plum that was a tribute from Shi County in Huizhou. Because the previous emperor liked it, it had been sent to the imperial harem for decades. Due to the difference in water and soil, transportation was difficult, so no more than 100 plants could be sent to the palace every year. This year, there were only a few trees planted outside the Hozhu's palace, but in Pangxiao's courtyard, there was an entire courtyard filled with trees. Tea was boiling on the stove in front of Pangxiao. An official sat respectfully below him, while another trembled and knelt before him, not daring to raise his head. He was the official from the Ministry of Justice who went to investigate the case in Jiangsu. Pangxiao lifted the lid of the teapot and slowly looked inside. Amidst the steam, he slowly asked, "What did Prince Jing tell you at the time?" The official trembled as he cried, "Great Minister, please enlighten me." This lowly one followed the instructions of the higher-ups and interrogated His Highness Prince Jing. All of His Highness Prince Jing's confessions have been recorded. This lowly one is absolutely not lying. Pangxiao smiled. Then, what about the house, he asked. The official hurriedly said, "It was the concubine of Prince Jing's residence who told me." Pangxiao paused and put the lid back on the teapot. "Did he tell you?" Pangxiao had a strange expression on his face. The official shook his head and said, "No." This lowly one overheard it. The concubine was complaining to her maid that His Highness Prince Jing had a mistress outside and even bought a house for her in Changle Lane. This lowly one thought that this was an important matter, so I had no choice but to tell His Majesty, so. He was so scared that his voice trembled, but he heard Pangxiao's nonchalant smile. "Why are you so nervous, Lord Zhang?" "I was just asking," he said. The official trembled and couldn't say anything. Pangxiao smiled faintly and said, "All right, my tea is almost ready, so I won't keep Lord Zhang any longer. Please go back." The official awkwardly got up from the ground. He was about to bow and express his gratitude when Pangxiao spoke again, "However, Lord Zhang." The official hurriedly replied, "Minister of the Treasury?" Pangxiao picked up the teapot from the small clay stove. The flames in the stove flickered and glowed red. If people do something wrong, they have to pay the price. Pangxiao didn't look up. He slowly poured the tea as he spoke. If you don't pay the price yourself, you can't blame others for taking double the price. After he finished speaking, he put down the teapot and looked up at the official with a faint smile. The official was stunned for a moment, then he repeatedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Minister of the Treasury." "Thank you, Minister of the Treasury." Pangxiao picked up the teacup with one hand and lazily waved it with the other. The official retreated. Pangxiao blew on the hot tea and took a sip. He smiled faintly and praised, "Jiangnan's Longjing tea is indeed clearer than Yi City's." As he spoke, he picked up the teapot and said to the official beside him, "Do you want to try it too?" The official was the one in charge of checking the stolen goods in Chen Ti's residence. He didn't dare to let Pangxiao pour tea for him. He hurriedly took the teapot with both hands and helped Pangxiao extinguish the stove. "Minister of the Treasury, are you going to let him go just like that?" the official asked. Pangxiao nodded. "So what if I don't let him go?" "It's not his fault." Pangxiao smiled faintly. His expression was gentle and benevolent. However, the official beside him knew what Pangxiao meant. Some of the people in the Pang party had offended Pangxiao before. Pangxiao had something on them, but he kept them alive and made them his henchmen. These people had no choice but to work harder for Pangxiao and give Pangxiao double the benefits. To Pangxiao, keeping him alive was more profitable than killing him. The official laughed and followed Pangxiao's words, praising, "The Minister of the Interior has always been generous and wise." Pangxiao smiled faintly but didn't say anything. The official continued to ask, Then what about Lord Chen?" Pangxiao looked at him. The official said indignantly, "King Jing must hate Lord Chen, so he used such a dirty trick. Minister of the Treasury, we can't let King Jing have his way, right?" However, Pangxiao shook his head and sighed. He looked up at the cloud-like green plum blossoms outside the window. His Majesty has already issued an imperial edict. How dare I disobey? He sighed lightly, as if he had just seen a dead bird fly past in front of him, playing it down. It's just a pity for that child, Xianxia. The official beside him quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Who was the one who had the final say in the imperial court? Even with his eyes closed, he knew that it wasn't His Majesty, but Minister Peng. There was no imperial edict that Minister Peng couldn't change. There were only imperial edicts that Minister Peng didn't want to change. This official was here because of Xianxia's case. He tried to sound Xianxia out and roughly understood the situation. Peng Xiao had never taken Xianxia seriously. He only treated him like a dog that could be ordered around. Xianxia had acted on his own initiative twice to curry favor with His Majesty. He had already violated Peng Xiao's taboo and was found to have hidden such a large amount of gold and silver that Peng Xiao didn't know about. Even if His Majesty didn't do anything, Minister Peng wouldn't let him live. The official sighed in his heart. Or was Xianxia blinded by greed and didn't know how to live properly, who in the imperial court didn't have to rely on His Majesty to make a living? What good would come of scheming behind His Majesty's back? Thus, the official figured out what he should do. Naturally, he had to trample on Xianxia before he died in exchange for Peng Xiao's happiness. Then, he would think of a way to steal 20 to 30% of the gold and silver antiques and send them to Minister Peng's residence. The official started to plan in his heart. Peng Xiao, who was beside him, suddenly sighed with emotion. I just didn't expect that this defeated dog in a cage was still thinking about how to bite someone. The official didn't understand. Peng Xiao didn't intend to explain to him. He lowered his eyes and sipped on his tea, hiding the fierce look in his eyes. Very interesting. Although Jiang Suizhou wasn't by Peng Xiao's side, he knew how much Peng Xiao hated him. Although Xianxia wasn't a high-ranking official, who in the imperial court didn't know that he was Peng Xiao's distant relative and one of Peng Xiao's men? Even if Peng Xiao didn't care about him, he had his own plans. However, if he dealt with Xianxia, it would be a public slap to Peng Xiao's face. It was a cold knife that didn't hurt or itch. It was an extremely humiliating blow. However, this didn't stop Jiang Suizhou from feeling happy. He didn't like Xianxia for a long time. This time, he saved Jiyu and got rid of Xianxia. To him, this was killing two birds with one stone. As for how Peng Xiao would bear a grudge against him, anyway, even if he didn't do anything, Peng Xiao wouldn't let him go. He might as well fight with him and make him suffer. Ever since he received the news, Jiang Suizhou was in an extremely good mood. He had just sat down in front of Hua Wuzhou's bed when Hua Wuzhou noticed him. How are you today? Jiang Suizhou asked. Hua Wuzhou's expression was still unpleasant, but his expression was relaxed. The veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible, but he still had some energy left to look at Jiang Suizhou a few more times. Jiang Suizhou noticed that he was sizing him up. He looked at Hua Wuzhou with sparkling eyes, waiting for him to speak. After all, in this entire world, there weren't many people who could talk to him, and even fewer people who could share his joy. However, Hua Wuzhou was one of them. However, Hua Wuzhou paused, retracted his gaze, and said calmly, I'm fine. He didn't say anything else. Jiang Suizhou felt as if his breath was stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. It was very uncomfortable. He was momentarily stunned. Why? Didn't he ask? Why didn't Hua Wuzhou ask? However, he didn't know that Hua Wuzhou, who had glanced at him, secretly curled his lips into a smile. This Prince Jing couldn't wait to write I have good news to tell you on his face. He was just waiting for him to ask, but it made him want to tease him instead. Hua Wuzhou's expression was calm, as if he didn't notice Jiang Suizhou's strange situation at all. Jiang Suizhou took the book from Meng Qianshan, but turned it over and over. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't open the book. His bright black eyes repeatedly glanced at Hua Wuzhou. She actually made his teasing heart soften. He paused for a moment, then asked, What's wrong? Sure enough, that pair of eyes immediately lit up. Hua Wuzhou felt as if that pair of legs, which were so painful that he wanted to kill someone, were now far away from him. Prince Jing's expression was reserved. He forced himself to be calm, but he couldn't hide the flaunting expression on his face. He looked like a cat trying to please its prey. I saved Jiyu, he said. Hu Wujiu nodded. It's a good thing. Jiang Suizhou continued, Chen Ti was beheaded. Hu Wujiu grunted. He thought for a moment and connected the two events together. Diverting the disaster? Jiang Suizhou nodded. He just stared at Hu Wujiu, as if he was waiting for someone to praise him. Hu Wujiu paused for a moment, but he still couldn't help but praise, it's a brilliant plan. Jiang Suizhou repeated, it's Chen Ti. Hu Wujiu was confused. What's wrong with him? He saw Prince Jing looking at him with a matter-of-fact expression. He blurted out, Chen Ti, have you forgotten? The one who gave you the invitation to the flower-admiring banquet, the one who wanted to humiliate you. As he spoke, Jiang Suizhou smiled faintly. This prince has led the trouble to him. Hu Wujiu was stunned for a moment. He realized that Prince Jing was so happy to tell him this, not because he saved the life of the Minister of Rites, but because he wanted to tell him that he had avenged him. However, Jiang Suzhou's happiness did not last for long. After Chen Ti was convicted, Qi Man refused to let him off and repeatedly submitted petitions. His successor was annoyed and decided to convict Chen Ti and his accomplices in the Ministry of Rites. Although their crimes were not as serious as Chen Ti's, they were still demoted. However, Jiang Suzhou did not expect that Ji Yu would be among those people. Originally, the case had nothing to do with him anymore. However, 2 days after he was released from prison, he was demoted on the charge of lax governance and transferred to Huizhou. Huizhou was not too far away and was not as remote as Lingnan. However, at Ji Yu's age, being demoted from outside the capital was equivalent to having one's career cut off. Ji Yu was not charged with any crime, but Peng Xiao still wanted to make things difficult for him. That was why he came up with this idea. Jiang Suzhou thought about it and realized that Peng Xiao was using Ji Yu as a warning to him. Peng Xiao was telling him that under Peng Xiao's control, even if he succeeded in saving Ji Yu, he would not have a good ending. Jiang Suzhou felt a lump in his throat. He did not go to Hu Wujiu for 2 consecutive days. Instead, he found some of the original owner's books in his study and had Meng Qianshan deliver them to Ji Yu's residence along with some banknotes. Meng Qianshan soon returned. Ji Yu accepted the books, but returned the banknotes to him. Meng Qianshan returned the banknotes to Jiang Suzhou and said, Your Highness, Lord Ji said that there is enough money for travel. There is no need for you to spend money. As he spoke, he took out a thin letter and handed it to Jiang Suzhou, saying, Lord Ji also wrote a few words and asked this servant to pass it to Your Highness. Jiang Suzhou opened the letter. Then, he saw that the letter was full of words written in an unrestrained and carefree manner. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. Please don't blame yourself anymore. The scenery in Huizhou is pleasant and the plum blossoms are flourishing. I've long yearned for it. If I had left earlier, I would have been able to see the green plum blossoms of Huizhou with my own eyes before they wither. Wouldn't that have been great? When Jiang Suzhou saw this, the corners of his lips loosened and he finally raised a very shallow arc. Everyone had their own preferences and pursuits in life. On the other hand, Peng Xiao imposed his own preferences on others. He thought that a career and money were things that everyone liked. That was why he thought that cutting off Ji Yu's future was the most appropriate punishment for him. However, he didn't know that his so-called punishment was nothing to Ji Yu. To Jiang Suizhou, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Jiang Suzhou scrutinized the letter for a moment, then carefully put it away. Although this demotion didn't hurt Ji Yu and gave him the opportunity to indulge in life, Jiang Suzhou wouldn't forget about Peng Xiao's enmity. He had to settle the score with Peng Xiao. But now, Peng Xiao had absolute control over the imperial court. Especially the Ministry of Personnel, which was in charge of the promotion and transfer of officials, was almost completely controlled by Peng Xiao. It would be extremely difficult for him to go against Peng Xiao. Hu Wujiu didn't see Jiang Suzhou for 2 days. After taking the medicine every day, he could only stay in his room. Sometimes, he could see people going in and out of the courtyard through the window, but he couldn't go out. He felt that the pain in his leg had worsened after taking the medicine for the past 2 days. It even made him feel bad. No matter how many times he recited the clear heart mantra, it didn't work. The past 2 days were longer than usual for him. This continued until the 3rd day. Li Chongming gave him acupuncture as usual. Halfway through, he suddenly heard Hua Wujiu ask, "Have you changed your dressing these past 2 days?" Li Changming was stunned. No. He looked up at Hua Wujiu and saw Hua Wujiu sitting there with a frown. When he heard Li Changming's answer, Hua Wujiu raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Li Changming hurriedly asked, "General, do you feel anything different these past 2 days?" Hua Wujiu paused. "No, I'm just asking." Li Changming responded and continued to insert the needles into his body. Wei Kai turned around and saw Hua Wujiu's expression. He knew something had happened. He hurriedly went to the side of the bed and asked Hua Wujiu, "General, did something happen?" Hua Wujiu was silent for a moment. "Has there been any unusual movements in Prince Jing's estate these past 2 days?" Wei Kai thought for a moment. This subordinate didn't hear anything. However, this morning, when this subordinate came here with Dr. Li, the eunuch by Prince Jing's side told this subordinate to be careful. Hua Wujiu paused and looked up at him. What did he say? Wei Kai was stunned. He felt that when the general heard this, he spoke a bit faster. He hurriedly said, "He didn't say anything. He just said that Prince Jing hasn't been very happy these past 2 days and told this subordinate not to get into trouble." Hua Wujiu looked away. Sure enough, something had happened. He didn't ask any more questions. The 2 eunuchs were quite perceptive and went about their own business. Hua Wujiu waited until the 2 of them finished inserting the needles, giving him medicine, and retreating. Only then did he raise his head and look out the window. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was fine 2 days ago. What could have happened to anger him? Hua Wujiu's heart was uneasy, and he started to speculate. Could it be that something had happened in the imperial court? However, he hadn't seen Prince Jing leave the estate these past 2 days, nor had he seen anyone from the imperial court come to visit Prince Jing's estate. Hua Wujiu's eyebrows didn't loosen for the entire day. Fortunately, Jiang Suizhou arrived at nightfall. Hua Wujiu had already eaten dinner and was sitting on the bed. He was flipping through a book with an ulterior motive. Jiang Suizhou sat down on the bed and asked, "How have you been these past 2 days?" Hua Wujiu put down the book and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "What happened?" Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect this matter to reach Hua Wujiu's ears. He also didn't expect him to ask this question so naturally and matter-of-factly. Hua Wujiu saw that he didn't say anything and added, "I heard that you've been unhappy these past 2 days." Jiang Suizhou inexplicably felt a strange warmth in his heart. Ever since he found out that Ji Yu was going to be demoted, he was extremely irritated. He could feel that no one around him dared to provoke him. Because he was the master of those people, they didn't dare to provoke him, let alone ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Naturally, he didn't know where to start talking to anyone, let alone confide in them. Although he wasn't usually a sensitive person, these kinds of emotions were always suppressed in his heart. He didn't even have someone to talk to, so it still made his heart feel stifled. However, he didn't expect that Hua Wujiu would ask him about it. He also didn't expect that he could talk to Hua Wujiu about these things. He paused, then said slowly, "Lord Ji from the Ministry of Rites has been demoted. He'll be heading to Hui province in a few days." Hua Wujiu frowned and asked, "Isn't it unrelated to him?" Jiang Suizhou said, "It's the crime of not being strict enough." After Chen Ti was arrested, this matter was handed over to the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments. This prince can't interfere at all. Hua Wujiu was silent for a moment, then said in a declarative tone, "Then it's Peng Xiao's order." Jiang Suizhou smiled and slowly sighed, "It's indeed Peng Xiao. He suffered a loss at my hands, so he wants to make things difficult for me. Lord Ji is just an innocent bystander who got caught in the crossfire." Hua Wujiu said, "Since he entered the imperial court as an official, he has to bear this kind of risk. It's just a demotion, and the place he's going to isn't remote. It's far away from the imperial court. For him, it might be a good thing." Jiang Suizhou shook his head. "Others can think of it this way, but I can't," he said. "No matter what, his misfortune was caused by me. I can't do nothing." He paused for a moment, then sighed almost inaudibly. "That's Peng Xiao we're talking about." Hua Wujiu didn't say anything for a moment. Jiang Suizhou also knew that he was locked up in his residence every day. He couldn't even walk, so naturally, he couldn't do anything. He didn't expect Hu Wujiu to say anything. After he spoke, he felt a little better. He picked up the book that the main Qianshan had placed beside him and said, I haven't been here for 2 days, so I've forgotten where I was reading. He wanted to skip this topic and continue reading to Hu Wujiu. Hu Wujiu quietly watched him as he lowered his head and flipped through the book as if nothing had happened. Hu Wujiu felt his chest tighten. This wasn't something that he should be shouldering, but because he was born in the imperial family, it fell on his shoulders. If he really was a cold-blooded and heartless bastard, then so be it. But he was also a soft-hearted person. He always took responsibility for things that he should or shouldn't take responsibility for. In the end, when he couldn't take it anymore, he still had to hold on. Jiang Suizhou flipped to where he had read last time, then calmly and quietly continued to read. But he didn't read more than 2 sentences before his voice came to an abrupt stop. Jiang Suizhou raised his head in surprise and saw that Hu Wujiu had somehow snatched the book from his hand. I'll do it, Hu Wujiu said. Jiang Suizhou's face revealed some surprise. He watched as Hu Wujiu moved the lamp closer. Although his expression was cold and distant, there was an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. He clearly didn't even raise his eyes, let alone look at him. It was as if he was clumsily trying to comfort him. Jiang Suizhou was momentarily speechless. He only felt his chest heat up, as if the heavy emotions that had accumulated inside were being burned away bit by bit. He stared fixedly at Hu Wujiu, momentarily speechless. Hu Wujiu lowered his eyes and flipped open the book in his hand under the lamp. His cold expression suddenly froze on his face. Then, he slowly raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes to look at Jiang Suizhou. The book you were reading a few days ago, was this the book? He asked. Jiang Suizhou was stunned. Yes? Hu Wujiu's gaze fell stiffly on the book. It was different from the smooth and plain vernacular that Jiang Suizhou had been reading for the past few days. The content of this book was obscure and difficult to understand. There were rare words everywhere. When placed in front of Hu Wujiu, it was like a heavenly book. Just a few glances made his head hurt. Jiang Suizhou leaned forward to take a look. He immediately understood. The book was written in extremely obscure classical Chinese. After all, the author was a great scholar from the previous dynasty. He was very particular about his choice of words and sentences. The spoken language of the ancients was different from the written language. These sentences couldn't be read out loud. Naturally, they had to be translated before they could be spoken. Because Jiang Suizhou was in this line of work, the translation was very easy and didn't take much effort at all. It's the same book. It's just that the words in the book weren't easy to read, so I made some adjustments, he said. Hu Wujiu didn't say anything. Jiang Suizhou looked at Hu Wujiu with some confusion. Although he was a war veteran, he was still an ancient person. He shouldn't be unable to read, right? But, why did he have such an expression? Before Jiang Suizhou could figure it out, Hu Wujiu suddenly closed the book in his hand and casually put it aside. He said indifferently, change to another book. I found this very boring 2 days ago. It's not interesting. Jiang Suizhou was even more puzzled. No way. When I read it to you 2 days ago, you seemed to be quite interested. Fortunately, Jiang Suizhou did not like that book much to begin with. Since Hu Wujiu did not want to read it, he did not delve into it. The next day, Li Chongming felt that Hu Wujiu's spirit was better than it was 2 days ago. His face was still pale, but it was not as obvious as it was 2 days ago. When he saw Li Chongming enter the room, he even nodded slightly at him. Li Chongming thought that it was because it was normal for the patient's condition to fluctuate during treatment. He smiled and said, General, you look well today. Did the treatment from 2 days ago have some effect? Hu Wujiu did not feel any effect, but he still nodded slightly. Li Chongming was overjoyed. After the treatment was over, Li Chongming packed up his medicine box and was about to leave. Hu Wujiu raised his hand and called Wei Kai over. General? Wei Kai hurriedly went up to him. Hu Wujiu said, there's something I need you to do. Wei Kai was pleasantly surprised. General, please tell me. He knew that he and the general were now in enemy territory. Even if he wanted to make plans, he had to wait for the right opportunity. At this time, there was nothing else he could do other than think of ways to treat the general's legs. However, it was still very tempting to sacrifice his life for the general. Hearing Hua Wuzhou's words, Wei Kai's eyes lit up. Hua Wuzhou said, "The brothers in the city are all free now, right?" Wei Kai nodded repeatedly. "Without the general's orders, no one dares to act rashly. I've already arranged for them to hide in Linen City. If the general has any orders, I'll be able to contact them immediately." Hua Wuzhou grunted in acknowledgement. "Then in the next few days, think of a way to cause trouble for Peng Xiao." Wei Kai was stunned. It's fine if the general doesn't give an order, but when he does, why is he so enthusiastic?" He stared blankly at Hua Wuzhou, forgetting to respond for a moment. Hua Wuzhou raised his head and glanced at him calmly. "I didn't ask you to assassinate him." Hua Wuzhou's face revealed a hint of disdain. Wei Kai blinked and stammered, "Then, what kind of trouble are you talking about?" Hua Wuzhou turned his gaze away and ordered calmly. "He must have done a lot of errands for Jiang Xuanheng, right? Tell him to mess up one or two things. If it's something important, he can make a fuss in front of Jiang Xuanheng." Wei Kai nodded. Hua Wuzhou said indifferently, "Go." Wei Kai followed Li Chongning out. Hua Wuzhou calmly glanced outside. There weren't many things he could do now, but it wasn't like he couldn't do anything. Since Peng Xiao wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Suizhou, then he could also think of a way to cause trouble for Peng Xiao. Although the battlefield was large, some inconspicuous winds could determine the outcome of the entire battle. As long as he could control where the wind blew. Hua Wuzhou calmly retracted his gaze and picked up a book from the side of the bed. He frowned and studied it carefully. It was the extremely obscure book that he had tossed aside in the name of boredom yesterday. It rained a lot in Linen. After a few days of sunny weather, it rained for several days in a row. It wasn't unusual for it to rain in Linen, but this rain made everyone feel anxious and insecure. This was because the rain had washed away the ancestral hall in the north of the palace. The ancestral hall had only been built 2 months ago and hadn't been completed yet. The rain came fiercely and destroyed most of the palace that had been built in the past 2 months. It was almost reduced to a pile of ruins. This was a huge taboo and extremely inauspicious. The ancestral hall worshipped the past emperors of dying. It was the foundation of the imperial court and was even more important than the palace. Because dying was moving south, the emperor had great ambitions and specially built the ancestral hall so that it faced the north. It was so that his ancestors could personally see him reclaim his lost territory and point his sword at Yi City. In the end, the ancestral hall collapsed before Yi City could be reclaimed. For a time, rumors were rampant among the people. It was to the point where it couldn't be suppressed. Everyone said that dying's luck was about to come to an end. Even the children on the streets and alleys made up nursery rhymes about dying destroying Liangxing. The future emperor flew into a rage and the imperial court was in a mess. As for Prince Jing's estate, it was completely different from the outside world. After today's acupuncture treatment, Hua Wuzhou's leg could already move slightly. The range of movement was very small and almost negligible. Moreover, because his wound hadn't healed, he couldn't move easily. However, to him, this proved that Li Chongning's medicine was working. For a moment, everyone in the room held their breaths and were overjoyed. Only Hua Wuzhou, who was lying on the bed, looked indifferent. As he tried to move his leg, he asked calmly, "Did you guys do the ancestral hall thing?" Wei Kai chuckled, "That's right. Didn't the general say that he wanted to find trouble for Peng Xiao that could cause trouble in front of the dog emperor?" The brothers in the city asked around and found out that the most important thing Peng Xiao was doing was repairing the ancestral hall. At first, this subordinate wasn't confident, but the leader of the brothers was a clever man. He promised this subordinate that it would definitely be done. Hua Wuzhou raised his head and looked at him with a smile on his face. He praised, "You're quite brave." Wei Kai knew that his general was usually aloof and rarely smiled. From his expression, it meant that he was extremely satisfied with what they had done. He laughed, that old bastard Peng Xiao was so brave that he even dared to steal the money needed to build the ancestral hall. The walls he built were hollow and the materials used were of poor quality. Our brothers only mixed in with the laborers and used a little trick to make the hall collapse from the rain. Li Chongming heard this and interrupted with a smile. Lord Peng must have lived in the north for a long time and didn't know how strong the rain in Jiangnan was. That's why he dared to take a loss in building the building. If he built it like this, even if you guys didn't do anything, the ancestral hall wouldn't last for more than a few years. As he said this, he and Wei Kai laughed together. Hu Wujiu nodded and raised his hand to interrupt Wei Kai's laughter. It's done, but we can't let our guard down, he said. Tell them to keep an eye on the Peng residence. Peng Xiao has suffered a loss, so he'll definitely react. Wei Kai laughed. Don't worry, General. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Hu Wujiu nodded and looked out the window. People entered and left the main hall of Anin Hall in an orderly manner. Jiang Suizhou also received the report at the first moment. He didn't expect such a big change in history. According to the historical records, although the imperial court of Nanjing was corrupt, there had never been a case of the ancestral hall collapsing due to corruption. However, this was a good thing for Jiang Suizhou. Although Peng Xiao was usually lawless, he wouldn't bring the matter of corruption to the successor. He would coax the successor and then make money behind the successor's back. No matter how much money he made, he wouldn't let the successor know. But this time, his successor found out about his corruption. Moreover, it was because he destroyed the ancestral hall where his successor kept his ancestral tablets. Because of this, although Peng Xiao wasn't the one who built the ancestral hall, he was the one who oversaw it. Once the ancestral hall collapsed, his successor immediately sent people to investigate. The ruins were piled up there. No matter how resourceful Peng Xiao was, he couldn't distort the truth and shirk responsibility at this time. This was the first time Peng Xiao had made a mistake in front of his successor since he ascended the throne. The successor threw a tantrum at Peng Xiao. Even a few of Peng Xiao's henchmen were fired and investigated. Most importantly, his successor had trusted Peng Xiao in every way. He trusted him to handle all the major and minor matters in the imperial court. But now, there was a crack in this layer of trust. This was what Jiang Suizhou wanted to see the most. He read the news over and over again. He felt that the heavens had opened their eyes and brought down such a heavy rain. But, before he put away the news, his gaze fell on the most inconspicuous paragraph. Among Peng Xiao's henchmen who were fired and investigated, a few of them were officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Since they were fired, their positions were vacant. Usually, his successor would let Peng Xiao arrange the transfer of officials. But now that Peng Xiao was the one who committed the crime, his successor had no other choice. Thus, he followed Qi Min's instructions and promoted a few non-Peng party officials to fill the vacancies. Many of them were still young and had just passed the imperial examination a few years ago. Jiang Suizhou frowned. He naturally knew that Qi Min didn't have any selfish motives. He did this for the sake of the Jing dynasty. But because of his seniority and bad temper, his words and actions were quite direct. He had been openly opposing Peng Xiao, but because of Peng Xiao's power, he hadn't been able to achieve much. But ever since Chen Ti was convicted, the Peng party had suffered a few consecutive blows. At this juncture, Qi Min had gained the upper hand. Jiang Suizhou rubbed the edge of the letter. He knew that all the previous failures had become Qi Min's protection. Peng Xiao knew that he was all talk and no action, so he didn't take him seriously. But now, Qi Min had infringed on Peng Xiao's interests and had become the one who took advantage of the situation to add insult to injury. Therefore, even if Qi Min was a highly respected official who had served 3 dynasties, Peng Xiao would still think of using him. According to the history books, Qi Min had died an unnatural death. Before the Jing dynasty was destroyed, a letter of collusion with Northern Liang was found in his residence, and all 9 generations of his family were executed. Until later generations, historians still debated whether Qi Min had really defected to the Northern Liang. If it was true, then so be it. But if it wasn't, then this incident might have happened earlier because of the butterfly's wings. Jiang Suizhou went to Hu Wujiu's room at dusk that day. Hu Wujiu was sitting on the bed, reading a book. He didn't seem to need Jiang Suizhou to accompany him every day. But the two of them seemed to have reached a strange agreement. Neither of them mentioned this matter. Instead, they would spend some time together every day. Seeing Jiang Suizhou sit down on the bed, Hu Wujiu looked up at him and asked, "Something good happened?" Jiang Suizhou had a happy expression on his face. He smiled faintly and said, "Indeed." As he spoke, he picked up the book beside the bed and flipped through it. He said, "Have you heard? The heavy rain these past 2 days caused the ancestral temple in the north of the imperial city to collapse." As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Hu Wujiu. The happy expression on his face was so obvious that Hu Wujiu couldn't help but remind him, "That's also your ancestral temple. The people who are enshrined there are also your ancestors." Jiang Suizhou didn't take it seriously. "Wasn't it only half built? The memorial tablets haven't been moved in yet," he said. "Moreover, it was Pang Xiao who caused it to collapse. If the great ancestor wants to blame someone, he can't blame me, a person who rejoices in other people's misfortune." Hu Wujiu paused when he heard this. It really wasn't Pang Xiao who caused it. In the end, it was still him who did it. However, Hu Wujiu had already wantonly destroyed the Jiang family's empire. Bearing a grudge for destroying someone's ancestral temple was just icing on the cake. At this moment, he heard Jiang Suizhou's laughing voice speak again. "If that's the case, you're someone who married into this prince's residence. You're also counted in this prince's genealogy. This prince will help you bear the grudge of destroying the ancestral temple on Pang Xiao's head." After Jiang Suzhou blurted out these words, he was so shocked by his own words that his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Hu Wujiu had been pleasant to him for too long. Now that the atmosphere was so peaceful, he didn't think before he spoke. He actually joked with Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suzhou maintained a calm smile on his face, but his heart was in a mess. He stole a glance at Hu Wujiu from behind the book. Hu Wujiu paused for a moment and glanced at him. His eyes were still calm and emotionless. His eyebrows were relaxed, as if he wasn't angry. Then, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. "That's really a deep hatred," Hu Wujiu said. For some reason, Jiang Suzhou felt that the words deep hatred carried a deeper meaning that he couldn't understand. However, he didn't have the time to think about it. He blinked and stared at Hu Wujiu. He felt that he looked especially handsome when he smiled. After this, Jiang Suzhou kept a close eye on the movements in the imperial court. Half of Sudu's men of sacrifice had been sent out. There were still about 10 men left in the capital. In the past few days, these men had sent a steady stream of information to Jiang Suzhou. Combined with the information sent by the officials in the imperial court, this was all the information that Jiang Suzhou could obtain at the moment. He carefully read every word that was sent to him and memorized it in his heart. He tried to analyze Pang Xiao's movements from the various appearances in the imperial court. As expected, a few days later, an official in the imperial court made contact with Pang Xiao. This official wasn't Pang Xiao's henchman. Before this, he had almost no contact with Pang Xiao. However, in the past few days, the two of them had suddenly become very frequent. However, because Pang Xiao was too vigilant, he did not let his subordinates in Jiang Suizhou find out which official he was dealing with, whether it was a secret meeting or an exchange of information. Jiang Suzhou had to combine his memories of this period of history to analyze it. However, more than one official had been framed by Pang Xiao during this period of time, and there were many accomplices. Jiang Suzhou pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what Pang Xiao was planning. That day, he summoned Gu Chongyun to his room. Although Gu Chongyun was not as reliable as Su Du, he was very quick-witted and had a photographic memory. Before he crossed over, he remembered all the information that the original owner had received. When he rushed to his room, Jiang Suizhou cleared all the servants out, leaving only Gu Chongyun alone. Then, he took out the information that he had sorted out and discussed it with Gu Chongyun. The information in their hands was rather complicated and lengthy, and it wasn't easy to deal with it. Thus, Meng Qianshan was chased out of his room in Jiang Suizhou early in the morning. He waited in the corridor with his hands crossed, bored to death. He waited from early morning until noon, until Li Chongning finished acupuncture on Hu Wujiu. He carried a medicine box and walked out of Hu Wujiu's room with Wei Kai. Meng Qianshan's sharp eyes saw them. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to go forward and send the two of them off. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would walk towards him. Li Chongming walked up to him and smiled. Eunuch Meng, why are you standing outside the room? Meng Qianshan smiled and replied, His Highness has someone in his room. He ordered us to wait outside for a while. Li Chongming smiled and nodded. Madam Hua happened to see you just now. She seemed to have something to ask you, so she asked me to invite you over when I came out. Meng Qianshan's heart skipped a beat. His Highness was meeting with Madame Gu in his room, and Madame Hua wanted to ask him questions. Meng Qianshan's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. He smiled and replied, then hurried to Hua Wujiu's room. The rain had just stopped for the past 2 days. The sky was still cloudy, so the light in the room wasn't very good. Hua Wujiu was leaning against the bed frame. The quilt was only up to his waist. He was flipping through the book in his hand and wasn't reading. Meng Qianshan hurriedly went forward and bowed. Madam Hua, did you call the servant for something? He smiled. Hua Wujiu didn't look up. Why are you standing in the courtyard? Although his voice was calm, it sounded a bit colder than usual. Meng Qianshan was scared witless. His Highness is meeting with a guest, so this servant came out to get some fresh air. Hua Wujiu's hand stopped fiddling with the book. He saw it early in the morning. The person who came was Gu Chongyun. As soon as Gu Chongyun came, Jiang Suizhou drove everyone out of the room. He didn't even feel the pain of being pricked by needles in the morning. He only felt an inexplicable force pulling at his soul and pulling his mind to the main room of Anin Hall. He was extremely annoyed, but he didn't know why he was annoyed. He already knew that Prince Jing didn't have any other thoughts about him. It was all his own misunderstanding. Moreover, Prince Jing already had a concubine. It was different from him, who used the title of concubine as a cover and didn't live up to his name. These were all established facts and had nothing to do with him. But when he thought of these things, he was extremely annoyed, like a caged beast. Hua Wujiu didn't say anything. Meng Qianshan, who was next to him, was trembling with fear. He could only admit, His Highness summoned Madame Gu early in the morning. There must be some household matters to discuss. There was no need to dismiss the servants to discuss household matters. Hua Wujiu could tell that Meng Qianshan was trying to fool him, but he felt as if his anger was firmly locked in his chest. He couldn't take it out on him. He paused. You can leave, he said. Meng Qianshan didn't expect to get away so easily. He felt as if he had been pardoned and repeatedly said yes. He didn't stay a moment longer and turned to run. Behind him, Hua Wujiu's attention wasn't on him. He raised his eyes and looked out the window. Under the misty and overcast sky, the door was tightly shut. He felt as if he had fallen into the enemy's trap. He was firmly surrounded. There was nowhere to hide, and nowhere to run. Gu Chongyun narrowed down the scope for Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou could more or less confirm that Pang Xiao was going to make a move on Qi Min this time. He had kept Qi Min alive for so long only because Qi Min didn't pose a threat to him. But once there was a threat, Pang Xiao would definitely eliminate a big tree like Qi Min, who was of virtue and prestige. Jiang Suzhou knew that this had nothing to do with him. If he interfered, he would be meddling in other people's business. But he had to meddle in this matter. No matter if it was because of Pang Xiao, Qi Min, or because of himself. However, there had always been controversy over whether Qi Min had any dealings with Bailiang. He didn't even know if Pang Xiao had something on Qi Min, or if someone was using this scheme to frame him. Who was the one who framed him? He didn't have a clue for the whole day. It wasn't until the light gradually dimmed and Meng Qianshan came to his room to light the lamp that he suddenly realized that his whole body was sore and dizzy. It was time to rest. He raised his eyes and looked around his empty house. Then, he stood up. Your Highness? Meng Qianshan hurriedly went forward to greet him. I'm going to take a look at Madame Hua, Jiang Suzhou said. He made this decision so naturally that he didn't notice the surprised smile on Meng Qianshan's face. He got up and walked out, walked around the corridor, and arrived in front of Hua Wujiu's door. A maid had already gone to inform him that Hua Wujiu was coincidentally having dinner. When Jiang Suzhou entered, a set of chopsticks had already been placed on the table for him. Jiang Suzhou sat down at the table and felt that the turbid air in his body had cleared up. Hua Wujiu raised his eyes and saw that his brows were still furrowed. He paused for a moment. Before this, he had never met someone who was so difficult to deal with, yet he was helpless against them. He had been annoyed the whole day. Now that he saw the source of his annoyance, he could only see the other party. The emotions that he had accumulated all day were all covered up by the sadness and fatigue on the other party's face. He was the only one left in his eyes. Huowujiu was silent for a moment, then he couldn't help but speak. "Is there trouble?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou had just picked up his chopsticks when he heard Huowujiu's question. It was useless to say these words to Huowujiu, but he really wanted to say it to him. Especially when he asked, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He felt like a tired bird returning to the forest. His hands paused for a moment, then he put down his bowl and raised his hand. Meng Qianshan understood and hurriedly cleared out all the servants in the room. He also left and closed the door for the two of them. Jiang Suzhou picked up some food with his chopsticks and said, "After the ancestral temple collapsed, if Pang Xiao wanted to vent his anger, who do you think would be the easiest person to attack?" Huowujiu didn't raise his eyes and said, "Taichung The Taichung he was referring to was Qi Min. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. He stared at Huowujiu, his chopsticks suspended in midair. He had been analyzing the situation for several days. How did Huowujiu know? Huowujiu raised his eyes to look at him and said, "Pang Xiao committed a serious crime. Even if he wasn't punished, some of his henchmen would be punished. Other than him, Taichung Qi Min is the most influential person in your court. He and Pang Xiao have been at loggerheads for many years. At this time, he would naturally suppress Pang Xiao and put him at a disadvantage. Pang Xiao wouldn't sit idly by in this situation." Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He was so familiar with Nanjing's political situation. It was no wonder that he had won every battle in the past few years. His ability to know himself and his enemy was not something that ordinary generals possessed. Jiang Suzhou nodded and said, "That's right. This prince also guessed that. It's just that Pang Xiao is very careful. He hasn't revealed what he wants to do until now." Huowujiu looked at him and said, "Colluding with the enemy." Jiang Suzhou was stunned. Huowujiu continued, "This is the most direct and easiest way to kill Qi Min." Jiang Suzhou slowly put down his chopsticks. Huowujiu's thoughts coincided with his, but he had so many historical documents to support his thoughts. How did Huowujiu come up with this? He couldn't help but size up Huowujiu. Huowujiu made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was just that Wei Kai had reported to him the results of their surveillance over the past few days. Although they didn't really find out what Pang Xiao wanted to do, he could roughly guess it. He cleared his throat and continued, "Although Qi Min doesn't get along with Pang Xiao, he has never contacted us. If he was found to have colluded with the enemy, he must have been framed." Jiang Suzhou said slowly, "If they want to frame someone, they must have evidence. Then, someone must have helped Pang Xiao create evidence against Qi Min. The person who created the evidence must be someone that Qi Min trusts greatly." As he said this, his eyes gradually lit up. "I'll send someone to investigate in the next 2 days to find out who has the motive. I'm sure the person who contacted Pang Xiao in private has something to do with this too." Huowujiu looked at him. He twirled the chopsticks in his hand and tapped Jiang Suzhou's forehead lightly. "Investigate his student. The student who came in third in the imperial examination 10 years ago," he said. Jiang Suzhou was surprised. "You know about this too?" Of course he knew. Wei Kai found out about this yesterday and reported it to Huowujiu this morning. Huowujiu paused, but swallowed the truth. "Of course I know," he said calmly. "You've been investigating for a few days, and you still don't know? If you have so much free time, why don't you do something more serious? It's better than being a concubine in broad daylight." End of chapter 50. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.